The Memoirs of Alexandre Dumas. Book 1. Chapter 1. Preparations for my fancy dress ball. I find that my lodgings are too much after the style of Socrates, my artist decorators, the question of the supper. I go for provisions to La Ferte-Vidame, view of this capital town of the canton by night in a snowstorm, my nephew's room, my friend Gondon, roebuck hunting, return to Paris. I invent a bank of exchange before M. Proudhon, the artists at work, the dead. Carnival time was drawing near, and the suggestion Bocage had made that I should give a ball spread abroad throughout the artist world, and was flung back at me on all sides. One of the first difficulties which arose was the question of the smallness of my lodgings. My rooms comprised a dining room, sitting room, bedroom and study, which, however adequate in size for a dwelling, were too limited for a party. A ball given by me necessitated 300 or 400 invitations, and how could I have 300 or 400 people in a dining room, drawing room, bedroom and study? Happily I bethought myself of a set of 4 rooms on the same landing, not only empty, but still void of all decoration, except for the mirrors above the chimney-pieces, and the blue-grey paper which covered the walls. I asked the landlord's permission to use this set of rooms for the purpose of the ball I intended to give. It was granted me. Next came the question of decorating the rooms. This was the business of my artist friends. Hardly did they know that I needed them before they came and offered me their services. There were 4 rooms to decorate, and they shared the task between them. The decorators were no other than Eugene Delacroix, Louis and Clement Boulanger, Alfred and Tony Johannot, Decamps, Granville, Jadin, Barye, Nanteuil, our first painters, in fact. Cicely undertook the ceilings. The question arose as to whether the subject should be from a novel or from a play of each of the authors who would be there. Eugene Delacroix undertook to paint King Rodrigo after the defeat of the Guadalete, a subject taken from the Romancero, translated by Émile Deschamps. Louis Boulanger chose a scene from Lucrece Borgia, Clement Boulanger a scene from the Tour de Nesle, Tony Johannot a scene from the Sire de Giac, Alfred Johannot a scene from Cinq-Mars. Decamps promised a Debureau in a cornfield studded with poppies and cornflowers. Granville took a panel 12 feet long by 8 feet wide, in which he undertook to reproduce all our professions in a picture representing an orchestra of 30 or 40 musicians, some clanging cymbals, others shaking Chinese hats, some blowing on horns and bassoons, others scraping on violins and violoncellos. There were, besides, animals at play above each door. Barye took upon himself the window frames. Lions and tigers as large as life formed these supports. Nanteuil did the surroundings, the ornamentations and the panels of the doors. This point settled, it was decided that 4 or 5 days before the ball, Cicely should stretch the canvases on the walls and bring paint brushes, measures and colours. When the artists had begun their work, they were not to leave it except to go to bed. They were to be fed and provided with drink in the house. The collation was to consist of 3 items. There now remained a thing of the highest importance to attend to, namely supper. I thought of providing the main foundation of this with game killed by my own hand. This would be both a pleasure and an economy. I went in search of M. de Villaine, who gave me leave to shoot over the forest of La Ferte-Vidame. This was the more delightful as my old friend Gondon was inspector of it, and I was very sure he would not grudge a roebuck more or less. Furthermore, the permission included some friends as well as myself. I invited Clergeon de Champagny, Tony Johannot, Genial and Louis Boulanger. My brother-in-law and nephew were to set out from Chartres, and to turn up at the appointed hour at La Ferte-Vidame. I gave Gondon 2 days' notice in advance so that he could procure the necessary beaters, and it was arranged that we should stop the night at an inn, the address of which he gave me, that we should sleep there, that we should shoot the whole of the following day, and that, according as we were too tired or not, we should either leave that evening or the next morning. We were to make the journey in a huge berlin which, somehow or other, I happened to possess. Everything decided upon was carried out punctiliously. We started between 9 and 10 in the morning. We reckoned upon arriving about 6 or 7 in the evening, but snow overtook us when a third of our journey was done, and instead of arriving at 7, it was midnight before we got there, and we had not had anything to warm us the whole of that long journey, except the never-failing wit and charming spirits of Champagny, to which, as an accompaniment, was joined the noise of a tin trumpet which he had bought somewhere or other, I know not for what purpose, its droll sound affording the boon of making us shout with laughter. When we arrived, we naturally found everybody asleep. At La Ferte-Vidame they go to bed at 10 in summer and 8 in winter. We set foot on a magnificent carpet of snow, which reminded me of the wolf hunts of my youth, with my old friends M. D. Villain and the gamekeepers. How many things had happened between the snows of 1817 and those of 1832, and had melted away even as they. We looked like those who knocked at the outbuildings of the castle of the Sleeping Beauty. Nobody answered us, and as we were getting more and more benumbed, I was already beginning to talk of breaking in the door of the inn, as I had at M. Dupont Delport's country house, when from the other side of the door I heard my nephew's voice. He was exactly the age that I was when going shooting kept me from sleeping. Poor boy, he has since died. Half awake from the pleasure to which he was looking forward in the next day's sport, he woke up completely at the racket we made, at our desperate cries, and especially at the sound of Champagny's trumpet. He exerted himself inside as we did outside, to rouse the hotel people from their beds. Finally, swearing, scolding, crotchety, a man got up, calling upon heaven to know if this was the hour to wake honest people. The door opened and the host's bad temper calmed down a little when he saw we had come by postchaise. That made it justifiable for him to be disturbed at night, and thenceforward we were well received. My brother-in-law had not been able to come. Emile, my nephew, was alone, and he had naturally taken the best room in the house, by virtue of his right as first arrival. It was immediately pointed out to him that, being at the age when one can eat anything, he was also naturally at the age when one gets the worst beds and cold rooms. His room had a splendid fireplace, in which burned the remains of a fire which I tended with the conscientiousness of a vestal, until they brought a load of wood. It was a large room. We held council, and it was unanimously decided to carry the mattresses from the small rooms into the large one, that they should be arranged symmetrically against the wall, and that we should all sleep together. Emile demanded two things: the honor of being one of the company and the right of putting his ready-made bed on the floor. He had left a store of warmth in his sheets which he did not want to lose. These preliminary arrangements made, we proceeded to supper. Every one was literally dying of hunger. Literally also, there was equally nothing to eat in the inn. We visited the hen-house. The fowls had obligingly laid a score of eggs. That made 4 eggs apiece. We each had 1 egg boiled, 2 in an omelette and 1 in the salad. There was bread and wine as might be required. I think we never had a merrier supper party or slept better. At dawn we were awakened by Gandon. He arrived thoroughly equipped for shooting with his 2 dogs. 15 beaters, engaged the previous day, waited for us at the door. The toilet of a sportsman is quickly made. A huge fire was lit. There was no possibility of eating the remains of the previous night's supper. We had to be contented with a crust of bread dipped in white wine. Besides, Gandon spoke of a cold leg of mutton, which would be picked up in passing his house, and which we should eat in the forest round a great fire between 2 battues. This welcome intelligence brought back a smile to the most morose lips. We were shooting a quarter of an hour later. One has one's days of skill as also one's days of courage. Champagny, an excellent shot usually, this day shot like a cab driver, and attributed his awkwardness to the narrowness of the barrel of his gun. Indeed, I do not know why he shot with a kind of double-barreled pistol. Tony Johannot was, I believe, a complete novice in matters of shooting. Genial was a beginner. As for Louis Boulanger, he was accustomed to go shooting pencil in one hand and sketchbook in the other. There were, then, only Gandon and myself, both old sportsmen, and having long rifles, we found ourselves the kings of the shoot. The shoot does not deserve any special description. Nevertheless, an incident happened at it which has since caused bets in the forest of La Ferte-Vidame, between the forest gamekeepers and the Parisian sportsmen who were my successors. We were placed in a line, as is the custom in a battue, and I had chosen for my position the angle made by a little narrow footpath and the main road. I had the path horizontally in front of me, and behind me the high road ran at right angles. On my right was Tony Johannot, on my left Genial. The beaters drove the game towards us. Every hunted animal, when it encounters a road and particularly a footpath, has a propensity to follow the path, which enables it to see and to run more easily. 3 roebucks, urged on by the beaters, followed the footpath and came straight for me. Tony Johannot, for whom they were out of range, made violent signs to me in the belief that I did not see them. I saw them perfectly well, but I had the very ambitious idea fixed in my head of killing all 3 with 2 shots. Tony, who did not understand my inaction, increased his signals. Still I let the 3 roebucks come on. Finally, when nearly 30 paces from me, they stopped short, listening, admirably placed. 2 crossed their fine, graceful necks over one another, one looking to the right, the other to the left. The third kept a little behind, hidden by the 2 others. I fired at the first 2 and brought them down. The third took a leap, but not so quickly as to avoid my second shot. Then I stood in position to reload my rifle, not wishing the whole hunt to be put out for me. In fact, an instant later, a roebuck passed Gandon and he killed it. Seeing my inaction after my 2 shots, toy companions thought I had missed. However, Genial, who was on my left, and Tony, who was on my right, asked what had become of the roebucks. The enigma was explained to them by the beaters, who found the 3 dead bucks 30 paces from me, 2 in the path, they had not stirred, the other 4 yards away in the underwood. That night, returning at nightfall, a final roebuck was so ill-advised as to start up before us in a sort of clearing. The sun, a little out of the clouds, was setting literally in a bed of purple. In spite of this amelioration in the weather on the horizon, the snow continued falling round us in thick flakes. Suddenly, a buck bounded off 15 yards from us. The guns were unloaded, so it was a question for the quickest loader. 10 or a dozen shots went off almost at the same time. The buck disappeared in the midst of the fire and smoke. Dogs and hunters set off in pursuit. I have never seen a more fitting composition for a picture than that which chance had made. Boulanger was in ecstasies. He, not having a gun, could see everything without being distracted. All the night he was haunted by the idea of making a sketch of that scene. He could not forget it. We brought back 9 roebucks and 3 hares. I had, for my share, killed 5 roebucks and 2 hares. We dined at Gandon's that night, and we had a very different supper from that of the night before. We started next day at dawn, and as night fell we re-entered Paris with our 9 bucks hanging from the imperial of our carriage, like a butcher's shop. I summoned Chevet. It was a question of trading by exchange. I wanted an enormous fish. For 3 bucks, Chevet undertook to provide me with a salmon weighing 30 pounds, or a sturgeon weighing 50. I wanted a colossal galantine, a 4th buck paid for that. I wished to have 2 bucks roasted whole. Chevet undertook to get them roasted. The last buck was cut up and distributed among the families of my travelling companions. The 3 hares provided a pate, so it will be seen that the shoot, besides the pleasure derived from it, gave us the principal constituents of the supper. The rest was only a matter of attending to detail. This was the business of the staff belonging to the house. In our absence, old Sisri, do obeisance all of you to the old man, just as gay today, well preserved and willing, in spite of his 70 years. Do obeisance to him Setchen, Dieterl, Displetchen, Thierry, Cambon, Devoir Moinet, you kings, viceroys and princes of modern decorative art. Old Sisri it was who did the cloister of Robert le Diable. In our absence, I say, old Sisri had the canvases placed in position and had fixed up the paper. All was ready even to the paints, pencils and brushes. All the rooms were warmed with big fires. Chairs, stools, footstools of all sizes were there, and a folding ladder had been bought. Granville, our good, excellent Granville, delightful painter of man, purely as an animal, and of animals with human intelligence, was the first to set to work. He it was, indeed, who had the heaviest task on his hands. It will be recollected that he was burdened with an immense panel, and with the painting of all the top parts above the doors. Alas, it is sad to think that of those 10 artists who put their talent at my disposition, 4 today lie in the tomb. Of those 10 hearts which beat so happily in unison with my own, 4 are stilled. Who would have told you then in that merry workroom which you covered with your paintings, and filled with your laughter in those 3 days of talking, during which scintillated incessantly that fascinating wit, the secret of which artists alone have the key? Who would have said to you, beloved dead friends, that while still young I should survive you, and that I should pause when mentioning your names to say to myself, it is not enough for you, their brother, simply to mention their names. You ought to relate what they were like as men and artists, their characters and their talents. A task both sweet and melancholy it is to speak of the dead that one loves. Moreover, it is midnight, the hour for invocation. I am alone, no profane gaze appears through the darkness to scare your sepulchral modesty. Come, brothers, come, tell me in the language of the dead that gentle whisper which is like the stream caressing its banks, the soft sound of leaves rustling in the forest, the gentle murmur of the breeze sobbing in the reeds. Tell me of your life, your sorrows, your hopes and your triumphs, so that the world, nearly always indifferent when it is not ungrateful, may know what you were, and above all your worth. Chapter 2. Alfred Johannart. The first who appears to me because he was the first who left us is pale and sad as he was when living. His hair is cut short, his forehead is prominent, his glance is both gloomy and gentle beneath his thick eyebrows. The moustache and beard are russet brown, the face long and melancholy. His name is Alfred Johannart, and he has been dead now for 16 years. Come, brother, come nearer to me, it is I, a friend, who calls thee. Speak, tell in the tongue of the dead of thy youth and glorious life, and I will repeat it in the language of the living. Spirits of the night, silence even the shaking of your moth-like wings, that all may be still. Even thou too, O night, silence, dumb son of darkness. The dead speak low, but I will speak aloud. We have all seen him, young men of 25, men of 40, old men of 70. Was he not indeed such as I have described him to be? Now here is his biography. He was born with the century in 1800, with the spring on 21 March. He was born in the Grand Duchy of Hesse in the little town of Offenbach, upon the banks of the charming river beloved of fishermen and water sprites, which men call the Main, which has its source in Bavaria, and which empties itself in the Rhine opposite Mayence. His father was a wealthy merchant of Frankfurt, and his ancestors were Protestants whom the revocation of the Edict of Nantes had compelled to take shelter in foreign countries. After a stay of several years in Lyon, M. Johannat the father founded at Frankfurt the first great silk factory. Trade, when it reaches the pitch to which he carried it, rises to the elevation of poetry. Besides, he was an excellent painter of flowers and spent his life among artists. In 1806, M. Johannat was ruined and came to settle in Paris. This upheaval, though sad for the parents, was a happy one for Alfred. Every change and all excitement amuses childhood. His mother, who adored him, endeavoured to educate him herself. From thence, perhaps, came that which throughout his life people took for melancholy, and which was merely the modest sensitiveness of a heart entirely moulded by a woman's hand. Alfred Johannat was 8 years old when they took him to the Louvre the first time. You who read these lines will remember the Louvre under the Empire. It was the rendezvous of all the finest things in the world. Every masterpiece seemed to have the right to be there and appeared to be only at home there. He was astounded, deeply moved, dazzled. He went in a child without any vocation. He came out adolescent and a painter. On his return home, he took to his pencil and never left it again. He had a brother, a clever engraver, Charles Johannat, who died before he did, also young like him, alas. The age of the three brothers at the time of the death of each scarcely reached that of a mature man. This brother lent him his artist's card of admission to the Louvre, and under the protection of his brother's name, he was able to work there. When they wanted to punish him cruelly, they said to him, "Alfred, you shall not go to the Louvre tomorrow." When he was in the Louvre he lived no longer, he did not exist, he was absorbed in his work, and it was in that he lived and had his being. One day, alone with his thoughts, as was his habit, genius encouraging him with those sweet whispered words which keep the eyes and lips of youth always in a smile, he was copying a Raphael when he felt a hand laid lightly on his shoulder. He turned round and stood confounded. In the centre of a circle of officers in military dress and courtiers in court dress, he stood alone by the side of a man in a very simple uniform. The hand which this man had lightly placed on his shoulder, when pressed on the far ends of the earth, made the world reel. It was the hand of Napoleon. "Courage, my friend," a voice almost as soft as a woman's said to him. It was the voice of the emperor. Then the wonderful man went away, leaving the child pale, dumb, trembling, and almost breathless. But as he moved away, he inquired who the child was. A secretary stayed behind from the emperor's suite, came to Alfred, asked him his name and where his parents lived, then rejoined the brilliant group, which disappeared into a neighbouring room. Some days afterwards, Alfred Johannat's father was appointed inspector of the library at Hamburg, then a French town. The whole family set out for this destination, and Alfred was not to see Paris again, he was never to see the emperor again. But the recollection of the scene we have just described remained deeply engraved on the child's memory. I remember one evening, the evening on which he himself told me the story. It was in my rooms. He took up a pen and paper and drew a pen and ink sketch of the scene. I never saw a finer portrait of Napoleon, more dignified, greater, or more gentle, I will even say more fatherly. In Alfred's thoughts the emperor remained as in 1810, beautiful, radiant, and victorious. In default of good masters, the child found excellent engravers at Hamburg. This is the reason that, as a young man, he preferred at first graving tools to the paint brush. He was 13 when disaster overtook the empire. The enemy laid siege to Hamburg, and Hamburg made up its mind to resist to the very last, and indeed, its defence was a celebrated one. Alfred 3 times only just escaped death, by a bullet, by starvation, and by typhus fever. One day when he was on the ramparts, a bullet flew by 2 yards from him, a little nearer and it would have been the end of him, but he was spared. It was a different matter with starvation, and above all in the matter of typhus. Hunger weakened his digestion, typhus burned up his blood, hence the paleness of his cheeks and the fever in his eyes. He died in 1837 from the effects of the famine and fever of 1813. The whole family, as we have said, returned to Paris in 1818 and settled near Charles, who then did one of his wonderful engravings, Le Trompette Blesse by Horace Vernet. The poor people were totally ruined. It was essential that the children they had nourished should, in their turn, look after those who had nourished them. Alfred set to work at first to make engravings for confectioners and to illuminate images of the saints. This lasted for 7 years. It was Charles who brought in the larger contribution to the common purse. He died in 1825, just the same age as was Alfred when he died, 37. God permitted that from henceforth Alfred's powers should increase, on account of the burden which this misfortune laid upon him. A young brother and aged parents, these were the responsibilities which the death of his brother left him. The world does not sufficiently recognize the story of those saintly struggles of filial love against poverty, but I shall tell the story again and again. Alfred's life was a strange one. He had no youth and was not to have an old age. The furrows of mature age which line the careworn brow of the thinker were engraved upon him by starvation when he was 13, by exile and by fatigue they were continued when he was 18, and poverty took up the task when he was 25. Did you, who knew him, ever see him smile? No, and yet this gravity had nothing in it of the melancholy of disgust or of despair. It was the calm of resignation. The first plate which he published, for he began by devoting himself to engraving, feeling himself to be feeble he sought some support on which to lean, was that of Scheffer's Orphelins. This publication brought him the patronage of Gerard. In the first instance, this master entrusted him with a scene from Aurica, then the reproduction of his great picture of Louis Roman XIV. Presentant Philippe V. Aux Ambassadeurs d'Espagne. From that moment Alfred Johannot became known. It was the period when English publications introduced the taste for illustrations into France, since Morel Jr., who had admirably reproduced the pictures of the age of Louis Roman XIV, and particularly those of the time of Louis Roman XV, there was not a more distinguished engraver in France than Alexandre Dumas. Alfred went to him and asked to be allowed to study under his direction. Genius is simple, kind and friendly. Dumas gave him excellent advice. Then Dumas died, and the only well-known engraver who was left was Achille de Viria. You knew that fine intellect, that fecund producer, who, having to choose between genius, which leaves people to die of hunger, and talent which can support a family, tore himself weeping from the disconsolate embraces of genius, flinging in its arms as a substitute his brother Eugene. Some day I will tell his story as I am telling Alfred's, and I will compel the jeering and ungrateful world to bow its head before the pious son, the industrious father, who, by working 16 hours a day, kept a whole family in comfort. O de Viria, how noble wert thou in God's sight when thou didst deny thyself the chance of becoming as great in the eyes of men as thou couldst have been. But soon de Viria left painting and engraving for lithography. Then Alfred assumed the first position in book illustration, which his brother was soon to share, and to whom he abandoned it altogether when he was dying. During all this time, Tony had been growing up under the protection of that friendship which had in it both the intimacy of brotherhood and the protective tenderness of fatherhood. And from the time when the young life became connected with that of Alfred, there was no separation. The figurative phrases about ivy and elms, creepers and oaks, would seem to have been conceived with these two artists in view. One day death broke down the eldest, but the survivor was left with his roots springing from the grave of the one who was dead. For indeed, from the moment when they joined forces together, they kept the same step and pace until it was impossible to say which was ahead of the other. Tony blended into Alfred, became an engraver with the engraver, designer and painter with the designer and painter, forming the unique spectacle of a triple fraternity of blood, mind and talent. It was not as on the playbills of a theatre, where the name of the oldest in art precedes that of the younger. One as often spoke of Alfred and Tony as of Tony and Alfred. Like the inseparable Siamese twins, a moment came when they themselves wished to separate, but could not do so. And thus, for 10 years, the history of one is that of the other. One can no more separate this history than, 1 league from Lyon, one can separate the Saône from the Rhône, or a league from Mayence the Moselle from the Rhine. When they depended on one another, they felt themselves to be strong. It was no longer the drawings of others that they engraved, but their own. Aquafortis engraving became their favourite process, and it was at this time that the vignettes of Walter Scott, of Cooper and of Byron appeared. All the great literary names bore their signature. There is little poetry scattered over the world the illustrations to which have not been traced by their graving tools. Then, marvellous to relate, each of them dreamed of still greater glory. From copyists they became engravers, from engravers they decided to make themselves painters. It was no longer from designs that they executed their aquafortis work. It was after the charming little pictures in the Salon of 1831, so remarkable that we returned 2 or 3 times to see them, that they exhibited their plates, which were placed, I recollect, in the embrasure of a window of the great gallery to the left. There were 24 compositions. From that moment, each became both artist and engraver at one and the same time. Let us follow Alfred. We shall return to Tony later. In 1831, Alfred did his first great easel painting, 50 Arrestation de Jean Crespierre. This was a success. The same year he finished Don Juan Naufrage and a scene from Cinq-Mars. In 1832, and he produced 50 Annonces de la Victoire de Hasenbeck for King Louis-Philippe's gallery, and 50 Entrées de Mademoiselle de Montpensier, Pendant la Fronde, Orleans. In 1834, François Iret Charles Quint. In 1835, Le Courrier Vernet Seine et Pose par le Roi Louis-Philippe Henry Roman II, Catherine de Médicis et leurs enfants. In 1836, Marie Stuart Quittant l'Écosse, Anne d'Este, Duchesse de Guise si présentant et la Cour de Charles Roman IX, Saint Martin, and La Bataille de Saint-Jacques. But during the last 2 years nature had been exhausted in Alfred. He succumbed under a final effort. He recognized his condition, and knew that when the finger of time pointed to the early months of the winter of 1837, the hour of eternity would strike for him. So the last 18 months of his life are prodigious in activity. Pictures, vignettes, watercolors, aquafortis, wood engravings, pencil sketches, pen and ink drawings. He undertook everything, hurried on and carried all through. A lifetime would scarcely have been enough to finish what he had begun, and he only had a few months. In the midst of this feverish output, this agonizing productiveness, he received a letter from Mannheim. It was from his sister. His father was ill and desired to see him. He announced his departure. It was in vain for people to tell him that, however seriously ill his father might be, his father was not so ill as he was himself, that the old man had longer to live than the young man. He did not listen to anything. His father called for him and he felt he must go. He went. He remained absent 3 months from Paris and returned late in November. His father was out of danger, but he was dying. On 7 December 1837, he died with his sketches, tools and vignettes on his bed and his eyes fixed on his unfinished pictures. The phantom has just ceased speaking. Then, turning in its direction, I said to it, "It was so, brother, was it not? Have I translated thy words well?" But I saw nothing more than a white vapor which faded away. I heard nothing but a faint sigh, which was lost in the air after having articulated the word, "Yes." Chapter 3. Clement Boulanger. The whisper dies away and the shade disappears. Another shade comes out of the ground and advances as silently as the first, but with a more rapid step. One felt that, in this case, to some extent, the life had been more bright, and that death had suddenly taken this being into its naked embrace without giving notice beforehand, as it had done in the case of poor Alfred. This shade was the painter of the picture entitled Mort de Henry Roman II, and of the Procession du Corpus Domini, short chestnut hair, a rather narrow but intelligent forehead, blue eyes, long nose, fair moustaches and beard, complexion fresh and clear, dead lips smiling at life as in life they had smiled at death. This was the shade of Clement Boulanger. He bowed his tall figure towards me, and I felt his breath touch my brow, like the kiss of a friend after a long journey. He kissed me on his return from death. Poor Clement, he was so bright, so witty, while he was painting in great washes the scene from the Tour de Nesle representing Beridan, flung into the Seine, as Villon says, and borrowed from the Ecolier de Cluny by Roger de Beauvoir. "Friend," I say to him, "I knew but little of your life and still less of your death. You lived and died far away from me. You rest beneath the cypresses of Scutari, with the sky of the Bosphorus stretched above your head and the Sea of Marmora breaking at your feet. The blue doves come in at the half-opened windows of your chapel and circle round your tomb like loved friends. Tell me what I do not know, so that I may relate it to the generation which never knew you." I seem to see a spark light up in the hollow eyes of the phantom, and a kind of smile pass over the pale lips. Life is so good a thing, whatever people say about it, that the dead tremble every time a living being pronounces their names. He spoke, and I, in my turn, trembled in astonishment to hear merry words coming from the mouth of a phantom. He died without knowing he was going to die. His last convulsion was a laugh and his last words a song. Clement Boulanger was born in 1812. His mother during pregnancy was possessed by a singular desire. No matter what happened, she wanted to take lessons in painting. They procured her a master, and she indulged in the pleasure of daubing away at 5 or 6 canvases. Although the craving was satisfied, the child was stamped, as midwives call it. As soon as he could talk, he asked for a pencil, At the age of 4, everything sat for him: cats, dogs, parrots, chimney sweeps, errand boys, and water carriers. At 8, he was sent to a seminary. From that time, everything in uniform pleased him, all ecclesiastical pomp delighted him. When he was a choir boy and whilst attending and serving at the altar, he sketched the beadle, the chanter, the officiating priest, in a mass book with a pencil which he hid in the palm of his hand. His first idea was not to leave the seminary, but to become both priest and painter. His mother, deeming the studies he would be obliged to pursue as an artist not very compatible with the duties of a priest, took him away from the seminary. The child then asked to go into a studio. His mother was alarmed at this desire. So many things are learnt in a studio that painting is sometimes the last thing one learns there. Nevertheless, her maternal pride urged her to agree. With his inclinations, the boy could not fail to become a great artist, but where place him until he grew up? Good, the very thing. With a chemist, it would be a middle course. He would learn there the constituents of colours. Soon he had a laboratory and a mechanical workshop at his mother's house. In the laboratory he studied chemistry. In the workshop he made machines, especially hydraulic machines. He had the tastes of Agrippa, son-in-law of Augustus. One night his mother heard a slight but queer noise in his room, something between a whisper, a wail, and a murmur. She rose and stepped forward, and when she had reached the middle of her room, she felt herself being damped by a fine rain. She started back, lit a candle, and having felt the effect, discovered the cause. The child had made experiments concerning the physical truth that water tends to find its own level. He had set a basin in the center over his mother's room, and a reservoir in his own. The reservoir was 6 feet above the basin. A tin pipe, perfectly soldered together and ended by a water spout, served as communication between the reservoir and the basin. During the night, the valve had got out of order, and the stream of water was working its way through into Madame Boulanger's bedroom. In other matters there was no play going and no money was allowed. Money offers temptation, the theatre prompts the budding of desire. Every Sunday, vespers and mass, this was the ordinary life of the boy who, just as he sketched all alone and did his mechanical work by himself, so did he begin painting by himself. At 14 he was attacked by smallpox, and after being dangerously ill, remained shut up in his room for a month during his convalescence. For diversion, he painted his courtyard with the porter sweeping. The picture still exists and it is charming, quite like a little Van Ostade. A little later, whilst playing, he rediscovered the secret of painting on glass. After his mother had hesitated between all the celebrated painters in Paris, she decided on M. Ingres. The morality of all the others seemed to her to be insufficient or dubious. At 19 he saw his cousin Marie Elizabeth Montchablin and immediately fell in love with her. She was 15 years old. The very day he saw her he begged his mother to let him marry her. His mother was willing enough, but she thought the 2 children only old enough to be betrothed and not husband and wife. She imposed 2 years of novitiate on Clement. Marie Montchablin painted also. You will recollect Madame Clement Boulanger's exquisite watercolour paintings. You remember Madame Cave's fine work concerning painting without the aid of a master. Madame Clement Boulanger and Madame Cave are one and the same charming woman, and the same ethereal artist as Marie Montchablin. The children painted together. Marie began by being Clement's master. Clement ended by being Marie's. Meanwhile, great progress was made at Ingres, and great friendship sprang up between Ingres and his pupil, who was now 21 and free at last to marry his cousin. The day after their marriage, the young couple ran away to Holland. They were in haste to be free and above all to convince themselves of their freedom. For 3 months nobody knew what had become of them. They reappeared at the end of that time. The turtle doves returned of their own accord to their dovecot. During this escapade, Clement had become possessed of the rage for work. The very day of his return he sketched a Susan O'Bain, which he finished in 3 weeks. It is pale and perhaps rather monotonous in colouring but picturesque in composition. Clement admired 2 very opposite artists, Ingres and Delacroix. He showed his picture to the 2 masters. Strange to say, they both praised the painter. The colour pleased M. Ingres, but he blamed the disordered composition. This was what Delacroix liked, but he blamed the colouring. In short, each said to the young man, "You will be a painter." Clement did not let the grass grow after this twofold promise. He sent for a 14-feet canvas and drew upon it the life-size figures of the Martyr des Maccabees. This time he did not trouble himself much as to what M. Ingres would say. It was Delacroix he wished to please most of all, for whilst admiring the 2 painters in perhaps an equal degree, his sympathies inclined towards Delacroix. The picture was to glow with colour. 7 months sufficed for its execution. As in the case of Susan, when the picture was done he called in the 2 masters. Delacroix was the first to come this time. He was enchanted, and had no critical remarks to make to the young man, whom he overwhelmed with congratulations. Next day Ingers arrived in his turn, uttered a kind of growl, recoiled as though a reflection in a mirror had struck his eyes. Gradually his growls changed to reproaches. It was ingratitude, heresy, apostasy. Ingers went out furious, cursing the renegade. Crushed by this malediction, Clement prepared to set out for Rome. This had been the ambition of the two young people for a long time, but their grandparents would never consent to let these young folk of 21 and 17, 38 years of age all told, travel, and without the leave of their grandparents who held the purse strings, how could they travel? There is a Providence who looks after travellers. A connoisseur visited Clement's studio. As in the case of Delacroix, the picturesque setting of Suzanne pleased him. He wanted to put Suzanne in his bedroom alcove. But Clement, who did not dare to ask 6,000 francs for the picture, declared that he did not wish to sell it by itself and ask francs for the Maccabees and francs for the Suzanne. The connoisseur wished only to buy the Suzanne, but Clement pointed out to him that the pictures were inseparable. The connoisseur did not understand the reason for this indissoluble bond between the Suzanne and the Maccabees, and he offered francs, then 2,500, for the Suzanne alone. Clement was inflexible. The only reduction he made was to offer the two pictures for 5,000 francs. The connoisseur bought the Maccabees in order to get the Suzanne, and he put the latter in his bedroom and the former in his garret. And behold, the two young people found themselves in control of the vast sum of 5,000 francs. They could go round the world 5 times with that. So they ran off to Italy as they had run away to Holland, taking a travelling carriage to Lyon, crossing Mont Cenis and reaching Rome in 21 days. In visiting Italy, Clement, with that devouring imagination of his, wanted to see everything. His wife only desired to see 3 things: Madame Atisha, whom they then called Madame Mere, Vesuvius in eruption, and Venice at carnival time. The 2 latter desires arose from simple curiosity, the first from sentiment. Marie Montchablin was a cousin of General Leclerc, first husband of the Princess Borghese. There was therefore relationship with the Napoleon family, although obviously very distant, but relationships go much further back than that in Corsica. Horace Vernet was director of the School of Painting in Rome. The first visit of the 2 artists was naturally to Horace Vernet, but on leaving his house there was only the Monte Pincio to cross, the Gate del Popolo to pass, and they were in the Villa Borghese. Now at the Villa Borghese lived Madame Mere, whom Madame Clement Boulanger was very anxious to see. Chance aided the young enthusiast. During Madame Mere's walk she passed by her. Madame Clement longed to fling herself on her knees. I can understand this, for it is just what I did, and I am not a fanatic, when I had the honour of being received by Madame Atisha at Rome, and when she gave me her hand to kiss. Oh, it is impossible to imagine what antique proportions exile seemed to give to that woman. I seemed to see the mother of Alexander, of Caesar, or of Charlemagne. Madame Atisha looked at the 2 young people and smiled upon them as age smiles on youth, as the setting sun smiles on the east, as benevolence smiles on beauty. Madame Clement returned to her lodgings intoxicated with joy. She was invited to the Palace Ruspoli that night by Madame Lacroix, still full of delight and not conscious that she was speaking to the secretary of Madame Mere. "Ah," she said, "I can leave Rome tonight." "Why, you only arrived this morning." "I have seen what I came to see." "Ah, what did you want to see?" "Madame Mere." She then related the 3 desires which brought her to Italy: to see Madame Mere, an eruption of Vesuvius, and the carnival at Venice. The secretary listened to this great enthusiasm without making any comment, but that same evening he related what he had heard to the mother of Caesar. She smiled, called to mind the 2 good-looking young people she had bowed to in the garden of the Villa Borghese, and asked that they should be presented to her on the following day. Next day they were both introduced to Madame Mere's bedchamber, in which the famous old lady usually dwelt. "Come here, my child," said Madame Atisha, beckoning to the young wife to come near, "and tell me why you were so anxious to see me." "Because people say that sons resemble their mother." Madame Atisha smiled at that delicious flattery, more than ever charming from the lips of 17. Then she replied, "I hope you will have a son of your own, madame." "An unfortunate wish, princess, for I should prefer a daughter." "Why so?" "Why should you wish me to bring forth a boy, since the emperor is no longer here to give him his epaulets?" "All the same, have a son, and there may, perhaps, be a Napoleon on the throne when he is of age for service." This strange prophecy was realized. Madame Clement Boulanger has had a son, That son is now 22, and he is employed under a Napoleon in the government offices. Some days later, invited to the soirees of Queen Hortense, Madame Clement Boulanger valsed for the first time. As a young girl she had never been allowed. As a young wife she had not yet had time to do so. She valsed, we say, for the first time, and with Prince Louis. After this they began seriously to set to work. Madame Clement Boulanger had seen all she desired in seeing Madame Mere, but she would have been very disappointed had she been prevented from seeing the rest. Meanwhile, Clement had finished a companion picture to the Maccabees and had sketched out the tournament of the Tournelles. The subject was Henry Roman II, a travers serviciaire par l'éclat de lance de Gabriel de Montgomery. This picture appeared at the exhibition of 1831 and is now at the Château de Saint-Germain. From Rome the lovers started for Naples. Madame Clement was enceinte, and in order to produce a happy pregnancy Providence arranged the eruption of 1832. From Naples they returned to Florence. There Clement completed and exhibited in a church his picture of the Corpus Domini. This picture was a great success, so great that the contadini from the environs of Florence, who came to see the picture in processions, hearing it constantly said that it was a representation of the Corpus Domini, and not knowing what Corpus Domini meant, believing that it was the painter's name, openly called Clement Boulanger and his wife M and MME, Corpus Domini. Meanwhile the young couple took hasty excursions into the country, and as the parents could not leave little Albert behind, they put him in a basket which a man carried on his head. This was the son of Corpus Domini, and bearing this title, no goat herd but would give him of her milk. In his spare moments Clement remembered his chemical studies. He invented a kind of paper which concealed ink. You only had to dip the pen in the water jug, stream or river, or simply in your mouth, to write with water or with saliva, and the writing became black as fast as the nib of the pen formed the letters. It was such a wonderful invention that they decided to start a paper factory under illustrious patronage. This patronage was granted, and a sheet of the chemical paper was taken to Madame Clement. Unluckily or luckily, Madame Clement had a cold. She sneezed. The damped paper became black all over where it had been wetted. This gave the spectators much food for reflection. It would be impossible to use the paper on a rainy day or days when one had a cold or on days when one was tearful. The factory idea was renounced. Clement Boulanger returned to Paris in the month of February 1832, and from the 10th to the 15th March of the same year, so far as I can recollect, he covered with his broad and easy style of painting a panel 12 feet by 10 in my house. In 1840 Clement Boulanger set out for Constantinople. For a year and a half he had been at Toulouse, where he painted the procession, which is now at Saint-Étienne-du-Mont. This work in the provinces had wearied him. He wanted the open air, change of scene, the stir of life, in short, instead of a sedentary life. He accepted the suggestion made him by the traveller Tessier, who was going to make excavations in Asia Minor. And commissioned by the Department of Fine Arts to paint a picture of excavations, Clement, as we have said, set out in 1840. They reached Magnesia near the Mendier River and began to dig in the ground. This preliminary work appeared to Clement to be the most exciting, animated part of the business. He felt that it at any rate ought to be reproduced. He made a sketch in the full heat of the midday sun and during his work got one of those attacks of sunstroke that are so dangerous in the East. Brain fever ensued. He was far from all aid. There were only bad Greek doctors near him, of the type that killed Byron. They hung a hammock inside a mosque and laid the poor invalid in it. Delirium set in by the 3rd day. On the 5th he died laughing and singing, unconscious that he was dying. All the Greek clergy in Constantinople came to pay respect to the body of the poor traveller, who had died at 28 years of age, far away from his friends, his family and his country. 28 years of age, do you realize? Compare that age with what he had done. The body was carried away on the back of a camel. There as here everybody loved him. People of all lands and in every kind of costume followed the procession. All the French ships in the roadstead carried their flags at half-mast and their ensigns of mourning. The whole staff of the embassy came out to meet the body at the gate of Constantinople, and a procession of over 3,000 persons followed it to the French church. There he lies, sleeping like Ophelia, still smiling and singing. Chapter 4. Grandville. Delicate and sarcastic smile, eyes sparkling with intelligence, a satirical mouth, short figure and large heart, and a delightful tincture of melancholy perceptible everywhere. That is your portrait, dear Granville. Come, I begin to have as many friends below ground as above. Come to me. Tell me that friendship is stronger than the grave, and I shall not fear to go down to your abode, since dying, one rejoins one's dead friends without leaving the living ones. You will remember, dear Granville, when I went to call upon you in your garret in the Rue des Petits Augustins, a garret from whence I never came out without carrying away with me some wonderful sketches. What good long talks we had, what fine perceptions! I did not think of asking you then where you came from, neither where you were going. You smiled sadly at life, at the future. You had had some sadness forced out from the depths of your heart. It was easily explained. You were a connecting link between Molière and La Fontaine, that which I did not think to ask of the artist when he was full of life, energy, and health. I now ask of him when he is dead and laid in the grave. You have forgotten, you say, dear Granville. I understand that, but there is one of your friends, a man of heart and of talent, who has not forgotten. Take Charles Blanc, and add to what he has forgotten that which you yourself can remember. Your life was too uninteresting, you say. Very well, but the public takes as much interest in the humble vicar of Wakefield in his village parish as in the brilliant Rayleigh at the court of the proud Elizabeth. You will try to remember. Good. I will put it down. Granville was born at Nancy. He was the successor, compatriot, one might almost say the pupil of Callot. His real name was Gerard, but his father, a distinguished miniature painter, had renounced his family name to take the theatrical name of his grandfather, an excellent comedian who had more than once brought smiles to the lips of the two exiles, Hannisles and Marie Leczinski, one of whom had been a king and the other of whom was to become a queen. The grandfather was called Granville, this child who was to create a world of his own, half animal, half human, who was to explain the scent of flowers by making the flower the mere external covering of woman, who, by means of imagery drawn from human life, was to endow the stars with those beauteous eyes which flash amidst the darkness, and with which they are supposed to gaze upon the earth. This child, I say, was born on 13 September 1802. He was born so weak that it was thought for a moment he was only born to die, but his mother took him in her arms and hid him so completely in her heart, that Death, who was looking for him, passed by and saw him not. But the child saw Death, and that is why he has since then painted him so accurately. As a youth, he was taciturn but observant, watching everything with those large melancholy eyes of his, which seemed as though they were looking for and finding in everything some side unknown and invisible to other eyes. It is this side which he has shown in all beings and created things, from the giant to the ant, from man to mollusk, from the star down to the flower. Others find fault with the world as the good God has made it, but powerless to refashion it, they rest satisfied with railing at it. Granville not only did not scoff at it, but even recreated one of his own. At 12 he entered the school at Nancy, and he left at 14. What did Latin, Greek, or even French matter to him? He had a language of his own, which he talked in low tones to that invisible master whom we call genius, a language which later he was to speak aloud to the whole of creation. When I went to see Granville and found him holding a lizard in his hand, whistling to a canary in its cage, or crumbling bread in a bowl of red fishes, I was always tempted to ask him, "Come, what does the fish, canary, or lizard say to you?" Granville began to draw at 14. I am mistaken, he had always drawn. Exercises and translations were scanty in his college exercise books, but illustrations, as they have since been termed, to the subject of La Rose, Rosa, and to the translation of Deus crivit cialum et terrent were marvellous. So one day, the masters showed these exercise books to his father. They meant them to be the means of getting the child a scolding, but the father saw more than the masters did. They only saw an indifferent Latin scholar. The father saw a great artist. All saw correctly, but each turned his back and looked in an opposite direction from that of the others. Granville was from that day introduced into his father's studio, and had the right to make sketches without being obliged to do exercises and translations. When a sitter came to sit for a miniature in M. Granville's studio, he sat both to father and son. The sitter, however, only saw the work of the father because that was a finished, varnished and touched-up portrait, whilst the son's was a beautiful and excellent caricature, at which the father would laugh heartily when the sitter was gone, but which he advised his son to hide deep among his drawings, wondering each time how it was that the man's face had some likeness to the head of an animal. Meantime, an artist called Mansion passed through Nancy and went to call on his confrere Granville, who showed him his miniatures. The artist visitor looked at them rather contemptuously, but when he came to the youth's drawings, he fastened on them eagerly and looked at them as though he would never stop looking, repeating, "More, as long as there were any more left." "Let me have this lad," he said to the father, "and I will take him to Paris." It was hard to give up his boy, even to a brother artist, And yet Granville's father knew very well that one cannot become a great artist unless one goes out into the great centers of civilization. He adopted a middle course, which appeased his conscience and comforted his heart. He promised to send the boy to Paris. 6 months went by before this promise was put into execution. At last, recognizing that the lad was wasting time in the provinces, the father made up his mind. 100 crowns were put into one of the young artist's pockets, a letter to a cousin in the other, and he was commended to the care of the conductor of a diligence. Thus the great man of the coming future started for Paris. The cousin's name was Lemaitre. He was manager of the Opera Comique. He was a clever man, whom we all knew, very popular in the artist world, and intimate with Picot, Horace Vernet, Leon Cogniet, Hippolyte Lecomte and Ferriol. I shall be asked why I put Ferriol, a singer, with Picot, Horace Vernet, Leon Cogniet and Hippolyte Lecomte, 4 painters. Well, just as M. Ingers, who is a great painter, lays claim to be a virtuoso, so it was with Ferriol, who, though an excellent opera singer, laid claim to be a painter. Alas, we know others too, besides M. Ingers and Ferriol, who are ambitious in the same way. Now it happened one day that Ferriol, having carried one of his compositions to Lemaitre, it was seen by Granville, and Granville, in his disrespect for Ferriol's painting, began to draw it over again, as Ferriol might have begun singing over again one of the airs of M. Ingers. Meanwhile Hippolyte Lecomte came in. We do not know whether Hippolyte Lecomte has, like M. Ingers and Ferriol, some hobby besides his art, but we know he was a man possessed of good common sense and of good judgment. It was exactly what the young man wanted, and he passed from M. Mansion's studio to that of Lecomte. And M. Mansion's pupil kept an old grudge against his master. This was what occasioned it. With his delightful imagination, which was as picturesque when he was a child as when a man, Granville had invented a game with 52 cards. Mansion thought this game so remarkable that he fathered it under his own name with the title of La Sibylle des Salons. I once saw the game at Granville's when he was in a good humor and turning over all his drawings. There was something very fantastic about it. When with Hippolyte Lecomte there was no longer any question of drawing, he had to paint. But painting was not Granville's strong point. Pencil or pen were his to any extent. He painted like Callot with a steel pen. Pencil, pen and style spoke admirably the language of the artist and adequately expressed what he wanted to say. Then suddenly lithography comes on the scenes. Granville is attracted to, looks at and examines the process, utters a cry of delight, and feels that this is what he must do. Granville, like Clement Boulanger, was a seeker, never satisfied with what others found for him to do, at times discontented with what he had found for himself. Callot had substituted in his engravings the spirit varnish of musical instrument makers for soft varnishes. Granville executes his lithographs after the manner of engravings. He cuts into the stone with a hard pencil, shades with cut lines, specifies his outlines and draws no more, but engraves. It was at this time that the series of drawings representing the tribulations de la petite propriété appear, and that of the dimanches d'un bon bourgeois. Granville then lived at the Hotel Saint-Phar in the Boulevard Poissonnière, the room since occupied by Alphonse Carr, an artist who also used his pen as an engraving tool instead of writing with it. About 1826, Granville left the Hotel Saint-Phar and went to live in a sort of garret situated opposite the Palais des Beaux-Arts, where I made his acquaintance. Alas, I also lived in another sort of garret. The 25 francs which, upon Audard's entreaty, M. de Broville had just added to my salary, did not allow me to live in a first floor of the Rue de Rivoli. My garret, however, was envious of Granville's. An artist's studio, no matter how poor he is, always contains more things than the room of an ordinary workman. Sketch, a statuette, a plaster cast, an old visorless helmet, some odd bits of armor with traces of the gold damascening, a stuffed squirrel playing the flute, a gull hanging from the ceiling with wings spread, looking as though it still skimmed the waves, and a strip of Chinese material draped before a door, give to the walls a coquettish air which rejoices the eye and tickles the fancy. And the painter's studio was a gathering place for talks. There and in the adjacent studios were to be found Philippon, who was to found La Caricature, and later his brother, who founded Le Journal pour Rire, Ricaud, the persistent maker of improbable stories, Horro, the architect, Hewitt, Forrest, Renou. When they were flush of money they drank beer. On other days they were content to smoke, shout, declaim and laugh. Granville laughed, declaimed, shouted, smoked and drank but little. He remained seated at a table, a sheet of paper before him, pen or pencil in hand, smiling betimes but everlastingly drawing. What did he draw? He himself never knew. A fancy bordering on the nonsensical guided his pencil. Birds with monkeys' heads, monkeys with fishes' heads, the faces of bipeds on the bodies of quadrupeds. A more grotesque world than Callot's temptations or Brueghel's sportive demons. When 2 hours had gone by, full of laughter, noise and smoke for the others, Granville had drawn from his brain, as from some fanciful circle, a whole new creation, which certainly belonged as much to him as that which was destroyed by the flood belonged to God. It was all very exquisite, very clever, very enchanting, and expressed very clearly what it wished to interpret, the eyes and gestures speaking such a droll language that, by the time one had to leave them, one had always spent upwards of half an hour or an hour looking at them, trying to discover the meaning of them, improvised illustrations of stories unknown by Hoffmann. It was in this way he prepared, composed and published Les 4 Saisons de la Vie, Le Voyage pour l'Éternité, Les Métamorphoses du Jour, and finally La Caricature, in which all the political celebrities of the day sat for him or before him. Then came 1832. Granville had offered that my portrait should be one of the first. He was one of the first to come and mount his platform, smoothing out his panel on a folding ladder and sketching the parts that reached above the height of the door. 2 months afterwards I went on a voyage. Did I see him again? I have my doubts. Only news of his tremendous works reached me. These were Chansons de Béranger, Gargantua Berceau, the Fables de La Fontaine, Les Animox Paint par Humimes, Les Etals, Les Fleurs Animées. Then, in the midst of all these merry figures which fell from his pencil and pen came heartrending and bitter sorrows. His wife and 3 children died one after the other. When the last died, he himself fell ill. It was as though the voices of his 4 beloved ones were calling him to them. His conversation changed in character. It became more elevated. No more studio laughter or youthful joking was to be heard. He talked of that future life towards which he was going, of that immortality of the soul of which he was to know the secret. He soared into purest ether and floated on the most transparent clouds. On 14 March 1847, he became insane, and he died 3 days later in the house of Dr. Voisin at Vauvers. He is buried at Saint Mande near his wife and 3 children, and if the dead are still endowed with sympathy, he has but to stretch out his arm to touch the hand of Carol. Chapter 5. Tony Johannot. Granville disappeared. Did he mount up to heaven on the rays of one of those stars with the faces of women to whom he made love? Did he lie down to sleep in the tomb, to listen, during the sleep of death, to the growing of those women to whom he had given the stems of flowers? Oh, that is the great secret which the grave guards mysteriously, which death cannot tell life, which Hamlet asked fruitlessly of Yorick, of his father's ghost, of the interrupted song of Ophelia. This secret my 2 dear and excellent friends who died on the same day, 4 August 1852, Tony Johannot and Alfred D'Orsay, would assuredly have told me if it had been permitted to them. What poetry of sorrow could, then, be adequate to express the feelings of my heart, the morning I woke to receive 2 such letters as these? My dear father, did you ever hear anything equal to this? I went to Tony Johannot's house yesterday with your letter, to ask him if he could undertake the vignettes for Isaac Lackwadham, and they said to me, "Sir, he has just died." Tony Johannot dead. I met him the day before yesterday and we made an appointment for today. Dead, this single syllable felt like the tolling of a bell. It awoke the same kind of vibration in my heart. Dead, Tony Johannot is dead. If people die like this, one ought never to leave those one loves. Come back at once to Paris or I shall start for Brussels. Yours, Alex Dumas Fils. My dear Dumas, our well-beloved Alfred D'Orsay died this morning at 4 o'clock. In my arms, laughing, talking, making plans, and without any idea he was dying. One of the last names he uttered was yours, for one of his last projects was to renew the lease of your shooting, which he much enjoyed last year. The funeral will take place the day after tomorrow at Chambersy. Come, if my letter reaches you in time. It would be a comfort to Agenor and to the Duchesse de Gramont to have you with them at such a time. Yours affectionately, Cabarrus. Another time I will tell you the whole of D'Orsay's history, D'Orsay the gentleman, the man of fashion, the artist, and above all the man of kindly heart, and I shall certainly not have room in one chapter to do that. For the present, let us restrict ourselves to Tony Johannot, the one among the 4 dead men whose lives I am relating with whom I was the most intimate. He was born in 1803 in the little town of Offenbach, as was his brother. I have given the history of his parents and of his early days in relating that of Alfred. He must, therefore, appear before our readers as a young man in the same frame as Alfred. It was in this way, indeed, that the artiste published them in its two excellent portraits of those twin geniuses of art. Tony was delightful in those days, when about 30 years old. A clear, fresh complexion which a woman might have envied, short, curly hair, a dark moustache, small but bright, intelligent and sparkling eyes, medium height in figure but wonderfully well-proportioned. Like Alfred, he was silent, but he was not as taciturn. His melancholy never went so far as depression. He was a man of few words and never launched out into a long sentence, but what he said always showed delicacy of perception and flashes of wit. Finally, his talent reflected his character like a mirror, and anyone not knowing him could have formed a perfectly correct idea of him from his drawings, vignettes and pictures. The first time I saw him, if I remember rightly, was at the house of our dear good friend Nodia. Nodia was very fond of both of the brothers. Tony brought a lovely watercolour to Marie Nodia. I can see it now. It represented a woman being murdered, either a Desdemona or a Vanina d'Ornano. It was meant for Marie's album. We drew together at once without hesitation, as if our two hearts had been in search of one another for 25 years. We were the same age almost, he a little younger than I. I have related in these memoirs that we went through the Rambouillet campaign side by side, and that we returned from it together. A score of times he had tried to make a portrait sketch of me. A score of times he had erased the paper clean, rubbed off the wood, scratched the paint off the canvas, dissatisfied with his work. It was in vain I told him it was a good likeness. No, he said, and no one could do it any more than I can. Why so? Because your face changes in expression every 10 seconds. How can one make a likeness of a man who is not like himself? Then, to compensate me, he would turn over his portfolios and give me a charming drawing of Minna et Brenda, or a lovely sketch of the last of the Mohicans. The chief merit of the character of Tony Johannart, and the particular note of his talent, was that gift of heaven bestowed specially on flowers, birds and women charm. Tony even delighted his critics. His colour was perhaps a trifle monotonous, but it was cheerful, light and silvery in tone. His women were all like one another, Virginie and Brenda, Diana Vernon and Ophelia. What did it matter, since they were all young and beautiful and gracious and chaste? The daughters of the poets, to whatever country they belong, have all one and the same father genius. Charlotte and Desdemona, Leonora and Haidee, Dona Sol and Amy Robsart are sisters. Now who can reproach sisters for bearing a family likeness? Other illustrators found fault with Tony for monopolizing every book, as they blamed me for monopolizing every newspaper. Well, Tony has been dead 18 months. Let us see, where then are those vignettes which were only waiting for a chance to be produced? Where then are all the illustrated Pauls and Virginies, the Manon Lescauts, Molières, Coopers, Walter Scotts, which were to cause those of the poor dead artist to be forgotten? Where then are the fancies and whims which are to succeed this rage? Where is the art which is to replace this trade? So far as I am concerned, since they have brought the same reproach of monopolizing against me, and an occasion offers to say a word on this subject, I will say it without circumlocution. At the present moment, 15 December 1853, I have for some time past more or less left la presse free, le siècle free, le constitutional free. I have only one more story to write for Le Pays. See, you victimized gentlemen, the gates stand open, the columns are empty. Besides le constitutional, le siècle, la presse, you have la patrie, l'Assemblée nationale, le Moniteur, the Revue de Paris, the Revue des Deux Mondes. Write your Réunis Margats. Gentlemen, write Monte Cristo, the Mousquetaires, Capitaine Paul Amory, Comtesse de Charny, Conscience, Pasteur d'Ashbourne. Write all these, gentlemen. Do not wait till I am dead. I have but one regret. It is that I cannot divert myself from my gigantic work by reading my own books, distract my thoughts by letting me read yours, and I assure you it will be a good thing for both me and yourselves, and perhaps even better for you than for me. Tony did as I did. He first of all worked at the rate of 6 hours a day, then 8, then 10, then 12, then 15. Work is like the intoxication of hashish and of opium. It creates a fictitious life inside real life, so full of delicious dreams and adorable hallucinations that one ends by preferring the fictitious life to the real one. Tony then worked 15 hours a day, which speaks for itself. Thus, after he had exhibited with his brother the series of tableaux vignettes to which I have referred in connection with Alfred, he did the following by himself: Minaret Brenda sur le bord de la mer, la bataille de Rasbec, la mort de Julien Davenant, la bataille de Fontenoy, l'enfance de Duguesclin, l'embarquement d'Elizabeth à Kenilworth, du Junes Femmes prise d'une fenêtre, la sieste Louis Roman XIII, Forcant le passage du Minder, a subject taken from George Sans André, a subject from the Gospels, One from The Imitation of Christ, Le Roi Louis-Philippe, offrant à la Reine Victoria du Tapisseries des Gobelins au Château d'Eu. Then, after failing to exhibit in the exhibitions of 1843, 1845 he sent 12 pictures in 1848, 5 in 1850, 3 in 1851, and in 1852, a scene de village and the plaisirs de l'automne. 3 or 4 years previously, Tony's friends had been alarmed by a thing which, in spite of the fear of the doctors, seemed nevertheless quite impossible. He had been threatened with pulmonary phthisis. Nothing could have been more solidly constructed, it must be said, than Tony Johannart's chest, and allowing for immoderate ambition, never were lungs more commodiously situated for fulfilling their functions, so Tony's friends did not feel anxious. He coughed, spat a little blood, took a course of treatment and got better. He had not stopped working. Work is a factor of health in the case of all who are producers. He had just done his Evangel and Imitation of Christ. He had stopped work on an oil-painting of Ruth and Bose to start upon illustrations to the works of Victor Hugo, when suddenly he sank down and fell on his knees. He was struck by a crushing attack of apoplexy. On 4 August 1852 he died. The twofold news came too late. I could neither follow D'Orsay to the cemetery of Chambersy, nor follow Tony Johannart to the cemetery of Montmartre. There it is that the creator of many charming vignettes, many fascinating pictures, sleeps in the vault where his 2 brothers Charles and Alfred had preceded him. Book 2. Chapter 1. Sequel to the preparations for my ball, oil and distemper inconveniences of working at night. How Delacroix did his task, the ball, serious men, Lafayette and Bochin, variety of costumes, the invalid and the undertaker's man, the last gallop, a political play, a moral play. Let us return from painters to paintings. The 11th decorator had signed himself Ziegler. We did not reckon on him, but he had foreseen what might happen. One panel had been left blank, and this was given to him on which to make a scene from La Esmeralda. 3 days before the ball everybody was at his post. Alfred Johannart was sketching his scene from Cinq-Mars, Tony Johannart his Sire de Giac, Clement Boulanger his Tour de Nesle, Louis Boulanger his Lucrece Borgia. Jadin and Decamps worked in collaboration at their Debureau, Granville at his orchestra, Barrai at his Tegres, Nantuil at his door panels, which were 2 medallions representing Hugo and Alfred de Vigny. Delacroix alone failed to answer to the appeal. They wanted to dispose of his panel, but I answered for him. It was very diverting to see the start for this steeplechase between 10 painters of equal merit. Each of them, without apparently watching his neighbour, followed with his eyes first the charcoal then the paintbrush. None of them, the Johannarts in particular, being engravers and designers of vignettes and painters of easel pictures, were accustomed to the use of distemper, but the painters of large canvases soon got into the way of it. Among these, Louis and Clement Boulanger seemed as though they had never worked in any other medium. Jadin and Decamps discovered wonderful tones in this new method of execution, and declared they never wanted to paint in anything again but distemper. Ziegler took to it with some ease. Barrai made belief that it was watercolour on a grand scale, but easier and more quickly done than watercolour on the small scale. Granville drew with red chalk, charcoal and Spanish white chalk, and produced prodigious effects with these 3 crayons. We waited with curiosity for Delacroix, whose facility of execution has become proverbial. As I have said, only the 2 Johannarts were behindhand. They knew they would not be finished if they did not work at night. Consequently, whilst others played, smoked and gossiped, both continued their day's work when night came, rejoicing in the tones given them by the light, and the superiority of lamplight to that of day, for painting intended to be seen by lamplight. They did not stop working till midnight, but they caught up with the others by so doing. Next day when light broke, Alfred and Tony uttered cries of despair. By lamplight they had mistaken yellow for white and white for yellow, green for blue and blue for green. The 2 pictures looked like huge omelettes ox finds herbs. At this juncture Sisri-Peer came in. He had but to glance at the 2 pictures to guess what had happened. "Bravo," he said, "we have a green sky and yellow clouds, but that is a mere nothing." Indeed, it was more specially in the sky that the error had been committed. He took up the brushes, and with broad, vigorous, powerful strokes, he repainted the skies of both pictures in 1 minute. The one calm, serene and azure, leaving a glimpse of the splendours of Dante's paradise through the blue of the firmament, the other low, cloudy, charged with electricity, ready to burst forth into lightning flashes. All the young painters learnt in an instant the secrets of decoration, which they had been hours groping after on the previous day. Nobody cared about working at night. Besides, thanks to the lesson given by Sisri-Peer, things were progressing with giant strides. There was no more news of Delacroix than if he had never existed. On the night of the second day, I sent to him to ask if he remembered that the ball was fixed for the next day. He sent reply that I need not be anxious and he would come at breakfast time next morning. Work began with the dawn next day. Most of the workers, moreover, had their task 3/4 finished. Clement Boulanger and Barye had done. Louis Boulanger had no more than 3 or 4 hours' work. Decamps was putting the last touches to his debureau, and Jadin to his poppies and cornflowers. Granville was at work on his door tops when, as he had promised, Delacroix arrived. "Well, now how are you getting on?" he asked. "You see for yourself," said each worker, standing aside to let his work be seen. "Oh really, but you are doing miniature work here. You should have told me, I would have come a month ago." He went round all the 4 rooms, stopping before each panel and finding something pleasant to say to each of his confreres, thanks to the charming spirit with which he is endowed. Then, as they were going to breakfast, he breakfasted too. "Well," he asked when breakfast was done, turning towards the empty panel. "Well, there it is," I said. "It is the panel for the crossing of the Red Sea. The sea has gone back, the Israelites have crossed, the Egyptians have not yet arrived. Then I will take advantage of the fact to do something else. What would you like me to stick up there?" "Oh, you know, a King Rodrigo after a battle. Sur les rives murmurantes. Du fleuve aux uncles sanglantes. Le roi sans royaume allait. Froissant dans ses mains saignantes. Les grains d'or d'un chaplet." "Ah, is that what you want?" "Yes." "You will not ask me for something else when it is half done?" "Of course not." "Here goes, then, for King Rodrigo." And without taking off his little black coat which clung closely to his body, without turning up his sleeves or taking off his cuffs or putting on a blouse or cotton jacket, Delacroix began by taking his charcoal, and in 3 or 4 strokes he had drawn the horse, in 5 or 6 the cavalier, in 7 or 8 the battlefield, dead, dying and fugitives included. Then, making sufficient out of this rough sketch to be intelligible to himself, he took up brushes and began to paint, and in a flash, as if one had unveiled a canvas, one saw appear under his hand, first a cavalier, bleeding, injured and wounded, half dragged by his horse, who was as hurt as himself, holding on by the mere support of his stirrups and leaning on his long lance. Round him, in front and behind him, the dead in heaps. By the riverside, the wounded trying to put their lips to the water and leaving tracks of blood behind them. As far as the eye could see, away towards the horizon stretched the battlefield, ruthless and terrible. Above it all, in a horizon made dense by the vapour of blood, a sun was setting like a red buckler in a forge. Then, finally, a blue sky which, as it melted away into the distance, became an indefinable shade of green, with rosy clouds on it like the down of an ibis. The whole thing was wonderful to see. A circle gathered round the master, and each one of the artists left his task to come and clap his hands without jealousy or envy at the new Rubens, who improvised both composition and execution as he went on. It was finished in 2 or 3 hours' time. At 5 that afternoon, owing to a large fire, all was dry and they could place the forms against the walls. The ball had created an enormous stir. I had invited nearly all the artists in Paris. Those I had forgotten wrote to remind me of their existence. Many society women had done the same, but they asked to be allowed to come masked. It was an impertinence towards other women, and I left it to the responsibility of those who had offered it. It was a fancy dress ball, but not a masked one. The order was strict, and I hired 24 dominoes for the use of impostors, whoever they might be, who attempted to introduce themselves in contraband dress. At 7 o'clock, Chevet arrived with a 50-pound salmon, and a roebuck roasted whole, served on a silver dish which looked as though it had been borrowed from Gargantua's sideboard, and a gigantic pate, all to correspond. 300 bottles of Bordeaux were put down to warm, 300 bottles of Burgundy were cooling, 500 bottles of champagne were on ice. I had discovered in the library, in a little book of engravings by Titian's brother, a delightful costume of 1525, hair cut round and hanging over the shoulders, bound in with a gold band, a sea-green jerkin braided with gold, laced down the front of the shirt with gold lace, and fastened at the shoulder and elbows by similar lacing, breeches of parti-coloured red and white silk, black velvet slippers à la François, embroidered in gold. The mistress of the house, a very handsome person with dark hair and blue eyes, was in a velvet dress with a starched collarette, and the black felt hat with black feathers of Helena Foreman, Rubens's second wife. 2 orchestras had been set up in each suite of rooms, in such a way that at a given moment they could both play the same air, and the gallop could be heard throughout the 5 rooms and the hall. At midnight, these 5 rooms afforded a wonderful spectacle. Everybody had taken up the idea with the exception of those who styled themselves staid men. Everyone had come in fancy dress, but it was in vain that the serious-minded men pleaded their seriousness. No attention whatever was paid to it. They were compelled to clothe themselves in dominoes of the quietest colours. Véron, a staid person though he could also be merry, was muffled up in rose colour. Biolas, who was serious and melancholy in temperament, was decked out in sky blue. Odelin Barrett, who was ultra-serious to solemnness, had obtained a black domino, in virtue of his twofold title of barrister and depute. Finally, Lafayette, the good, the fashionable and courtly old gentleman, smiling at all this foolishness of youth, had, without offering any opposition to it, put on the Venetian costume. This man had pressed the hand of Washington, had compelled Marat to hide in caves, had struggled against Mirabeau, had lost his popularity in saving the life of the Queen, and on 6 October had said to a royalty of 10 centuries old, "Bow thyself before that royalty which yesterday was called the people." This man, who in 1814 had thrust Napoleon from his throne, who in 1830 had helped Louis Philippe to ascend his, who instead of falling had gone on growing in power during revolutions, was with us also, simple as greatness, good as strength, candid as genius. He was, in fact, the subject of astonishment and admiration for all those entrancing beings who saw, touched and spoke to him for the first time, who brought back to him his younger days. He looked at them earnestly, gave both his hands to them and responded with the most polite and courteous words to all the pretty speeches the charming queens of the Paris theatres addressed to him. You will recollect having been the favourites of that famous man for one whole night. You, Leontine Fay, Louise Despreaux, Cornélie Falcon, Virginie de Jazet. You recollect your amazement in finding him simple and gentle, coquettish and gallant, witty and deferential, as he had been 40 years before at the balls of Versailles and the Trianon. One moment Beauchamp sat down by him, and this juxtaposition made a singular contrast. Beauchamp wore the Vendine costume in all its completeness, the hat surrounded with a handkerchief, the Breton jacket, short trousers, gaiters, the bleeding heart on the breast, and the English carbine. Beauchamp, who passed for a too liberal royalist under the Bourbons of the elder branch, passed for too royalist a liberal under the younger branch. So General Lafayette, recognizing him, said with a charming smile, "Monsieur de Beauchamp, tell me, I beg you, in virtue of what privilege are you the only person here who is not wearing a disguise?" A quarter of an hour later, both were seated at an écart table, and Beauchamp was playing against the Republican of 1789 and of 1830, with gold bearing the effigy of Henry V. The sitting-room presented the most picturesque appearance. Mademoiselle Mars, Joanny, Mitchell-Menjord, Firmin, Mademoiselle Levard had come in the costumes belonging to Henry Roman III. It was the court of the Valois complete. Dupont, the offended soubrette of Molière, the merry soubrette of Marivaux, was in a Boucher shepherdess costume. Georges, who had regained the beauty of her best days, had taken the costume of a Nettuno peasant girl, and Madame Paradol wore that of Anne of Austria. Rose Dupuis had one like Lady Rochester. Noblet was in Harlequin's dress. Javurek was a Turkish slave girl. Adèle Alphonse, who was making her first public appearance, arriving, I think from St. Petersburg, was a young Greek girl. Leontine Fay, an Albanian woman. Falcon, the beautiful Jewess, was dressed as Rebecca, de Jazet as Du Barry, Nerit as a court abb, Monrose as a soldier of Reiter, Valnys as an Armenian, Bocage as Didier. Allen, who no doubt took himself for a serious-minded person like Biolas and Véron, was clad in a white necktie, black coat and trousers. But over the toilet of a gilded youth, we had insisted on putting a cabbage-green domino. Rossini had taken the costume of Figaro, and vied in popularity with Lafayette. Moyne, our poor Moyne, who had so much talent and who, in spite of his talent, died of hunger, killing himself in the hope that his death would bequeath a pension to his widow. Moyne had taken the costume of Charles Roman IX. Barye was dressed as a Bengal tiger, Edex as an Andalusian, Adam as a doll, Zimmerman as a kitchen maid, Plantade as Madame Pochit, Pitchot as a magician, Alphonse Royer as a Turk, Charles Lenormand as a native of Smyrna, Considerant as a Bey of Algiers, Paul de Musset as a Russian, Alfred de Musset as a weathercock, Capo de Feuillide as a toreador. Eugene Sue, the sixth of the serious men, was in a pistachio domino, Paul Lacroix as an astrologer, Petrus Borel, who took the name of Lycanthrope, as young France, Bard, my companion in the Soissons expedition, as a page of the time of Albert Dürer, Francisque Mitchell as a vagabond, Paul Fouch as a foot soldier in the procession of fools, Eugene Duverger as Van Dyck, Ladvocat as Henrizi, Fournier as a sailor, Giraud as a man-at-arms of the 11th century, Tony Johannot as Sire de Giac, Alfred Johannot as young Louis Menute as a page of Charles Roman VII, Louis Boulanger as a courtier of King John, Nanteuil as an old soldier of the 16th century, Gaindron as a madman, Boisselot as a young lord of the time of Louis Roman XII, Chatelain as Sentinelli, Ziegler as Cinq-Mars, Clement Boulanger as a Neapolitan peasant, Roqueplin as a Mexican officer, Lepel in Highland dress, Grenier as a seaman, Robert Fleury as a Chinaman, Delacroix as Dante, Champmartin as a pilgrim, Henrique Dupont as Ariosto, Chenavard as Titian, Frederick Lemaitre as Robert Macaire covered with spangles. Several droll incidents enlivened the evening. Tissot of the Academy conceived the notion of making himself up as an invalid. He had scarcely entered, when Jadon came in as an undertaker's man, and lugubrious crape on his hat, followed him from room to room, fitting his pace to his and every 5 minutes, repeating the words, "I am waiting." Tissot could not stand it, and in half an hour's time he left. At one time there were 700 persons present. We had supper at 3 in the morning. The 2 rooms of the empty flat on my landing were converted into a dining room. Wonderful to relate, there was enough for everybody to eat and to drink. At 9 o'clock in the morning, with music ringing in their heads, they began a final gallop in the Rue des Trois Freres, the head of the procession reaching to the boulevard, whilst the tail was still frisking in the courtyard of the square. I have often thought since of giving a second ball like that one, but it always seemed to me that it would be quite impossible. It was about this time that they performed at the Odeon a play which made some sensation, first on account of its own merit, and also from the measure that it suggested. This play had for title, Revolution d'Autrefois aux les Ramins chez you. The authors were Félix Pyat and Theo. They had taken for their hero the mad emperor, whom 6 years later I tried in my turn to put on to the stage, Caligula. There was scarcely any plot in the play. Its principal merit was that which was attached to its subtitle, Les Ramins chez you. Indeed, this was the first time people had seen the toga worn and buskins on the feet, and the speech, actions, and eating as had been the case in real life. The subject was the death of Caligula and the succession of Claudius to the throne. Unfortunately for the longevity of the play, it contained a scene which seemed to imply a disrespectful allusion to the leader of the government. It was the 3rd scene of the last act. One soldier represented Claudius as being perfectly suitable for the Romans, because he was big, fat, and stupid. It is impossible to describe the effect which this big, fat, and stupid produced. There was at that period a terrible reaction against Louis Philippe. The insurrection of the month of June still brooded upon all spirits. They applied these 3 epithets to the head of the government, doing him the justice which he was at any rate to deserve 16 or 17 years later. I had not been present at the first performance. I succeeded, after great difficulty, in getting a seat at the second. Take careful note that I am speaking of the Odeon. All Paris would have come to Herol's theatre, for I think he still had the Odeon then, if the play had not been stopped at the 3rd performance, and the most curious thing was that nobody, neither manager nor authors, counted much on the work, which was readily to be seen by the way in which it was mounted. Apart from Lacroix and Provost, the whole play was distributed amongst what is called in theatrical parlance la troupe de Fer Blanc, a fit-up crowd. Arsène played Chariers and Maussade Claude. 17 days later the Porte Saint-Martin played a piece which was to cause a scandal of another order. It was called Dix ans de la vie d'une femme, aux les mauvais conseils. The leading part was played by Dorval. The play of Dix ans de la vie d'une femme, the first manuscript at least, was by a young man of 30 or so named Ferrier. Herol, while reading it, had seen in it a sequel to Jaour and had coupled Ferrier with Scribe. The result of this alliance was a play fit to make people's hair stand on end, a drama which Messier or Rétif de la Bretonne would hardly have put their names to. Something like 18 years later, we were discussing, at the Council of State, before the commission formed to prepare the law connected with theatres, the question of dramatic censorship and theatrical liberty. And on this head, I heard Scribe attack immoral literature more violently than was usual with him. He demanded a censorship which should be a salutary check to keep talent from the excesses of all kinds to which it was too apt to surrender itself. I allowed myself to interrupt the austere orator, and addressed this question laughingly, so that it could be heard all over the room. Come, tell us, Scribe, does the drama entitled Dix ans de la vie d'une femme come under the head of moral literature? What? I repeated the question. Scribe replied in the same laughing spirit in which he had been attacked. Read the work again, and you will see it would have been difficult for him to reply otherwise. You shall judge for yourselves. We have so often seen our works and those of the Romantic school taxed with immorality by people who uphold M. Scribe as a moral author, that it must really be permitted us to repeat the accusation here and to show, play in hand, how far they pushed the scandal at times in the opposite camp. The wide point of view which the outline of these memoirs embraces makes us hope that such an exposition may not be looked upon as a digression. At all events, those of our readers who think it irrelevant are quite at liberty to pass over the following chapter. Chapter 2. Chapter 509, Ans de la vie d'une femme. This is what Dick's Ans de la vie d'une femme was like. Adele Everard has married M. Darcy, a rich landowner, a worthy and excellent man, full of concern for, attention towards and kindnesses to his wife, a sort of Danville of the École des Vieillards, with this difference that Darcy is only 40. Adele, Madame Darcy, has the same Christian name as Madame de Hervé, but instead of being like the heroine of Antony, ready to struggle to the point of preferring death to shame, Adele of Dick's Ans de la vie d'une femme was born possessed of every evil tendency that could be fostered by bad influences. Now such bad influences were not wanting in her case. Adele, daughter of an honest merchant, wife of an honest man, had made the acquaintance, where the narrative does not say, but it ought to have done. These things, even on the stage, ought to be explained. Adele, we repeat, had made the acquaintance of two disreputable women named Madame Lafreniere and Sophie Marini. At the raising of the curtain, Adele is chatting with her sister. Of what? Of a subject young wives and girls are eternally talking about, love. Clarisse loves a fascinating young man named Valdeja, who holds a position of attaché to the embassy at St. Petersburg, far away from her. There is but one disquieting element in that love. The character of the recipient is inclined to melancholy. Meanwhile, M. Darcy arrives. At the first words he pronounces, one can recognize that he is an excellent man, half father, half husband. His wife, whom he adores, will have the sunny side of life, only the feathers, silks and velvets of married life if she will but obey his orders, or rather accede to her husband's wishes, which are very simple and reasonable. He wishes her to cease from seeing two persons who are of more than equivocal antecedents, whose conduct and ways are not consistent with the behavior of a respectable woman, or with the duties of the mother of a family. Adele promises in a fashion which means that she will break her promise. Her husband goes out, called away from home on business which will detain him half the day. Clarisse goes to attend to household matters, and Madame Darcy stays alone. Hardly is she left thus before she is told that Madame Lafreniere, Sophie Marini and M. Achille Grosbois have come. Her first impulse is to recall the promise she has made to her husband, the second to put it on one side. Enter these ladies and M. Achille. We can imagine the turn the conversation takes, particularly when, on seeing Adele's troubled looks as she welcomes her friends, they discover something fresh has happened in the household, and that Darcy has forbidden his wife to receive Sophie and Amélie. Such a prohibition, which should make two women who possess merely the faintest feelings of pride fly for very shame, only incites our two hussies. They do not merely content themselves with paying an ordinary call at the chateau, they invite themselves to dinner. Furthermore, as though they had expected the affront that had been offered them, they prepare their revenge. M. Rodolphe is to come. Questi que M. Rodolphe, demande Adele. Un June harm charmant. Questi quil est. Il vara tortoni. J. entens bien, mais questi quil fate. Il dejune le matin chez Tortoni, et le soir vous le trouvez en gants jaunes au balcon de tous les theatres. Du reste il est garcon, passed 20,000 livres de rente, et est ad retour d'Adele. De moi. Il t poursuit partout sans pouvoir t atteindre, et en désespoir de cause, nous adore Sophie et moi, parce que nous sommes tes meilleurs amis. And upon this somewhat vague intelligence, that Rodolphe breakfasts at Tortoni's and is at night in the stalls at the theatres wearing yellow gloves, Adele receives M. Rodolphe and invites him to dinner with her friends and M. Achille Grosbois. At this juncture, Clarisse runs in joyously. She tells her sister that a coupe, drawn by two horses with the most beautiful coats and a coachman in elegant livery, sent as a gift from M. Darcy, are just coming into the chateau courtyard. Comment du en avis par encore de coupe, dit une des visiteuses. Il y a toi ens que mon mari mène dans un, dit l'autre. And the effect M. Darcy intended to produce by his driver and carriage and pair is completely lost. But, as Adele's father arrives in this fine equipage, however little enthusiasm Madame Darcy puts into her appreciation of a present she has looked forward to for so long, She is obliged to leave her dear friends, not to see the carriage, coachman and horses, but to welcome M. Everard. Amélie follows her, for fear, no doubt, that the paternal embraces may awaken some proper feeling in her friend's heart. Sophie, M. Achille, M. Rodolphe and Clarisse remain together. Conversation is difficult between a virtuous young girl and such creatures, but wait, Sophie means to keep up the conversation. She thanks Clarisse for a little sum the latter has given her. Sophie Marini had undertaken to collect money as a charitable lady, and fulfills by so doing a pious duty. For what had this person been collecting? Oh, that is a perfectly simple matter, for a young girl who has been deserted by a shameful seducer. Oh, voilà qui est horrible, s'écrie Rodolphe, étendue une chaise. Je ne vous nommerai pas le seducteur quoique je le connaisse, reprend Sophie, si serait inutile, il en est plus en France, il est très loin à l'étranger, en Russie. En Russie, repeat Clarisse vivement, sans s'apercevoir que devant elle, d'une fille et demi-maîtresse de maison, il y a un monsieur qui reste étendu sur une chaise. Oui, en Russie, oh, il occupe une fort belle place, et certainement si Valdeggia aurait bien pu. Valdeggia, s'écrie Clarisse. Well, the poison is shed, the poor child is wounded to the heart. Adele re-enters. She thinks she will have a meal prepared in the pavilion in the park. The whole company then go out to luncheon. Some minutes later M. Darcy returns, and he learns that the best wines from his cellar, and the finest fruits from his garden are being served to entertain M. Achille and M. Rodolphe, whom he does not know at all, and Mesdames Sophie Marini and Amélie Lafrenière, whom he knows but too well. He asks himself if it is possible his wife can so soon have forgotten the promise she made him, when Amélie, Sophie and Achille appear on the scenes, and proceed to talk freely without perceiving the master of the house. Amélie. Nous voici revenus au point d'où nous étions partis. Il est charmant ce parc, mais c'est un véritable labyrinthe. Sophie. Heureusement, nous n'y avons pas rencontré le Minotaure. Achille. Chapter 49, Est à Paris. Darcy qui est tenue à l'écart, est avance prise d'Amélie. Non, monsieur. Exclamation générale. Achille. Ma foi, monsieur, qui si serait doubt que vous étiez là écouter, rien de plus désobligeant que d'être écoute, vous excuserez la plaisanterie, j'espère. Darcy. Monsieur. Achille. 50 airs de la campagne pas singulièrement aux bons mots, et, sans examiner s'ils sont exacts, la langue est en débarras. Darcy. Je comprends cela à merveille, mais j'ai un grand travers d'esprit, je n'aime pas les fats. Achille. Ah, vous n'aimez pas. Darcy. Ah, vous n'aimez pas. Darcy. Non, je ne les aime pas, et quand ils s'introduisent chez moi, regardant les deux dames, dans quelque campagne qu'ils s'y trouvent, je les chasse sans balancer. Achille sur les épines. Fort bien, je décise tout à el hura. Darcy élevant la voix. Monsieur, vous aimez compris. Sophie à Amélie. Chapter 49. Ni a par moyen di tenir, sortens marchir, el sort en donnant la main à Achille. Darcy. Je serais désolé de vous retenir. Amélie. Monsieur, un péril outrage. Darcy. Madame Lafrenière me permettra-t-elle de la reconduire jusqu'à sa voiture? And whilst Darcy turns his back, the following scene takes place between Adele and Rodolphe. Rodolphe un bouquet et la main. Eh bien, au sont donc ces dames. Adele. Dia M. Rodolphe parles, éloignez-vous. Rodolphe. Et pourquoi donc? Adele. Mon mari est de retour. Rodolphe. Et que m'importe? Adele. Chapter 49, Vint de nous faire une scène affreuse. Rodolphe gaiement. 100 est comme cela que je les aime, les maris. Adele. Mais pour moi, monsieur, pour moi de grâce parlez. Rodolphe. Pour vous, c'est different, il est rien que je n'y fasse. Mais mon respect, ma submission me priveront ils de votre présence, dois-je désormais renoncer à si bonheur. Adèle. Chapter 49, La Faute, je n'y puis plus vous voir. Rodolphe. Chez vous, je le comprends, mais dans le monde, chez vous, amis. Adèle avec crainte. Monsieur, vous me faites mourir. Rodolphe. Un mot de consentement un seul mot et j'y pars, sinon j'y reste. Adèle. Parlez, j'y vous en supplie. Rodolphe lui baissant la main. Ah, que j'y vous remercie. He escapes by the bottom of the garden, then Darcy returns. Darcy. Leur voiture est sur la route de Paris, maintenant madame, voulez-vous que nous passions au salon? Adèle. Monsieur, est-ce là le commencement du rôle de mari? Darcy. Oui, madame. Adèle sortant, alors malheur celui qui os en charger. Darcy la suivante des yeux, et sortant après elle. Malheur toi, si tu écoutes daughters conseils questions de la raison. In the second act, Adèle is the mistress of Rodolphe. Thus, the wife has not even the excuse of seduction. She has not been overcome, given in through weakness, hesitated. She yielded as Sophie Marini or Amélie Lafrenière would. Then the interest grows. A wife is lost, but without any efforts to save herself. Valdegger has arrived from Russia. He is gloomier, more bitter, more averse to women than ever. A young girl who loved him, whom he was counting upon marrying, who was almost his betrothed, has written to him through her father that she does not love him, and could not love him. Hence Valdegger's sadness, his vow to be avenged on other women for the sufferings this one has caused him. Darcy does not know who the young girl is, an extraordinary thing, considering the degree of intimacy between himself and Valdegger, and that young girl is his sister-in-law. But to proceed. Adèle enters. She exercises that insincere tenderness towards her husband, that assiduity which is affected by deceitful women. At the first words, Valdegger is not taken in by it. Adèle tells her husband that she has just learnt that her father is ill. She therefore proposes to go and see him, but she will return to dinner. Vraiment, il est 9 heures du matin, dit Darcy, et à 6 heures tu seras rentré. A moins quan ni mi rechen, si pauvre pire si bon. Il me semble quen enviant, crepon au baptiste es informer de sa santé. Oh si serait d'une indifference, et puis Clarisse ma d'une soeur Emma écrit, elle desire me voir, sans doubt au sujet du mariage dont il est question pour elle, tu sais. Ah, mademoiselle votre soeur va s'y marier. Here we see Valdegger informed that Clarisse is going to be married, as she has been told that Valdegger had been unfaithful to her. After this, Adèle insists so much on her father's illness, and on the fact that the letter from her sister Clarisse is very urgent, that her husband gives her complete liberty to go where she wished. The eagerness with which she takes advantage of this liberty rouses Valdegger's suspicions, and under pretext of having to make various visits, a letter from a Russian prince to be handed to a M. Lafrenière, and so on, he goes out at a venture to follow Madame Darcy, when they announce the arrival of Clarisse. Alors répond Darcy, dites à Adèle que sa soeur est là. Madame est sortie. 100 est étonnant, gni par entendu sa voiture, et il y attrape loin pour quel est lapide. Madame avait envoyé Baptiste à la place voisin pour faire avancer un fiacre. Un fiacre 100 est singulier, dit Darcy. Clarisse comes in. Her father has nothing whatever the matter with him, but his credit is on the point of being destroyed by bankruptcy. He needs 100,000 crowns to save him. Valdegger offers them, but Darcy will not allow a stranger to pay the debts of his family. He puts the 100,000 crowns at the disposition of Clarisse's father. Let us pass on to the following scene, and we shall see if Adèle de Hervé, poor Adèle, against whom there has been this outcry because she was a respectable woman, is not a model of virtue Rosière compared to Adèle Darcy. Note particularly that our confrère scribe, author of Dix and de la vie d'une femme and of Héloïse et Bayard, is one of the warmest partisans for a dramatic censorship. Consult the archives of the State Commission on this point. Further, we will try ourselves to procure these archives, and there will be found stated our three opinions, Eugene Scribe's, Victor Hugo's, and that of Alexandre Dumas, a matter not without a certain amount of interest to all who are connected with literature. Let us return to our drama. The stage represents an elegant boudoir in the house of Madame Lafreniere. Adele is there, waiting for Rodolphe. You will admit that I was not so far wrong in calling Madame Lafreniere a disreputable woman. There is, I think, another name to designate women who lend their boudoirs to friends when the latter tell their husbands that their fathers are dying in order to obtain liberty to go and meet their lovers. But set your mind at rest. Adele and Rodolphe only come there to quarrel. True, the quarrel is sufficiently disgraceful in itself. Qu'avez-vous à me reprocher, madame? Votre oubli de toutes les convenances. Avant hier, par exemple, quand vous me donnez le bras, au sur saluer sur le boulevard Mademoiselle Anastasie, une figurante de l'opéra. Du chapeau seulement, sans mains, sans grace, comme on salue tout le monde. L'avais une vue déjà une fois sortir de chez vous. 100 est ma locataire, j'ai aimé les arts moi. Je vous prie de me rendre mes lettres et mon portrait. Des demain mon valet de chambre Sylvester vous portera vos lettres, et quant à votre portrait, a medilin que j'avais fait faire, qui ne me quitte jamais le voici madame. 100 est bien, le voilà donc revenu dans mes mains, 50 ouvrant pour le regarder. Dieu que voici, et quel indignite, le portrait de Mademoiselle Anastasie. Est-il possible, 100 est delicia, je me serai trompe en le prenant si matin, textual. Rodolphe goes out kissing Adele's hand, calling her cruel and promising never to forget her kindnesses. Si pauvre Rodolphe, uncharmant cavalier, dit Amélie qui edat presenta l'entretien. One would have thought after the impertinences Rodolphe had been permitted to commit, Amélie would scarcely recall si charmant cavalier to Adele's memory. Perhaps, though, this might have happened if the name of Valdegger had not been pronounced. This incident gives another turn to the conversation. Valdegger, exclaims Amélie, Sophie Marina's deadly enemy. Lui-même, sais tu si que Sophie Marina contre lui? Elle ne me l'a jamais confié, mais on pretend qu'autrefois elle l'a aimé. Puis, il a découvert qu'il avait des revoques, et il s'est vengé d'une manière indigne. Comment cela? En la façon trouvera un dîner où il avait invité tous ceux qu'il avait préférés. On ne dit pas combien il y avait de couverts. Textual. At this point Crépin, Adele's maid, comes on the scene. She has been hunting for her mistress for 6 hours past, at Rodolphe's and at Madame Marini's house. Clarisse coming to the house has revealed all. Her father is not ill and she never wrote. What is to be done? Fortunately Amélie is there. Why est-il longtemps que vous en êtes alls? Toi et ton mari chez Madame de Longper, don't tu me parles souvent. Quins jours environ. Acids toi là et écris. Que vu tu que je lui écrive? Acids toi taugers, dictant. Si avant de m'avoir vu la hasard vous médate en rapport avec mon père mon mari, en n'oubliez pas que je suis arrivé aujourd'hui chez vous dans un état de froid, que j'ai suis resté longtemps, et que j'en suis reparti en fiacre. Je vous envoie mon chapeau et mon mouchoir. Vous me laisserez verres demain par votre femme de chambre. Date et scene, commences tu à comprendre. Oui, mon bon ange. En arrivant chez toi, tu t'y trouveras mal, et je réponds du reste. Dieu que c'est simple et bien, textual. At this moment, a servant announces that a gentleman is asking to see Madame. Il prend bien son temps répond Amélie, quil est ale. Il pretend quil en est que pour un jour à Paris, et quil apporte à Madame des lettres et des nouvelles du prince Krimikoff. Si pauvre prince, il pense encore à moi. Dis au monsieur d'attendre la dans la pièce qui touche à si boudoir. Dans un instant, je suis à lui, je le recevrai. Why in the room adjoining that boudoir, we ask? Why, of course, so that the gentleman can hear what is going to be said. There is no deeper motive behind it than that. See for yourself, however. When the servant has gone out, the dialogue continues between Adele and Amélie. Une chose inquiète maintenant. Si sont ces lettres et si portrait que Rodolphe are entre les mains. 100 est ta faute, gti dit 20 fois de ne pas écrire, tu vu taugers faire ta tête. Il en a que toi, Et il Emma bien promise devant toi de me les renvier demain par son valet de chambre. Esperansla, allens voti en vite. De si cote. O non tu serais vu par cet étranger. Et mais ji pence maintenant, nous sommes leur par le tout hout, et elan intend de ton pedi salon tout si qui si dit ici. Qu'importe, cet étranger ni sait peut-être par la franchise. Adele is satisfied with the suggestion that a Russian does not understand French, the current language of Russia. She does not reflect that a Russian who cannot talk French would not ask to speak with Amélie, who is not supposed to be a woman who knows Russian. Valdeggia enters behind the two women, brought in by a servant. Gnetais passi malo jetais. Si dit Valdeggia, et desqua travers set ledger cloison jieu recanu la voix de Madame Darcy, jus merite de ni plus rien entendre de ma vie, si jus perdu un mot de leur conversation. What does Valdeggia think of doing now? That is quite simple, to carry off Adele's handkerchief and letter. Unfortunately, Amélie, when taking her friend home, has carried them away with her. But do not be uneasy, when she returns she will bring them back, and this will give occasion to a curious scene, as you are about to hear. Valdeggia, who speaks French perfectly, although a foreigner for he is a Spaniard, has been charged by Prince Krimikoff with a letter for M. Lafreniere. This letter begins the affair, so they chat about Prince Krimikoff. Dans quel état élevez-vous trouve, demande Amélie. Fort triste et fort marseille. Change a sea point, vous ici il y a 6 ans, il est charmant. Sais cela, il Emma dit que vous l'avez trouve charmant. Il vous l'a dit. Chut, parce que sais vos heures in times avec lui, si n'est pas une raison pour les publier. Monsieur M. Krimikoff est un fat, n'y positivement. A quoi bon, parce qu'on arrive du fond de la Russie, nous croyez-vous en dehors de la civilisation. La base comme ici, la vie bien entendu en est quand joyeux festin, et de quel droit. M. Krimikoff si réserverait il le privilège d'une ivresse exclusive. Et mais, monsieur, permettez-moi de vous dire que voilà de fru principes. At the same time as the author is careful to state, Amélie utters these words smiling. Valdeggia continues. A fru à l'avouer du mettre en pratique. Monsieur, ni le n'est pas sais tout, car cette lettre que j'ai là, cette lettre n'est pas pour votre mari comme j'ai dit, elle est pour vous. It is indeed unfortunate that it is for Madame Lafreniere, and not for M. Lafreniere, for although they talk much about it, the spectators do not see M. Lafreniere at all. It would certainly be interesting to see the husband who would adapt himself to such a wife. Listen carefully, and follow the turn the conversation is going to take. Mais, continue Valdeggia, a votre seul aspect, me suis repenti de mn et charge. Il me semblait cruel de vous apporter, de la part d'un autre, des homages que j'étais tent de vous render, et de vous voir lire devant moi si que n'osais vous dire. Un rival, permettez, ne vous cacherai pas que les brilliants qualités de M. Krimikoff, m'avaient frappé, cependant sans le pige quil attendu serais l'attest, resté irreprochable. What then is the snare Prince Krimikoff has laid for Madame Lafreniere? The author does not say, but it must be the same order of snare which Valdeggia sets for her. Poor Amélie, let us admit that she has naturally a great talent for allowing herself to be caught in a trap. Irréprochable, s'écrie Valdeggia avec chaleur. Et bon Dieu de quel mot vous servez-vous là, questi que virtuous, riant, ah. Ah sir mon aim, voilà Detroit's idées, d'anciens facans bien pauvres, et j'y crois la France moins ariri. Vous arrêtez un instant de perils distinctions. Ah madame, j'avais d'abord conçu une meilleure idée de vous. You may imagine Amélie's joy at the thought of the good opinion the noble stranger has conceived of her. Valdeggia goes on, raising his tones. Quand on adopte un régime, il faut tâcher qu'il soit bon. N'y connais quan insanement respectable, c'est celui de nos passions. La nature y est pour tout, la société pour rien. Plaisir ivresse dura voilà des mots auxquels nos cœurs répondent. Vous le savez, vous qui n'y pouvez même en si moment, contenu vos pensées qui s'allument, il lui prend la main. Vous don't le pauls es active, don't elo il es enflamme, et rit la en silence de tous, cs aphorisms de vertu. Monsieur, a quoi bon ces vain scruples, Je vous comprends, je vous suis, je vous devance peut-être. Parlons d'autre chose, je vous prie. Voyez votre mémoire vous domine, vos souvenirs sont dans votre sang. Vous rappelez tout ce que vaut dans la vie, un moment d'illusion. Laissez-moi. Si que put un bras cuisser. Laissez-moi. Un souffle qui renverse. Oh, grace, grace. You see very clearly that instead of stopping, Valdeggia continues. Venez, dit-il en prenant Amélie par la taille. Écoutez, on entend le bruit d'une voiture, 100 est mon mari, voilà sa voiture qui rentre. Ah, so we are to see this worthy M. Lafreniere after all. The noise of the carriage, which would have disturbed anybody else, helps Valdeggia, on the contrary, to wind up the scene, which we should agree was becoming difficult between people who have only just met for the first time, one of whom hates and despises the other. Vous quitter ainsi écrit Valdeggia sans engage sans un souvenir, et percevez le mouqueur resté sur la table. Ah, si mouqueur qui est le vôtre. Monsieur. La sur mon cœur, il y restera comme votre image. Monsieur, rendez-moi mon mouqueur. Jamais adieu, adieu, madame. And in spite of Amélie's cries of my handkerchief, Valdeggia goes out, forgetting to take leave at his departure. The curtain falls. Let us now see what happens in the third act. In the first scene of the third act, we are at Valdeggia's rooms in a furnished house. He is alone, seated at a table, holding in his hand the handkerchief which he has taken from Madame Lafreniere. He waits for his magic Merowife. Merowife has been deputed by Valdeggia to procure the letters and portrait artfully. Perhaps Valdeggia, as a civilized being, ought to have lent assistance to the skill of a magic only arrived in Paris the previous day, who, consequently, could not be very much up to date in French manners. But he has overlooked this detail, which, as it concerns the reputation of the wife of a friend, deserves, perhaps, that some attention should be paid to the matter. The consequence is that Merowife acts as cunningly as a magic. He waited for Rodolphe's servant at the door of No. 71 of the Rue de Provence, where the frequenter of the Café Tortoni stays. He makes sure that the servant is the bearer of the letters and portrait, and in wrestling terms he trips him up. Sylvester falls, loosing letters and portrait. Merowife takes possession of them and arrives, running. Do not let us complain. Merowife's clumsiness is a skillful move on the part of the author, and will give us an excellent scene presently. I say presently, because before it there is one which we do not consider very happy. From the moral point of view be it understood. We are not concerning ourselves here, be careful to notice, with the literary merits of the drama. No, we will imagine ourselves academicians. What more can you desire? We are all mortal. Commissioned to make a report on the most moral play acted in 1832 at the Boulevard theatres, our confrere scribe competes for the prize for morality. We examine his play with all the more care as we know he is a fanatical partisan of the censorship, and we make our report. The unfortunate scene is that where Valdeggia opens the packet and reads the letters addressed to M. Rodolphe by his friend's wife. The perusal of them confirms him in the resolution to leave his friend in ignorance of everything, but he takes upon himself to avenge that friend's honor and to fight a duel with Rodolphe. He therefore takes a brace of pistols and a couple of dueling swords, and makes himself ready to go in search of Rodolphe at 71 Rue de Provence. He meets the man he is looking for on the threshold of his door. Rodolphe has also, like Valdeggia, a brace of pistols in his hands and 2 swords under his arm. That Valdeggia, who probably wishes a duel without witnesses, should take pistols and swords and go armed like a Malbrouck on his way to the war, in search of the man of whom he has to demand the vindication of a friend's honor, is conceivable enough in all conscience. But that Rodolphe, who has none of these motives, instead of sending his seconds as is done between well-bred people, should come himself and go up the stairs with sword under his arm and pistols in hand, instead of leaving all the weapons in his carriage, is altogether senseless. No matter, for, as we have already said, we are not fishing in those waters. The scene containing this improbable incident is original and well drawn. That is sufficient. Bravo, 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 but you shall see where it vexes us that our confrere has taken advantage of the absence of the censorship. The 2 young people agree to fight with pistols. It is Rodolphe who suggests the weapon. Le pistolet soit, répond Valdeggia. Chacun les nôtres. J.I. consens. Dites-moi donc, reprend Rodolphe tenant ainsi que Valdeggia, sa boite la main. Nous avons l'air de bijouter courant les pratiques. Pourquoi non, la mort est un challenge tout comme un autre et nos aimes sont, dit-on, des joyaux divins. Vils idis sans base et sans saution. Pour elle des dieux Rodolphe, le doubt aurait cessé d'exister aujourd'hui. Va comme il est dit. Both go out. The second scene of the third act brings us into a room in Everard's house. The whole family is in a state of rejoicing. Darcy's 100,000 francs have saved Everard from ruin. They bless Darcy. Albert Melville, Clarice's future husband, takes advantage of this moment of expansiveness to try to obtain from his fiancée a positive statement as to the state of her affections. Clarice feels that of a sister for him, the tenderness of a friend, but she will never be in love with him. Albert is resigned. Enumerating Clarice's excellent qualities, he thinks he will be happy in his lot. The scene is interrupted by the arrival of Adele. For a long time she has not been to her father's house, but invited by him as well as her husband to a little family gathering, she complies with the invitation. Behind her enters M and Madame Dussuil, her uncle and aunt. As for M. Darcy, no one knows if he is coming. Adele has not seen him since the morning. As they are wondering about his coming, the door opens and he enters pale and constrained. Now begins a scene, dramatic in its simple domesticity. Darcy has found his wife's letters. The author does not tell us how, for these letters cannot have been put in his way for 2 hours after the departure of Valdeggia, which leads us to surmise that, Valdeggia not having returned within 2 hours, he must be dead. Never mind by what means Darcy has discovered the letters. He has them, and that is the chief point, and he comes as before a family tribunal to ask each member what is the punishment a friend of his ought to inflict on a wife who has deceived him. J'y pardonnerais, mon frère, dit Clarice, dans l'espoir d'obtenir par le repentir si qu'un autre sentiment n'aurait pas en assez de force pour faire naître. Moi j'y la tuerais, dit Albert. Adele's father is questioned in his turn. Everard. Ma foi j'y la mènerais à ses parents. J'y les ferais jugs in trael et moi, j'y leur dirais, la voilà, le mauvais germe étouffe le bon, il apporte ses fruits, ils sont meurs récoltes les, et j'y la leur laisserais. Darcy. Eh bien, c'est vous qui élevez juge. Adele avec anxiété. Mais qui donc? Darcy. Je n'y la tuerai pas, je n'y la traînerai pas sur les bancs d'un tribunal, mais je vous la rendrai mon père, car si cet homme c'est moi, cette femme c'est votre fille. Adele. Si n'est pas vrai. Everard. Adele vous a trahir. Adele. Je n'y suis pas coupable, il n'y a même plus c'est un prétexte. Darcy. Et Rodolphe, élevez-vous oubli depuis hier. Adele. Qui Rodolphe? Darcy. Rodolphe votre amant. Adele. Je n'y connais pas de Rodolphe. Darcy. Vous n'y connaissez pas de Rodolphe. Adele. Non. Darcy, lui mettant ses lettres sous les yeux. Lices donc, lices, voilà les pieces du prox, si es lettres si sont les siennes, adieu. Just as est fate. Nothing further remains for Darcy to do but to be avenged on Rodolphe, but, as one might expect, he has been killed by Valdeggia. In the fourth act we are at Adele's house. It is modest to the very verge of mediocrity, for Adele is short of money. She holds a pen in her hand and has paper before her. She is on the point of humbling herself to her husband and asking help from him. She prefers that humiliation to becoming the mistress of an Italian banker named Rialto. Sophie and Amelie enter. You can guess the scene. The pen is flung across the table. The paper upon which the first letters were already traced is torn up. The proposals of Rialto are accepted. The shameful treaty bears the stamp of self-sacrifice. Albert Melville has lost his position in the offices of the Exchequer. Rialto, who is at the head of all the loans, gets him restored to it, and Albert Melville marries Clarice. What is the reason for this anxiety for the welfare of Albert Melville and Clarice on the part of the three women? Stop a minute. The marriage of these two young people will cause Valdeggia to give way to despair. Whereupon, Valdeggia comes forward. He comes on behalf of Darcy, whose kindness of heart is touched by the physical sufferings of the woman, As woman, not as his wife, Adele is nothing to him personally now, only from the point of view of ordinary humanity. She no longer belongs to his family, she is his neighbor merely. Adele, who has nearly accepted this conjugal charity, refuses it at the instigation of the two women. Valdeja is more cheerful than usual. He smiles in spite of himself at the contretemps, which destroys the prospect of the marriage of Albert and Clarisse forever. But when promising to yield herself to Rialto, Adele asks that Albert's post may be given back to him, and within 10 minutes' time, the post is restored to him. The marriage is arranged and the young folk are wedded. It is not very probable that all this could take place in 10 minutes, but one knows that actual times does not exist on the stage. When Valdeja learns that it is the hatred of the three women which has just destroyed his last hope, he renews his oath of hatred, which they listen to with laughter. The curtain falls upon that oath. It rises upon a pretty garden with a summer house on the left. For 3 years Adele is Rialto's mistress, and she lives with him just as though she were his wife. She has all she wants, even to the lover of her heart's desire. This lover's name is M. Hippolyte. Rialto promises to buy her houses, carriages and horses, and she loathes him. M. Hippolyte gives her a simple bouquet and she worships him. See him enter upon the scenes. Bonjour, ma chère Adèle. Ah, arrivez donc, monsieur, m'entretenais de vous. Et moi, j'y pensais à vous. Vous le voyez, ma chère Adèle, des fleurs, votre image. It is evident that if Hippolyte has made the conquest of Madame Darcy, it is an affair of the heart in which her mind has no part whatever. Besides, Hippolyte is grave to solemnity. He sends Crepon, the chambermaid, away and stays alone with Adèle. It is she who begins the conversation. Voyons questi qui pèsent si fort sur la gaiet aujourd'hui, demande-t-elle. J'ai quelque chose de si important à te dire. Quoi donc? Ma chère Adèle, depuis 3 mois j'y suis aimé de toi. Depuis 6 semaines j'ai forme le projet d'être ton mari, et j'y viens t'y annoncer. Fate Adèle éclatante de rire. Quoi est-il donc de si risible? J'y ris parce que, mais c'est une plaisanterie. This hilarity, sufficiently ill-timed when confronted with so serious a proposal, does not disconcert Hippolyte in the least. He had come of age the previous day, and wished to profit by his majority to marry Adèle in hot haste. Rialto is announced. 100 est votre père, demand ingenument Hippolyte. Oui mon ami, il faut partir à l'instant par ici par la porte de ce pavilion. Pourquoi donc? Il n'y faut pas qu'il vous voie au tout serrate perdu, éloignez-vous de grâce. Du tout, j'ai vu voir monsieur votre père moi, j'ai à lui parler. You guess why Hippolyte wants to speak to Rialto. Hippolyte, who attributes Adèle's immoderate laughter to playfulness of character, wishes to ask Rialto for his daughter's hand in marriage. Rialto laughs as loudly at this demand as Adèle had done. The poor lover might just as well have demanded the hand of the daughter of Democritus, but Hippolyte insists more pertinaciously to Rialto than he has done to Adèle. His tutor, to whom he has boasted of the virtue and beauty of the woman he loves, comes. The joke continues for about 10 minutes, and then Rialto, whose laughter has suffered several checks, thinks it is time to put a stop to it. He sends the lover to the right about and takes Adèle by the arm to go a walk with her. You shall see what happens, and one thing you certainly will not have expected. Hippolyte arretant Rialto par le bras. Monsieur, c'est beaucoup plus grave que vous n'y pensez. Rialto. 100 est possible, mais si vous êtes malade du cerveau, je n'y suis pas médecin. Adèle. Mon Dieu, laissons la cité entretien. Hippolyte. Non, madame, je forcerai bien monsieur votre père n'y pas me refuser. Rialto. 100 est si que nous verrons. Hippolyte. Unmosifera, et puis quil n'y a pas d'autre moyen, daines me répondre monsieur connaissez-vous Elhenor. Rialto. Eh bien oui je le connais, questi que vous en voulez dire. Hippolyte. Tenez-vous au votre et à celui de votre famille. Rialto. Sans doubt que j'ai tines. Hippolyte. Arrangez-vous alors, pour qu'il n'y souffre pas des atteintes que je lui ai portes, et tâches de repérer avec le mari le damage que elle lament lui a fait. Rialto. 50 amant. Adele. Ni elicautes pass. Hippolyte. 50 amant, depuis trois mois madame est apparchant. Rialto. Questi que vous me dites là. Hippolyte. Si qui est. Adele. 100 est une horreur. Hippolyte. Et si vous avez un cœur de pierre. Rialto. Monsieur, je n'y suis pas un pierre. Hippolyte. Vous n'êtes pas un pierre. Rialto. Ni son père, ni son frère, ni son oncle, ni son mari, comprenez-vous maintenant? Hippolyte stupéfait. Si n'est pas possible. Rialto. Belle dame, vous amène faces donc en cachette, et mes billets de 1000 fanes comptient pour Dieu, a si quil parait. Adele. Chapter 49, NN est rien je vous jure. Rialto. Et vous, mon brave, vous voulez épouser des femmes qui vivent séparées de leurs maris, et que des predicteurs consolent. We think we ought to spare our readers, especially our feminine ones, the rest of the scene. This may indeed be nature, as they say in studio terms, but it is vile nature. And to think that once in my life I did something nearly like it in a play entitled Le Fils de l'Émigré. But do not be anxious, when I come to that, I will deal with myself severely. At the 5th act we find ourselves in a mean room of wretched appearance. 3 years have passed since Adele has been turned out by Rialto and deserted by Hippolyte. Sophie waits for Adele. The two women recognize one another. C'est toi, Sophie, dit Adele. Tu me recognises, 100 est euro. Pour moi je élève j ores en quelque pain. Je suis donc bien change, reprend Adele. Tu as l'air souffrant. Et toi depuis toi ans que tu as quitté Paris. J'étais allé en Belgique avec mon mari, lorsqu'il est parti pour ce pays-là, sans le dire à ses créanciers, si les fournisseurs en sont tous là. Si ruiner en entreprises en speculations, quand il y a tant d'autres moyens. Et il n'y lui est rien resté. Rien que des dettes, répond Sophie avec amertume. Mais moi j'avais encore des espérances, un oncle politique M. de Saint-Brice, qui vieux fait sans enfants avait une immense fortune, et je suis revenu en France à Paris, où j'ai appris que par la grâce du ciel il venait de mourir. Mais vois el horror, il m'a déshérité. It is Valdegger who induced M. de Saint-Brice to strike this great blow. So you see that the love for Sophie felt by the ex-attaché to the embassy at St. Petersburg has not made much progress. We say the ex-attaché, because during the 6 years he stays in Paris to attend to the affairs of his friend Darcy and those of his pupil Hippolyte, Valdegger must be no longer attached to but detached from the embassy. During those last 3 years Adele has made the acquaintance of M. Leopold, the son of a rich wine merchant, who has taken up his place as his father's successor. But unfortunately this succession has not lasted long. Et tu n'y elas par bandon, demand Sophie. Je le vaudrais, dit Adele, je n'ose pas. Il est si violent, il me tuerait. Besides, Adele has discovered secrets which make her tremble. M. Leopold entices extravagant young men and robs them. She has no hope left except in her sister, to whom she has written. Crepon enters and gives a letter to Adele. It is from Clarisse, who is always good and charitable and loving. Her husband has forbidden her to see her sister, but at 2 o'clock, hidden by a cloak, she will come on foot. Adele must arrange to be alone. Sophie reads the letter at the same time with Adele. She sees in it a means of injuring Clarisse and will meditate upon it. Adieu, dit elle à Madame Darcy. Si j'ai quelque chose de nouveau, je viendrai te revoir. Je crains que Léopold n'y s'y fâche, et que cela ne lui déplaise. Et bien, par exemple, pour plus de chute, quand tu auras me parler, ni monter pas par le grand escalier, elle en pourrait te voir, mais viens par celui-ci, don't voici la clef. The key is just the thing Sophie wants to carry out her plan, but now that she has the key, the only thing she is in need of is some money with which to buy food. Tu n'aurais pas quelque argent à me prêter, dit-elle. Je n'ai plus. Et moi gnna ipodutout, gt rendrai cella desque ore obtenusique solicite. Bientat. Gt le promits. E lo bon huracar sans cella, tines. At this moment Leopold arrives. He smells the money, pounces upon it and confiscates it, as he says, by order of the police. That will give you an idea of Monsieur's ways of procedure, but you will see plenty more. He wants money, much money. Adèle must ask it from her parents. Vous savez bien quils sont morts de chagrin, lui dit Adèle. Oui, ainsi quils descent, répond Leopold. This is pretty talk, too pretty indeed. There is still Rialto, but Adèle refuses to apply to him. To Hippolyte then. Adèle. Plutôt Maria que devoir recurs à lui. Leopold haussant la voix. Chapter 49. Le faut cependant car j'ai vu et vous ne me connaissez pas, quand on me resiste. Adèle. Leopold vous m'effrayez, apart. Ah, Dieu qui émarchera de ses mains. Leopold. Là au secrétaire, voilà si quil vous faut pour écrire. Entre crépon. Crépon has Adèle. Une dame enveloppée d'un manteau, est là dans votre chambre. Adèle de même. 100 est ma soeur, c'est Clarisse. Leopold, elle irritant par le bras. O vastu, tu ne sortiras pas d'ici que tu n'aies écrit. Adèle. Oh mon Dieu. Leopold, la faisant asseoir au secrétaire. Allons une lettre à la Sévine et pour cela j'avais dicta, cher Hippolyte. Adèle. Je ne mettrai jamais cela. Leopold. Hippolyte tout court. Adèle écrivant. Monsieur. Leopold. À la bonne heure gni tines pas, dictant, Monsieur une ancient ami bien malheureux. Crépon. 100 est bien vrai. Leopold. Genie mens jamais, dictant, est menacé d'un affreux danger dont vous seul pouvez le sauver. Adèle. Mais c'est le trompe. Leopold. Quen savez-vous genie mens jamais, dictant, si tout souvenir si tout humanite en est partant dans votre cœur venez à sunseckers, elle vous attendra aujourd'hui rue, mettez ton nom et ton adresse, prenez avec vous de l'or beaucoup d'or, vous saurez pourquoi. Adèle indignée. Je n'écrirai jamais cela. Leopold dictant d'un ton impératif. Vous saurez pourquoi, et j'ose croire que vous m'en remercierez, lui prenant les mains. Allons écris je le vieux. Adèle. Mais que prétendez-vous donc faire, le forcer à jouer le dépouille? Leopold. Cela me regarde, scene. Adèle signs and Leopold goes out, but Adèle quickly orders Crépon to run to Hippolyte to warn him of the snare that is being laid for him. Adèle then goes to her sister. Crépon stays alone talking to herself while putting on her shawl. Whilst addressing herself to this twofold occupation, the door of the little staircase opens slowly, and Albert appears shrouded in a cloak. Encore un qui arrive, dit la femme de chambre, il en sort donc ici de tous coats. You perhaps suppose that Crépon, who is not tongue-tied, will go up to the newcomer and ask him who he can be to have possession of his mistress's house key. But no, she quietly moves off to the opposite side. Ah, confrère, though you are very clever and ingenious, I would verily rather have committed what they call in theatrical language un loop. True, had Crépon spoken to the man wrapped in a cloak, she would have recognized Albert, whom she would have told that his wife was there, and that would have been the end of scene 1 of the 5th act. You understand, dear reader, Sophie had sent the key Adèle gave her to Albert, and when doing so, took good care, of course, to tell Melville that his wife had arranged a meeting with Valdegger. Then she writes to Valdegger in Clarice's name to tell him he will find her. Where? I have no notion, for the author of the play does not give the address of the house. It is a needless precaution and makes no difference, be assured. Albert, who wishes to hear all, hides in a cupboard. Whilst he is hiding, Valdegger enters. You can guess the situation. Valdegger and Clarice meet. Great is their astonishment, especially on the part of Clarisse, but finally they explain matters. The sole thing that Clarisse sees in it all is that she is incurring a real danger. Ah mon Dieu, est écritiel je suis perdu deshonori, qui pourrait me secourir me proche. Moi Clarisse, dit Albert sortant du cabinet. Albert and Valdegger exchange friendly greetings. They have learned to esteem one another. Valdegger goes away by a door at the back. Albert gives money to Adele. Clarisse gives her a gold chain, then Albert and Clarisse go out by the little staircase. Scarcely have they disappeared before a noise is heard outside, then a pistol shot and cries of help, murder. Adele rushes terrified towards the stairs, and the curtain falls without any further explanation. But those who are anxious to guess without being told suspect that Leopold has taken Albert for Hippolyte and fired on him. The second part of the fifth act shows Adele on a pallet bed, ill and coughing and at death's door. Having spent her last crowns in a lottery, she has nothing to fall back upon but a gold chain which she has given to Sophie to sell. She would fain have chosen a more reliable agency, for she begins to mistrust her former friend, but it is necessary that it should be Sophie who sells the chain. You shall see why. Marchir seller vos mal, dit Sophie en rentrant, tu sais cette chain que tu tenais de ta sœur. Eh bien. J'ai eat pour la vender chez le bijouter notre voisin, un via qui elle a regardé attentivement, puis il m'a dit, de qui tenez-vous cette chain, 500 undame de mes amis, qui est elle que vous importe, 100 est que est-il ajout en feuilletant un register, cette chain si quil me semble, est au nombre des objets qui lors de l'affaire Leopold, nous sont eat signals par la police. How can the chain have been marked by the police when Adele had received it from her sister before the assassination? Then Sophie lost her head, and with good reason too. When she sees how clever the police are, she runs away. The jeweler calls his assistants and they follow her. They know she is there. Mais on ignore qui tu es. Peut-être car j'ai rencontre en montant la propriétaire. Je ne la connais pas. En bien sais tu quelle est cette femme, notre ancient amie. Amélie Lafrenière. Elle-même. What a pity it was not her husband. We shall perhaps see him, but he is not there, you may be sure, and I have a great longing to be presented to him. At this moment there is a knock at the door. It is a sister of charity. Adele has written to the mayor under the name of Madame Laurencin. She has depicted her misery in pitiable terms. The sister of mercy has been told and comes. Guess who that sister of charity is? It is Clarisse. Clarisse, who finds her sister weak, broken down, dying. Clarisse is in mourning, for Albert is dead. When Adele recognizes Clarisse, she faints away. Whilst Clarisse is bringing her back to consciousness with salts, the magistrates enter, brought by Amélie Lafrenière. Naturally, the meeting lacks effusion. The magistrates have come to arrest Madame Laurencin, but as they must do this legally, they have sent to fetch the mayor. He arrives and is Darcy, Amélie's husband, having become mayor of his arrondissement, thanks to conduct diametrically opposite to that of his wife. He is followed by his faithful Valdegger. The author does not tell us if Valdegger has been appointed deputy mayor under Darcy. It is likely, for without this how would he be there? Quelle est cette femme que elle en parle de rete, demande Darcy. 100 est la votre monsieur, votre pauvre femme. Ma femme, répond Darcy, qui repousse le mot avec indignation. It is a rude shock for Adele. Knowing herself to be dying, she raises herself up and asks her husband's forgiveness. Jamais, répond Darcy. Adele utters a cry and falls into an armchair. Darcy, si laissant in trainer, dit à Valdegger, qui le pousse vers Adele. Tout le vieux est bien, en ce moment Adele rend le dernier soupir. Dieu, il en est plus temps. Valdegger. Elle expire, à Amélie et à Sophie. Femmes, prenez ce cadavre, prenez-le donc, il est à vous. Vos œuvres méritent un salaire, le voilà, honte vous et à tous vos semblables. A Darcy à toi la liberte. Darcy, lui montrant Clarisse. Et à toi G. l'espère bien tot le bonheur. These two last touches are a trifle harsh, it seems to us, before the body of Adele and Clarisse's mourning garb. So harsh that, were we members of the Academy and deputed to award the prize for morality, it would be a ground for withholding the prize from the drama dix and de la vie d'une femme. Chapter 3. D'Aligny, manager of the theatre in Italy, Saint Germain bitten by the tarantula, how they could have livened up Versailles if Louis Philippe had wished it, the censorship of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, the bindings of printer Batelli, Richard Darlington, Angel Antony and Latour de Nesle performed under the name of Eugene Scribe. The curious discussion to which we have referred proves, among other things, that the author of Dix and de la Vie d'une Femme, the drama to which Mercier or Rétif de la Bretonne hardly dared subscribe their names, holds two very distinct opinions, which he does not reckon upon reconciling, one as legislator and one as poet, since he asked the State Commission to suppress the small immoral theatres, and applied for a censorship which should be a salutary check to restrain talent from the excesses of all kinds to which it is too commonly given. The fact is that, had there been a censorship in 1832, my confrere Scribe's talent, which I appreciate more than anyone restrained by a salutary check, would never have given to timorous souls the spectacle of a play which has remained, not as the model, but as the most advanced specimen of dramatic eccentricity. It was M. Scribe who, in the following sentence which he pronounced before the State Council, suggested to me the word I wanted. There is not much money made by really literary plays. Success is often achieved better by eccentricities and attacks against morality and the government. Furthermore, my illustrious confrere possesses a fine reputation as a man of moral character, not only in France but still more abroad, and I am going to relate an anecdote on this subject, which has its amusing side. I lived for 2 years in Florence before a single theatrical manager thought of playing anything of mine. Because I was an immoral man, no play, whether in the original or translated, could be performed in any one of the theatres of the City of Flowers. One fine morning when I was still in bed, I heard a voice I knew in my sitting room, and the sound of a friend's name. The voice and the name were those of Darligny. You remember that I spoke about Darligny in connection with the Thompson of Richard Darlington, and that I paid full justice to the remarkable manner in which he had acted the part. Very well, it was Darligny, who, actor and manager, came with a French company to seek his fortune in Italy. Everywhere else fortune has 3 forelocks. In Italy it has only one. Everywhere else it turns on a single wheel. In Italy it turns on 2. Which is to say that in Italy, more than anywhere else, fortune is for everybody, and particularly for the managers of literary enterprises, an Atlanta difficult to overtake and to seize by the hair. Darligny then went from Turin to Milan, from Milan to Rome, from Rome to Naples, from Naples to Venice, from Venice to Bologna, in the hope of overtaking fortune. He had not yet succeeded. Finally he thought he saw a vision of gold in the direction of Florence. He smote his forehead and said to himself, "Why have I not thought of that before?" What he had not thought of was my presence at Florence. I carry about with me, where it comes from I have no idea, but there it is indeed. I carry about an atmosphere of life and excitement which has become proverbial. I lived 3 years at St. Germain. Well, the inhabitants themselves, respectable subjects of the Sleeping Beauty, did not know themselves any longer. I communicated to the town a spirit of energy which they took at first for a sort of epidemic, a contagious fever, like that produced by the bite of the Neapolitan spider. I bought the theatre, and the best actors of Paris coming to supper with me, played from time to time, before sitting down to table to give themselves an appetite, either Hamlet or Mademoiselle de Belle-Isle, or Les Demoiselles de Saint-Cyr, for the benefit of the poor. Ravelet had not horses enough, Collinet had not rooms enough, and the railway admitted to me, once, an increase of 20,000 francs takings per annum since I lived at St. Germain. It is true that at the time of the elections, St. Germain considered me too immoral to have the honour of being its representative. St. Germain had then waked up, or nearly so. It had its forest for horse exercise, went to the theatre and set up on my terrace fireworks which they sent for from Paris, to the great astonishment of Versailles, which from time to time rose out of its tomb and looked with vacant eyes over the hills of Louveciennes, and said in dying tones, "What is St. Germain doing to make such a commotion as this? Look at me, do I move? Good heavens! When one is dead it is not a time for having fireworks, going to the play or riding on horseback. Look at me, I sleep like an academician, and I even push respect for conventions to the point of never snoring." Versailles lay down again in its gilded sepulchre, where, as it said, it never even snored. One day the king was annoyed by the noise which came from the direction of St. Germain, so much so that he took heed not to hear the faintest breath of wind coming from Versailles. He sent for M. de Montalivet, although he had no love for intellectual people. Montalivet and Vathout were the 2 exceptions at the court. "My dear Count," said Louis Philippe, "do you know what has happened?" "What, sire?" "We have succeeded in waking up St. Germain. They had made the king think he had brought about this miracle himself. We will manage to galvanize Versailles into life. with the picture gallery and fountains, on each first Sunday in the month. Sire, replied Montalivet, would you like Versailles instead of being as gloomy as death to be merry even to the point of foolishness? My dear Count, replied the king, I will not conceal from you that it would give me the greatest pleasure. Very well, sire, Dumas has a fortnight's durance as National Guardsman. Command that he spend it here at Versailles. The king turned his back on M. de Montalivet and did not speak a word to him for a month after. What came of it? Versailles became more and more gloomy, and after passing from melancholy to darkness, passed from darkness to funereal depths. As to Saint-Germain, I do not know what became of it, but I have been assured that, since my departure, it has been seized with the spleen and simply shakes with agony. Now it was the knowledge of this vivifying quality which attracted d'Aligny to Florence. He said to himself, as Dumas is in Tuscany, Tuscany must have again become the department of the Arno, and we shall laugh and earn money. D'Aligny was mistaken. People laugh all over Italy, but they do not laugh at all in Tuscany. As to earning money there, I only knew the Comte de Larderet who made a fortune there, but his speculation had nothing literary about it. I listened to d'Aligny's exposition of plans with a growing melancholy which could not fail to have discouraged him. Well, he asked me, am I mistaken? In what? Do you not go to the court? As little as I can, but I do go. Do you not go into society? As little as possible, but of course I do see something of it. Have you no friends? As few as possible. I have some. Do you think my actors are poor ones? I do not know them. Do you not think the performance of your plays will pique people's curiosity? Yes, indeed. Do you not believe, in short, that, thanks to all this, I can make money? I believe you can, but... But what? You must do it with other plays than mine. Why so? Because they will not allow you to play them. They will refuse to let me perform your plays. Yes. What reason will they give for their refusal? They won't give any. All the same, my dear friend, there must be some reason at the bottom. No doubt. Tell me what it is. My friend, you are asking me to make a painful confession. Tell me what it is. I do not know how to tell you a thing that I am ashamed to confess even to myself. Remember that my fortune depends on it. My friend, I am an immoral author. But... Yes. Who said so? Le Constitutional, so the thing has spread abroad from the east to the west, from the south to the north. You fill me with dismay. What else can I do? Still, I am going to send them your plays. Send them, but it will be useless. But surely when they have read them... Yes, but they won't read them. Yet they will refuse. For the sake of appearances. Well, I wish to have a clear conscience in the matter. Have a clear conscience, my dear fellow. It will only cost you your expenses for hiring if you have already hired the theatre. Why, of course I have hired it. The deuce send the plays then. This very day. Go, only let me know of the refusal directly you receive it. What's the good? Who knows, perhaps I may then have some fresh idea. Why have you not one now? Ah, my dear fellow, ideas are capricious damsels, which will not let themselves be taken, except when they fancy, and the whim of my idea is not to produce anything, until after the refusal of the Grand Ducal censorship. All right, we must humour your fancy, I suppose. d'Aligny went away in despair at the probable refusal which threatened him, and yet with a certain degree of hopefulness in the idea that might spring up from that refusal. 3 days later I saw him again. Owing to the protection of Belloc the ambassador, a delightful man, the refusal was only delayed for 3 days. This was a great favour. It might have been put off for a month, 6 weeks, forever. Well, I said when I caught sight of d'Aligny. Well, as you said. Refused. Refused. What plays did you send? Richard Darlington, Antony Angel, La Tour de Nesle. Heavens, you went to work with a vengeance. the 4 most immoral plays of an immoral author. Do you think if I had sent others? Useless. Then the only thing left is to make use of your idea. You had set special store by those 4 plays. I believe they would have produced the best results. However, if you think you can obtain leave for others more easily. Oh, that does not matter. Why? Well, I have taken upon me to obtain permission, that is all you mind about. Of course, will you undertake that? I win. I picked up my hat. You are going. Come with me. I will follow you with confidence. That is right. I was writing at that time a big work on painting, entitled La Galerie des Offices. I took Darligny to the printers. My dear Batelli, I said as I entered, you must do me a service. With pleasure, Monsieur Dumas. This is it. What is it? I want you to rebind these 4 plays, to change the 4 titles and to put another author's name to them. That is easy enough, just tell me exactly what you want. You see this one. Richard Darlington, drama in 3 acts of 7 scenes, by Monsieur Alexandre Dumas. Just so, very well, you must substitute 50 Ambitier au la fils du bureau, by M. Eugene Scribe. Benny next. You say this. Angel, drama in 5 acts by Monsieur Alexandre Dumas. You must put 50 Échelle de Femmes by M. Eugene Scribe. Benny next. You see this one. Antony, drama in 5 acts by Monsieur Alexandre Dumas. Put 50 Assassin par Amour by M. Eugene Scribe. Benny next. You see this one. Put 50 Adulter Puni by M. Eugene Scribe. Benny's Benny. In an hour's time the bindings were set up, sewed and glued. The same day the 4 plays were deposited on the censor's desk, 3 days after they were returned signed for permission. The censors had not made any remarks whatever, they had not found a single word to say against them. It is a wonder that the Committee of Censorship had not proposed to the Grand Duke to found a prize for virtue, in favour of 4 such edifying plays. That same night the whole town, except les censeurs, knew that the performance of 4 plays by M. Alexandre Dumas had been sanctioned under the moral signature of Eugene Scribe. I never had such a success. They thought these 4 works the very perfection of innocence. The Grand Duke, the most innocent man in his Grand Duchy, was applauded to the echo. Scribe, on that occasion, was about to receive the cross of the Commander of St. Joseph. Fortunately for Scribe, somebody or other revealed the trickery to the Grand Duke. Scribe was beside himself with fear. Chapter 4. A few words on La Tour de Nesle and M. Frederick Gaillardit, the Revue des Deux Mondes, M. Bulas, the Journal des Voyages, my first attempt at Roman history, Isabeau de Bavière, a witty man of 5 foot 9 inches. Let us leave Italy, to which we shall soon return, and come back to our plays which, by an innocent subterfuge, as a moral author called it, I had played in the capital of His Imperial Highness the Grand Duke of Tuscany. 2 had already been acted at Paris in the month of April, at which date we have arrived, Antony and Richard, but there were still 2 to be performed, La Tour de Nesle and Angel. May I be prevented, now I come to speak of the making of the first of these plays, from saying anything which may arouse the dormant susceptibilities of M. Gaillardit. Since 2 June 1832, that is to say for the past 25 years, I have composed upwards of 40 dramas and 800 volumes. It will, therefore, be taken for granted that I have no interest whatever in laying claim to one paternity more or less, but the matter made such a stir at the time, it unravelled itself so ostensibly, that I have scarcely the right to pass it over in silence. But whilst we are upon the subject, I promise only to cite the facts of which I have proof, and to divest those facts of any sentiment either of hatred or of attack. Since that time M. Gaillardit has left France for America, Paris for New Orleans. To my great joy he has, I am told, made a fortune out there. To my still greater joy, my books, so I am assured, have not been detrimental to his good fortune, so much the better. Happy he to whom Providence gives a double share of rest, and when scarcely a third of life is past after a brilliant debut, permits him to throw down his pen and to rest on his laurels, French laurels, which are the most to be envied of any, and to repose on a bed of American flowers, brightest of all the flowers that bloom, in the darkness which, though dispersed for a time, gradually returns to envelop him once more in its beloved shade. Such a man, like Horace, keeps happy things for the present and puts care behind him till the morrow. Such a man knows not the daily struggle and nightly labour. He does not live by lamplight, but by the light of the sun. He lies down when the robin sings his evening song and wakes when the lark begins to sing. Nothing disturbs the order of nature for him. His day is day and his night is night. And when his last day or final night comes, he has lived his life within its natural limits. I shall have gone through mine hurrying along on the breakless engine of work. I shall not have sat down at any table belonging to those lengthy banquets where people stay till they become intoxicated. I shall have tasted from all sorts of cups, and the only ones I shall have drained to the dregs, for man's existence, however rapid, always has time for doing this, will have been the bitter cups. At this time in 1832, however, I had not yet become the being I now am. I was then a young man of 29, eager after pleasure, eager for love and for life, eager after everything, in fact, but hatred. It is a strange thing that I have never been able to hate on account of any personal wrong or injury. If I have harbored any antipathy in my heart, if I have shown, either in my words or in my writings, any aggressive sentiment, it was against those people who set themselves against the growth of art, and who opposed progress in politics. If today, after 25 years have elapsed, I attack M. Viennet, MJM, Etienne, the whole of the Academy in short, or at any rate the major portion of its members, it is not in the least because these gentlemen collectively signed petitions against me, or, individually, prohibited my plays. It is because they hindered France from marching towards the supreme conquest of art, and founding a universal monarchy of the intellect. If after 30 years I bear a grudge against Louis Philippe, it is not because he stopped my salary when I gave myself to literature, or because he demanded my resignation when I had a drama received at the Theatre Francais. It is because this would-be citizen king had a rooted aversion to new ideas, an instinctive distaste for all movements which tended to advance the human race. Now, how can you expect me, who am all for progress, to admit without question, on whatever side I meet them, death or inaction, which is the likeness of death? Already in 1832 I began to find that, working for the theatre, I will not say did not occupy my time sufficiently, but occupied my mind too much in one direction. I had, as I have mentioned, tried to write some short novels, Laurette, Le Cocher de Cabriolet, La Rose Rouge. I have told how I had them printed, under the title Nouvelles Contemporaines, at my own expense, or rather, at that of my poor mother, and that 6 copies were sold at 3 francs a copy, which left me 582 francs out of pocket. One of the 6 sold copies, or rather, probably, one of the 300 or 400 copies that were given away, fell into the hands of the editor of the Revue des Deux Mondes, and he made up his mind that, poor as these stories were, the author who had written them could, by dint of working, make something as a novel writer. That editor was M. Bulas, who, under the reign of Louis Philippe, had become a power in the state. Now he still is a powerful influence in literature. Be it clearly understood, M. Bulas is not a power on account of his personal literary abilities, but by the literary merits of others of whom he made free use. Hugo, Balzac, Sully, de Musset and I had invented the facile style of literature, and we have succeeded, whether ill or well, in making a reputation with that fluent style of writing. M. Bulas had himself invented the boresome style of literature, and for good or for ill made his fortune out of it, wearisome though it was. It is not in the least the case that, when M. Bulas takes it into his head to write, he is not as tiresome as or even more so than Monsieur So-and-so, but it is not enough merely to write in order to produce real literature. M. Nisard explained once with difficulty, laboriously and wearisomely, what ease of style in literature was. We will ourselves try to tell in as amusing a way as we can what the laboured style of literature is. True, we could put a reference here and say, see M. Desire Nisard or M. Falarit Chassels, but we know our readers would rather believe us than go and look for themselves. Desire Nisard and Falarit Chassels will be dealt with in their own turn. Let us now turn our attention to M. Bulas. M. Bulas, first a compositor then a foreman in a printing house, was in 1830 a man between 34 or 5 years of age, of pale complexion with a thin beard, eyes that did not match properly, features of no particular character and yellowish, sparsely grown hair. As regards temperament, he was taciturn and almost gloomy, disinclined to speak because of an increasing deafness, cross-grained on his good days, brutal on his bad ones, and at all times doggedly obstinate. I knew him through Bixio and Bocage. Both were intimate with him at that time. M. Bullars has since been to them, as he has been to everybody, faithless in friendship when not downright ungrateful for service done him. I do not know how he gets on with Bixio now, but I believe he is very horrid to Bocage. We were not rich in those days. We had our meals in a little restaurant in the Rue de Tournon, adjoining the Hôtel de l'Empereur Joseph Roman II, where, I can assure you, they served very bad dinners at 6 sous the plateful. M. Ribbing de Leuven had a newspaper, which sold very badly, a journal de luxe, and wealthy people took up the fad and ruined themselves over it. It was called Le Journal des Voyages. Adolphe and I persuaded M. de Leuven to sell this paper to Bullars. Bullars, Bocage, Bonnaire, and I believe even Bixio, collected some funds and became proprietors of the above-mentioned paper, which took the title of La Revue des Deux Mondes. This occurred in 1830 or 1831. We all set to work with our best efforts on this newspaper, which we looked upon as a child belonging to all of us, and loved with a paternal affection. The first milk I gave it to feed on was a voyage en Vendée, which is partly to be found in these memoirs. Then, this is what happened to me. I have told how profoundly ignorant I was in history and of my great desire to study it. I heard a great deal of talk about the Duc de Bourgogne, and I read the Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne, by Barante. For the first time, a French historian let himself have free play in picturesque writing of history, and in simplicity in the telling of legends. The work begun by the romances of Sir Walter Scott had by now matured in my mind. I did not yet feel strong enough to write a long novel, but there was then a kind of literature being produced which kept a middle course between the novel and the drama, which had some of the influence of the one and much of the arresting qualities of the other, wherein dialogue alternated with narrative. This type of literature was termed scenes historiques. With my inclinations already biased towards the theatre, I set myself to dissect, to relate and to put these historical scenes into dialogues from the Histoire des Ducs de Bourgogne. They were taken from one of the most dramatic periods of France, the reign of Charles Roman VI. They provided me with the dishevelled personage of the Mad King, with the poetic figure of Odette, the imperious and licentious character of Isabel of Bavaria, the careless one of Louis d'Orleans, the terrible character of John of Burgundy, the pale and romantic one of Charles Roman VII. They gave me Elile, Adam and his sword, Tanneguy Duchitel and his axe, the Sire de Giac and his horse, the Chevalier de Boisburden and his gold doublet, and Perinet Leclerc and his keys. But they offered me still more. I, who was already a creator of scenes, they provided with a well-known stage upon which to plan my characters, since the events all took place in the neighbourhood of Paris or in Paris itself. I began to compose my book, driving it before me as a labourer urges forward his plough, without knowing exactly what is going to happen. The result was Isabeau de Bavière. As fast as I finished these scenes, I took them to Bullars, who carried them to the printing office and printed them, and every fortnight the subscribers read them. From that time there sprang up in my work my two chief qualities, those which will give a value to my books and to my theatrical works in the future: dialogue, which is the groundwork of drama, and the gift of narrative, which is the foundation of romance. These qualifications, you know how frankly and unguardedly I talk of myself, I have in a superior degree. At that period I had not yet discovered two other qualities in myself, none the less important, which are derived from one another: gaiety and a lively imagination. People are light-hearted because they are in good health, because they have a good digestion, because they have no reason for sadness. That is the cheerfulness of most people, but with me gaiety of heart is persistent, not the light-heartedness which shines through grief. All sorrow, on the contrary, finds me either full of compassion for others, or profoundly depressed with myself, but which shines through all the worries, material vexations, and even lesser dangers of life. One has a lively imagination because one is light-hearted, but this imagination often evaporates like the flame of spirits or the foam on champagne. A merry man, spirited and animated of speech, is at times dull and morose when alone in front of his paper with pen in hand. Now work, on the contrary, excites me. Directly I have a pen in my hand, reaction sets in. My most freakish fancies have often sprung out of my dullest days, like fiery lightnings out of a storm. But as I have said, at this period of my youth, I did not recognize in myself either this imagination or this lightness of spirit. One day I introduced Lascelles to Audard. He wanted help, I think. My letter, instead of being dismal, was merry, but with a gaiety that was importunate and full of sympathy. Lascelles read the letter, which he was to take in person, and, turning towards me, he said with a stupefied air, "Well, this is comical. What? Why, you possess wit. Why should I not? Are you envious? Ah, you are probably the first man of 5'9" who has ever been witty. I remembered this saying more than once whilst creating Porthos. It was more pregnant than it seemed at the first utterance. My brevet for wittiness was, then, bestowed on me by Lassily, a good fellow who was not lacking in a certain sort of merit, but who, as regards wit, was as badly equipped by nature as the fox whose tail was cut off was with cunning. Besides, at that period I should have recognized the marvellous quality of mirthfulness which I had latent within my soul, fearfully hidden from all eyes. Then, the only mirth permissible was satanic, the mirth of Mephistopheles or of Manfred. Goethe and Byron were the two great sneerers of the century. In common with others, I had put a mask on my face. Witness my portrait sketches of that period. There is one of De Veria, written in 1831, which, with a few alterations, could perfectly stand for the portrait of Antony. This mask, however, was gradually to fall, and to leave my real face to be disclosed in the Impressions de Voyages. But I repeat, in 1832 I was still looked upon as a Manfred and a Childe Harold. But when one is of an impressionable temperament, this kind of whim only takes one during a headstrong period, and the times themselves, being gloomy and terrible, were instrumental to the success both of my debut as a democratic poet and also as a romance writer. Chapter 5. Success of my Scenes Historiques, Clovis and H. Lodwig Cladwig. I wish to apply myself seriously to the study of the history of France. The Abbé Gauthier and M. de Moyencourt, Cordelier de Lanna reveals to me Augustin Thierry and Chateaubriand, new aspects of history, Gaul et France, a drama in collaboration with Horace Vernet and Auguste Lafontaine. My Scenes Historiques sur le règne de Charles Roman VI were my first successful things in the Revue des Deux Mondes. We shall presently see the result which this proved success had for me. That success decided me to write a series of romances which should extend from the reign of Charles Roman VI to our own day. My first desire is always limitless, my first inspiration even to achieve the impossible. Only when I become infatuated, half through pride and half through love of my art, do I achieve the impossible. How? I will try to tell you, although I do not understand it very thoroughly myself, by working as nobody else works, cutting off all the extraneous details of life and doing without sleep. When once ambition has taken shape in my thoughts, my whole mind is set to the putting of it into execution. Having discovered a vein of gold in the well of the beginning of the 15th century, in which I had been digging, I never doubted, so great was my confidence in myself, that at each fresh well I dug in a century nearer our own times, if I did not find a vein of gold, I should at least find one of platinum or silver. I put the silver last because, at this period, platinum still held an intermediary value between silver and gold. Nevertheless, one thing made me uneasy. From the 15th to the 19th century, from Charles Roman VI to Napoleon, I should teach history to the public whilst learning it myself, but who would teach it me from Clovis to Charles Roman VI? May I be forgiven for saying Clovis. I called it so then, I still call it so now, but fro to 1840 I spoke of H. Lodwig Cladwig. True, no one understood whom I meant. That is why I returned to calling it Clovis, like the rest of the world. I decided to write a few pages of introduction to my novel, Isabeau de Bavière, which was intended to open the series of my historical novels. You shall judge of my ignorance and appreciate my innocence, for I am going to tell you something that certainly no one else would admit. To learn the history of France, of which I did not know a word in 1831, except that connected with Henry Roman III, and which, in common with general opinion, I held to be the most wearisome history in the whole world, I bought the Histoire de France at the request of, and in response to, the Abbé Gauthier, since revised and corrected by M. de Moyencourt. So I bravely set to work to study the history of France, copying out such notes as the following as seriously as possible, which summed up a whole chapter poetically. Memoirs d'Alexandre Dumas. En l'an 420 Faramond premier roi. Est connusiulement par la salique loi. Clodion second roi nom le chevelu. Ophir etius seed du fois venco. Franks Burguignons et Goths triomphant de Tilla. Chilperic fut chasse mise on le rappelle. Clovis a Talbiac fit vaux d'etrecretion. Chapter 49, De fate gone de bord to Alaric Arian. Entre ses quatre fils partage ses etats. Source de trosites de guerres de tentats. Childebert en 5 cent, ut Paris en partage. Les Burguignons, les Goths éprouvant son courage. And this went on up to Louis Philippe, of whom this is the distich. Philippe d'Orléans tired de son palais. Succeeded Charles Dix par le choix des franchises. There was in these quatrains and distichs, instructive though they were, one singular feature which indeed distressed me somewhat. Amongst all these verses there were only 2 to be found which were feminine. There must verily be a reason for that. As the history of France was specially intended for schools, it was necessary, doubtless, to bring before the notice of school children as few evil ideas as possible, that might even indirectly remind them of a genus which brought destruction, the human race. I apparently took my notes with desperate seriousness, and deemed that I already knew enough history to teach it to others when, by good fortune, Delano came to my study. Quick as I had been in hiding my Ab Gothia, revised by M. de Moyencourt, Delano saw the action. "What are you reading there?" he asked. "Nothing." "Nothing? Why, you had a book in your hand." "Oh, a book, yes." No doubt he imagined it was some obscene book which I wished to conceal from him. He insisted in such a manner that it was impossible to resist him. "There," I said to him, rather humiliated at being surprised reading such an elementary subject as a history of France. "Oh, Ab Gothia's history, well, upon my word," and without needing to cast a glance at the book he repeated. "Neuf cent quatre vingt-sept voir capit sur le trône. Ses fils ont huit cents ans conserve la couronne." Oh, you know it by heart. It is the companion to Racine's Grecs. "Oh, si doit compter palm septante. Omicron delta epsilon lambda omicron sigma la broche tournante." Delano assumed in my eyes fabulous proportions of learnedness. "What, do you not know the Ab Gothia's Histoire de France, and the Jardin des Racine's Grecs by M. Lancelot?" "I know nothing, my dear fellow." "It must make you laugh." "Not very much." "Then why do you read it?" "Because I want to get exact details about the early centuries of our history." "And you are looking for them in the Ab Gothia?" "As you see." "Ah, you are funny. Did you get your details for Henry Roman III from this?" "Henry III de Boulogne en France est Ramin. Redoubt les Ligures et muet assassin." "No, from Elestal, Brantome, d'Aubigny, and the Confession de Sancy, but I did not know there was anything like that about Merovee or Clovis." "In the first place, they are not called Merovee and Clovis now." "What are they called then?" "Merowig and Hlodwig, which mean the eminent warrior and the celebrated warrior." "Where did you see that?" "Parbleu, in the Letters sur l'Histoire de France by Augustin Thierry." "The Letters sur l'Histoire de France by Augustin Thierry." "Yes." "Where can it be got?" "Anywhere." "What does it cost?" "Perhaps 10 or 12 francs, I am not sure exactly how much." "Will you be so good as to buy it for me, and have it sent in as soon as you leave me?" "Nothing could be simpler." "Do you know any other books on this period?" "There is Chateaubriand's Etudes historiques, and the original sources of information." "Who are these?" "The authors of the Decline, Jornans, Zosimus, Sidonius Apollinaris, Gregory of Tours." "Have you read all those authors?" "Yes, partly." "Did the Ab Gossier not read them?" "In the first case he could not have read Augustin Thierry, who has written since his death. As to Chateaubriand, he was his contemporary, and historians never read contemporary historians. Finally, as regards Jornans, Zosimus, Sidonius Apollinaris and Gregory of Tours, I suspect the Ab Gothier of never having even known of their existence." "But whence, then, did he get his history?" "From the Ab Gothiers, who wrote the same sort of histories before him." "Will you also buy me Chateaubriand at the same time as Thierry?" "Certainly." "See, here is the money. I shall not see you again." "No, but you want your Augustin Thierry and Chateaubriand." "I confess I do." "You shall have them in a quarter of an hour's time, and I had them a quarter of an hour later." I opened one of the books haphazard. I had alighted on Augustin Thierry. I read, I am mistaken, I did not read, I devoured, that marvellous work on the early kings by the author of the Conquête des Normands, then the sort of historical tableaus entitled Récits Mérovingians, then, without needing to open Chateaubriand, all the ghosts of those kings standing on the threshold of monarchy appeared before me, from the moment when they were made visible to the eyes of the learned chronicler, from Clodio, whose scouts reported that Gaul is the noblest of countries, full of all kinds of wealth, and planted with forests of fruit trees, who was the first to wield the Frankish rule over the Gauls, to the great and religious-minded Karl, rising from table filled with a great fear, standing for a long time by a window which looked to the east, with arms crossed, weeping without stanching his tears, because he saw on the horizon the Norman vessels. I saw, in fact, visions which I had never suspected hitherto, a whole living world of people of 12 centuries ago, in the dark and deep abysses of the past. I remained spellbound. Until that moment I had believed Clovis and Charlemagne were the ancestors of Louis Roman XIV. But here, under the pen of Augustin Thierry, a new kind of geography was revealed. Each race flowed by separately, following its own particular channel through the ages. Gauls as vast as a lake, Romans as noble as a river, Franks as terrible as a flood, Huns, Burgundians, Westgoths as devouring and rapid as torrents. Something equivalent to what happened in me at General Foy's repeated itself. I perceived that, during the 9 years which had rolled by, I had learnt nothing or next to nothing. I remembered my conversation with Lassagne. I understood that there was more to see in the past than in the future. I was ashamed of my ignorance, and I pressed my head convulsively between my hands. Why then did not those who knew produce their knowledge? Oh, I did not know at that period with what fatherly goodness God treats men, how he makes some into miners who extract gold and diamonds from the earth, of others, the goldsmiths who cut and mount them. I did not know that God had made Augustin Thierry a miner and me a goldsmith. I was 7 or 8 days hesitating before the enormous task which I had to accomplish. Then, during that halting time, my courage returned to me and I bravely set to work, forgetting everything for the sake of the study of history. It was during this period that I wrote Teresa, and the piece of which I am about to speak. Horace Vernet had sent a large picture from Rome depicting Edith Ox-Long's Chevue Churchant le Cour de Harold Sir Le Champ de Battle de Hastings. It was a picture belonging to the category that Vernet laughingly styled his grand manner. It was singularly fascinating to me on account of the heroine's name, not because of the subject. I was seized with the whim to write a drama with the title Edith Ox-Long's Chevue. One could only write in verse a drama with so poetical a title. Charles Roman VII had somewhat familiarized me with what is still called at the Academy the language of the gods. How was all this which I saw but imperfectly, and which it was an absolute necessity I should study, to remain in my poor brain without its bursting? And be careful to notice that I was as yet only brooding over the earliest races. How was I to disentangle the surroundings of Charlemagne and his son, and to represent the interests and types of the Frankish race? How was I to pick out the Eudes and Roberts, the national kings who sprang up and reigned over the conquered land which was to produce its Camilles and Pelages? It was staggering to know nothing at 30 of what other men knew when they were 12. I had studied the theatre. I knew enough about it to be satisfied on that head. I must, then, study history as I had studied the theatre, and I believed that history was a barrier put in my path. Who was there to tell me that there would be a fresh course of study to make, longer, drier, and more arduous than the preceding one? The study of the theatre had taken me 5 or 6 years. How much time was the study of history going to take me? Alas, I should have to study it for the rest of my life. If I had studied at the age of other people, I should have had nothing else to do but produce. I had as yet only the title to my drama. It need hardly be said that all I knew about the Battle of Hastings was that which I had read in Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe. So I purposed to compose something after the style of Shakespeare's Cymbeline, and not a historical drama. Accordingly, I read by chance a romance by Auguste Lafontaine. I would indeed like to tell you which, but I have forgotten. All I remember is that the heroine's name was Jacobine. However, if you wish to remove all doubts about the matter, my friend Madame Cardinal Rue des Canettes will tell you. She knows her Auguste Lafontaine by heart. Anyhow, Jacobine is made to take a narcotic and is put to sleep so that she may pass for dead, and thanks to this supposed death, which releases her from the trammels of the earth, she can marry her lover. It is a little like Romeo and Juliet. But what is there on this earth here below which does not resemble some other idea, more or less? You will notice that I had already had this tiresome drama in my head for a very long time, for I had suggested it to Harel in the month of August 1830, instead of Napoleon, which I strongly dislike doing. We have seen how Harel fought and overcame my resistance. As for Edith Ox-Long's Chevue, he had refused it outright, and you will see directly that he was not ill-advised in doing so. Chapter 6. Edith Ox-Long's Chevue, Catherine Howard. Here is the story of Edith Oxlong's Chevue. You will meet her again under another name, clad in another garb, and instead of moving along in 5 acts, dragging behind her a tale of 8 scenes. A young girl who has been deserted lives in a sort of Eden surrounded by green shade, singing birds and flowers. A river flows, encroaching on one corner of her garden, as on the Arno or the Canal de la Brenta, and beautiful young people pass by on it who make her dream of love, and beautiful noblemen who make her dream ambitious dreams. One of these noblemen notices her, and stops before the graceful apparition, penetrates into what he believes is a fairy palace, and finds a young maiden, who looks as though she were the sister of the birds and the flowers which surround her. Like them she sings, like them she is white and rosy and sweet-scented. He falls in love with Edith, but Edith cares for nothing but the court and balls and fetes and royal pomp. Ethelwood is the king's favourite, and meantime she allows herself to be loved by Ethelwood. Edith is one of those women who are as white as marble and as cold at heart as marble. She is like the statue of an ancient courtesan, dug up from the ruins of Pompeii, which is touched to life by the daylight and sunshine. She is alive, but that is all. It is useless to expect love from her. It is very seldom I created such characters in my books or dramas as this, but I had an example before me at the time. That example lured me on. There is always a little of the outside material world in the ideal inner world of the artist. She tells Ethelwood that she loves him, but she does not. For behind Ethelwood she looks towards the king. The king has also seen her. It is fated that certain women cannot be seen without being loved. The king sees Edith and loves her, but who is she and how is she to be approached? The king knows nothing about it. He needs ministers to help him to his love as he needs them in his kingdom. And if Ethelwood helps him to support half his power, Ethelwood will also help him to carry the weight of his love. That which Ethelwood dreaded happens. The king falls in love with the same woman that he does. This woman is his very life. He wishes to keep her from the king at no matter what price. On the following day he has to visit Edith with the king. He has the knight before him and on his side. Night, the faithful ally of lovers. We must also add the capricious friend, for she betrays almost as often as she serves. He sets off. In 2 hours' time he is with Edith. He presses into her hand a flask filled with the potent drug which only exists on the stage and is only to be found among Shakespeare's alchemists. When the lover sees her, beautiful and young and almost loving for the first time, for she is thinking of the king whilst fondling Ethelwood, he hesitates even to put this masterpiece of creation to sleep. Sleep, said the ancients, is brother to death. But suppose the sister be jealous of the brother and pluck the soul of that beautiful child, like a flower from a tomb, during her sleep. A ballad Edith sings about a vassal espoused by a king decides him. The narcotic is poured into the maiden's glass. She has hardly drunk it before a deadly stupor spreads over her. She feels herself growing numb. She cries out, calls, instinctively pushes Ethelwood from her, and falls asleep in despair thinking she is dying. He returns to the palace. Next day when he returned with the king they find Edith dead. She is laid in a vault. The king and Ethelwood go down into it and the king kneels. Ethelwood remains standing with his hand on the girl's heart, fearing that life has disappeared and is turned into death. He feels a slight throbbing in her veins and thinks the icy marble is gradually becoming warmer. What will happen if Edith wakes? He makes a pretext of the king's grief and drags him away, just as Edith's heart is beginning to flutter beneath his hand. Edith is left alone and wakes like Juliet. But when Juliet awakens, she finds Romeo waiting for her. Edith is alone with the dead, with all the terrors and superstitions of the young girl. She cries and calls and shakes the door of the vault. It opens and Ethelwood appears. For the first time she flings herself into his arms with the effusion of gratitude. It is not a king bringing her a crown, but something much greater and more precious, a far more providential gift, a saviour who brings her life. For some moments she loves him with the whole strength of the life which she thought she had lost. Her expression is so open and true and spontaneous that she deceives the poor lover. He thinks he is beloved and tells her everything. The king has seen her and is in love with her. Then, for the benefit of the audience only, under the guise of the loving girl, one of the characteristics of the ambitious woman begins to reveal itself. Ethelwood confesses his ruse to Edith. He tells her how he made her take a drug to put her to sleep. He discloses to her what he had hidden from her until now, that he is one of the highest nobles in the state. But this no longer satisfies Edith. He tells her that, during her sleep, the king came down into her vault, and prayed on his knees by the side of the adored body which he took for a corpse, and that he, Ethelwood, a prey to the anguish of despair, awaited, dagger in hand, for the first movement of Edith and the first sigh from the king to stab the latter. In the midst of the poor fool's story, Edith follows her own train of thought only. The king loves her. Why not be the king's wife rather than that of the king's favorite? Did not the king put his ring of betrothal on her finger? A ring, it is a crown in miniature. Meantime, Edith must be got out of the tomb, which weighs heavily on her, and take advantage of the night to reach Ethelwood's chateau. Ethelwood will go and explore the surroundings, and then, if the road be deserted, he will return and fetch Edith. Edith is left alone for a moment, and makes use of the time to search for traces of the king's footsteps on the damp flagstones, and the marks of his hand on the cold marble. In that brief moment she discloses her heart, and the abyss of ambition which has swallowed up all her love. Ethelwood returns to fetch her. It is almost with regret that she leaves the vault where a king has kissed her brow and passed a ring on her finger. The next act is in the count's chateau. Edith seems happy. Ethelwood is happy. The arrival of the king is announced. What has he to do at the count's home? Edith would know why. Obliged to hide herself from being seen by the king, she does it in such a way as not to lose a word he says to the count. The king is profoundly sad. Like all wounded hearts, he seeks for conflict. The war with France affords a diversion for his grief. He will go on the continent. But he wants a firm and trustworthy regent for his state during his absence. He has thought of Ethelwood, who shall be the regent, and to reward him for his devotion, and still more to attach him to the interests of the kingdom, sure as he is of his loyalty, he will give him his sister in marriage. Ethelwood tries to refuse this twofold honor. He objects that Princess Elena, I think she was called Elena, I am not very certain, but the name of the princess does not affect the matter. In theatrical slang the princess would be called La Princess Bouche-Trou, i.e. a stopgap princess. The Princess Elena does not love him. Ethelwood is mistaken, the princess does love him. He refuses everything. This refusal at first surprises, then annoys the king. A quarrel springs up between subject and king. The subject puts his hand on his sword hilt. Henceforth he will incur confiscation, degradation, death on the scaffold. He will become poor, renounce his rank, will brave death, but he will marry no other woman than Edith. The king goes away, forbidding him to follow, but Ethelwood is the king's host. He must conduct him to his chateau gates. He must hold his stirrup and give his knee for the king to mount his horse. Scarcely has the king gone out and the count disappeared behind him, than a thick tapestry is raised and Edith enters on the scene. She has seen nothing save that the king is young and beautiful, heard nothing but that he loves her. Ethelwood's devotion, his refusal to marry the king's sister, the danger he is incurring, all glide over her heart like a breath on a mirror. She goes to the window. Ethelwood is on his knees holding the king's stirrup. In the office which, where nobility of spirit is present, is regarded as an honor, Edith sees nothing but shame, and looking at the king, covered with gold and precious stones, surrounded with the homage of a people, as in a purple mantle grown great by the lowliness of all who are around him, she lets fall the whisper, "If only I could be queen." At this moment Ethelwood returns. He makes up his mind, Edith shall know him as he is. He asks for pen, paper, and ink. He is going to write his will. "Are you going to die then?" asks Edith. "No, but I am going to make you a return for all you have done for me. I only poured you out half the liquid contained in the flask. The rest was for myself, in case it had turned out to be a poison instead of a narcotic. Well, I have drunk the rest of that liquid from the flask." Edith grows pale. She begins to understand. The parchment upon which Ethelwood has rapidly traced a few lines will tell to everyone that the count has taken refuge from the king's anger in death. As Edith lay in her grave, Ethelwood will be laid in his, and as he watched over her, she in her turn shall watch by him. As he had the key of death, she shall have the key of life. Edith fights against this idea. She measures her own weakness, urges her ambition, but too late. Ethelwood, when he left the king, had taken the narcotic. He totters, pales, falls into Edith's arms as he puts the key of the vault into her hand, saying, "Till tomorrow." Next day, instead of opening the gates of life to her lover, Edith takes the king her betrothal ring. The king at first thinks she is the ghost of the woman whom he loved. Then, by degrees, he is satisfied. He joyously touches the warm and living hand which he had touched when it was dead and cold. He renews to the Edith full of life the offers he had made to the Edith asleep in the tomb. The young girl turns giddy and needs to recollect all her promised ambitions. The key of the vault where her lover lies burns like red-hot iron. She goes to the window and asks if the river which flows at the foot of the palace is very deep. It is a gulf which swallows up all that is thrown into it. Edith turns her head aside, and with a smothered cry lets the key fall into it, saying, "Que pour el eternite. 50 abim el inglautis, o le courant el entrin. Le roi. Que fates vous, Edith?" Edith. Moi rien, je me fais rien. I had pondered over this subject for 2 years, and had worked for something like 3 to 4 months at the plan of this fine work. I was reasonably well satisfied with it, not because of its merit, but on account of the trouble it had cost me. In other words, I believed I had achieved a masterpiece, so for the first time in my life, and also for the last, I invited 2 or 3 friends to come to hear the reading of it which I had to give before the Theatre Francais. I had a splendid audience. My delusion lasted to the end of the first act, but I must say it went no further. At the end of that act, I already felt that my chef d'oeuvre had not caught on with the public. By the second act it was still colder, by the third it was frigid. One of the greatest punishments that can be imposed on an author in expiation of his plays is to read before a committee that has come with benevolent intentions, and to feel these intentions little by little fading away, turning yellow, falling at the breath of boredom, as autumn leaves fall under the killing winds of winter. Ah, what would one not give at such a moment not to have to go on to the finish, but to roll up one's manuscript, make one's bow and depart. But no such fate. In spite of the service the author would render to his audience, he is condemned to read and the audience to hear. He must go to the very end. He must descend the staircase of this tomb step by step, colder than the staircase of death itself. This was, I repeat, the first time the thing had happened to me, a just punishment for my pride. I rose immediately after the last hemistick and went out, leaving Edith Ox-Long's chevaux on the committee table. I felt that this time it was not a narcotic she had taken like Juliet, but a fine, good poison she had swallowed like Romeo. However, I had not the courage to go away without an answer, so I waited for it in the manager's office. It was Mademoiselle Mars herself who brought it me. Poor Mademoiselle Mars, she wore a funereal expression. One would have said that she had returned from Ethelwood's obsequies, after having the day before been at those of Edith. She beat about the bush in all sorts of ways, to break it to me that the committee did not think my play was suitable for acting. According to her, the play was only half written. What became of Edith after she had flung the key into the abyss? What became of Ethelwood enclosed in the vault? What became of the king's sister, who was enamoured of this living dead man? Was it possible that Providence could look on at such a crime without interfering? That divine justice could hear of such a grievance and find no true bill? There must be a sequel to be joined to such a beginning, a second part to attach to this first. Was there no way of turning the sister of the king to account? Could she not represent faithfulness, as Edith represented ingratitude? Could she not descend into the vault to see her dead lover as the king had done to see his dead fiancé? Could not that happen to the sister which had nearly happened in the king's case and Ethelwood? I took hold of Mademoiselle Mars's hand. "The play is saved," I said to her. "It shall be called Catherine Howard. Thanks to you I perceive the ending. Where are my friends that I may announce the good news to them?" But my friends were far away. They found a disused door by which they could make sure of fleeing without meeting me. Next day I received a letter from the secretary of the Comédie Francaise, which invited me to take away the manuscript. "Fling it into the fire," I replied. I do not know whether he obeyed my instructions, but I know I never saw it again, and the only verses which I remember are the 2.5 I have quoted. "On laissez-moi le tous, sire, ils étaient 3000. And that was how the beautiful Edith Ox-Long's chevaux was buried. We will tell in due order and place how there came into existence her sister, Catherine Howard, who was not worth much more than she was, and who died in the flower of her age, in the year of grace 1834. Book 3. Chapter 1. An invasion of cholera, aspect of Paris, medicine and the scourge, proclamation of the prefect of police, the supposed poisoners, Hale's newspaper paragraph, Mademoiselle Dupont, Eugène Durieux and Anicet Bourgeois, Catherine not Howard and the cholera, first performance of Marie de la Veuve, a horoscope which did not come true. Meantime, France had been anxiously following the progress of cholera for some time past. Starting from India, it had taken the route of the great magnetic currents, had crossed Persia, reached St. Petersburg and stopped at London. The Channel alone separated it from us. But what is the distance between Dover and Calais to a giant who has just done 3,000 leagues? So it crossed the Channel at a single stride. I remember the day when it struck its first blow. The sky was sapphire blue, the sun very powerful. All nature was being born again, with its beautiful green robe and the colours of youth and of health on its cheeks. The Tuileries was studded with women as a greensward is with flowers. Revolutionary risings had died down for some time, leaving society a little peace and permitting spectators to venture out to the theatres. Suddenly a terrible cry went forth, uttered in a voice like those mentioned in the Bible which thrill through the atmosphere, hurling maledictions on the earth from the skies. "The cholera is in Paris," they added. "A man has just died in the Rue Chauchat. He was literally struck down dead." It was exactly as though a veil of crepe was stretched between the blue sky and the bright sun and Paris. People rushed out into the streets and fled to their homes, shouting, "The cholera," as 17 years before they had shouted, "The Cossacks." But no matter how well they closed their doors and windows, the terrible demon of Asia slipped in through the chinks of the shutters and through the keyholes of the doors. Then people attempted to fight it. Science came forward and tried to wrestle with it at close quarters. It touched it with its fingertips and science was floored. Science rose stunned but not vanquished, and began to study the disease. Sometimes people died in 3 hours' time, at others in even less time still. The sick man, or rather the condemned, suddenly felt a slight shivering. Then came the first stage of cold, then cramp, then the terrible and ceaseless dysentery. Next the circulation was stopped by the thickening of the blood. The capillaries were altered. The sick man became black and died. But none of these stages was positively fixed. They might follow or precede or intermingle with one another. Each separate constitution brought its own variety of the malady. Further, these were but symptoms. People died with symptoms as of some unknown disease. The corpse was visible, but the assassin invisible. It struck and the blow was seen, but it was useless to search for the dagger. People were doctored by guesswork. As a man surprised by a thief in the night strikes out into the gloom by chance, hoping to hit the thief, so science wielded its sword in the darkness. In Russia they treated cholera with ice. The attacks there presented the symptoms of typhoid. Opinion was divided on this point. Some administered tonics, that is to say, punch, warm wine, Bordeaux and Madeira. Others, thinking only of the abdominal pains, treated them with both the systems in vogue at that period, either by the physiological system of Brauseis, which consisted in bleeding the sick and putting leeches on the stomach and abdomen, a treatment which attempted to attack the inflammatory part of the disease, or by opiates, calmatives and soothing medicines like opium, belladonna and hellebore. This was to deal with the pain more than the disease. Others, again, tried warmth, hot air baths, rubbing, burning iron. When the cold stage was attacked in time, and by energetic reaction they succeeded in overcoming the cold, the patient was generally saved. All the same, they only saved about 1 out of every 10. This was the reverse of the tithe. The scourge struck the poorer classes by preference, but it did not spare the rich. The hospitals were crowded with terrible rapidity. A man would fall ill in his home. 2 neighbors put him on a stretcher and carried him to the nearest hospital. The sick man often died before he got there, and one, if not both, of the carriers would take his place upon the stretcher. A ring of frightened faces would form round the dead, and a cry would sound from the crowd. A man with one of his hands to his chest and the other to his body would writhe like an epileptic, fall to the ground, roll on the pavement, turn blue and expire. The crowd would disperse terrified, lifting hands to heaven, turning their heads behind them and flying for the sake of flight, for the danger was everywhere. It did not understand the distinctions the doctors made between the 3 words, epidemic, endemic, and contagious. The doctors were heroic. Never general on the bloodiest field of battle ran dangers equal to those to which the man of science exposed himself in the midst of the hospitals, or as he went from bed to bed in the town. The Sisters of Charity were saints and often martyrs. The strangest rumors got abroad, springing from one knows not where, and repeated by the people with curses and menaces. They said that it was the fault of the government which, to get rid of the surplus population filling up Paris, caused poison to be thrown into the fountains and into the casks of the wine merchants. Paris seemed to be seized with madness. Those even whose offices made it a duty to reassure others were afraid. On 2 April, the prefect of police, M. Gisquet, addressed the following circular to the police commissaries. Monsieur le Commissaire, the appearance of the cholera germ in the capital, the source of active anxiety and of real sorrow for all good citizens, has given the perpetual enemies of order a fresh opportunity for spreading infamous calumnies against the government throughout the population. People have dared to say that the cholera is nothing short of poisoning effected by the agents of those in authority in order to decrease the population, and to turn aside the general attention from political questions. I am informed that, to give credit to these atrocious conjectures, certain wretches have conceived the project of going through the public houses and butchers' shops with bottles and packets of poison, either to throw into the fountains or wine casks or on to the meat, or simply to seem to do so and then get arrested in the very act by accomplices, who, after having made out that they were attached to the police, will countenance their escape, and finally, set everything at work to demonstrate the reality of the odious accusation directed against authority. I need only point out such designs to you, monsieur, to make you feel the necessity of redoubling your vigilance over the establishment of dealers in liquids and butchers' shops, and to urge you to warn the inhabitants against attempts which they have a personal and powerful interest in preventing. If such audacious attempts are carried out, I need hardly tell you how important it will be to seize the culprits and to place them in the hands of justice. It is a task in which you will be seconded by all friends of order and by all respectable people. Receive, etc. Gisquet. An hour after the appearance of such a circular, the prefect of police ought to have been prosecuted, but nothing was done. M. Gisquet answered a blunder by a libel. It was no longer the agents of the government who poisoned the fountains and wine casks to reduce the population and turn attention away from political affairs. It was the Republicans who threw bottles of poison over the butchers' stalls to depopulate the government of Louis Philippe. One could understand the first accusation, which sprang out of ignorance, but the second, which came from authority and from such a quarter which ought to be the best informed on such affairs as these. The people only asked not to have to believe in the presence of the plague. That invisible enemy, which struck from the heart of the clouds, irritated the people by its invisibility. They refused to believe that one could die of an atmospheric poison from so pure a sky and so radiant a sun. A material, visible, palpable cause would do its business much more effectually. At all events, revenge could be taken on a tangible cause. Placards containing nearly the same accusations were pasted up. The same day crowds collected round these placards, and then they took themselves off to the barriers. Poor unfortunate wretches were knocked down by sticks, assassinated by knife thrusts, torn by the nails of women and the teeth of dogs. A man would be pointed at with a finger, pursued, attacked, and killed. I saw one of these terrible executions from a distance. The crowd moved towards the barrier. One could count the heads by the thousand, each one a wave of that angry ocean. A great number of butcher boys with their aprons spotted with blood were mixed up in that frightful sea, each apron among all those waves like a crest of foam. Paris threatened to become worse than a great charnel house. It threatened to become a vast slaughterhouse. The prefect was obliged to retract and to recognize that an assassin, a murderer, a poisoner who escaped all capture, had broken loose and was hiding himself in Paris. That assassin, murderer, and poisoner was the cholera. Oh, whoever saw Paris at that time would forget it, with its implacable blue sky, its mocking sun, its deserted walks, its solitary boulevards, its streets strewn with hearses and haunted by phantoms. Places of public entertainment looked like immense tombs. Herel put the following paragraph in the newspapers during the performances of Dix and de la Vie d'une Femme. It has been noticed with surprise that theatres are the only public places where, whatever the number of spectators, no case of cholera had yet appeared. We present this incontestable fact for scientific investigation. Poor Herel, he still had his wits about him, when nobody else had any left or even dreamt of such a thing. It was the terror of 1793 on a grand scale. In 1793, the worst days counted their 30 or 35 victims. Now the newspapers admitted to between 700 and 800 deaths per day. It was a strange thing, but other diseases seemed to have disappeared. They were stayed from sheer stupefaction. Death had no longer any but the one way of striking. One left a friend at night, shook his hand, saying, "Au revoir." And next day, a voice would come from one knew not where out of chaos, would whisper in one's ear, "You knew such and such a person." "Yes, well, he is dead." One had said au revoir, it was adieu one ought to have said instead. Soon there was a shortness of coffins. In that terrible steeplechase between death and the coffin-makers, the latter were outdistanced. They wrapped the bodies in tapestries. They rumbled along 10, 15, 20 to the church at once. Relatives followed the common carts or not, as the case might be. Each knew the number of his own dead and mourned them. A mass was said for all collectively. Then they wended their way to the cemetery, and tipped the contents of the tapestry into the common grave, and covered them all over with a shroud of lime. The 18th of April was the crisis of the first outbreak. The numbers rose to nearly 1,000. At that time I lived, as I have said, in the Rue Saint-Lazare, in the Square d'Orléans, and I saw from my windows every day 50 to 60 funerals pass on their way to the Montmartre cemetery. It was with this prospect before my eyes that I wrote one of my gayest comedies, Le Mari de la Veuve. This is how the play came about. Mademoiselle Dupont, the excellent soubrette of the Comédie Francaise, who laughed with such rosy lips and white teeth, She who was the most impudent Martine I have ever seen, had obtained a benefit performance. I had known her more at Firmin's house privately than at the theatre. She had never acted in any of my plays. One morning, it was, so far as I can recollect, the very day before 29 March, on which day the cholera was to burst forth, she came to see me. Everything was ready for her benefit. She came to ask me to write her a narrative scene. It was Saturday, I think. The performance was to take place on the following Tuesday or Wednesday. There was no time to lose. I am stupid at improvising anything appropriate to such an occasion as this, and yet how could I refuse the charming soubrette a demand of so little importance? Defer the performance until Saturday, I said to her, and instead of one scene I will write you a one-act comedy. Will you promise to do this? On my honors. I will go and see if it be possible, and I will return in an hour's time. 20 minutes later, I received a note from Mademoiselle Dupont, telling me she had obtained a respite of 12 days, and asking me to make a part in it for Mademoiselle Mars. I had not been on very friendly terms with Mademoiselle Mars since Antony, and she had not taken the trouble to make it up with me. Now I had one friend, a man of infinite cleverness, head or second in command at the Home Offices, a friend who has since made his name in the government. He was called and happily still calls himself Eugene Durieux. I had met him 2 or 3 times during the past year, and every time he had given me the subject for a play, either in 1 act or 2 or in 3, but I do not know why we had never yet settled anything. I wrote to him and he came to me. Let us look over your subjects, I said. I want a play in 1 act for Mademoiselle Dupont's benefit. Are you crazy? She is billed for next Tuesday. It is put off for a week. And you think a play could be written, read, distributed, learned and played between now and then? I will do my part. Really? A day to write the play, 1 to get it recopied, 1 for reading it. There will still be 7 days for the rehearsals, a luxurious allowance. Eugene Durieux recognized the correctness of the calculation and gave me the benefit of his ideas. We thought of the subject of Le Mari de la Veuve, but the plan was a long way from completion. Listen, I said to Durieux, it is noon, I have business until 5 o'clock. Anicet Bourgeois wishes to have his turn at the Theatre Franchise, why I don't know, some whim of his. Go and find him for me, settle the outlines of the drama with him, return together at 4:30 and we will dine together. In the evening we will arrange the numbering of the scenes. I can set to work on the play tonight or tomorrow morning, and in any case at whatever time I start upon it, it shall be finished 24 hours later. Durieux left at a run. I returned at 5 as I had said and found my 2 collaborators at the task. The foundations were not yet laid. I came to the rescue. They left me at midnight, leaving me a number of scenes nearly completed. The next day, as I had promised, I set to work. I was at my 3rd or 4th scene when the chambermaid entered, looking terrified and as pale as death. Ah, monsieur, 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 she said. Well, what is the matter, Catherine? Ah, monsieur, it is, my God, my God. What? It is the cholera. Ah, monsieur, I have the cramp. The cholera is in Paris. Yes, monsieur, it is the scoundrel. Diable, are you sure what you say is true? A man has just died in the Rue Chauchat, monsieur. He had only been dead a quarter of an hour, and he is already as black as a nigger. How did they treat him? By rubbing, monsieur, but it was no use. Black, monsieur, quite black. Perhaps they rubbed him with a blacking brush. Oh, monsieur, you may joke. Rue Chauchat, monsieur, in the Rue Chauchat. Now, the Rue Chauchat is next to the Rue Saint-Lazare. What could prevent the cholera in leaving the Rue Chauchat from passing along the Rue Saint-Lazare and knocking at my own door? If the cholera rings, do not open to it, Catherine, I resumed. I am going to see what is happening. I took up my hat and went out. Then it was that I saw with my own eyes the spectacle of terror that I have tried to describe. I returned home, very much disinclined to write my comedy, I confess, and I wrote to Mademoiselle Dupont. Ma belle Martine, I presume that when you settled the day for your performance you had reckoned without the cholera. It has just come from London and made its debut 2 hours ago in the Rue Chauchat. Its debut is making such a commotion that it will, I am afraid, spoil your takings. What ought I to do about the 1-act comedy? Yours always, Alexandre Dumas. Mademoiselle Dupont was at home, and I received the following reply by the same messenger as had taken my letter. My dear Dumas, my benefit has been on the way for such a long time that I want it done with, one way or another. Finish your play then, I beseech you, it must take its chance. Always yours, Dupont. So I returned to Le Mari de la Veuve. The play was finished in 24 hours as I had promised. The principal part pleased Mademoiselle Mars, and she accepted it. Her presence in a play was a guarantee for speed. Indeed, we have already said how honest Mademoiselle Mars was in theatrical matters, and with authors. She came punctually to the rehearsals in spite of the cholera, and enraged me just as much over one act as she would have done over a 5-act play. Each day she found something to correct, and I had to take the play home and make the correction there. This was how Le Mari de la Veuve was created, with that funereal background of which I have just been telling you. The play was exquisitely mounted. The 5 parts it contained were filled by Mademoiselle Mars, Monrose, Anais, Menjord, and Mademoiselle Dupont. The play was performed on the appointed day. The cholera had proved a troublesome competitor. There were not 500 people in the theatre. The play had but a moderate success and obtained even a round of hissing. After Menjord had been caught in a shower, he re-entered the castle shaking himself. "What weather," he said, "I am as drenched as college wine." A spectator hissed, no doubt some schoolmaster. The saying, though, was not mine. I had heard it said to Soli a few days before, and had utilized it because I thought it so funny. It was a fresh proof to me of the truth of the saying that what suits one person to perfection jars on another. I have hunted in all the newspapers for an account of the performance, and cannot find any trace of it, except in the Annuaire Historique by Lesser and the Gazette de France. My readers will allow me to lay before them the twofold appreciation offered by criticism on the work. It is short and sincere. Here is Lesser's. Theatre Franchise. Performance for the benefit of Mademoiselle Dupuis. In the first place, Lesser is wrong. He should have said Mademoiselle Dupont. Le Mari de la Veuve, a comedy in 1 act in prose by M. Theatrical performance on a benefit day ever offered a more melancholy aspect and a more scanty assembly. The cholera had invaded Paris. The town was given over to terror. Riot ran rife through the street. Drums beat at the hour for the opening of the box office. There were very few spectators that night bold enough to breathe the smell of camphor and lime in the solitudes of the Theatre Franchise in order to judge the merits of the new play. Under these circumstances, the absent hardly lost much. A few pleasant incidents and witty sayings, and the talent of Mademoiselle Mars, might be able to support this slight work for a dozen or so of performances. The author, who, doubtless, is not blind as to the unimportant nature of the play, maintains his anonymity. That is one. Now let us pass on to the Gazette de France. A short comedy has recently been performed, Le Mari de la Veuve by M. Alexandre Dumas, which, although the dialogue is written with plenty of go and naturalness, offers very little in the way of common sense as to plot and truth of characterization. But the play is so agreeably acted by Monrose, Menjord, Mademoiselle Mars and Mademoiselle Dupont that it ought to cause great amusement and much laughter among those who are inclined to make fun of the quibblers and silent indifference of the smaller newspapers against the Theatre Franchise, and to go oftener to this theatre than to Attergull or to Madame Gibbou. The play has now been performed over 300 times since its first appearance. Chapter 2. My regime against the cholera. I am attacked by the epidemic. I invent etherization. Herel comes to suggest to me La Tour de Nesle, Virtuel's manuscript, Janin and the tirade of the Grands Dames, first idea of the prison scene, my terms with Herel, advantages offered by me to M. Gaillardit, the Spectator in the Odeon, known and unknown authors, my first letter to M. Gaillardit. The cholera was running its course, but we had arrived at the stage of getting accustomed to it. In France, alas, we get used to everything. It was even said that the best way of fighting the cholera was not to think about it, but to live as far as possible in one's ordinary way. This regime suited me excellently at the period in question. I wrote Gaul et France, a work which fatigued me very much in the way of study, to such an extent that I was not sorry to forget my day's work in the evening. Every night, accordingly, I had some friends with me. Fourcade, Carlin, Boulanger, Liszt, Chatelain, Hugo at times, Delano nearly always. We talked and talked of art. Sometimes we persuaded Hugo to read us poetry. Liszt, who never required much pressing, thumped on a bad piano with all his might, and he ended by breaking it to pieces. So the evening would fly by without anyone thinking any more of the cholera than if it had been at St. Petersburg or Benares or Pekin. Besides, it had been calculated that 500 deaths per day, out of 1 million of men, was not quite 1 death per 1,000, and taking everything into consideration, one had far more chance of being one of the 1,000 living souls than the one dead one. This calculation, it will be seen, was exceedingly reassuring. In the midst of all this, Harrel, who was at loggerheads with Hugo, came to me from time to tease me to write him another play. He made out that it was a most favourable time, that nothing was being a success elsewhere, and that the first comer to make a success under such circumstances would have a run of 100 performances. As for the cholera, he treated it as a myth, and put it on a level with the ghosts of Semiramis and of Hamlet. He put a bit of paper into his snuff-box to remind himself that he was in Paris. The object of his pursuing me with such determination was a drama entitled La Tour de Nesle, in which he said there was originality enough to set all Paris on fire with excitement. I rejected the tempter energetically, telling him that the same subject had been suggested to me twice before, once by Roger de Beauvoir, author of 50 Écoliers de Cluny, also by Fourcade, who at that time was anxious to produce literature. Henry Fourcade was Fourcade's brother, my old friend, of whom I have already spoken with reference to my early love affairs at Villers-Cotterets, who, it will be recollected, danced so well, and had in his pocket a second pair of gloves to change, when he went to the ball, a luxury at which I had been struck dumb. One night then, when we had been laughing, talking, spouting verses, playing music, and having supper as I was about to see my friends out and was lighting them from the top of my landing, I felt suddenly overtaken with a slight trembling in my legs. I took no notice of it and leant against the banisters, half to light those who were going downstairs and half to support myself, as I shouted a ringing, cheerful au revoir to them. Then, when the sound of their footsteps was lost in the square, I turned round to go into my rooms. "Oh, monsieur," said Catherine to me, "how pale you are." "Nonsense, am I really, Catherine?" I said laughingly. "Go and look in the glass, sir, and see." I followed her advice and looked in the glass. I was, indeed, exceedingly pale. At the same time I was seized with a shaking which gradually turned to a violent shivering fit. "It is queer," I said, "I feel very cold." "Ah, monsieur," cried Catherine, "that is how it begins." "What, Catherine?" "The cholera, monsieur." "You think I have the cholera then, Catherine?" "Oh, I am sure of it, monsieur." "Oh, then, Catherine, let us lose no time. Get a lump of sugar, dip it in ether and fetch a doctor." Catherine went away, tumbling against the furniture as she left, and exclaiming, "Oh, mon Dieu, master has the cholera." Meanwhile, as I felt my strength failing rapidly, I went up to my bed, undressed myself as fast as possible, and lay down. I shivered more and more. Catherine returned. The poor girl was nearly off her head. Instead of bringing me a lump of sugar dipped in ether, she brought me a wine-glassful of ether. When I say full, I should add that, by good fortune, her hand had trembled so much that the glass was no more than 2/3 full. She gave it to me. With more reason for my condition than she, I hardly knew what I was doing. I did not remember what it was I had asked her for, and was ignorant of the contents of the glass she held out to me. I carried it to my lips and swallowed a whole ounce of ether at a gulp. I felt as though I had swallowed the sword of the avenging angel. I heaved a sigh, closed my eyes, and my head fell back on the pillow. No chloroform ever produced a quicker result. From that moment, and for 2 hours my unconsciousness lasted, I knew nothing at all. Only, when I opened my eyes again, I was in a vapour bath which, by means of a pipe, my doctor was administering to me beneath my bedclothes, whilst a good neighbour was rubbing me on the top of the sheets with a warming pan full of embers. I do not know what I shall feel like in hell, but I shall never even there be more nearly roasted than I was that night. I spent 5 or 6 days without being able to put a foot out of my bed. I was literally exhausted. Every day Harold's card was brought in. He was told, as was everybody else, that I could not see visitors. When I again opened my doors to people, the first thing I saw through the half-opened door was his smiling, clever face. "What about the cholera?" I asked. "It has departed." "Are you sure of it?" "It did not pay its expenses." "Ah, my friend, what a capital time for launching a drama." "Do you think so?" "There will be a reaction in favour of the theatres. Besides, you saw what I put in the newspapers." "Yes, about the places of entertainment not having had a single case of cholera in them. My dear Harrel, you are the cleverest man of the 19th century." "Oh, not so." "Why not?" You can well see why not, since I cannot get you to write me a play. In all conscience am I in a fit state for doing it. You, He shrugged his shoulders. I am possessed with all the devils of a fever. They will give you an inspiration. But seriously, let me see what your play is about. Well, I am going to tell you the truth. Really? On my honors. Harold. How stupid you are. You can see very well that I did not make you say it. But if you make me say it, it only proves your cleverness because you make me stupid. Come, stop affectations, what were we saying? That a young man from Tunera named Frederick Gaylard has brought me a mise which has some ideas in it, but he has never had anything to do with the stage. It is not, dramatically speaking, any good as it is, but I have entered into treaty with him because I have my own plans. Let us hear what they are. For a long time Janin has wanted to write a drama. Good. I said, here is your excuse ready to hand. I took my young author's mise to him. Next. He read it. And then he agreed with me that there was dramatic material in it. And that drama, he has hunted for it for 6 weeks and not found it. Then he has added nothing to the original manuscript. Indeed, he has rewritten it. What then? It is better written but no more fit for acting. So that it has already 2 authors. You need not trouble yourself about Janin. Why not? Because this morning he took his own mise and that of M. Gaylard in his arms, and flung them on George's sofa, saying to me, you and your drama there can go to the devil. Then you came to me, thanks. What does that matter to you, my friend? Read this. But I tell you I am very weak, I cannot even read. I will send Virtual to you, he will read the piece to you, he reads very well. Shall I not get into trouble with your young man? He is as meek as a lamb, my dear fellow. I see, and you wish to shear him. There is no talking seriously with you. Send Virtual to me. When? When you like. He shall be here in an hour. Very well, are you going? I have no mind to stay. Why not? You would only have someone to contradict you. Oh, I do not promise anything. That is needless since you are pledged. To what? To deliver me the play in a fortnight. Harold. Take pains over George's part. Harold. Goodbye. Harold was gone. Oh, the brute, I muttered, falling back onto my pillow. He will give me a relapse. An hour later, as Harold had said, Virtual was in the house. He expected to find me sitting up and convalescent, but he found me in bed, burning with fever and reduced in weight by 25 pounds. I frightened him. Oh, he said, you are not going to work in that state. What the deuce do you expect else, my dear fellow, as Harold insists on it? No, I will take the mise away, and tell Mademoiselle Georges that it is impossible, short of killing you. Is there anything in that mise? Certainly it has some ideas, but... But what? Ah, you shall see, I dare not say. Then leave it to me, I will read it. When? At my leisure. Is the writing clear, by the way? I recopied it myself. Good. I have only brought Janin's version of the mise, to save you as much time as possible. Is there much difference between the 2 MSS? What do you mean? Structurally. It is the same thing, except for 1 or 2 tirades added by Janin. What about the form? Oh well, it has style, you know. It is smart, brilliant, trenchant. I will take note of that. When do you wish me to return? Return tomorrow. At what hour? About noon. Tomorrow at noon then, rest as much as you can till then. I will try, adieu. Adieu, he gave me his hand. Take care of yourself, you are frightfully feverish. That is just what I am reckoning upon. 1,000 compliments to George's, she need not be anxious. If there is a suitable role for her, it shall be created, or I will know the reason why. Have you nothing else for me to tell her? Only that I love her with all my heart. Virtual went away, leaving me alone with the fever and the copy of Janin's MS. Once again I repeat it, and these lines are addressed to M. Frederick Gaylord it. Heaven save me, after the lapse of 21 years, from seeming to have hostile intentions towards a man who did me the honor of risking his life against mine, in exchanging pistol shots with me. But I must, according to my accustomed frankness, relate things as they happened, very certain that if it is still necessary at this date, the memories of Bocage, of George's, of Janin and of Virtual will agree with mine. Having made this assertion, I will continue my narrative. When left to myself, I began to read the manuscript. The play began at the second scene, that is to say, with Orsini's monologue. Finally, the second scene, which was then the first, remained pretty much as it was. There was, as Virtual had told me, and as I myself recognized later, no other difference between M. Gaylord's Ms. and Janin's than the style. Janin, as is known, is in this respect a master before whom small fry bow and great ones salute. But a complete tirade, probably the most brilliant in the whole drama, belonged to Janin. It was the one of the grand dames. Did he avenge himself here on some lady, someone he believed to be a great lady? I do not know at all, but although the tirade is well known, we will reproduce it here. Beridan, vous n'y savez donc pas où nous sommes. Philippe, ô sommes-nous. Beridan, vous n'y savez donc pas quelles sont ces femmes. Philippe, vous êtes tout ému Beridan. Beridan, ces femmes, n'avez-vous pas quelque soupçon de leur rang? N'avez-vous pas remarqué que si doivent être de grandes dames? Avez-vous, car j'y pense qu'il vient de vous arriver à vous ce qui vient de m'arriver à moi? Avez-vous dans vos amours de garnison beaucoup de mains aussi blanches, beaucoup de sourires aussi froides? Avez-vous remarqué ces riches habits, ces voici douces, ces regards si faux, si sont de grandes dames voyez-vous? Elles nous fait chercher dans la nuit par une femme violette voilée, qui avait des paroles mielluses. Oh, si sont de grandes dames, à peine sommes nous entrés dans cet endroit éblouissant, parfumette chaud et ivre, quels nous accueillent avec mille tendresses, quels si sont livrés à nous sans détour, sans retard, à nous tout de suite, à nous inconnus et tout moils de cet orage. Vous voyez bien que si sont de grandes dames, a table et c'est notre histoire tous dieux en est pas. A table, elles si sont abandonnées à tout si que l'amour et l'ivresse ont d'importement et d'aubli. Elles ont blasphème, elles ont tenu d'étranges discours et d'odieuses paroles, elles ont oubli tout retenu, tout pudeur, oubli la terre, oubli le ciel. Si sont de grandes dames, de très grandes dames, je vous le répète. The first fault which struck me, a theatrical man in the work, was that the play began really at the second scene, and consequently none of the parts were known or the characters properly revealed, so that while reading this tower scene, the tavern scene began to appear to me as in a cloud. But I did not stop short there, it was not a suitable moment. I began the second, but I protest that I did not go further than the 8th or 10th page. The drama completely deviated from the course which, in my opinion, it ought to have taken. The essential crux of the drama to me was the struggle between Beridan and Margaret of Burgundy, between an adventurer and a queen, the one armed with all the resources of his genius, the other with the powerful allies of her rank. Of course, genius is naturally made to triumph over power. Then I had had an idea in my head for a long time which I thought highly dramatic, and I wanted to try to get that situation put before the public. A man is arrested, sentenced, and laid in the depths of a dungeon without resource or hope. A man who will be lost if his enemy has the courage not to come and mock at his abasement, but to have him poisoned, strangled, or stabbed in his corner. The man will be saved if his enemy yields to the desire to come and insult him for the last time, for with speech, the sole weapon left him, he would frighten his enemy so that the latter would loosen the chains on his arms a little, and the iron collar round his neck, and open to him the door which he had hitherto so carefully closed upon him, and lead forth in triumph the man who expected that, if he ever left his living tomb at all, it would only be to mount the scaffold. The struggle between Margaret of Burgundy and Beridan gave me the idea for this situation. It will be well understood that I did not let such a scene slip. It is the one that has since been named La Scène de la Prison. That settled, I did not trouble any further over the rest. I wrote to Harold that I was his man for La Tour de Nesle, and begged him to come and arrange the terms under which this new drama should be done. I must explain to the public what I mean by settling the terms. I wished, since Janin loyally, more than loyally, generously withdrew from the collaboration, that M. Gaillardit, who had temporarily given up his share to Janin, should take that share to himself again. At that period, unless under private treaty, authors' rights at the Theatre Porte Saint Martin, for which M. Gaillardit's drama was intended, were 48 francs for authors' share and francs worth of tickets per night. Consequently, 24 francs for authors' rights and francs worth of tickets were conceded to Janin. Janin, as we have said, gave up his share. I wanted this share to be returned to M. Gaillardit and my rights to be settled independently, as if I had been a complete stranger to the work. I laid down also as a condition, sine qua non, that my name should be left. It was agreed in the contract with Janin that his name should be given. Harold raised no difficulties over granting me my separate treaty, which was the same as in Christine, 10 francs per 100 of the takings and to 40 francs worth of tickets, I believe. Nothing could be objected to, as the rights were proportional. If it paid, I gained. If it did not, I only made a light demand on the receipts. Now take careful notice that at this time of cholera, 200 or 300 francs were quite large takings. The Odeon once played before one spectator who refused to have his money returned, and insisted that they should go through the performance for him, and then hissed it. But by hissing, the wretched man raised a weapon against himself. The manager sent for a police officer, who, with the excuse that the hisser disturbed the performance, put him outside the doors. Harold, I say, made no difficulty of any kind over my separate contract, but he did over my wishing to maintain my incognito. I had a hard struggle over this, and he poured upon me all the dazzling splendors of his wit and the thundering ammunition of his paradoxes. I held out, and Harold retired conquered. It was settled and signed that I was to have my separate contract, that I should not be named, that M. Gaillardit should alone be mentioned by name on the night of the first performance and on the bills, and that he alone should take the whole of the rights granted by the Porte Saint Martin Theatre at the time when he signed his treaty. But I reserved to myself the right to put the drama under my own name among my complete works. From that moment Virtual never left me. He came every morning, and as much dictated as written by his hand. Every night he carried a scene away with him. After the prison scene, Harold rushed in. It was a chef d'oeuvre which would even put the success of Henry Roman III into the shade. I laughed. I really must let my name be given. It was impossible otherwise. I grew angry, and Harold took himself off in despair. Theatrical managers in those days had a singular idea, to which indeed they have returned latterly. It was that they made more money with equal merit when the name of the author was known than if it were unknown. I think they were mistaken. The better the name be known, the more it rouses jealous feelings on the part of criticism. The less it be known, the more kindly does criticism favor it. Criticism, which does not produce children of its own, only picks up and fondles orphans which it can adopt. But it turns angry and growling on those children who are supported by a vigorous parentage. Nowadays, managers have fallen into the opposite abuse. They have hunted out from the collections of proverbs all the pieces which were no good at all, comedies which were not comedies, dramas which were not dramas, and played them with more or less success. The object of this attempt was, I believe, meant at least to prove that dramatic art is an art by itself, a rare and difficult one, seeing that Greece has only bequeathed to us Aeschylus, Euripides, Sophocles, and Aristophanes, Rome only Plautus, Terence, and Seneca, England only Shakespeare and Sheridan, Italy only Machiavelli and Alfieri, Spain only Lopes de Vega, Calderon, Alarcon, and Tirso de Molina, Germany only Goethe and Schiller, and France only Corneille, Rotrou, Molière, Racine, Voltaire, and Beaumarchais. That is to say, but 23 names floating on an ocean of 23 centuries. Actually, this is what happens in my opinion. More noise is made round the work of a known author. People wait for and receive the appearance of such work with greater curiosity. But the public also becomes more exacting in proportion as the reputation of the writer increases. They get tired of hearing a man called happy, as the Athenians grew tired of hearing Aristides called the just, and reaction operates with a harshness all the stronger as the previous favoritism has been great. Finally, the man who falls, if unknown, only falls from the height of the play by which he has made his debut. The known author who falls, on the contrary, falls from the height of all his past successes. I have experienced this in my own case. At 3 epochs in my life, reaction has disturbed me to the point that, in order to keep the footing I had arrived at, I had to exert greater efforts than those I had made in reaching that stage. We are not far from the first of these epochs, and I will relate this phase of my life with the same simplicity as I have related the rest. After 9 days of work, which retarded my convalescence by more than a month, Virtual carried away the last scenes of the drama, with the following letter addressed to Harold. Dear friend, do not be distressed at these 2 last scenes. They are weak, I grant. When I got to the end my strength failed me. Look upon them as null and void, as they will have to be rewritten. But give me 2 or 3 days' rest, and don't be uneasy. I begin to be of your opinion. There are the elements of a tremendous success in the work. Yours always, Alexandre Dumas. After the 4th act, the poorest in the whole work, Harold had written to me. My dear Dumas, I have received your 4th act. Your King Louis the Headstrong is a droll figure indeed, but he has abundance of wit, and wit makes anything go well. I await the 5th act. Yours, etc. Harold. The 5th act arrived, only it was even worse than the 4th. Harold rushed to me with crape on his hat and his head covered with ashes. He was in mourning for his lost success. Nothing I could say reassured him. I must set to work again that very night. 2 days later the scenes were rewritten and Harold's mind set at rest. The same day I wrote to embroiled it, keeping as far as possible to my own side of the proceedings. Monsieur M. Harold, with whom I have been in continual business relations, has come to ask me to give him some advice about a work by you which he wishes to put on the stage. I seized with pleasure the opportunity of bringing forward a young fellow dramatist, whom I have not the honor of knowing, but to whom I most sincerely wish success. I have smoothed down all the difficulties which would present themselves to you in the putting into rehearsal of a first piece of work, and your play, as it now is, seems to me capable of succeeding. I do not need to tell you, sir, that you alone will be the author, and that my name will not even be mentioned. This is the condition under which I undertook the work, to which I have been so fortunate as to be able to add, if you look upon what I have done for you in the light of a kindness, allow me to give it you rather than sell it you. Alexandre Dumas. Indeed, from my point of view, at any rate, it was really giving my services. Although I had superseded Janin as collaborator, I did not take either the author's rights nor the rights to tickets belonging to the collaboration, which in the contract remained in Harold's hands, and by virtue of which Harold returned to Janin. Had Harold the right, from Janin's consent, and at his, Janin's, entreaty to substitute me for Janin, I think he had, as my substitution, left M. Gaillardet's name alone on the bills, and gave H francs for rights and for tickets, instead of 24 francs for rights and for tickets. M. Gaillardet gained, therefore, from the monetary point of view, as he received double, and he gained in reputation, because his name alone appeared. It remains to prove that the contract Janin Gaillardet and Harold had passed under the control of the former contract, according only 48 francs in rights and in tickets. This will be easy for me to do with the 2 dates. The contract of Janin Gaillardet and Harold was signed on 29 March 1832, and the fresh treaty, which still holds good today at the Port St. Martin Theatre, was not signed between M. Harold and the Commission of Authors till the following 11 April. I repeat, I would rather have passed over this ridiculous quarrel as to the paternity of the play in silence, but I am compelled to lay details before my readers which will interest them, but indifferently, but for which, however, they would have the right to ask if I passed them over in silence. I am writing the history of art during the first half of the 19th century. I speak of myself as of a stranger. I lay my plays open to the inspection of my natural arbitrator, the public. It shall judge my work, as they say at the palace. I will neither make out M. Gaillardet to be right or wrong. I will write merely a recitative and not an argument. Ad narrandum non ad furibandum. Chapter 3. Great was my astonishment when I received an answer from M. Gaillardet, which instead of being full of gratitude was a protest. He wrote that the play was his own and belonged only to him, that he had not intended to have, and never would have, a collaborator. I confess I was astounded. The play, as everybody thought, was unactable as it was, and Janin had given it up, openly admitting that he did not know what to do to make it better. I flew off to Harold. I had not asked him to communicate the agreement to me, but had simply believed in his word. I accused him of having deceived me. He thereupon took the contract from his desk and made me read it. This is what it was verbally. Between Gaillardet and Jules Janin on the one part, and M. Harold, manager of the Port St. Martin, on the other part. It is agreed as follows. M. Gaillardet and Jules Janin remit and hand over to M. Harold a 5-act drama entitled La Tour de Nesle, to be played at the Port St. Martin Theatre. M. Herrill receives the work and will have it performed immediately. Copy made at Paris, 29 March 1832. Signed F. Gaylardit J. Janin Herrill. As M. Janin and Gaylardit remitted and handed over their drama conjointly, M. Gaylardit must have had a collaborator, and that collaborator was stated to be M. Janin. Now he always had a collaborator, only that collaborator did not take half his rights from him, and was not called Janin or anybody else, since he was never named at all. I can but believe that it was the person of Janin who was regretted by M. Gaylardit, for, as we saw, he himself wrote later that Janin had been surreptitiously imposed upon him. Herrill had no difficulty in convincing me that it was within his rights to bring me M. Gaylardit's drama, as it had been remitted and handed over to him without embargo. The drama had not been done over again by me. Had it been necessary to rewrite the play completely, I should certainly never have undertaken the task. But what was done straightforwardly, and in good faith. The welfare of the theatre, ruined by the riotings and cholera, rested entirely on this work. I was the first to advise that the arrival of M. Gaylardit should be awaited. After the delivery of the first scene, moreover, the play had been put in rehearsal. Now, at the first of these rehearsals, a very curious incident happened. The two principal parts had been given to Georges and Frederick, but as I have said, the cholera upset everything. Frederick, who came to listen to the reading of the first act, and who had carried away the part, was afraid of the cholera. He kept away in the country, and in spite of the notices of the rehearsals, gave no sign of life. 5 or 6 rehearsals took place before he turned up or sent news of himself. He was a man of capricious talent, violent and passionate, and accordingly very natural in passionate, violent and capricious characters. He was the French Kean. Herrill could neither wait for the end of Frederick's fear nor for that of the cholera. He decided to engage someone else since Frederick persisted in staying away, and he looked about him. Bocage was out of an engagement. He entered into negotiations with him. Bocage took the part, promised to rehearse it in spite of all the choleras on the earth, returned home and began to study it. Next day he came to the theatre without his manuscript. He knew his first scene. The report of what had occurred reached Frederick. He rushed up, and I never saw anybody in such a state of vexation as he was. Frederick is a great actor, an artist of talent and feeling. He was hurt in both these directions. He offered as much as 5,000 francs to Bocage if the latter would give up his part, but Bocage refused it, and the part remained his. Your grief was a fine sight, Frederick, and I shall never forget it. The rehearsals continued with Bocage and Mademoiselle Georges. One day Herrill, who then lived in the Rue Berger, sent to fetch me. M. Gaylardit had just arrived, and the following extract represents his state of mind. I will borrow from him direct, so much do I desire to remain neutral in this discussion. I started, and before going home I went dressed as I was in my travelling costume, to see M. Herrill. I am ruined, he said to me. I have deceived you, that is the truth, now what shall you do? Stop the play. You will not succeed in doing that. I shall change the title and play it. You can attack me for piracy, theft, plagiarism, anything you like. You will obtain 1,200 francs indemnity. If you allow it to be played, on the contrary, you will gain 1,200 francs, etc., etc. He said the truth, for that is the protection our judges ordinarily allow to an author who has been defrauded. If I remember rightly, it was in this interval that I arrived. The discussion was violent on both sides, and the explanations were equally violent. We had to leave Herrill to hunt up seconds on both sides. Herrill, however, intervened, calmed us down, and induced M. Gaylardit to sign a deed by which we acknowledged ourselves joint authors of La Tour de Nesle. We each reserved to ourselves the right to put our names to the play in our complete works. The play was to be played and published under the name of M. Gaylardit alone, but Herrill insisted that there should be asterisks after his name. When this deed was signed, the rehearsals went on uninterruptedly. As the play developed, it assumed great proportions, and I began to believe with Herrill that it would be a big success. The parts of Marguerite and of Beridan were just made for Georges and for Bocage, who were both splendid in them. Lacroix, who, out of friendship for me, played the part of Gaultier d'Aulnay, was deliciously youthful and lover-like and poetic in it. Provost as Savoisy, Serres as Landry, and de Lafosse as Philippe d'Aulnay completed the characters. The day of the first performance came, 29 May 1832. I had sent a box ticket to Odelin Barrett, telling him I would dine with him and reserving a place for myself in his box. The dinner lasted longer than we expected. Madame Odelin Barrett, then young and charming, always a clever and original woman, a rare thing among women, was upon thorns. The great demagogue had no notion anybody could feel so much impatience to see a first performance of a play. We arrived in the middle of the second scene, just in time to hear the tirade of the grand dames. The theatre was in a state of boiling excitement. The audience felt the success of the play. It was in the air, they breathed it. The end of the second scene is terrible in its impressiveness. Beridan leaping from the window into the Seine, Marguerite revealing her bleeding cheek, and exclaiming, "Look at thy face and then die, saidst thou. Let it be done as thou wishest, look and die." This was all startling and terrible. And when after the orgy, the flight, the assassination, the laughter extinguished in groans, the man flung into the river, the lover of a knight pitilessly murdered by his royal mistress, the careless and monotonous voice of the night watchman is heard calling, 3 o'clock and a quiet night, Parisian sleep. The audience burst forth into loud applause. The third scene is poor, I must candidly admit. It was nearly all written by me, and it was a bit of gagging. Still, it does not allow interest to languish. The second had sated the spectators for a time. It will be recollected that, except for an alteration in the staging, the second scene was almost entirely the same as in M. Gaillardet's manuscript. The end of the third scene, however, relieves the beginning. The last scene was entirely concerned with Gaultier d'Aulnay, who comes to demand vengeance for the murder of his brother from Marguerite of Bourgogne, without knowing that the murder had been committed by her. Locre's exhibition of grief was magnificent. The fourth scene was scarcely better than the third. It was the one where Beridan and Marguerite meet in the Orsini tavern, where Marguerite tears from the diary entrusted to her lover the famous page which proves the murder. The principal scene was an improbable one. I had tried my hand at it 3 or 4 times before I succeeded. Let me add that I have never been satisfied with it. Georges, who for her part too felt it was false, did not play it so well as the others. But the audience was captivated, and in that frame of mind which accepts everything. The fifth scene was short, spirited, sensitive, and full of surprises. The arrest and exit of Beridan made the greatest sensation. Finally came the famous prison act. One day my son asked me, he had not yet written plays at that time, "What are the first principles of a drama?" That the first act be lucid, the last short, and above all that there be no prison scene in the third. When I said that I was ungrateful, I have never seen such an effect as that prison act, and it was marvellously played besides by the 2 actors concerned with it, who have the whole responsibility of it. Serres Landry was delightfully artless and whimsical in it. Bocage, with his great Sicilian eyes, his teeth as white as pearls, and his black beard, was of a physical beauty to which perhaps I have only seen one other man attain. Melling, one of the most beautiful actors I ever saw on the stage. After the prison scene, the other might be indifferently either good or bad, for success was assured. This was not unfortunate. The 7th scene, like the third, was the weakest in the work. It was saved by its wit, and because all things considered the spectators, like Herrill, thought King Louis, the headstrong, was a droll figure. Finally came the 5th act, which had so much frightened Herrill. It was divided into 2 scenes, the 8th of a diabolical humour, the 9th which, for appalling dramatic character, might be compared with the 2nd. Something about it reminded one of the ancient fatalism of Sophocles, blended with the scenic terrors of Shakespeare. So its success was enormous, and the name of M. Frederick Gaillardet was proclaimed amidst loud applause. Madame Odilon Barrett was in ecstasy, and enjoyed herself like a schoolgirl. Odilon Barrett, little accustomed to melodramatic theatrical displays, was astounded that emotion could be carried so far. Of course, as in the case of Richard Darlington, Herrill came and made me all sorts of offers if I would consent to have my name mentioned. I had refused in Richard, where nothing pledged me to it. I refused more firmly still in the case of La Tour de Nesle, where I was bound both by a promise of honour and a written one. I returned home, I vow it, without a single feeling of regret. It was, however, the first performance of a play which was to hold the bills for nearly 800 times. Next day, several of my friends, who knew the part I had taken in La Tour de Nesle, came to pay me their compliments. Amongst these was one of my best friends, Pierre Carlin. "Do you know what Herrill has done?" he said to me as he was coming in. "What has he done?" "What he has put on the bills." "No. Instead of proceeding as in mathematics from the known to the unknown, he has proceeded from the unknown to the known." "I do not understand." "Oh, the rascal," I exclaimed, "he will cause me a fresh quarrel with M. Gaillardet, and what is worse, this time M. Gaillardet will be in the right." I took up my hat and walking stick. "Where are you going?" I am going to Harrel, will you come with me? I must go to my office. Then quick, call a carriage, I will drop you there in passing. I was at Harrel's 5 minutes later. Ah, there you are, he said to me. You have learnt the trick I have played off on Gaillardit. It is because I have learnt of it that I have hurried here. It is very wrong of you, my dear friend. Really, why was it not agreed that the asterisk should precede M. Gaillardit's name? It is your right. You are 4 years his senior in theatrical matters. But it is the custom for asterisks to follow a name. Custom is a fool, my dear. We will either change it or put some sense into it. We both have enough and to spare when the devil takes us. Say you have quite enough by yourself. Ah, you would betray me, you would go against me. Oh no, I remain neutral. Only, if M. Gaillardit calls on me as a witness, I shall be obliged to tell the truth. My dear fellow, we have a great success already. With a touch of scandal we shall have a tremendous success. If M. Gaillardit objects, our scandal is to hand. He will then have done something for the play at any rate. Harold. Oh, you are really delightful. You think it is enough to make masterpieces and to say, I did not do them. Very well, whether it suits you or not, all Paris shall know that you did. Go to the devil, I wish I had never touched your cursed play. Listen, someone is ringing your bell, I bet it is M. Gaillardit. Harrel opened his door and listened a moment. Who is it? He asked. I do not know, sir, the servant answered. It is a man carrying a stamped paper. A stamped paper, this is something of a novelty, show him in. The man was a sheriff's officer who came on behalf of M. Gaillardit, and who, like Hammond from Ardocius, served as a herald to his fame. The stamped document was a summons before the Tribunal of Commerce, seeking to force M. Herald to remove the unlucky asterisks. Good, I cried, this is a joint affair. I shall find the same when I get back home. You were an idiot to play this prank. Herald rubbed his hands together until all his joints cracked. A fine lawsuit, he said. An excellent lawsuit. I only ask 2 such per year for 6 years and my fortune is made. But you will lose the case. I know that very well. In that case it will be a bad lawsuit. First of all, I would have you to know that a lawsuit is not necessarily a bad one because one may lose it, and if I lose it I shall appeal. But you will lose it then, for I tell you I shall be against you. You will say that you have nothing to do with the play, I suppose. I shall say that I must not be named. Meanwhile you will be mentioned at the Tribunal of Commerce at the Court of Appeal by M. Gaillardit's solicitor and by your own. The newspapers will copy the law proceedings. The 3 asterisks will have made the public talk when placed before the name, and will do so if they are put after it. The MSS will be put in M. Gaillardit's, Janin's and yours. My dear fellow, I only reckoned upon 100 performances. Now I will bet on 200. May the devil take you. Will you not stay to dinner with us? Thanks. Yes, indeed, does not Georges bless you? Is she satisfied with her success? Delighted, although you have rather sacrificed her part to Bocage, you will admit. Good, is she also going to bring an action against me? She has a good mind to do so, and it might indeed happen unless you promise to write a play for her. Oh, I promise her that if that is all she wants. She has an idea. It is not divorce. Georges had been teasing me for a long time to write her a play upon the Emperor's divorce. No, don't be anxious. I went up and saw her. She was as beautiful as the conquering Semiramis. We greeted each other as cordially as we always do when we meet. I told her the whole story about M. Gaillardit, and I was grieved to see that she thought Harrel entirely in the right. Well, all right, I said, let us not talk any more about it. By the by, what is this he tells me? Harrel's? Yes. Some tomfoolery. Exactly, he tells me that you had an idea in your mind. Insolent man. An idea for a play, be it understood. Peste, you have something much better than ideas, you have your caprices. Not with you in any case. That is just what I complain of. I went on my knees before her and kissed her lovely hands. Tell me then, Georges, shall we be held ridiculous in the eyes of posterity? for having come in contact with one another without the assistance of which Descartes talks. Be quiet, you big animal, and go and talk such nonsense to your dear Dorval. Oh, Dorval, poor Dorval, I have not seen her for an age. Good, when you have been living door to door with her. Precisely so. Formerly we had only one door between us, now we have a wall. A partition only. Bravo, but let us hear your idea. Well, my dear, I have played princesses and I have played queens. And even empresses. Stop, that is for you to do. She lifted up to me her beautiful hand, which I stopped to kiss in its passage. And even empresses, I repeated. All right, I want to play a woman of the people. Yes, I know you. You would play that in a velvet dress and all your diamonds. No, I tell you, I mean a woman of the people, a beggar woman. Bah, come forward as far as the footlights, stretch your hand out to the audience, and there would be no more play, or rather no more beggar woman. What pasture have you been browsing on today? On one which grew in your dressing room one day, when Harold shut me up to write Napoleon. Come, be quiet with you, and write me my play. A beggar woman, we have Jane Shore, will that do for you? No, Jane Shore is a princess. I want a woman belonging to the people, I tell you. I do not know how to draw such women. You aristocrat. Come, have you a subject? I know someone who has one. Send me that someone. I will. Who is it? Anne is it? This happens most luckily, for I owe him a play. How is that? We did Teresa together and my name appeared. We will do your mendiant together and his name shall be on it. Oh, it is a regular craze with you not to give your own name. Richard, La Tour de Nesle, you will end by only putting your name to bad dramas. Do you mean that in connection with Catherine Howard? No, I said it, at a venture. Someone knocked at the door. Good, she continued, here is Harold coming to worry us. Let us see, come in, what do you want? I bring news from M. Gaillardet. A second writ. No, the copy of a letter which will be in all the newspapers tomorrow. Oh, leave us in peace, said Georges. Wait then till I have read it you. My dear Harold, I tell you are disturbing us greatly. I do not think so, he said. Indeed, I was still on my knees in front of Georges. Listen. He read. 30 May. To the editor. F. Gaillardet. There, said I to Harold, that is flat. Harold unfolded a second letter. Here is my reply, he said. My dear man, the only answer you can make is to change the position of the stars. That does not enter into my planetary system. Listen. And he read. 1 June. To the editor. This is my answer to the extraordinary letter from M. Gaillardet, who claims to be the sole author of La Tour de Nesle, the play entirely as far as style is concerned, and 19/20 at least as regards its composition belongs to a celebrated collaborator who, for private reasons, did not wish to give his name after the immense success it received. Scarcely anything left is of the original work of M. Gaillardet. I assert this and will prove it, if need arises, by comparison of the Ms. compared with that of M. Gaillardet. Yours, etc. Harold. On 2 June, the newspapers contained this reply from M. Gaillardet. To the editor. By way of an answer to M. Harold, please be so good as to insert the enclosed letter, written to me by the celebrated collaborator of whom M. Harold speaks, which I received at Tunera, where I first learnt that I had a collaborator. F. Gaillardet. My letter followed. I must confess the insertion of my letter surprised me. It was, to say the least, tactless on M. Gaillardet's part, for he thereby made an adversary of a man who wished to remain neutral. It was no longer possible for me to keep silent. The newspapers, always rather malevolent towards me, began to attack me, and I had had a quarrel the day before with M. Viennet of the Corsair in the very office of that newspaper, which very nearly ended in a duel. Furthermore, I felt vaguely that, before this matter was ended, there would be swordplay or pistol practice to be given or received. After all the mortifications the work had cost me, I should much prefer that this should be with M. Gaillardit than with any other person. In addition to all this, since my attack of cholera I was excessively weak. I could not eat, and I was attacked every night by feverishness, which put me into an abominable temper. So I seized my pen, and smarting under the disagreeable impression that I had just received from the publishing of my letter, I replied. To the chief editor of the newspaper. Sir, allow me first of all to thank you for the insertion of the letter I wrote to M. Gaillardit, reproduced in your yesterday's issue. It will be a proof to the public mind of the delicacy which I desired to exercise in my dealings with this young man, but that delicacy has, it seems to me, been very ill appreciated. The only 2 conversations I had with him proved to me that he could not understand it. But how could M. Gaillardit not be conscious that, at least, the insertion of this letter would necessitate a reply on my part, that it could only be one disadvantageous to himself, and that, hunting for ridicule with a lantern, he could not fail to be more fortunate than Diogenes? Very well, the answer which he compels me to make is as follows. I have not read M. Gaillardit's Ms. It only left M. Harrel's hands for a second, and it was returned to him at once. For in consenting to write a work under a title and about a known situation, I was afraid of being influenced by a work anterior to my own, and thus lose the freshness which is essential to me before I can do such a piece of work. Now, since M. Gaillardit thinks the public is not sufficiently informed about this sorry business, let him convoke the arbitration of 3 men of letters of his own choice, and come before them with his Ms., while I will with mine. They shall then judge on which side is the delicacy of feeling, and on which the ingratitude. In order that I may be faithful to the extreme limits of the conditions which I self-sacrificingly imposed upon myself in the letter I wrote to M. Gaillardit, allow me, sir, not to give my name here, any more than I have done on the bills. The author of the manuscript of La Tour de Nesle. Henceforth it will be understood, war was declared between M. Gaillardit and myself. Chapter 4. The Use of Friends, Le Musée des Familles, an article by M. Gaillardit, my reply to it, challenge from M. Gaillardit, I accept it with effusion, my adversary demands a first respite of a week. I summon him before the Commission of Dramatic Authors, he declines that arbitration, I send him my seconds, he asks a delay of 2 months, Janin's letter to the newspapers. Although great events were gathering like a dreadful storm on the horizon, and were about to take place in the midst of the miserable controversy about which we are writing, I think it is better, as we have begun it, to follow it to the end, rather than to return to it later. M. Gaillardit persisted in his lawsuit and won it. I have mentioned that I had completely refused to second Harrel in his defence. The ill-advised stars which had stolen a march upon M. Gaillardit's name were obliged to fall behind it. But, as Harrel had wished, all Paris knew that I was the real author of La Tour de Nesle. Did this do the drama much good? I have my doubts about it. I have already expressed my opinion upon the pleasure the public takes in making the reputation of an unknown young man at the expense of established reputations. 2 years went by, during which La Tour de Nesle ran its 200 to 300 performances. I thought no more about the old quarrel. I had only published Gaul et France during those 2 years, a very incomplete work, from the point of view of science, but singularly noteworthy from the point of view of the prediction with which it ends, and had Angel performed, when one morning, a friend of mine, friends are very useful sometimes, as we are about to see, came into my room when I was still in bed, and after a few preliminary words, asked me if I had read Le Musée des Familles. I looked at him with an obviously astonished air. Le Musée des Familles, I asked, on what grounds should I have read that paper? Because it contains an article by M. Gaillardit. So much the better for Le Musée des Familles. An article on La Tour de Nesle. Ah, an article on the drama. No, on the tower. Well, how does that affect me? Because in M. Gaillardit's article on the tower he speaks of the play. Well, what does he say? Come to the point. He says it is his best drama. He ought to be ashamed of himself. It is one of my best, he means. You ought to read it. What is the good? Because it may perhaps have to be replied to. M. Gaillardit's article. Yes. Do you think so? Good heavens, read it. I called Louis. The servant I then had was called Louis. He was a droll fellow whom I found drunk from time to time when I returned home at night, and who gave as an excuse that as he had to fight a duel the next morning he must drown his thoughts. I hurried him away to Henry Berthoud, the publisher of Le Musée des Familles, with a message asking him to send me the number which contained M. Gaillardet's article. Louis returned with the required number, and this is what I read. La Tour de Nesle. One evening the setting sun lit up the sky with a purple-red colour, and bordered the horizon that lay between Sèvres and St. Cloud with a ribbon of fire. I was on the Pont des Arts, with M. de Jouwy's 50 ermite in my hand. Guided by the academician, I had come there as an observer to the centre of a bird's-eye view, for this particular place is a focus where 1,000 rays meet and converge. Opposite to me, the city, the cradle of Paris, with its houses piled up in the shape of a triangle, and as close to one another as a battle corps. At the head of the city, the Pont Neuf, with its ancient arches and its 9 adjoining streets. To the left, the Louvre, which is no longer the old Louvre, with its heavy tower and belfry. The Tuileries, that royal pied-à-terre, whose name is ennobled with the dignity of time and of the revolutions which have passed over its head. A monument of which can be said, as Milton said of Satan, lightning has struck it and marked its face. To the right, the Mint, the sole building in Paris which, together with the Timbre Royal and the Morgue, possess a physiognomy of their own, and so to speak, show the nature of their existence. Below, the Institut and the Bibliothèque Mazarine. I had reached thus far in my circumspection, when my cicerone, I still refer to M. de Jouwy, informed me, in a footnote, that at this place formerly stood the Tower of Nesle, from the top of which, according to the chroniclers, several queens or princes were forced to fling themselves into the Seine, to get rid the more surely and swiftly of the misfortune they had drawn down upon themselves. I was much struck by this anecdote. When still young and at college I had read Brantôme and what it contained about the Tower of Nesle, but the recollection of it had been effaced from my memory. It now returned to me vividly and suddenly. Assuming a twofold power from the hour and the place where I stood, it returned with redoubled force and impressiveness. It completely took possession of me. For the first time I detected the drama, and my first and best drama was conceived. There is something both attractive and terrible in this story of debauchery and of princely slaughters, consummated in the night at midnight, between the thick walls of a tower, with no witnesses but the burning lamps, the attendant assassins, and guard watching all, something which takes possession of the soul in the hutchery of these young men, they were all young and beautiful, who had come there weaponless and without mistrust, a truly royal quarry, which high honours and tigers might envy. But I am letting myself run away in these poetical reflections, and I forget that I am, and only desire to be, a storyteller. Let us first speak of the building, then afterwards I will speak of its mysteries. At the time of King Philip the Beautiful and his sons, the boundaries of Paris were limited, on the left bank of the Seine going down, by an enclosure made by Philippe Auguste, who gave his name to it. That enclosure, the walls of which correspond pretty nearly to the later towers of the Louvre, had for their outer defence a moat which communicated with the Seine, and took the water to the gate of Bussy. Beyond the enclosure were the Great and Little Preux-Clercs, so called because they were used on fête days as a promenade by the students of the university. They covered the space now occupied by the Rues des Petits Augustins, Marais Saint-Germain, Colombier, Jacob, Verneuil, de l'Université and of Saint-Spurs, etc. On this space and adjoining the enclosure was the Hôtel de Nesle, which had a façade of 11 great arcades, with a close which was planted with trees, the end of which on the quayside was close to the church of the Augustines. This mansion occupied the situation of the Collège Mazarin, the Hôtel de la Monnaie and other contiguous sites. Its spacious court, its buildings and its gardens were almost bounded by the Rues Mazarine and Nevers, and the Quai Conti, formerly called Quai de Nesle. Amaury de Nesle, the owner of the mansion, sold it in 1308 to Philippe le Bel for the sum of 5,000 livres. Philippe le Long gave it to Jeanne de Bourgogne, his wife, and she in her will ordered it to be sold, and the money applied to the foundation of a college which was called the Collège de Bourgogne. In 1381, Charles Roman VI sold it to his uncle, the Duc de Berry. Finding the gardens too small, the latter in 1385 added 7 acres of land to them, situated outside the town moats, and in order to establish communication he had a bridge built over the moat. This outer portion was called the Petit Séjour de Nesle. From the hands of the Duc de Berry, the mansion passed into those of several other princes, and finally was sold outright by Henry Roman II and Charles Roman IX in 1552, and upon its ground various constructions rose up, such as the Hôtel de Nevers, the Hôtel de Guénégaud, which has since taken the name of Conti. Later again still, what remained of this mansion was pulled down to make room for the Collège Mazarin, now the Palais de l'Institut. At the western end of the mansion, in the angle made by the course of the Seine and the moat of the enclosure de Philippe Auguste, were the gate and tower of Nesle, the only ones which were represented on the engraving placed at the head of this account. The gate was a kind of fortress comprised of a building flanked by two round towers, between which was the entrance from the town. This was reached by a stone bridge supported on 4 arches, and re-establishing the communication intercepted by the moat, which was very wide at this spot. It appears that, for a long time, this gate had been closed to the public, for I read letters patent of 13 April, addressed to the provost and aldermen, authorizing them to cause the gate of Nesle to be opened, for the convenience of the neighborhood, and for foot passengers and horses only, not for the use of wagons or pack horses subject to the payment of toll. I further read in these letters that the faubourg had been ruined by the wars and reduced to arable land, and having begun to be rebuilt under Francois I, who had allowed it to be done, it was one of the finest suburbs of any of the towns of France. Whereupon, request being made by the town, the opening of the said gate is allowed. It was by this gate of Nesle that Henry Roman IV entered Paris after having besieged that side of the city in 1589. It was still in existence under the reign of Louis Roman XIV. Now as to the tower, it was situated some few feet to the north of the gate, on the point of land which was formed by the moat where it reunited itself to the Seine, the river bathing it at its foot. It was round in shape, was about 120 feet in height, and overlooked the roof of the gallery of the Louvre. It was yoked to a second tower containing the spiral staircase, and was not so large in diameter but still higher. At first sight, one would have said they were like 2 sisters, one of whom had the heritage of the strength and the maturity of age, and the other the lightness and graces of youth. More pointed and slender, this tower was the lookout one, more solid and staid, the former trusted to its strength and waited. Both were joined to the neighbouring gate by a wall, their ally, these 3 forming a complete whole which faced southwest, and was continued by ramparts which, together with several other works, completed the defence. On the other bank opposite these rose the Louvre, and in the angle between the Louvre and the wall of Paris was a tower similar to them, which they called the Tour du Coin. In times of danger an iron chain, one end of which was fixed to the Tour de Nesle, stretched across the Seine, and held up at various distances by boats, was fastened to the Tour du Coin, and barred from that side of the river the entrance from the city of Paris. Originally the door and gate of Nesle bore the name of Philippe Hamelin, their builder or their first owner, I do not know which. Later they derived their name from the mansion, which had become important. The windows of the tower and one terrace of the mansion looked over the river. Brantome, I now return to him, in the second paragraph art, ear of his femmes galantes, relates that a queen of France whom he does not name ordinarily lived there, who was on the watch there for passers-by, calling out to them and making them come to her, and throwing them from the top of the tower which still stands to the water below to drown them. I do not wish to say, he adds, that this was true, but the common people, the greater portion of Paris at least, declare this, and no man so simple but who, if you showed him the tower alone and questioned him concerning it, would say it was so. Jean II, a Dutch poet who died in 1536, supported Brantome's assertion in a piece of Latin verse which he composed about the Tower of Nesle. May mentions it in his History of Spain, vol. IP 560. Villon, who wrote his poems in the 15th century at a still nearer date to the event, adds his testimony to it. Giving several new details, he informs us that the wretched victims were shut into sacks before being flung into the river. In the second strophe of his Ballade des Dames du Temps Jadis, he asks, O la roines, qui commande que Beridans, fot jeet en un sac en Seine. This Beridan of whom Villon speaks escaped from the trap, we know not how. He retired to Vienna in Austria, where he founded a university, and his name became famous in the schools of Paris in the 15th century. In 1471, a Master of Arts of the University of Leipzig wrote a small work entitled Commentaire historique sur les jeunes écoliers parisiens que Beridan, etc. It will be seen that the story of the Tower of Nesle had become of European fame. The Queen, of whom Brantome, Jean II, Maime and Villon all speak, was taken to be successively Jeanne de Navarre, wife of Philippe le Bel. Next, Marguerite de Bourgogne, first wife of Louis X, as well as his 2 sisters, Jean and Blanche, all 3 daughters-in-law of Philippe le Bel. But Robert Gagwin, a historian of the 15th century, comes forward in defense of Jeanne de Navarre. After speaking of the conduct of the three princesses, wives of the three sons of Philippe le Bel, and of their punishment, he adds, "These disorders and their frightful consequences gave birth to a tradition injurious to the memory of Jeanne de Navarre, wife of Philippe le Bel. According to that tradition, she caused students whom she attracted to her to be thrown into the river from the window of her room. Only one single student, Jean Beridan, had the good luck to escape the penalty he had incurred. This is why he published this epigram before his self-exilment: Ni cranes par de tuo un roin, cella est quelquefois bon reginam interficer nolite timer, bonum est." Thus Gagwin does not contest the fact. On the contrary, he confirms it and develops it, only complaining, and not without reason, that it was attributed to Jeanne de Navarre, who did not live at the same time as Beridan. As regards Margaret of Burgundy and her sisters Jeanne and Blanche, they have not the safeguard or the protection of a date, nor of the verdict of history. All the world knows, on the other hand, that the three sisters were in other ways guilty of the most scandalous conduct. Two of them had their two brothers, Philippe and Gaultier d'Aulnay, as their lovers. The Tower of Nesle then belonged to the Princess Jeanne, and was their meeting place. But one day, says Geoffrey of Paris, "Tout chant et border et lys, tournes furent a grand distress, ducas qui lors en France avant, don't escorcher il a eu convint, du chevaliers Joliet Gaia, Gaultier et Philippe d'Aulnay." In fact, these two young men were suddenly arrested, as well as the Queen and her sisters, the princesses. Philippe confessed that he was the lover of Margaret, wife of Louis X, and Gaultier that of Blanche, Comtesse de la Marque. This confession made, says Geoffrey, 50 ni fut par molt retrait, que dani fut la sentence, si furent judges sans doubtance, les du chevaliers de leur père, 500 sentence si amir, pour leur tracen et pechi, que ils furent escorqués, et puis in train et pendu. Margaret and Blanche were taken to the Andelys, where they were flung, says Geoffrey, into a kind of underground dungeon. Longment en prison la furent, et de confort molt petitjurent, 50 ni elotter ni art aise, mais touts voix plus amal aise, fut la roin de Navarre, en haut estoit et elotter, la comtesse fut plus aval, don't elle souffrit moins de mal, car elle estoit plus chaumant, si fut justes voirment, car la roin cause estoit, du pech que elle avoit fate. From this prison they were transferred to the Château Gaillard, a Normandy fortress. There, by order of Louis X, Margaret was strangled with a towel, according to some, and with her own hair, according to others. Blanche was spared and divorced, and took the veil at the Abbey of Maupassant, where she ended her life. But Jeanne was even more fortunate. She had been arrested, like her sisters. Et quand la comtesse si vite, hautement es s'écria et dit, pour Dieu oyez moi, sire roi, qui est qui parle contre moi, G disque G sways prelude fame, sans nul crisme, sans nul diffame, et si nul ni vut contre dire, gentle roi G vous require, sire, que vous aimoyez en defendant, si nul o nul demandant, mi fate chose de mauvesti, mon cure sen si per si traity, que bonment me detiendrai, o tel champion bailerai, qui by en sora mon droit defender, esil ovus pisa mon gage prender. She succeeded indeed in justifying herself more or less, and her husband Philippe Lalong took her back again. Frederick Gaillard it. There was nothing in all this particularly offensive to me, but I had been so greatly annoyed over the whole business that I had promised myself, on the very first opportunity that presented itself, to be disagreeable to M. Gaillard it, and I did not intend to let this opportunity slip by. The occasion appeared and I seized it. I wrote ab irato the following letter, and I did wrong. I cannot do more than confess it, I hope. To M.S. Henry Berthaud, Monsieur le Directeur, in turning over one of your back numbers, I chanced upon an article in which M. Gaillardit relates how he wrote his drama of La Tour de Nesle. I should never have believed that such details were of sufficiently lively an interest to the public. But as M. Gaillardit thinks otherwise, I will submit to his opinion, and I will relate in my turn how I wrote mine. I must first of all admit that its birth, or rather its incarnation, its earliest idea, dawned on my mind in a less sudden and inspired, and consequently less poetical, a manner than in his case. It did not strike me on the Pont des Arts, towards the evening of a beautiful summer day, at that hour when the ray of the western sun purples the horizon of the great city. It did not come to me, indeed, while I was gazing at the Mazarin Palace, vulgarly known as the Institut. That is why my Tour de Nesle is so unacademic. No, but you will perhaps recollect the disastrous time when the cholera leapt from St. Petersburg to London, and from London to Paris, and fell upon the Hôtel Dieu, spreading its wings over the doomed city like a black pall. The rich man, in his selfishness, first of all, hoped that the plague-laden breath of this demon would restrict itself to a mortality among the poor, that the aristocratic scourge would only decimate the dwellers in lodgings or garrets, and that it would think twice before it knocked with its trailing shroud at the doors of the mansions of the opulent Chaucy or the noble Faubourg. He thought it had gone mad. He shut the padded shutters of his windows so that no sound should reach him. He ordered his valets to fight fresh candles, to bring in more bottles of wine, to sing more songs. Then, at the close of the orgy, he heard the shout at his door. It was the Asiatic angel come, like the commander after Don Juan's feast, to seize him by the hair, saying, "Repent thee and die." Oh, then there was universal desolation. Indeed, and it was curious to see how the rumour of the first cry of death from a rich household went resounding through the Faubourg Saint-Honor to the Luxembourg, and from the Luxembourg to La Nouvelle Athens. How, suddenly, all who lived encircled within that elegant triangle were stirred by a growing terror, and thought of nothing but flight, and shut themselves in, their carriages emblazoned with the arms of Crécy, of Marengo, or of the Bourse. More than one of these carriages, before it reached the end of the street, came into collision with a wagon covered with black on its way to the cemetery, and more than one fugitive met death, the incorruptible customs officer, who forbade him to go beyond the frontier, recognizing him as his, and having marked him for the tomb beforehand. Then, to the noise of these barouches, berlins and postchaises, which increased in every direction and tore along the roads, there succeeded a dull and continuous sound, a long file of hearses of all descriptions, from a simple black curtain converted into one, for these funeral equipages were soon insufficient for the number of guests invited, followed incessantly, at a walking pace in a triple line, and before them yawned the jaws of a cemetery. Then by another route the carriages returned, empty and impatient to be refilled. All things disappear before the incessant fear of death. The Bourse was mute, the walks became solitary, the places of entertainment deserted. The theatre Porte Saint Martin, that king of money-makers, took 9,000 francs only during the whole month of April. One of the bombshells which had burst over Paris struck me. I was still laid on my bed, feverish, but convalescent, when M. Harrel came and sat by my bedside. The disease from which his theatre was suffering was following the reverse course from mine. M. Harrel is one of those gladiators who, if not the strongest, are at least the most agile I know. A man of calculated cool-headedness, clever by nature, eloquent from necessity. For 5 years, I believe, fortune and he wrestled with one another, and struggled in the lists that go by the name of the pit of a theatre. Certainly more than once he bit the dust, but more than once he also floored his adversary, and each time the thing happened the goddess did not rise except with empty pockets. Nevertheless, this time, he himself confessed she had her dagger at his throat. With a man like M. Harrel, circumstances may change from ill to good, and from good to ill 10 times in one day. But in either case, it is always a pleasure to see him because he is always amusing to listen to. Give him Mascarille and Figaro for valets de chambre, and if he does not get the better of them, I wish I may be a George's Dandin. It was then with the usual pleasure which his presence gave me, no matter, as I have previously said, what the position I might be in with respect to him, that I saw M. Harrel come in. This time, moreover, I thought we were on friendly terms, and his visit was a real bit of good luck to a convalescent. He recounted to me, in the wittiest manner imaginable, all the tribulations the theatre was undergoing, enough to drive an ordinary man mad, and ended by saying that if my brains were as empty at that moment as his theatre, he was a ruined man. An author's head is rarely quite dried up. He has always, in one of the drawers of that marvellous piece of furniture which we call the brain, 2 or 3 ideas which are awaiting the period of incubation necessary for each of them before they can come forth alive. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, none of these ideas was, at the moment, ready to be born from me, and they each needed several more months of gestation, unless they were to come forth into the world stillborn. M. Harrell gave me a week. There are two ways of working at literary work as a whole and dramatic work in particular. One is conscientious, the other pecuniary, the first artistic, the second bourgeois. In the first method, one works thinking only of oneself, in the second, thinking only of the public, and the great evil of our profession is that it is very often the pecuniary work which prevails over the conscientious, and the bourgeois upholding itself over the artistic scheme, which means that when one works for oneself, one sacrifices all public requirements to personal, whilst if one works for others, one sacrifices all personal demands to public. And this does not prevent, whatever their fate, an author having works to which he is indifferent, and those for which he has a predilection. Now it is useless to say that works of predilection are not created in a week. I stuck to it then, not to give up any of the ideas I had in my head at that moment, and M. Harrell seeing this, he incontinently mentioned one of those which he had in his MSS. boxes at his theatre. "Pardieu," he said to me, "there is in one of the 300 or 400 dramas received at the Porte Saint Martin a subject which would suit your style of work admirably, and in which Mademoiselle Georges would have a fine part." "What is it?" "A Margaret of Burgundy." "I cannot take it. I refused to deal with it the other day when someone suggested it to me." "But why?" "Because a friend of mine, who I think has much more cleverness than you, which is saying a good deal, is doing a drama on it." "Who is he?" "Roger de Beauvoir." "You are mistaken. It is a novel entitled 50 Écoliers de Cluny." "Oh, then another difficulty is removed. I am all the more pleased to plunge into the stream of the 14th century at the time when cholera has come to pay me a call, for I know my Louis Le Hutin to my fingertips. So it is understood I send you the Ms. tomorrow." "But the author, will it suit his ideas?" "The play belongs to me, mine by fair and square contract. I have the right to have it rewritten at my own pleasure by whomsoever I think fit. And believe me, I feel sure the author will prefer that you should touch it up rather than anyone else. Besides, let me tell you everything frankly. I warn you that, after that declaration, I shall be on my guard." "Exactly so. You know Janin is rather friendly towards me." "Yes." "Very well, I begged him to rewrite this play, as it is unactable as it is, and I only took it after he had consented to overhaul it." "Then you do not need me." "On the contrary, for it was Janin himself who told me to come to you. He has toiled and moiled at it, he has put marvellous style into it. I have Janin's Ms. in my possession. It is, indeed, perhaps the work on which he best displayed the wealth and flamboyant versatility of his pen. This is so true that when my drama was done I made use of his work as the gold dust with which to besprinkle my own. But, finally, he was the first to realize that there was no play in what he had done. This morning, he came into my room with an armful of papers, which he flung at me, telling me that you were the only one who could put it into shape, that I should kill him with worry, that he had the cholera, and that he was going to apply a score of leeches. "Very well, send me all these old papers tomorrow." "Will you set at it immediately?" "I will try, but on one condition." "What is it?" "That I shall not appear at the rehearsals, and that my name shall not figure on the bills, because I am doing this for you and not for myself, so give me your word of honor." "My word of honor." I have already mentioned that, at the time M. Harrell came to hunt me up, I was suffering from fever, a state of mind, as everyone knows, extremely favorable to the concoction of works of the imagination. Therefore, the very same day, my character of Margaret of Burgundy was decided upon, my role of Beridan drawn out, and part of the plot contrived. Next day M. Harrell arrived with his manuscript. "Here the thing is," he said. "What a pity it comes too late." "How is that?" "Your drama is finished." "But..." "Send me your secretary tonight, he shall have the first scene." "Ah, my dear friend, you are..." "One moment, let us concern ourselves with business matters now." "But you know that, between us..." "Ah, it is not of my own I wish to speak, it is of those of your young man. You have made the young man sign a contract, you told me." "Yes." "On what conditions?" Why, according to the usual Port Saint Martin terms, 2 louis per performance, I for himself, I for Janin, and francs worth of tickets. As Janin renounced his part in the collaboration, does he give up his rights? There is no doubt on that head. He was the first to say so to me. Then, your young man enjoys the benefit of Janin's withdrawal and has the treaty entirely to himself. Nothing of the kind. Why? Because with your rights, which are in addition to the ordinary arrangements, that would cost me a ruinous sum per night. Besides, he only claims 1 louis. He expects to have a collaborator. He will get his louis and his collaborator. Only the latter, instead of being named Janin, will be called Dumas, and instead of being named will not hear of it. Yes, but I would like this young man to be satisfied with me all the same. There is a way. Let him deduct his 2nd louis from your rights. Yes, but then you on your side will take the sum of 20 francs worth of tickets. That will make even money for him. I am anxious it should. Do you agree to that? Perfectly. Let us draw it up. I took up pen and paper, and the treaty was drawn up and signed. Is there anything besides to take over in what you have brought there? I continued, pointing to the manuscript lying on my bed. Why, yes, in the first act. Understand clearly that this Ms. is Janin's. I have not brought you the other, which is illegible. I will see that after I have written mine. Then I shall have something tonight. Yes, the first scene. That is well. Virtuil shall be with you at 10 o'clock. I spent the day scratching the nib of a pen on paper. Virtuil came that night at the appointed hour. I was dead tired, but the scene was done. It was the tavern scene. At what time must I return? Said Virtuil to me. Tomorrow at 4. And shall I have the 2nd scene? You shall have it. Wonderful. Only leave me in peace. I will take myself off at once. Virtuil took his leave. I then remembered what M. Harrel had said to me of the beauties of style, which according to him existed in the beginning of the work. The first thing I caught sight of, on looking at the names of the characters, was that the principal hero was called Anatole, a name which seemed to me singularly modern for a 14th-century drama, but I went on with my reading undiscouraged. There was a suggestion of plot of which I took advantage, and, as I have said, admirable things in the way of style. However, I only took the tirade of the Grands Dames. Thus, it is at Janin, and not at me, that the marquises of the Faubourg Saint-Germain ought to throw stones. As far as the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th acts were concerned, they diverged so greatly from ordinary theatrical rules that it was impossible to extract anything from them. Nevertheless, the magic of the style made me read them right to the end. But when I had read the manuscript, I laid it down and did not open it again. Next day Virtuil was prompt and I was punctual, and he carried off his 2nd scene. When the first 3 acts were done, they were read to the actors without waiting for the last 2. According to our compact, my name was not uttered. I never appeared at the reading, and M. Harrel took the place of the presumed author, who was still absent from Paris. In a week's time, M. Harrel had his drama completely finished. I then wrote to the young man to tell him that his first performance was going to take place. He never favoured me with an answer, but took carriage, came to Paris and found his rehearsal tickets at his rooms. He rushed to the Port Saint Martin, came in as they began the 2nd act, listened to it quite quietly, also to the 3rd. But at last, losing patience after the prison scene, he came up onto the stage and asked if they were soon going to begin the rehearsal of his play, or if they had made him come solely and simply to listen to somebody else's drama. The actors began to laugh. The resemblance in the names suddenly occurred to his mind, and he saw clearly that he had said a foolish thing. What, said Bocage to him, do you not recognize your child, or has it been changed at nurse? The young man did not know what to reply. Are you dissatisfied with the prison scene? Continued Bocage. Not at all, said the young man, who began to regain his self-possession. On the contrary, it seems to me very effective. Very well, but you shall see your 2nd act, resumed Bocage. That will please you indeed. The young man saw his 2nd act, and declared it to be exactly to his taste. Only, he seemed much to regret that the name of Anatole had been exchanged for that of Gaultier d'Aulnay. The young man followed the rehearsals of his drama most carefully, making objections at random to which nobody listened, and corrections which they took good care not to follow. I had just fulfilled the last engagement that I had set myself, and certainly it was the most difficult to hear a whole theatre stamping, applauding with hundreds of hands, demanding with the frenzy of triumph your name as the author, which is equivalent to your person, your life and your renown, and to give up instead of your own an unknown name to the halo of publicity. And all this when one might have done otherwise, since no sort of promise binds you, since no engagement whatever has been entered into. This is, believe me, the philosophy of delicacy pushed to the extremest limit. When the performance was over, I caught sight of our young man as I was going downstairs with the audience. He modestly received the compliments of all his friends, and was riding the high horse in the centre of a group of them. Janin was going down at the same time as I. We exchanged one of those looks which nobody could understand. Then we went away arm in arm, laughing all along the boulevard at the young man, at the public, and most of all at ourselves. Next day M. Harrel, who made out that the absence of my name on the bills was prejudicial to him, invented one of those methods which were peculiar to himself, of telling the public tacitly what it was impossible to tell it outright, and he drew up his bill in these terms: La tour de Nesle, Drame en 5 acts en prose. He had, as we see, reversed the rules of algebra, which lay down that one should proceed from the known to the unknown, and not from the unknown to the known. It was impossible to give proof, I think, of a more knowing ignorance and of a more ingenious blunder. Which seeing, the young man wrote the following letter to the editor of the Corsair. We are acquainted with that letter as well as with Harrel's answer. I have quoted them previously. That answer did not hinder the young man, who was a barrister, from bringing an action against M. Harrel, but it was a singular action, as you shall see. He never dreamt of taking the asterisks from the bill altogether. It was a question, therefore, solely of changing the position of them. A request was, consequently, presented by the young man to the Tribunal de Commerce to have the things re-established in algebraical position. This request asked for a decree which should authorize the young man to put himself first. Until then all went well, and the young man had not completely forgotten the small service I had just done him, and the way in which I had done it. Witness the following letter which he had written me when starting his lawsuit. My dear master, I wish to renew my thanks for your good and loyal conduct in my affairs yesterday, but since Harrel is intractable, I will not yield him an inch of ground, and I am going to fight him. If indeed, as he says, the honour of his management is imperilled, so is my word compromised, and I am too far pledged with the public and with my friends to remain quiet. Do not let this business worry you, my dear master, and particularly do not let it prevent you from going away when you wish. Only in that case, I would ask you of your goodness to make one trivial declaration, so that Harrel may be brought to trial, and made to overcome his obstinacy by the certain prospect of a conviction against him. 1,000 pardons for all the upset these miserable, wretched quarrels are causing you. 1,000 cordial thanks. 4 June 1832. Owing to my declaration, the sentence was pronounced and the unlucky asterisks were condemned to be put last. Meanwhile, a singular idea had presented itself to the young man, namely, to sell the Ms without my knowledge. Consequently, he went in search of Duvernoy and told him that he was the author of La Tour de Nesle, and that he had come to do business with him. Duvernoy, who knew how things had been going, came in search of me and warned me of the action of my collaborator. We settled there, and then the conditions of the sale. It was fixed at 1,400 francs, 700 of which were to be handed to the young man. Doubtless, this sum did not appear to the young man proportionate to the merit of his drama, for he threatened Duvernoy and me with a second lawsuit if we fixed the basis of terms on these conditions. At the end of a fortnight, he signed a contract of sale for a sum total of 500 francs. The young man would have done better, you see, to go on letting me look after his business affairs. It is needless to say that only one single name appeared on the pamphlet, as was the case on the bills. You will, perhaps, think that in consideration of this last deed of division, my young man held me discharged. At the time I was occupied with the publication of my complete works, I received a letter from him. What do you think he told me in that letter? He told me that he had just learnt with the greatest surprise that I had the presumption to put his drama amongst mine. As one sees, the matter had degenerated into buffoonery. I replied to the young man that, if he continued to bother me with his nonsense, I should print his manuscript in the preface of my own. This intimation was a genuine thunderbolt to the poor devil. He did not know that M. Harrel had made me a present, as a kind of premium, of the autograph Ms. after the signing of my agreement for Angel. Next day I received by a sheriff's officer an invitation to place my manuscript in its author's hands, because he said he had just negotiated its sale. The thing will at first appear odd, but it will be understood when one reflects that, with the exception of one scene, the drama was entirely unrevised. The publisher then could not have been in his right senses, but the author was well within his rights. M. Philippe Dupin, to whom I sent both the MSS, and who still has them in his possession, replied to our adversary that we were ready to surrender the said autograph, but that we would only do so in exchange for a copy collated under the inspection of 3 dramatic authors and certified conformable to them. The young man reflected for a fortnight, then withdrew his demand. This was the 3rd lawsuit he had begun against me, in order to gain for himself 12,000 francs. Since that time I have heard no further mention of the young man, and I do not at the present day know if he be dead or alive. That is how my tour de Nesle was composed. As for M. Gaillardit's, I am not aware if it is, as he says, his best drama. I still only know it from reading it, and I shall wait until he has it played before deciding if it be better than George and Struensee. Faithfully, etc. Alex Dumas. The days rolled by, and I knew that my future adversary went shooting every morning, and I was kept informed of the progress which he made. Finally appeared the famous answer. Let me be permitted to reproduce it in full, with the insults it contains. It is probable that M. Gaillardit today regrets his insults towards me, as I regret my violence towards him. To M.S. Henry Berthaud. Monsieur le Directeur, I published an article in the 21st number of Le Musée des Families, which you did me the honor to ask from me on the ancient Tower of Nesle. In that article I related cursorily, and under the form of a chat without any sort of pretension, how the idea had come to me to write a drama, the first conception of which no one has contested with me. A drama printed and published over 2 years ago, and performed today, for the 200th time under my name, by the consent of M. Dumas himself. I did not say a word of M. Dumas. I did not make any allusion to the judicial and literary discussion which arose formerly between him and me. Anyone can be convinced of this by reading my article. I should have a scruple indeed against reviving a quarrel long since extinguished, and to which an amicable transaction put an end. A transaction proposed by M. Dumas himself, as I shall tell in due course, by which the public controversy that I had then desired and provoked was settled in its earliest stages. However that may be, today M. Dumas returns to the affair. He rekindles the cold and scattered ashes, piling them up with his hands and stirring them to life with his breath, and relights the fire, at the risk of burning his own fingers at it. Since he has thrown down the glove, I pick it up. He has incited me, I reply to him, so much the worse for him if he be wounded in this game, if his reputation chances to be compromised thereby. It does not rest with me to avoid the fight. I am the offended, the insulted one, and if ever retaliation be permissible, it is to him who has not sought the attack. To such an one, vengeance is sacred and reprisals holy. He employs the right of natural and legitimate defense. I come then to the complete and true story of La Tour de Nesle. I will base my recital on proofs written and signed by the actual personages in this story, and when proofs shall fail me, I will put before the reader's eyes the suppositions and probabilities of the case, and say to him, consider and judge. But in a lawsuit like this, where honor is everything, where the written proof of many of the general facts cannot be set forth for that, the future would need to have been foreseen and divined as to what would happen, where each of the litigants in certain circumstances must be believed, because he has always told the truth in others, where he who has once lied, on the contrary, is no more worthy of credence. In an affair, in fact, where good faith ought to prevail over lying, when both have nothing to show beyond their word, I must, and I will before all else, convince my adversary of inaccuracy. I will be polite in expression, and that inaccuracy proved, I will bind it on his forehead like the inscription of a brand at the head of a standard, so that the stigma may survive and hover incessantly over the guilty one, before the eyes of the judges in this suit. M. Dumas declares, I begin with the first sentence of his article relative to La Tour de Nesle, that having received a visit from M. Harrel, the latter said to him, the play belongs to me, mine by fair and square contract. I have the right to have it rewritten at my own pleasure by whomsoever I think fit. And further, you have made the young man sign a contract, you told me. Yes, on what conditions? Why, according to the usual terms of the Porte Saint-Martin, 2 louis per performance, 1 for himself, 1 for Janin, and francs worth of tickets. Then, in a note, M. Dumas adds, this treaty is still in the possession of M. Harrel. Very well, the more words the more inaccuracies. Here is the only treaty which ever existed between me and M. Harrel. It is the one they made me sign, by what maneuver I will tell later, when they made me accept the collaboration of M. Janin. Then followed the text of that treaty, which the reader knows. The drama was played, says M. Dumas. They gave the name of the young man. M. Dumas has throughout used that expression to designate me. To hear a whole theatre clapping, demanding your name, and instead of one's own, an unknown name given up to the halo of publicity. And all this when one might have done otherwise, since no sort of promise binds you, since no engagement whatever has been entered into. This is the philosophy of delicacy pushed to the extremest limit. Well, here is the letter I received from M. Dumas before the performance, and the conditions on which alone I consented to allow the play to be acted. That letter, the first that I wrote to M. Gaillard, will not have been forgotten. Now, reader, decide. In the case of M. Dumas, which holds its head highest, the philosophy of delicacy, or indeed that of assurance, Duvernoy came in search of me, continues M. Dumas, and we settled there and then the conditions of the sale. It was fixed at 1,400 francs, 700 of which were to be handed to the young man. Doubtless this sum did not appear to the young man proportionate to the merit of his drama. In a fortnight's time, he signed a contract of sale for a sum total of 500 francs. The young man would have done better, you see, to go on letting me look after his business affairs. Here is a declaration signed by M. Duvernoy, by the same impartial spirit which made me give a declaration to M. Alexandre Dumas, in which I acknowledged that M. Gaillard had offered me the mise of La Tour de Nesle. We shall see this later. I assert that there was never any question of 1,400 francs for the price of the said mise, but of a sum which, I believe, was to be 1,000 francs. Duvernoy. Paris, 8 September 1834. I have much more to say and all the philosophies to quote, but they will find room in my narrative, for now, yes, now I feel myself quite strong enough to undertake them. It was on 27 March that I read my drama La Tour de Nesle to M. Harel in the presence of M. Janin and of Mademoiselle Georges. The drama was received. Dumas could not have done better, exclaimed the manager enthusiastically. There is, however, something to touch up in the style which is not at all dramatic, but do not worry yourself about that. Begin another drama, and Janin will do us both the favour of revising some pages. I did not quite comprehend how M. Janin, who had never written a play, could have a dramatic style, to use the manager's expression. But if he has not written one, I said to myself, he has heard a great many, which perhaps comes to the same thing. I therefore professed that I should be extremely flattered and most grateful if M. Janin would indeed smooth down a few sentences. M. Janin consented with ready willingness, and I left M. Janin and Mademoiselle Georges joyfully. I was in the seventh heaven. My rapture did not last long. 2 days later, 29 March, I went to see what my Janinized drama had become. What was my surprise to see a whole act rewritten. It is a big piece of work, I said aside to the manager. M. Janin did much more than I had desired, but I do not think my style so bad that he need. No, certainly, replied M. Harel, but Janin has thrown himself thoroughly into it. He will at least want his share. What, his share? Yes, his half, but it is a collaboration then. There is some misunderstanding. I will go and tell M. Janin. Ah, what are you going to do? You will offend Janin, the most influential of the critics. You will make an enemy for life. Bah, I tell you it is so. You do not know what the theatre is. But, besides, they have set to work on it. It is not intact. You are bound on both sides, etc., etc., to such an extent that M. Harel, seeing me quite stunned, took a sheet of paper, scrawled upon it the agreement that I have transcribed above and made me sign it. And that is how I got my first collaborator. Then I attributed that occurrence to a misunderstanding. Now I attribute it to a very good understanding. Ideas change with time. Then the day came for M. Janin to read us his work. I said nothing, for as far as I can, I exercise charity even towards my enemies. Let it be known only that, by common accord, the work was judged null and void. Janin withdrew and gave up the task. I will give the written proof. And M. Harel returned purely and simply to my drama. Now, since the day upon which I read my play, I had conceived new ideas and improvements, due as much to discussion and to the criticisms of the manager as to my own reflections, but in order to enlighten the public as to the true mysteries of the birth of La Tour de Nesle, and, as it were, to initiate it into the phases and developments of the work by which this drama was conceived, abnormal in its success, and by reason of the quarrels which it raised, I am about to establish succinctly what the drama was, as a whole, and in comparison with the drama performed, which I read to M. Harel and which was returned to me at the epoch of which I am speaking. It will be easy to all to understand me at once, who has not seen La Tour de Nesle, And to verify me afterwards, M. Dumas having the original Ms. in his possession, and able to show it to whomsoever desires to see it. Also, people may be confident that I shall say less rather than more. I quote from memory, and my adversary has the book. Here M. Gaillardet gave the resume of his first Ms. Then he continued thus. The reader has already gathered at what points the two dramas coincide. Are not these points in the small portion I have quoted, and quoted faithfully? For if I were the man to make up an audacious lie, my adversary would hold in his hands the means of exposing me. Are not those points already the fundamental basis of the acted drama? Are they not the bones and marrow, the substance and framework? Indeed, I venture to say that had I done only that in the play, I should have done more than half the drama, consequently 10, 20 times more than M. Dumas allows me, since he allows me nothing. Very well, he has dared to write and to print it in all his letters. But after what we know of him, of what can we and should we be surprised? M. Harrel had expressed much regret to me, first because the drama was not en tableaux. That style suited the ways of his theatre better, and the success of Richard supported the opinion. Secondly, that I had not made Beridan the father of Gaultier and of Philippe, whose mother, Marguerite, was alone known. That would complicate the plot, he said to me. Finally, he thought it improbable that Marguerite, a queen and all-powerful, would not have had Beridan arrested and got rid of, at the first words of his revelation. At the juxtaposition of these two latter objections, a sudden ray of light sprang up in me. Let Beridan be the father indeed, by means of a pre-existing intrigue, and let him be arrested by Marguerite, who wanted to rid herself of him. Then, at the moment of his greatest peril, let him make himself known, and there would be the opportunity for a magnificent scene. Capital. The prison scene was hit upon. 2 days after that on which Janin had given up the drama like an athlete, exhausted by a task too heavy for him, I took to M. Harrel, the manager of the Porte Saint-Martin, a scenario which was pretty nearly that of La Tour de Nesle. I am, however, going to point out the differences. Orsini was not a tavern-keeper, that was Landry, although both were men belonging to the Tower of Nesle. As for Orsini, he was one of those magicians extremely feared in his time under the name of envouteurs. A confidant of Marguerite, he receives at his house the courtiers, a part very much like that of Ruggery in Henry Roman III. It is on that account, I think, that M. Dumas has made him a tavern-keeper instead of Landry. Secondly, the prison scene was arranged like this so that Beridan might finish his part holding Marguerite's hands and say to her, "Deli ces cords." Marguerite, falling on her knees obediently and freeing him with one single cut. M. Dumas has tripled that action by causing Beridan only to be unbound after 3 attempts. He is miles beyond me, as tried talent far exceeds feeble inexperienced effort, as attainment exceeds inexperience. As far as the truth of what I advance is concerned, it will be detected by all impartial readers, first in the accuracy and faithfulness of its details, if I may so express it. I do not merely relate what is in the actual Tour de Nesle, but things that are not to be found in that, among others, one scene in the 4th act. Beridan comes as a gypsy, and not as a captain, to visit the wizard Orsini. The latter wants to overawe the gypsy, who revealed to him the murders of the Tower of Nesle as he had revealed them to Marguerite. And soon the magician falls at the gypsy's feet, seized with the very superstitions he himself instills into the vulgar-minded, to enquire if perhaps there be true sorcerers. This scene was bound to disappear directly Orsini was made an innkeeper. Finally, as to probability, I might say concerning the proof of my word, that I have the actual words of M. Dumas in the letter in which he says to me, "Harrel has come to ask my advice about a drama by you which he wishes to put on the stage, your play, that which I have been happy to have been able to add to it, etc. Nobody speaks like this of a work in which he has done everything." Next a line from M. Harrel which I received before my departure, after Janin's withdrawal, in which he says to me, "Write to me, take care of your health, and above all, work." There were then modifications, changes decided upon, a work to be done. They deny it, I assert it, and assert it with proof. It is for the reader to decide the matter. So now you will perceive that it will matter little to me whether M. Dumas either had or had not my first Ms. in his possession. I have proved that he has had my second plan. From another source he himself confesses to have possessed and partly copied Janin's Ms. which was mine spoilt. What more do I need? I will therefore resume my story from where I left off. Felonies were about to succeed one another like file firing. It was on 8 April when I took my scenario to M. Harrel. My father died on the 9th. He had come to Paris on purpose to fetch me away from the contagion which reigned over the city, and his joy in being present at my first play induced him to remain with me. This recollection breaks my heart. On the 10th, as a messenger of death, I went to console my poor mother. This was the night of the same day on which M. Harrel wrote me the note wherein he said, "Take care of your health." Wretched irony, flung at me between a misfortune which had come upon me and an act of robbery which was about to overtake me. "Go," he had said to me. "I have a play before yours, you have 3 months before you. Take it easy and write to me." I had scarcely been gone a month before I had to write to M. Janin to ask him about an announcement relative to La Tour de Nesle. A book had just appeared upon the same subject, 50 Ecoliers de Cluny, and I did not wish it to be thought that my play was taken from the book. Janin replied, "I will willingly do what you ask me, but what is the good? I announce the approaching performance of your play. I say your and not our because I count for absolutely nothing in it. You know the matter rests between you and M. Harrel. That was agreed upon a long time ago, etc. Jules Janin. 10 May 1832. After that, not a word further. I wrote to Paris, and I learnt that M. Dumas has been made and has constituted himself my collaborator. I leave the reader to imagine what my feelings were. Beside myself, trembling with rage and indignation, I wrote to M. Harrel to forbid him to act the play, to M. Dumas to beg him to prevent it. "You have doubtless been misinformed," I said to him. "The play belongs to me and to me alone. I do not wish to have collaborators at all, certainly not clandestine ones, imposed upon me. I therefore appeal to you for your own honour's sake, and I point out to you the necessity for stopping the rehearsals, etc." No answer either from M. Harrel or M. Dumas. I set off, and before going to my home I went in travelling garb as I was straight to M. Harrel. "I am ruined," he said to me. "It is true I have deceived you. Now what are you going to do? Stop the play. You will not succeed in doing that. I shall change the title of it and play it. You can attack me for forgery, theft, plagiarism, what you like. You would obtain 1,200 francs damages. Ask a lawyer. If, however, you let it be played, you will gain 12,000 francs, etc." He spoke the truth, for such is the protection ordinarily granted by our judges to the author who is robbed. I returned home pale with rage, and it was then I found the grandiloquent letter from M. Dumas, quoted by me at the beginning of this article. Such are the principal facts. Now what do you say to those lines of M. Dumas? I wrote to the young man, and the young man never favoured me with an answer. This time it is the philosophy of truthfulness with a vengeance. Nobody would have believed it if I had not held the evidence and the means of proving what I am stating. M. Dumas not having yielded to the request or to the summons that I sent him to stop the rehearsals of the play, which was the first, if not the second, of his mistakes, from which he will never clear himself, because it proves his complicity, and M. Harrel threatening to play in spite of me, which both morally and physically he was capable of doing. There was nothing else left for me to do but to let my drama be performed, and according to the conditions stipulated in M. Dumas' letter, in which he stated that his name would not be given, that I should be the sole author, that he wished to tender me a service and not to sell it me. Very well then, the day following the first performance, asterisks appeared on the playbills before my name, and now M. Dumas wants to replace my name by his. It will be seen what encroachments these were. This is not all. When it came to payment, they would not give me more than 1 share. Now listen carefully. During the current April, the Commission of Authors had made an agreement with M. Harrel before the performance of my play, which stipulated for a fee of 10% for the authors in the performances to come on at the Porte Saint Martin. I had then the right to the benefit of this agreement. M. Dumas enjoyed it and more beside. He also received 200 and 300 francs per night. What did they leave me? 48 francs, the price of an old agreement, and M. Dumas took half of it from me. That is the service he wished to tender me and not to sell. There was nothing for it but to go to law to protest against such deeds, as there is nothing but the police station against theft and pickpocketing. I therefore had recourse to the law courts. If more proof still be needed, I have it at hand, drawn up and set forth in the legal deeds, properly attested, which began the examination of this trial. But it would seem that the trial a little alarmed M. Dumas' public conscience, for he suggested to me to stop it by a compromise. In that compromise, first, we both acknowledged each other as joint authors of La Tour de Nesle. Second, it was specified that this play should always be published and acted under my name, followed by asterisks. Third, M. Dumas guaranteed me a settled sum of 48 francs per performance and half of his tickets. To what sum do they amount? I asked him in all good faith. To 36 francs upon my honour. He replied, glancing at M. Harrel, so I accept francs worth of tickets. Next day M. Harrel would not fulfill the above-mentioned compromise as far as it concerned himself, although he had been the instigator of and witness to it. It needed a trial to compel him to do it, and M. Dumas blamed him on that occasion. I had that to thank him for. It was the first and last time. He also quoted my letter. A little while later, I learnt that M. Dumas, who had declared to me upon his honour that there would only be 36 francs worth of tickets, had over 50, but while taking the oath he had looked at M. Harrel. The Ms. was still for sale. Barber, who had offered francs for it and never 1400, would give no more than 500 francs. Half that sum should have been paid down to each of us there and then, and the remainder in 6 months from that date. In a few days' time, when I went to M. Barber to get my 125 francs, I learnt that M. Dumas had come and taken my share of the cash payable down with his own, saying he was authorized to do so by me. There is something so incredible in such an act, so petty, so degrading to the man of letters, that I should not have dared to cite it, had I not possessed the proof, written by M. Dumas himself. Indeed, when Barber informed me of that, not venturing to believe it, I wrote to M. Dumas, who replied that he had indeed received francs, but Barber had said he had special arrangements with me. Did they not say that it was Barber who had wished to pay there and then? That, moreover, he had enabled me to exact the same advantage for myself as for him, that I could make use of his letter to get myself also paid at once, that he authorized me, etc. This was making use of a first fraud in order to commit a second, 2 indelicacies instead of 1. I should have preferred to be settled by a 6 months' bill. Now, Monsieur Dumas, what do you suppose I should reply to you, you who treated me in your letter as though I were a poor devil of a fellow? I am too well bred for you to guess. Now, in order to escape the sooner out of these unworthy details, which present so ill a picture, I will state that I should never oppose the insertion of La Tour de Nesle among M. Dumas' complete works, although that right resulted strictly as mine from the terms of our transaction together, if M. Dumas had consented to make a simple mention of my collaboration in that play. That is the method followed nowadays by M. Scribe. But to a polite letter M. Dumas replied by one of those incivilities of which he claims the monopoly. Finally, if I asked M. Dumas for my first Ms. through a sheriff's officer, it was because it was, on his part, incredible disloyalty to put side by side with this soul, and only Ms. a play which had had at the least 3. This is the truth about La Tour de Nesle and the whole truth. I should add to the documents which I have brought forward, and to the proofs I have given, that, summoned before our peerage, the Commission of Authors, I cited and enumerated all these details and facts before M. Dumas in person, and there as here I more than once felt my cheeks flush with involuntary shame. Up to now M. Dumas seemed great and sacred in my eyes, with the greatness of talent, the sacredness of art. So if after this controversy which he provoked, another should follow it, my hand may indeed tremble. For behind M. Dumas the man there is the artist, and beneath the shame is his fame. P.S. In support of his statements, M. Dumas has produced various certificates, to each of which I shall only concede what is necessary in order to the appreciation of their worth and weight. I will say nothing of M. Harrel, who was the primary culprit in the whole affair, and whose accomplice M. Dumas is. M. Dumas ought to be ashamed to call upon such a witness. M. Virtuil, M. Harrel's secretary, asserts to having gone to M. Dumas' house to fetch the 5 acts of La Tour de Nesle excellent, as he wrote them, to having recopied his manuscript entirely better and better, which had no sort of resemblance with that which, of M. Gaillardit a MS, which was in my possession about 3 months. Ah, Monsieur Virtuil, I pull you up here. La Tour de Nesle was performed on 31 May, it was on 29 March, look at the date at the top when my Ms. was received. I left on 10 April, M. Dumas was my collaborator on the 11th. He declares he did his work in a week, and you declare that my Ms. had then been about 3 months in your possession. Oh, I, Monsieur Virtuil, you are indeed secretary to M. Harrel. M. Duvernoy certifies that I wish to sell the drama. I believe him there indeed. He asserted to me that M. Dumas had quoted a false price. This is rather more positive. There now only remains M. Janin's attestation. Ah, that, I confess, I scarcely expected. M. Janin writes that nothing can be more accurate than the details given by M. Dumas, which he thinks he remembers, and that on the whole M. Dumas' reply is truthful. And M. Dumas declares that Janin, accepted by me as a collaborator, had given his rights to him and been sent by M. Harrel. This is too much. M. Janin, then, forgets that he had no further rights, that he had waived his claim, that he had proclaimed this to me in a letter written and signed in his own hand. This is not all, and since I must tell it you, reader, be informed that after the first performance of La Tour de Nesle, it was M. Janin who bound me to protest. It was at his house that I wrote my protest. It was he himself who wanted to dictate it to me and did do so. He was furious with Herel and Dumas. This is not all yet. In consequence of the lawsuit which arose between Herel and myself before the Tribunal de Commerce, Janin himself wrote to Darming to support a protest that I made to the Gazette des Tribunaux. I beg Darming to insert the enclosed short note. I entreat it in my own name, and that of Gaillardit. I do not understand the stubbornness with which they seek to rob this young man of that which belongs to him, etc. See La Gazette des Tribunaux, 1 July 1832. What do you say to it, reader? I had promised to relate the petty secrets of this apostasy, but I have not space, and besides I reflected that it was not worth the trouble, and so I sign myself F. Gaillardit. After this reply, it will be realized that Gaillardit had no right to delay our duel, as not having spared me less than I had him, it was I who considered myself the injured party. So, after a fresh call on the part of my seconds, the meeting was fixed for 17 October 1834. I think I remember, it is more than 2 years ago, that half the purchase money of La Tour de Nesle was given, in cash, to Dumas on his saying that that was agreed upon with Gaillardit, which the latter denied. He was then obliged by the terms of our agreement to accept my note for his share. Barber 29 August 1834. Chapter 5. Sword and pistol, whence arose my aversion to the latter weapon, Philippe's puppet, the statue of Corneille, an autograph in extremis, Le Bois de Vincennes, a dueling toilet, scientific question put by Bixio, the conditions of the duel, official report of the seconds, how Bixio's problem found its solution. I had wished the duel to be won with swords. Gaillardit insisted it should be with pistols. I have a strong repugnance to that weapon. It seems to me brutal and more that of a highway robber who attacks a traveller from the shelter of a wood than that of the honourable combatant defending his life. The thing I dread most in pistol duelling, but I have only fought twice with this weapon, is unskilfulness, much more than dexterity. Indeed, 2 or 3 years before the period in which the events I am relating took place, namely, before 1834, I had had a pistol duel. I have not spoken of it, not being able to give the name of the man against whom I fought, nor to tell the reasons why I was fighting. In that duel, which took place at 7 in the morning in the Bois de Boulogne, in the neighbourhood of Madrid, my adversary and I were placed at 20 paces distance from one another. Lots were drawn as to who should fire first, and the advantage fell to my adversary. I planted myself, with pistol loaded, at a distance of 20 paces, and I waited for the firing with the muzzle of the barrel of my weapon in the air. My adversary fired. I saw his hand tremble and the bullet strike the ground 6 lengths in front of me, and at the same time, however, I felt what seemed like the sharp cut of a whip on my leg. It was the flattened bullet, which struck the calf of my leg as it rebounded, making a wound 2 inches deep, and forcing into my wound a piece of my trousers and boot. The pain was so great that I unconsciously pressed the trigger of my weapon, and the charge went off into the air. The seconds then decided that the firing held good, and that any pistol discharged in a duel was discharged against the adversary. I requested it to be continued, and the seconds began to reload the weapons, but during that operation, whether from shaken nerves or loss of blood, I nearly fainted. It was, therefore, impossible to go on with the duel. Consequently, I got into my carriage, and as I did not wish to return to my mother in the state I was in, I had myself driven to de Ligny's swimming school, where my friend Pierre Jean gave me a bathing closet, and sent to the Rue de l'Université for Roux, the clever surgeon. Roux was not at home, but they brought back one of his assistants. The young man examined the wound, and as the ball had passed through almost from one side to the other where it had entered, he decided it was shorter to begin the search by the aid of a fresh wound than to fumble about in the other. The swelling, moreover, made that almost impracticable. It was done as he wished. The young man opened the calf of my leg and extracted first the bullet, next the piece of boot, and finally the fragment of my trousers. Then they neatly put pad of lint on both sides of my wound, and bound up my leg, and I returned home hopping on one foot, telling my poor mother that I had torn my leg with a splinter of wood while bathing. I had therefore good reason for not having a liking for pistols, well though I shot with them, and at that time I was a remarkable shot, but Gaillardit insisted and I accepted his weapon. All the same, I wished to prove to his seconds that if I insisted on swords, it was not indeed for want of skill to use the weapon preferred by my opponent. I consequently invited Soli and Fontaine to come to Garcet's. It was a singular thing. The seconds had drawn by lot their fighter, or rather Gaillardit and I had so drawn our seconds, and fate gave me Longper and Malin, who were simple acquaintances, and it gave Solly and Fontaine to M. Gaillardit, who were both my friends. Solly, Fontaine and I then went to Garcet's the night before the duel. A boy named Philippe usually loaded my pistols. He it was, therefore, who went to take down the puppet and to put up the bull's eye. No, I said to Philippe, leave the puppet. But monsieur is not in the habit of firing at the puppet. I will only fire 10 bullets, Philippe. It is merely to show these gentlemen that I am not one of your poor shots. Philippe left the doll. I put my first bullet an inch above its head, the second an inch below its feet, the third an inch to its right side, and the fourth an inch to its left side. Now that it cannot escape either above, below, to right or to left, I am going to break it with my 5th bullet. And I broke it with my 5th. I aimed the 6th bullet at the ground. It stopped short at 10 paces almost. I shot at it with the remains of the contents of my pistol. At that moment, a swallow came and alighted on a chimney, and I killed it. Fontaine and Solly exchanged looks. One of my principles was never to draw sword or to shoot before others. This time I had made an exception in their favour. Solly himself shot extremely well. I had been his second 4 or 5 years previously, in a duel he had had with Signal, and in an experiment similar to this which I had made I had seen him break the small and large hand of a cuckoo clock, one after the other at a distance of 15 yards. Philippe, I said as I came out, I have to fight a duel tomorrow. I wish things to go off fair and square. Take with you ammunition and pistols that I have never used, powder and shot, and be at Saint Mandé by noon. Philippe promised to do what he was bidden, and we went away. The affair assumed a seriousness I had never realized till then. I went to Bixio, begging him, as usual, to be present at the duel, not in the capacity of second, but in that of surgeon. The meeting was to be at 12 o'clock at Saint Mandé. We were to go by the mail coach. If I were not wounded or killed, we should immediately leave the field of battle for Rouen, where there was to be an inauguration of the statue of Corneille. Fontaine, Dupuy and I had been appointed by a majority of votes to represent dramatic authors. Bixio accepted, of course. He was to come and fetch me from the Rue Bleue, where I lodged at the time. I returned home to take certain precautionary measures concerning my son and daughter, in case of my death. As regarded my mother, since the poor woman knew that I was going a journey of some length, I left a score of letters written from different towns in Italy. If I was killed, they could hide the truth from her by letting her believe I was still alive by the receipt of a letter at intervals, as though it had just arrived by post. These preparations took up the whole night. I only slept towards 5 in the morning. At 10 o'clock, when my 2 seconds came in, they found me still asleep. The affair was still on. We were to have breakfast at the Café des Variétés. There my carriage came for us, and we were to be taken and brought back by my horses. Then, on the return, if return there were to be, we should take post horses and start, as I have said, for Rouen. I sent Malin and Longperon in advance to order breakfast. I went downstairs 10 minutes after them. I had at all risks taken duelling swords under my cloak. I still hoped the matter would end that way. I met Florestan Bonner on the staircase, whom I have already mentioned in connection with Madame Sand. He had an album in his hand. "Stop," he said, "are you going out?" "Yes." "Are you in a hurry?" "Why?" "Because, if you are not in a hurry, I wish you would go upstairs and write a few lines of poetry in my album." "All right, take the album upstairs and leave it. On my return I will put you a scene in it from Christine or from Charles Roman 7. "You cannot do it at once." "No, honestly I can't." "Go along with you." "On my word of honor I am in a hurry, and I would not be late for the whole world." "Where are you going?" "I am off to fight a duel with Gaillardit." "But..." "Better late than never." "Oh then, my dear friend, write me my lines at once, I entreat." "Why?" "If you are going to be killed, see how interesting it would be for my wife to have the last lines you had written." "You are right, I had not thought of that. I would not like to deprive Madame Bonner of this chance. Let us go up, my friend." We went upstairs. I wrote 10 lines in the album and Bonner left me delighted. I was indeed a little later than my seconds, but I had such a good excuse to offer them that they forgave me. Bixio came and joined us at the café. We were at Saint Mandé by noon. We found Garcet's lad there, waiting for us with freshly cleaned pistols which no one had hitherto used. Looking behind the carriage, we saw a hackney carriage following us. We suspected it was our adversary and his seconds. We got down at the appointed place. The hackney opened, but we only saw Solly and Thornton get out of it. M. Gaillardit had said that he would come by himself. They ran to me. I had already noticed the strange fact that they scarcely knew M. Gaillardit whilst we were old friends, so all their sympathies were for me. I asked them to make one final effort to make M. Gaillardit fight with swords, warning them that if at the first shot nothing happened, I should demand a reloading of pistols. They promised to do their best in the matter of the change of weapons. At that moment a carriage appeared and stopped a few yards from us. M. Gaillardit got out of it. He was in regular duelling toilet, coat, breeches and black waistcoat, without a single white spot anywhere on him, not even his shirt collar. It was with the recollection of the effect he made on me thus clad, that 16 years later I wrote the scene between Count Hermann and Karl, a scene where, at the moment of letting his nephew go to fight a pistol duel, Count Hermann buttons Karl's coat and tucks the ends of his collar under his cravat. It is well known how difficult it is to hit a man clad wholly in black. When Karl was wounded by Girardin, a year or two later, it was on the few threads from the end of his yellow waistcoat which stuck out beyond his black coat. I shared my observation with Bixio. "Where will you aim?" he asked me. "I do not know, upon my word," I replied. Suddenly I squeezed him by the arm. "Well," he asked. "He has cotton wool in his ears," I said. "I will try to break his head for him." Meanwhile, M. Gaillardit was talking animatedly with the seconds, and it was easily seen that his gestures were negative ones. Indeed, he refused a third time to fight with swords. His 2 seconds came to announce that his resolution on this point was immovable. There was nothing more left to do but to choose a spot for the duel. We left the carriage where it was, instructing the driver to come when he heard the firing, and we plunged into the wood. After walking for 5 minutes we found a suitable opening, straight and without the sun. There were but the final settlements to make, the business of the seconds. They met and entered into committee. Meanwhile I placed the letters intended for my mother, in case of accident, in Bixio's charge. My final injunctions to him were delivered in so simple a manner, and in such confident tones, that Bixio took my hand and pressed it, saying, "Bravo, dear fellow, I should not have believed you would have been so cool under the circumstances." "It is on such occasions that I am cool," I said to him. "I slept badly the night after M. Gaillardit's provocation, but it is part of my very character, temperament, whatever you like to call it, from a doctor's point of view, to be far less moved by danger the nearer it approaches me. I should very much like to feel your pulse when you are actually standing up against one another." "Just as you like, that is easily done. We will see how many more beats it gives from excitement." "I too would like to know. It is a matter of interest to me personally." "Do you think you will hit him?" "I am afraid not." "Try though." "I will do my best. You have a grudge against him then?" "I not the least in the world. I do not know him." "Well then. Have you read Merimy's La Vase Etrusque?" "Yes." "Well, he says that every man killed by a bullet turns round before he falls. I should like to know if this is true, from the point of view of science." "I will do my best to gratify your desire." The seconds separated from one another. Thornton and Solly went towards M. Gaillardit and de Longper, and Malin came to me. "Well," they said, "we have claimed that the choice of arms ought to be decided by lot, but M. Gaillardit's seconds maintain the contrary. We have come to consult you. You know very well what my opinion is. I will fight with what you will, but I should prefer swords. Thornton and Solly are reporting to M. Gaillardit, as you see. Stop, they are coming to us." And indeed, Solly and Thornton were doing so, and we met them halfway. "M. Gaillardit," said Solly, "has just declared to us that if he does not fight with pistols, he will not fight at all." "Toss 5 francs in the air," I said to my seconds, "and draw up a written declaration of the refusal of these gentlemen to refer the matter to lot." De Longper flung up a 5-franc piece, but Solly and Thornton stood silent. "All right," I said. "I accept M. Gaillardit's weapons, but I demand a declaration of the facts of the case." They tore a piece of paper from a notebook, and on the crown of a hat Malin wrote a report of the facts I have just given. This pertinacity on my part cut short the conference. Pistols were accepted by me, and there only remained the settling of the terms. I wished we might be allowed to advance upon one another, and only to fire at our own will. "M. Gaillardit," I said, has laid down the terms about the arms. It seems to me that, in exchange for the concession which I have made him in adopting them, I in my turn have the right of deciding the way we shall use them. My dear friend, said Solely to me, the combatants have no rights, it belongs to the seconds to choose all rights. Very well, I request, if not as a demand at least by way of suggestion, that my wish be submitted to Gaillard it. The seconds went aside, and I found myself again alone with Bixio. Sacredieu, my dear fellow, I said to him, that lad over there irritates me so much that I am dying to get even with him. Ah, try, you will have cleared up a very curious point in science. 5 minutes later, Malin and de Longper returned to me. Well, they said, all is arranged. Good. You are to be placed 50 yards from one another. Why 50 yards? Oh, come, wait a bit, and you have the right to walk 15 yards towards one another. Oh, you are not satisfied. It is not all that I wanted, but one must be satisfied with what one can get. Come, mark off the distances, my lads. You see, Solely and Fontaine are doing it. Will you have the side where you now are? As I am here, I may as well stay. The gentlemen set to work to measure the distances, and I went on chatting with Bixio. Meantime, the shooting boy loaded the pistols. The 15 yards which we might walk over were marked by 2 sticks put across the pathway. They took Gaillard at his pistol and brought me mine. I took it in my right hand and held out my left for Bixio to feel my pulse. Gaillard it was ready at his post. I signed to him to wait till Bixio had made his observation. Tell him then not to take any notice of me, but to fire just the same, said Bixio. Bixio's character runs entirely on those 2 lines. My pulse beat 68 to the minute. Now go along with you, Bixio said to me, and do not hurry yourself. Then he went into the wood with the 4 witnesses. I went and took up my position. Solely clapped his hands 3 times. At the 3rd clap, Gaillard it ran the distance which separated him from the limit and waited. I walked towards him, deviating from the straight line a little so as not to give him the advantage of helping himself to take aim by the path. Gaillard it fired at my 10th yard. I did not even hear the whistle of the bullet. I turned towards our 4 friends. Solely, as pale as death, was leaning against a tree. I bowed my head and waved my pistol at the witnesses to show them that nothing had happened. Then I wanted to take the few yards I still had left me, but my conscience glued my feet to the soil, telling me that I ought to fire from the spot where I had sustained fire. And I lifted my pistol and looked for the famous white point which the cotton wool in his ears promised me. But after Gaillard it had fired, he had stood back to receive my fire, and as he protected his head with his pistol, his ear was hidden behind the weapon. I had therefore to find another spot, but I feared to be accused of having taken too long a time in aiming, not being able to give as an excuse that I had not found the spot I was looking for. So I fired at random. Gaillard it flung his head back. I thought at first that he was wounded, and I confess I then felt a vivid feeling of joy for a thing I should have regretted now with all my heart. Fortunately, he was not hit. Come, let us reload our arms, I said, flinging my pistol at the boy's feet, and let us stay in our places, which will be a saving of time. Let me be allowed, in conclusion, to substitute the written statement of the proceedings for my own recital. My feet, as when I sustained Gaillard its fire, still seemed glued where I stood. Bois de Vincennes, 17 October 1834. 2:45 p.m. After the drawing up of our first note, the adversaries were placed at 50 paces apart, with power to advance each to within 15 paces of one another. Gaillard it reached the limit and fired the first. Dumas fired second. Neither of the shots went home. Dumas then declared he did not wish matters to end there, and demanded that the combat should be continued until the death of one of the 2. Gaillard it acceded, but the seconds refused to reload the arms, whereupon Dumas proposed to continue the duel with swords. Gaillard its seconds refused. Then Dumas urged that pistols should be reloaded, but the seconds, after a long deliberation, and having tried to overcome his obstinacy, did not feel they could lend their countenance to a contest which could not but end fatally. Consequently, the seconds withdrew and carried off the arms, and this withdrawal put an end to the duel. Fontaine, Solely, Malin, de Longper. The seconds withdrew, and I found myself alone with Gaillard it, Bixio and the brother of Gaillard it, who had come through the wood just as the firing took place. I then proposed to Gaillard it, as we now had 2 seconds and 2 swords, to make use of both men and arms. He refused. Thereupon Bixio and I got into the carriage and returned by the road to Paris. We set out by mail coach a couple of hours later for Rouen, with Fontaine and Dupuy. Bixio was twice again my second, but one of the 2 duels was with swords, and the other not taking place at all. He had not the chance of assuring himself as to whether a man wounded or killed by a bullet turns round before he falls. He had to make the experiment on himself. In the month of June 1848, as in his capacity of representative of the people, Bixio was walking with his customary courage by the Pantheon barricade. A bullet, fired from the first floor of a house in the Rue Soufflot, hit him above the collarbone, ploughed into his right lung, and after a course of 15 to 18 inches lodged near the spine. Bixio turned round 3 times and fell. Without any doubt of it, one turns round, he said. The problem was solved. Publisher's note. My dear Fournier, a decree passed by the courts in 1832 ordered that La Tour de Nesle should be printed and billed with my name alone. And this was done, in fact, up to 1851, the period when it was forbidden. Now that we are going to revive it, I allow you, and even beg you, to join my name with that of Alexandre Dumas, my collaborator, to whom I wish to prove that I have forgotten our old quarrels, and only remember our good relations in the past, and the large part his incomparable talent had in the success of La Tour de Nesle. Yours, etc. F. Gaillard it. Paris, 25 April. Translator's note. The above note appears in the current edition of the Memoirs. In the appendix to the Paris edition of 1854 will be found a long letter by M. F. Gaillard it, date April, which Dumas did not reproduce in the Brussels edition. Book 4. Chapter 1. The Masquerade of the Budget at Grenoble, M. Maurice Duval, The Serenaders' Escapade of the 35th of the Line. The Insurrection it excites, Arrest of General St. Clair, Taking of the Prefecture and of the Citadel by Bastide, Bastide at Lyon, Order reigns at Grenoble, Casimir Perier, Garnier Pages and M. Dupin, Report of the Municipality of Grenoble, Acquittal of the Rioters, Restoration of the 35th, Protest of a Smoker. It was with great happiness that I abandoned the literary side of my life, which had just compelled me, very much against my will, to be disagreeable to a man against whom I have preserved no rancour, and who, besides, about the time we have reached, had given up the theatre, and having published a remarkable book, so I am assured, La Chevalière d'Eon, left for America, and rendered the immense service to French literature of spreading and popularizing it in the country of Washington Irving and of Cooper. It was, I repeat, with great pleasure that I abandoned the literary side of my life to take up again the thread of political events which agitated the year 1832, even if they had not as yet stained Paris with blood and thrown a pall of mourning over France. Let us be permitted to take them up a little farther back than the month of June, which saw them burst forth. We will return all too soon to that terrible moment. After the trial of the artillery, of which I have given an account, the old secret societies, endued with the Carbonist principles of 1821, were reorganized, and at the same time new societies were created. Our readers are acquainted with the name of the Society of the Friends of the People, and that of the Rights of Man. These, in a measure, were the parent societies, but 2 other societies had sprung up side by side with them, the Societe Gauloise, which at the time of the combat proved itself one of the most ardent in flying to arms, and the organizing committee of the municipalities, which connected itself by invisible but real bonds with the famous Society of the Philadelphians, which, under the Empire it had failed in overturning, had for its principal leaders Audit, Pichegru and Moreau. Bastide was affiliated to the latter society, the principles of which were Babouvist, so at the Lyon insurrection, which, caused by poverty, was of a socialistic tendency, Bastide was sent into the insurgent town to see what the Republican party could gain from it. All was over by the time he arrived, but he thought he could discern the seeds of fresh insurrections in the dying one, and returned with the idea that something might be done in that direction. So he only stayed a short time in Paris, and soon set off again for the departments of Ardèche and Isère. There he found that fiery Dauphine population which in 1788 were the first to keep their states for Vizille, which since 1816 had conspired against the Bourbons, and since 1832 against Louis Philippe. On 13 March he returned from a tour in the mountains with the 2 brothers Vasseur, both since dead, the eldest of whom was representative of the people in the Legislative Assembly, and as they approached the gates of Grenoble, they learnt that the town, which they had left perfectly quiet, was in flames. This is what had happened. On 11 March, the young people had organized a masquerade which represented the budget and the 2 supplementary trusts. New regulations forbade this masquerade. But ancient custom had prevailed over new rules, and the masquerade procession had left Grenoble by the Gate of France and was making straight for the Esplanade, where General St. Clair was to hold a review. The garrison exactly at that hour. The general was aware of the interdiction against the masquerade, but like a sensible man he pretended not to see it. Unluckily, M. Maurice Duval, Prefect of Isère, was less tolerant. It was the same M. Maurice Duval whom we shall meet again 3 or 4 months later, talking to Madame la Duchesse de Berry with his hat on his head. M. Maurice Duval, furious that the young folk of the town had transgressed the order, requested M. de St. Clair to make the soldiers take up arms. The result of this order was that when our masqueraders wanted to re-enter the town, they found not only that the gate was shut, but also that behind each closed gate were 100 or so of grenadiers waiting for them, armed to the teeth. The masqueraders, who were not above 10 or 12, could not believe in such an exhibition of force. Consequently, they marched resolutely upon the grenadiers, who fixed their bayonets. Unfortunately, the crowd which followed them thought it was a joke as they did, and determined to enter also. There were horsemen and carriages among them, but the grenadiers thought of nothing but their orders and stood firm. The crowd, pushed upon the bayonets, began to complain that these were entering their bodies. The complaints were succeeded by cries of "Down with the grenadiers," and showers of stones followed this cry. A collision seemed imminent. Colonel Barsenier l'Espinasse took upon himself to command that the gates be opened. The grenadiers withdrew. The crowd was swallowed up in the town, and in the midst of this commotion, the masqueraders, the first cause of all the uproar, disappeared. Instead of being satisfied with this ending, which conciliated everybody, M. Maurice Duval protested against the weak giving in, and made out that the government would fall into contempt if he did not take his revenge. A masked ball was announced for the night. M. Maurice Duval forbade it. The mayor, a sensible man, rushed to the prefecture and pointed out to M. Maurice Duval that if they were deprived of a pleasure upon which they were counting, this interdict would produce the very worst effect on people whose heads were already excited. "What of that?" returned M. Duval, "so one was told." "What of that? Why, there will be a riot." "Good, the rioters will fling stones at the soldiers, but if they fling stones, the soldiers will put bullets into them, that is all." This retort, the truth of which there is nothing to establish, spread throughout the town. At night in the theatre, there were outcries to hold the ball forbidden by the Prefect, but matters went no further than that. Next day the town seemed quiet, but a rumour spread abroad that they were going to give a charivari that night to M. le Prefect. The Dauphine's charivaries are celebrated. Some time previously they had given one at Vizel, which had made much stir. In the morning M. Maurice Duval was warned of the project, so he sent an order to the mayor to put a battalion of the National Guard under arms. Now this dispatch, by what cause or from what reason is still unknown, sent from the prefecture at noon, never reached the mairie until 4:45 in the evening. This was too late. The summons could not take effect. The charivari was no empty threat. About 8 at night a gathering began to collect. It had nothing hostile about it, for nearly a third of it was composed of women and children. This crowd, which had no arms, nor even at that moment at least, any means necessary for the giving of a charivari, was contented with shouts of laughter, uttering of hallows, and occasionally cries of "Down with the Prefect." This was all very disagreeable, but ranked, however, among the insults to which not merely public functionaries are exposed, but conservative deputies even still more. A summons could put an end to the gathering of the crowd, but M. Duval was not content with merely re-establishing order. He wished to punish those who had annoyed him. He gave orders to Vidal and Jourdan, police commissaries, to go to the barracks where the soldiers had been confined for 4 hours, each to take a company, and to surround the agitators. Amongst these agitators, a tipsy youth was bringing notice upon himself by his droll gesticulations and frantic shouts. The police agents made way through the crowd to arrest the charivari from the midst of its numbers. The crowd let them do so, and the young man was taken away to the guardhouse, but the arrest was hardly accomplished before all those men who had kept silence and given way to 2 policemen reproached themselves with their cowardice and excited one another, clamouring at the top of their voices for the prisoner. Then the charivari began to change its aspect. It turned to a riot. It was at this moment, and as the first deputy of the mayor was about to set the prisoner free, who, ignorant of the cause of all the uproar, had been asleep in the guardhouse, that the grenadiers and light infantry appeared. The grenadiers, led by M. Vidal, were advancing across the Place Saint-André, the infantry, led by M. Jourdan, by the Rue du Quai. These were the only two ways of egress. The soldiers wore the gloomy expression which indicates determined purpose. They marched in file, advanced in silence, the drummers having their drums on their backs. Suddenly M. Vidal disappeared, and across the Place Saint-André this order was given from between the officers' clenched teeth. Soldiers, forward. The grenadiers lowered their rifles at this order, charged their bayonets and advanced at charging pace, taking up the whole width of the street. The crowd fled by the Rue du Quai, the only outlet which seemed open to it, but in that street it met and dashed against another crowd which was flying before the infantry. Then on all sides a frightful tumult took place in the crowd thus threatened, and it was drowned in the voice of an officer who gave this laconic order: "Fix bayonets, charge." Almost at the same moment cries of pain succeeded those of terror. One could distinguish this from the anguished tones which cried out, "Pardons, help, murder." Luckily the windows of a study opened, and some 30 persons rushed into the shelter thus afforded. M. Marion, councillor to the Cour Royale of Grenoble, flung himself into the entry of Bailey's shop, and there met a man covered with blood. A student named Huguet, wishing to protect a woman threatened with a grenadier's bayonet, threw himself in front of her and received on his arm the blow meant for her. A cabinet maker named Guibert, backed up against the wall, seeing the circle of bayonets come towards him, cried out, "Do not hit me, I am not making any disturbance." He received 3 thrusts from the bayonets, one of which in the groin sent him spinning close to the statue of Bayard. Imagine that statue after 300 years, looking on with the eyes of the Chevalier sans pour et sans reproche, and judge of his amazement. It was in the midst of this turmoil that Bastide and the 2 brothers Vasseur arrived. The opportunity for which the intrepid agent of the Société des Municipalités was looking had come to meet him. The 2 brothers Vasseur exchanged a few words with the associates, and during the night all the young men, enrolled in secret companies, rushed off to meet Bastide. All were of opinion that the moment had come to strike the blow. There was such enthusiasm in those young heads at this period, such courage in all young hearts, that they had scarcely realized their conviction before they were trying to imbue others with the idea that the time for action had come. Every one thought that the fiery atmosphere he breathed was the atmosphere of the whole of France. It was then decided that next day they should take advantage of all the circumstances and try to get up a more serious struggle. It was, indeed, a wonder they waited till the morrow. Next day everything was just what the patriots could desire. Public anger was at its height, and general indignation overflowed. The number of wounded was exaggerated, and they said the journeyman cabinet-maker, Guibert, was dead. On all sides an inquest was being demanded. The Procureur General, M. Moyne, said openly that he should prosecute the guilty parties, whoever they were. The Cour Royale took up the matter. All these rumours, all this budding news, spread and increased with fearful rapidity, like a storm roaring in the air. The curses of the city were concentrated on the Préfet and the 35th Regiment of the Line, on those who had given the orders and those who had carried them out. About 10 o'clock in the morning, the rappel beat in every street of Grenoble. The National Guard was being called out by order of the municipal councillors, but at the same time that the National Guards were going to their posts, the young men who formed no part of the National Guard ran hither and thither, passing about among the armed men, exchanging a few brief words with them, which proved that the whole population shared the same feeling, and asking for rifles, spread the flames of the insurrection that was already visible. Then 2 very separate and distinct and decided authorities revealed themselves: the municipal authority, which proceeded by means of gentleness and conciliation, and the regal authority, which exercised compulsion and terror. 2 proclamations both appeared simultaneously, one proceeding from the mayor's side, the other from that of the Préfet. The Préfet's proclamation was torn down with cursings, the mayor's was applauded enthusiastically. At this moment the roof of the Hôtel de Ville filled with infantry, whose rifles could be seen shining in the shade. The pictures of the previous day were recognizable, and from all parts shouts of "Down with the Préfet," "Down with the 35th of the Line," went up. The Préfet, who thought he had taken all the coercive measures necessary, waited at the prefecture, having by him General St. Clair and all his staff. At this instant M. Maurice Duval, M. Ducroy, Buisson and a Ribot were announced. These 3 well-known names, honourably known names, belonged to the municipal council of the town. They came to ask the Préfet for the surrender to the National Guard of the positions occupied by the 35th of the Line. General St. Clair had realized the gravity of the situation. He guessed that something more serious than a quarrel supervening a charivari was exciting them down below. He discerned in it the counterstroke of the Parisian risings, that there was Republican influence at work. Therefore, in spite of the opposition of the Préfet, he announced that he was prepared to give up to the National Guard all the positions which contained under a dozen men. "Does the guard which watches at the gate of your hotel understand?" asked the Préfet. "That is the first I shall give up," replied the general. In fact, the order was about to be given when a great noise was heard in the courtyard of the prefecture. The crowd had invaded it, and blows resounded on the gates. "What does that signify?" General St. Clair asked. "Parbleu," replied M. Maurice Duval, laughing. "That means that with your fine measures of conciliation you and I, shall be flung out of the windows." The betting was 100 to 1 that the prophecy would be fulfilled. So the general, his staff and the Préfet left the defence of the prefecture to a detachment of firemen, and hastened into the hall of the Mairie. They found a large number of the National Guard collected there to defend the Hôtel de Ville and the municipal council, if these should be attacked, but they did not seem in the least degree disposed to extend that protection to the Préfet and General St. Clair. The latter was not mistaken, for he felt there was something unknown and more portentous beneath all this than a provincial riot. It was Bastide and the brothers Vasseur, old campaigners whose first stripes traced back to Carbonarism, who were leading the movement. At the cry that went up in the town of Guibert is dead, Bastide had conceived an idea which he had communicated to his companions. It was to pick up the body and carry it about the streets, shouting, "To arms!" We know what a similar procession, leaving the Vaudeville Theatre in 1830, had produced, and we have since seen what the same manoeuvre did after the famous discharge of the 14th of the line on the Boulevard des Capucines. Consequently, Bastide sent men to Guibert's dwelling. The dead body was to be borne to the house occupied by the brothers Vasseur, and the cortege was, from there, to march through all the streets of the town. Whilst they were going to Guibert's house, the younger Vasseur reorganized the volunteer corps with which, in 1830, he had attempted to invade Savoy. A desperate chamois hunter, he had then carried on a most curious warfare among the mountains, which deserved a historian all to itself. Later he was exiled from France, and travelled over Mexico and Texas, and on his return he was seized with cholera and died. He was a man of lofty purpose, adored at Grenoble, specially by the men with whom he had made the strange enterprise of stirring up and conquering Savoy. As he ran to announce that his volunteer corps was ready, the messengers sent to Guibert's home to get the body came to tell in a whisper that Guibert was very ill but not dead. This was a great disappointment. At the same time, with his usual cleverness, Bastide changed his plan. As people's spirits seemed prepared for bold undertakings, the voluntary corps of the younger Vasseur afforded him actual power. He ordered them to march upon the prefecture. It was the noise of the invasion led by Bastide which had echoed in the apartments, and had obliged General St. Clair and M. Maurice Duval to take refuge in the Mairie, in order not to be flung out of the windows, as the Préfet said. At the same time, Vasseur the younger, with his volunteer corps, drew up in front of the Mairie windows. So, when General St. Clair made the suggestion of giving up to the National Guard all the posts with less than a dozen men at them, a voice rose up and shouted, "It is too late." What is it in those 4 words of 11 letters that is so fatal and cabalistic? The insurgents now demanded the occupation of all the posts held by the National Guard, with the exception of the 3 town gates, which were to be guarded by the National Guard, artillery and engineers unitedly. The conditions were severe. General St. Clair determined to face the insurgents instead of sending a parley. He went into the courtyard himself and wanted to harangue the crowd. But a young man came from out the crowd with his arm in a sling. It was Huguet, who had been wounded the previous day. He exchanged a few vivacious words with the general which were only heard by those around them, but which the latter repeated to others. And it was thus they learned that Huguet, with the vigour of a man who had risked his life the day before, protested against the return of the 35th of the line. Universal applause greeted Huguet's protest, whilst Vasseur, thinking it was time to learn why he and his volunteers were there, embraced him before everybody. The effect of this salutation was electrical. They shouted, "Vive Vasseur, vive Huguet, vive le maire, down with the Préfet, down with the 35th of the line." A young man called Gauthier stretched out his arm, seized General St. Clair by the collar, and cried aloud, "General, you are my prisoner." The general offered no resistance, although the soldiers were within call of his voice, and he knew he had only to say a word to bring about a more terrible struggle than that of the previous day. But he hesitated to give that word, and followed the man who arrested him. They took the general to his hotel, and Vasseur placed sentinels from his volunteer company at every door. At the same time, Bastide, who was studying the whole situation, thought that the moment had come to assault the prefecture. The doors were forced in at the first attempt, and in spite of the resistance of the firemen, the insurgents entered the vestibule and tried the doors of the apartments. They were all solidly barricaded on the inside. A street urchin, they are everywhere to be found and always at the head of any uproar, succeeded in breaking and forcing open the lower panel of a door. Bastide slipped through the aperture and received a blow from a bayonet which tore his coat and scratched his breast, but he seized the bayonet with both hands, and the soldier, drawing his rifle towards himself at the same time, drew in Bastide, who found himself inside, snatched the rifle from the soldier's hands, and opened the two sides of the swinging door to those who followed him. The prefecture was captured. The rumour had gone abroad that the prefect was hidden in a cupboard. Bastide himself presided over the opening of all the cupboards, but they were empty of prefects at any rate. The next thing was to take the citadel. At Grenoble, as in ancient arcs, the citadel is situated on a hill and commands the whole town. Bastide asked for some volunteer to take the citadel with him. An artilleryman named Gervais came forward. They both climbed the steep slope. When they reached within 20 yards of the sentry, the latter cried, "Who goes there?" "The commandant of the fortress," replied Bastide. The sentry presented arms and let Bastide and Gervais pass. The taking possession was as rapidly carried out as the entry. Bastide, who remembered his profession of artillery captain, had 6 pieces of cannon brought out and put in position in the square. When they had reached that place, their success had reached its height. Nothing, indeed, had been prepared that could give a serious check to such a sudden attack. Whilst Bastide was entering the prefecture and carrying the citadel, timid hearts were alarmed to see the direction in which the fiery spirits were going. Reaction began to set in. When Bastide came down into the town again, after making sure of the citadel, he found that the National Guard had relieved the posts at General St. Clair's Hotel. It had taken all Vasseur's influence over his men to prevent a collision between them and the volunteer corps. From that time Bastide realized that, if Lyon did not rise, all was lost. General St. Clair, who desired to restore the peace which he had not been able to maintain, spoke of sending a deputation to General Hulot, charged with asking him for the return of the 35th. He mentioned the name of M. Julien Bertrand. Bastide offered and was accepted. Embresse, aide-de-camp of General St. Clair, was added to them, and they all three set out for Lyon. It will be understood that the mission demanded by Bastide was only an excuse. He wanted to confer with the Republicans of Lyon and to ascertain what could be done. One single power was left at Grenoble after they left, the municipal. The prefect was sheltering in the barracks. The National Guard was distributing cartridges through the mayor. The 3 deputies reached Lyon in the middle of the night. They were at once taken to General Hulot. Bastide was the spokesman. Grenoble is taken. General St. Clair is a prisoner. The prefect is in hiding or has taken flight. 35,000 insurgents occupy the town, and the peasants of the surrounding country are beginning to come down from the mountains. This news, given with the air of perfect truth, which neither M. Bertrand nor M. Brest denied, frightened General Hulot, who acceded to the retreat of the 35th and the sending away of the prefect, gave a written order to M. Brest and dispatched him straight to Paris. Bastide left General Hulot's house with M. de Gasperin, mayor of Lyon. M. de Gasperin held advanced liberal opinions. He reminded Bastide that he was the son of the regicide, and that all his inclinations were towards republicanism. Bastide left M. de Gasperin and immediately put himself into communication with the Republicans of Lyon, whom he had seen during his last tour. They assured him that, if Grenoble only held out 48 hours, they would begin a 24th of November more terrible than the first. And indeed that 24th of November burst out in 1834. Bastide set out for Grenoble. All had calmed down during his absence. The volunteer corps was disbanded, and constitutional order was re-established everywhere. They offered Bastide the choice of taking refuge for himself in Piedmont or Savoy. But he feared that, by following this advice, he would pass for an insurrectionary agent, and contented himself with taking a boat and going down the Rhône with the 2 brothers Vasseur, who lived in the department de l'Ardèche. When there, the 3 conspirators would be at home and would have 1,000 means of evading search. At Romans they were all 3 arrested and taken back to Grenoble. At the same time M. Huguet was arrested, he who had harangued General St. Clair, also M. Gauthier, who had arrested the general. Meanwhile, General Hulot's orders had been carried out, and on 16 March the 35th of the line had left the town. Casimir Piria, bilious and irritable all over, still more irritable on account of the disease to which he was to succumb 2 months later, learnt this news with rage. Casimir Piria was a minister of strong aversions and petty views. To him, France was divided into friends and enemies. His desire was not to govern France but to destroy his personal enemies. A financier, he wanted peace before all else. He did all in his power to keep up the revenue, and made impossible efforts to increase it still more. The bourse actually went into mourning at his death. By his order, Le Moniteur published an article in praise of the 35th. This was nothing. From the point of view of the government, the 35th had merely done its duty. But, simultaneously with these praises which had been allowed to pass, the article added that the military had only resisted aggression, that many were already wounded when they charged, whilst on the contrary, the injuries of the agitators had been exaggerated. These inaccuracies were common knowledge, but one knows that the government of King Louis-Philippe did not shrink from that sort of thing. Dumas and Félix Riel, deputies of the arrondissement of Grenoble, wrote to Le Moniteur to give the real facts of the case. Le Moniteur refused to put in their letters. In the sitting of 20 March, Dumas asked leave to speak, mounted the rostrum and questioned the minister upon the subject of the occurrences at Grenoble. Garnier Pages, an advanced leader of the Republican Party in the chamber, supported him. How can the government bestow blame or praise without previous inquiry? How can it be satisfied from the prefet's report that the prefet did right? From the report of the military commandant, how decide that the armed force acted rightly? From the report of the Procureur General, how be satisfied to extol the Procureur General? I, the orator, said, do not judge harshly like that. Although I may say that the correspondence and the 2 newspapers of Grenoble, papers of absolutely opposite opinions, relate the facts in the same way. Although we have 1,000 proofs to one that the rioters were not summoned to disperse by the town authorities, I should but speak hypothetically, and I say, if those orders were not carried out, still the citizens were killed. At these final words, the centres took up the dubious phrase and turned it into the affirmative. They shouted loudly, so that the speaker could not go on. Dupin ascended the rostrum, the centres quietened down. They knew that under any circumstances, Dupin was the king's advocate, both in the law courts and in the tribune. Here is a specimen of the speech of the deputy for La Niver. How can you expect a government to progress, asked Dupin, when at the very heart of the national representation itself, a microcosm of the population, among the trustees of its power, the first movement is not in favor of the authorities and the instruments of law, and the first impulse is to put authority in the wrong and reason to flight. It is said that the Riot Act was not read. But when should it be read? When public gatherings become disquieting by their outcries and by their presence, but not when a violent aggression displays itself by methods of action and open attacks. At these words the president of the council rose. Though pale, he had a fiery and energetic soul in his sickly, debilitated body, and he exclaimed, "That is the question, speak." Dupin, encouraged by the president of the council, and by the cries of the centres, continued, "When legal order is called upon, it must submit itself to the rules of legality. If I am attacked by a malefactor in the streets of the town, I invoke the help of the magistrates, the legal protection of authority. But if, single-handed, I am attacked on the high road, I become a magistrate in my own cause, and I defend myself from anything and everything. Think of it, gentlemen, can a French army consent to quit its hearths, its family to be at the disposal of the magistrates, to watch over the defence and protection of its citizens, and yet allow itself to be insulted, attacked, killed at a street corner and at the bottom of a passage? Messieurs, I am certain that the whole population of Grenoble is indignant." Garnier Pages, "Yes, indignant, that is true." Dubois, "Indignant, but against authority." Dupin, "It is indignant against the authors of the disturbance. Who then brought about these troubles and misfortunes? Not the young men who were simply amusing themselves with an inoffensive masquerade. It is an abominable crime, it is to simulate the murder of the king." Thus a great confession had just been made by Dupin, the king's man. The king is the budget and the 2 supplementary trusts. To make game of the 2 and the budget by means of a masquerade is to simulate the murder of the king. An enemy would not have said anything better. Oh, La Fontaine, good La Fontaine, What stones M. Dupin has flung at the head of his friend Louis Philippe. This last one was one of the heaviest. A few days later, a report arrived from the municipality of Grenoble. It stated, 1. That the masquerade of 11 March in no way typified the assassination of the king. 2. That the National Guard had been convoked too late to assemble. 3. That no shouts in any way hostile to the government or to the king had been uttered beneath the prefect's windows. 4. That M. Duval had indeed given the order to the commissaries of the police to surround the gathering of people, but not to disperse it. 5. That no legal summons had been made. 6. That the place of gathering was destitute of stones that could be thrown at the soldiers. 7. That amongst the wounds given to the citizens, 14 had been received from behind. 8. That one soldier only had entered the hospital 4 days after the events of the 12th, for some inflammatory attack consequent on a kick. 9. Finally, that the events of the 13th were the inevitable result of the exasperation of mind caused by a flagrant violation of the law, and that the conduct of the National Guard of Grenoble had been not only irreproachable, but even deserved the gratitude of the citizens. Better still, the tribunal of the police correctionnel, before which the accused had been sent, for want of power to hand them over to the Court of Assizes, decided that their conduct had not been more than imprudent, in consequence of which decision Bastide was liberated and returned to Paris. Not one witness had desired to recognize him, not even the fireman who had dealt him a blow in the chest with his bayonet, and from whom Bastide had snatched his gun. But the government could not be wrong, and the 35th returned to the town, drums beating, bands playing, slow matches ready. Only one protest was made, which will illustrate the French mind. An approaching workman, who did not know for what deadly object this match was intended, remarked to the gunner, "My friend, please let me have a light for my pipe." Chapter 2. General d'Ermancourt's papers, protest of Charles X against the usurpation of the Duc d'Orléans, the stoutest of political men, attempt at restoration planned by Madame la Duchesse de Berry, the Carlo Alberto, how I write authentic notes, landing of Madame near La Ciotat, legitimist affray at Marseille, Madame set out for La Vendée, M. de Bonichos, M. de Villeneuve, M. de Lorges. Now that we have seen what was happening in the east of France, let us see what was happening in the west. In order properly to estimate the fire which was about to set Paris aflame, we must cast a glance on that which was devouring the provinces. Having followed the attempts of the Republican party in the departments of the Rhône and of Isère, let us follow those of the Legitimist party in the departments of La Loire Inférieure, Morbihan, and La Vendée. Further, we can guarantee the exact accuracy of the incidents we are about to give. They are taken from the papers of General d'Ermancourt, my father's aide-de-camp, of whom I have often had occasion to speak. And amongst those papers were a large number of notes sent by the Duchesse de Berry herself, which had been used in the second edition of the book, La Vendée et Madame, published by General d'Ermancourt in 1834. It will not have been forgotten that, by a strange coincidence of circumstances, it was this General d'Ermancourt and the same M. Maurice Duval with whom we have just been concerned in connection with the troubles at Grenoble, who, the one being commandant of the military force, the other representing the regal authority, took Madame la Duchesse de Berry in her hiding-place at Nantes. Let us say a few words about the way in which the insurrection of La Vendée had been set going, and as to the point it had reached at the period to which we have now come, a few words which will form a sequel to what we have just related of the events at Lyon and Grenoble. 20 years ago, everybody was acquainted with the smallest details of what we are about to describe. Now, everyone has forgotten them. History passes quickly in France. In another part of our memoirs, we followed Charles X and the royal family to Cherbourg. On 24 August 1830, the old king protested at Lulworth against the usurpation of the rights of his family, and reserved to himself power over the regency until the majority of his grandson. Here is the protest, which I believe has not been published in France. We Charles the 10th of that name, by the grace of God, King of France and of Navarre. The misfortunes which have just burst over France, and the desire to guard against greater, decided us on the 2nd day of the current month, in our chateau of Rambouillet, to abdicate the crown, and at the same time we induced our beloved son to renounce his rights in favour of our grandson, the Duc de Bordeaux, by a similar deposition, dated yesterday at the same place, and repeated in the second act. We named provisionally as Lieutenant General of the Kingdom a prince of our blood who has since accepted from the hands of rebels, the usurped title of King of the French. After an event of such a nature, we cannot hasten too soon to fulfill the duties which devolve upon us, as well in the interests of France, a sacred trust which has been handed on to us by our ancestors, and in our unswerving confidence in divine justice, for which reasons we protest in our own name, and in that of our successors, against all usurpation of the legitimate rights of our family to the crown of France. We revoke and declare the above-mentioned deposition null, by which we entrusted the lieutenant generalship of the kingdom to the Duc d'Orléans. We reserve to ourselves the prerogative of the regency so long as there is need for it, until the majority of our grandson Henry V., who was called to the throne in consequence of the act issued at Rambouillet on the 2nd day of this month. This majority, fixed by crown statutes and the tradition of the kingdom, will be reached at the beginning of his 14th year, on the 30th day of the month of September 1833. In case it shall please Providence to remove us before the majority of King Henry V., his mother, our beloved daughter, the Duchesse de Berry, shall be regent of the kingdom. The present declaration shall be made public and communicated to those who are rightly concerned in the matter when circumstances shall ordain. Drawn up at Lulworth, the 24th day of the month of August of the year of grace 1830, the 6th of our reign. Signed, Charles. Nevertheless, 6 months later, Madame la Duchesse de Berry, having thought a third Vendée possible, and having communicated that belief to the old king, he gave her a letter, dated from Edinburgh, addressed to the royalists in France, so that in spite of his declaration of 24 August, they should recognize her at once as regent. The declaration is as follows. Signed, Charles. Edinburgh, 27 January 1834. Since her departure from France, Madame la Duchesse de Berry, whose body was enfeebled, temper changeable and spirit vigorous and adventurous, had dreamed of playing the part of Maria Theresa. La Vendée was her Hungary, and the valiant woman, leaving Paris by way of Rambouillet, Dreux and Cherbourg, hoped to re-enter it via Nantes, Tours and Orleans. The whole of her little court, whether through interest or from blindness, painted France to her as ready to rise up. Letters from La Vendée even left no doubt on the point. M. de Cesmaçons, himself a statesman and consequently competent to judge in the matter, besides being a peer of France, at that time wrote to Madame. Let her Royal Highness but come to Vendée, and she will see that my stomach, although European in its stoutness, will not prevent me from leaping either the hedges or ditches. If Madame de Staël called M. de Lally Tolendal the stoutest of sentient beings, M. de Cesmaçons might be styled the stoutest of political men. The following anecdote is related of him. When M. de Cesmaçons came from Nantes to Paris by public conveyance, he was in the habit of taking 2 places in the carriage, less from selfishness than from courtesy, for though living in the present century, he was a type of the courtesy of another epoch, as he was a type of loyalty for all ages. Having changed his valet, and being about to start for Paris, he sent his new servant to the mail coach office to reserve his 2 places as usual. The man returned 2 minutes later. Well, M. de Cesmaçons asked him, "Can I have my 2 places?" "Yes, Monsieur le Comte, only one will be in the coupe and the other inside." Carried away by all these exhortations, and still more by her own wishes, Madame wrote on 14 December to M. de Coislin. I have long been aware, my dear Comte, of the zeal and devotion which you and yours are ready to show for my son's cause. I would like to reiterate that, on such occasions, I will count on you, as you may rely on me for gratitude. Marie Carolines. 14 December 1831. It was therefore decided in the little court of Massa. Madame had gone to Italy after she left England, and lived in a town in the Duchy of Modena, that public spirit in France had arrived at a sufficient point of maturity to be acted upon. Consequently, a letter in cipher, written in invisible ink, informed all the leaders in the south and west of France to make themselves ready. Here is the translation of that letter. The first undeciphered word which betrayed all the rest was Lyon. I shall make known to Nantes, Angers, Rennes and Lyon that I am in France. Prepare to take up arms as soon as you receive notice to that effect, and calculate that you will probably receive it about the 2nd or 3rd of next May if messengers cannot pass through. Public report will inform you of my arrival, and you will take up arms without delay. On 24 April, Madame embarked on the steamer Carlo Alberto, which she had chartered at her own expense. The princess put into port at Nice. On the evening of the 28th she reached the waters of Marseille, in sight of the Planier lighthouse, in the neighbourhood of which she was to join forces with her followers. The period between the night of the 19th to the 30th was fixed for the movement which was to burst forth at Marseille. From this moment we can follow Madame la Duchesse de Berry step by step, without fear of making mistakes for one instant, as to her itinerary, or as to the events which accompanied her entry into France and her journey through the southern provinces. This is how we are sure of the facts which we are going to relate. My connection with General Dermancourt is known. I do not know when it began. It went back to my infancy. Dermancourt was one of those rare friends who remain faithful through ill fortune, and from the moment I came to Paris, like Lethiers, another friend of my father, he held out an encouraging hand to me. He had commanded in La Vendée. It was he who had received Madame when she came out of the chimney place where she was hidden. Being obliged to choose between the frank and open face of the general and the Prefet's surly one, the princess placed herself in his hands and under the protection of his honor. He has often related to me during our long talks all the episodes in that war. Once I suggested he should jot down all his recollections on paper, and he agreed to do so. I looked over his work. I put it into a passable shape whilst religiously retaining the substance, and the first edition of La Vendée et Madame appeared. The book made a great stir. 3,000 copies were sold in less than a week. Everybody read it, even the princess herself. Madame was much astonished to find in a book where Republican sentiments were openly avowed such complete impartiality and courtesy. She sent to thank General Dermancourt, and as a few details were erroneous or lacking in complete accuracy, she offered notes to General Dermancourt in case he should publish a second edition. The ingratitude of the government left General Dermancourt almost in a state of destitution. A first edition brought him in 2,000 francs, I believe. A second edition, producing the same amount, was to him like manna dropped from the skies. He accepted the comments of Madame la Duchesse de Berry, and advertised a second edition, revised, corrected and increased to twice the thickness by authentic notes given to the author since the first publication. Unfortunately, I knew the source whence the notes came, and I was afraid that they would give a legitimist tone to the book. I authorized Dermancourt to take what suited him in the first edition, but I refused to lend a hand in the second. The second edition appeared, and had as great a success as the first. I was not mistaken. Unconsciously to the general, probably the tricolour flag had faded in his hands, and as far as those were concerned who only gave superficial attention to the matter, it could be taken for a white flag, or, at any rate, a whitewashed one. Nowadays, when my opinions are sufficiently well known for me not to fear being accused of any other motive than sympathy with the misfortunes of the woman, I do not hesitate, now we have reached this period in our history, to make use of the notes which have remained at my disposition. The reader will therefore have an official itinerary and authentic facts put before him. Having concluded this digression, we will return to our narrative. Landing was very laborious. A strong fishing boat appeared for several nights at the Planier lighthouse, was signalled and recognized. The sign to come nearer was given, and it came alongside the Carlo Alberto, but there was a heavy sea. The two boats, lifted one after the other without harmony in their movements by the furious waves, collided, fell apart, came nearer and knocked up against one another. The moment had to be seized when the two sides were nearly on a level, to spring from one to the other at the risk of a dangerous descent upon the wet and consequently slippery seats of the boat. At last the transshipment was accomplished. The princess crossed from the steamer into the ship's boat with 6 persons from her suite, and a pilot who had been in Madame's service for a long while, and who knew all the points of the coast, as well as the different rallying signals that might indicate that the shore was dangerous, or that they might land in safety. The boat which had come to meet the princess was a fishing boat. Its sails were saturated with sea water which never dries. The water stood stagnant in the bottom. The tar with which the boat was repaired exhaled a nauseous and disgusting odour. Moreover, it was without a bridge, without shelter from the cold and piercing sea wind, and it allowed the crest of the waves which broke against its sides to pour over inboard, sometimes in wet spray, at times in a heavy rainfall. The princess and her companions were ill-clad for such a condition of things. Added to this, they were overtaken by that intolerable indisposition called seasickness. Imagine a dark, cold, gloomy night, and you will have an idea of the hour which passed after leaving the steamer for the fishing smack. At last they thought they had reached the landing place, when, on approaching the land, they perceived a light on the shore. As they came nearer, it increased in size and became decipherable. What they had at first taken for the preconcerted signal transformed itself into a blazing fire, and by the aid of a night glass, they could distinguish 8 to 10 coastguardsmen warming themselves by the fire. They had to take themselves off hastily to a distance, and yet it was imperative they should land before daybreak. Unluckily, the point where the coastguardsmen had established themselves was the only one where it was possible to land. Almost everywhere else the coast was inaccessible. They risked themselves among the rocks and succeeded in grounding by a miracle. Madame had shown admirable courage during the 3 hours that had just elapsed. She was possessed of one of those delicate and nervous organizations which seem as though they could be crumpled up by a breath, but which, nevertheless, do not enjoy the full use of their powers until storms are in the air and in their hearts. As she landed, she uttered a cry of joy. "Come," she said, "forget it all, we are in France." Yes, they were in France, and there their real danger began. Happily, the pilot who had just brought the boat to land on an almost inaccessible shore was also as well acquainted with the inland country as with the seacoast. He took command of the little band, and respectfully but firmly pointed out to the princess and her companions that they must start at once to gain a hiding place before day broke. Madame was expected at a house 3 leagues from the shore, belonging to an old officer devoted to her cause. But when she reached the house, its owner did not think the retreat safe enough, and she had to go 3/4 of a league farther to another dwelling place. The route taken was among rocks and by almost impracticable ways. It was broad daylight when at last they arrived. The princess was horribly tired, as were also those who accompanied her, but as she did not complain, no one else dare do so. The house was an ideal hiding place for conspirators. It was lonely and surrounded by woods and rocks. We will indicate by asterisks, by initials, or by name, according as we shall judge it advisable to have more or less regard for their position, those persons who took part in the enterprise the course of which we are relating. The same night one of the messengers returned with a note. It was short but significant. It enclosed this simple statement: "Marseille will move tomorrow." The other person had remained to take part in the movement. Madame was beside herself with delight. According to what she had been told, Marseille and the South only wanted the opportunity to rise in her favor. Night came, but in spite of the fatigues she had gone through, the princess slept little. The first arm of her party was engaged and was in action at that very moment. This is what really took place. Throughout the night the town was thronged with legitimist gatherings, carrying the white standard and shouting, "Vive Henry V." At 3 o'clock in the morning a dozen armed men appeared at the church of St. Laurent, got possession of the keys of the tower, and whilst some rang the tocsin, others set up the white standard. Others, without the tocsin, had done the same at the patache. The tricolour had been dragged in the gutter. At the same time, the Esplanade de la Tourelle was crowded with people. It was said that the Duchesse de Berry and M. de Beaumont were expected on the Carlo Alberto. This rumour was set about with the object of diverting the attention of the police towards the sea. Finally, a great crowd still resorted to the Palais de Justice with shouts of "Vive la Ligne," "Vive Henry V." Unhappily for Madame's fortunes, the sub-lieutenant who commanded that post was a patriot, almost a republican, and instead of sympathizing with the cries and the movement, he came out of his guardhouse, commanded the gathering to disperse, and upon a refusal to do this by the person who appeared to be leader, he seized him by the collar and, after a pretty violent struggle, flung him into the guardhouse. The leader was hardly arrested before a panic of terror took hold of the conspirators. Cries of "Save yourselves" were heard. The soldiers fell upon the fugitives and 3 fresh arrests were made. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a frigate left the harbour to give chase to the Carlo Alberto, which could be discerned floating on the horizon, without sail or steam. But at sight of the hostile disposition being taken against her, the Carlo Alberto got up steam and set sail, shrouded herself in smoke and sail, and disappeared towards the southeast. It was fortunate for the Duchesse de Berry. They believed she was on board, and the Carlo Alberto having regained the high seas, they were convinced it carried her away with it. She, however, waited still in the little house. The persons who remained with her could form an idea of her impatience as 1, 2, 3 hours went by. At last, at 4 o'clock, 2 messengers arrived, scared and breathless. They shouted, "The movement has failed. You must quit France instantly." The Duchesse bore up against the blow, and had the courage to smile. "Leave France," she said. "I do not see that. The urgent thing is to go from here in order not to compromise our hosts. People may have followed the messengers." Besides, it was not an easy matter to leave France. The Carlo Alberto had disappeared. They could only reach Piedmont again by following Hannibal's route. Would it not be worth while risking everything, to take a short cut across France, and to take advantage of the conviction of the police that the Duchesse de Berry had fled on the Carlo Alberto? in order to attempt in La Vendée an insurrection which had just miscarried so pitifully at Marseille. Such was the opinion of the Duchesse, and with that rapidity of decision which is one of the potent elements in her adventurous character, she gave the order to prepare for departure. They had neither carriages nor horses nor mules, but the Duchesse asserted that, having passed her apprenticeship in travelling on foot, she felt she had sufficient strength to travel in that way during the next night, and if necessary the following nights also. There only remained, therefore, to find a guide. They sent for a reliable man and started about 7 in the evening. Night came on fast, it was dark, they could scarcely see where to set their feet. In a few hours' time all trace of the footpath had disappeared. They stopped and tried to take their bearings. They found they were in the midst of rocks interspersed with stunted olive trees. The guide was doubtful. He looked alternately at the earth and at the sky, both equally dark. Finally, when urged by the impatience of the Duchesse, he admitted that they were lost. "Upon my word," says the Duchesse, "I am delighted. I am so tired that I was going to ask you to go no farther." So, serving her apprenticeship to a bivouacking life, she wrapped herself in her cloak and lay down on the ground and slept. The same thing happened to the Duchesse de Montpensier when she fled from France with Colonel Thierry. Madame M. de Memoirs and M. de B. L. got into the cabriolet and were able to find an excellent road not 4 yards from the place where they had spent the night. Halfway on the first stage, they debated as to where they should sleep. The awkward situation was that Madame reckoned on stopping with a gentleman whose house, unluckily, was shut up. It is true his brother lived quite near, but he was a Republican. "Is he a trustworthy man?" asked the Duchesse. "The most trustworthy man I know," replied M. de B. L. "That is well, then take me to him." They wanted to argue the point with Madame. "It is useless," she said. "I have decided to stop there." 2 hours later, Madame rang at the door of the political enemy, of whom she had come to ask for shelter. Madame and her 2 travelling companions were shown into the salon. "Whom shall I announce to Monsieur?" the servant asked. "Just ask him to come down," said the Duchesse. "I will tell him who I am myself." A minute later, the master of the house came into the salon. Madame went up to him. "Monsieur," she said, "I am aware that you are a Republican, but an outlaw is allowed no opinions. I am the Duchesse de Berry." The Republican bowed, put his house entirely at the disposal of the princess, and after having passed one of her quietest and best nights there, Madame set off again the next day for a little village where she had a rendezvous with several of her partisans, and with M. de Bonichose in particular. He was the same good, excellent young fellow whose acquaintance, it will be recollected, I had made at Trouville. Another carriage had to be procured, for M. de Bonichose was not to leave the princess again. Therefore, a 4-seated char-à-banc was bought and the cabriolet left behind. M. de B. L. was leader of the party. He was seated near the princess on the first seat, protected by a screen. De Memoirs and de Bonichose sat on the back seat. During a rapid descent, edged on one side by rocks and on the other by a precipice, the horse ran away. It was night. After a violent shock, M. de Memoirs and M. de Bonichose suddenly saw a voluminous object fall from the hood of the carriage. Both believed it was Madame la Duchesse de Berry, who had been shot out of the carriage by the shaking. The object, having human form, lay motionless on the road. If it was the princess, she was either killed or grievously wounded. Unfortunately, there was no means of stopping the carriage. It continued its rapid descent for nearly a kilometre. At last the iron step, which had been forced out of place, came in contact with the roadway and made a kind of break. M. de Bonichose, young and light, jumped to the ground and sprang clear of the carriage. He found Madame very calm, with no other anxiety but that the wind had carried her mantle away. The carriage was badly damaged. They walked on foot to a blacksmith's forge, where the necessary repairs were made. The same day the princess was received into the family of M. de B. L. There it was she had fixed the first rendezvous, and all whom she had called to it were present. They urged that Madame should not go too far, but, on the contrary, retrace her steps and leave France. The princess replied with decision. "If I left France without going to La Vendée, what would the brave people of the West say, who have given so many proofs of devotion to the royal cause? They would never forgive me, and I should deserve the reproaches they have many times made to my relatives, even more than they deserve it. As I promised them 4 years ago to come amongst them in case of misfortune, and as I am already in France, I will not go out of it without keeping my promise. We will start tonight. Prepare for my departure." The Duchesse's friends renewed their entreaties. They enumerated the dangers she had run, but an argument of that nature was more likely to incite than to hinder. "God and St. Anne will help me," she said. "I have had a good night and I am rested. I wish to start tonight." The order given, there was nothing else to be done but to obey it. M. de B. L. made preparations for this departure in the greatest secrecy. He procured a travelling carriage from the next village, which on the following night was to wait at a given hour and place. Unluckily, it only had 3 seats in it. Madame chose to accompany M. de Menars and M. de Villeneuve, a relative of the Marquis de B. L., and they set out the same evening. M. de Villeneuve, known and respected throughout the South, was bearer of a passport for himself, his wife and 1 servant. M. de Lorge solicited the humble title of valet de chamber, and at the hour for departure came to offer his services to Madame in a suit of livery. It reminds one of Charles Edward at Culloden and of Louis Roman XVI. At Varennes, Madame held out her hand so that those who could not accompany her could salute it, assigned a rendezvous in the west, and left for La Vendée, where we shall follow her. Chapter 3. Madame's itinerary: Panic M. de Pileroque, Damine Salvum fac Philippum, the Château de Dampierre, Madame de la Maille, the pretended cousin and the cure M. Giberg, M. de Beaumont, letter of Madame to M. de Coislin, the Noms de Guerre, proclamation of Madame, new kind of henna M. Charette, Madame is nearly drowned in the Maine, the sexton in charge of the provisions, a night in the stable, the legitimists of Paris. They dispatch M. Berrer into La Vendée. They had to reach the place where the carriage was by narrow footpaths which were difficult and full of brambles. Madame lost her shawl among them. This was during the night between Thursday and Friday. 4 May the carriage brought by M. de B. L. and de Villeneuve was waiting at the appointed place. The night was calm, silent and clear. Although the moon was only in its first quarter, they could see for some distance. Now they thought they could perceive a man on horseback standing on the road. One of the gentlemen slipped among the hillocks and returned to announce that the man on horseback was a gendarme. At the same time, they began to hear the steps of a troop of horses, and could see the sparks flying from the still distant hoofs of the cavalry. Should they depart like fugitives or boldly expose themselves by remaining? Madame was for the bold course. If they fled, no matter how quickly, they would be sure to be overtaken. If they stayed and suspicion was not aroused, they had a chance by not awaking it. The troop advanced at a fast trot, and they were soon noticed. They were a dozen post horses ridden by 3 postilions bringing back relays from some starting place. Seeing Madame's carriage on the road, they offered their services. M. de B. L. replied in Provençal patois thanking them, and they continued on their road. Behind them went the carriage, and the gendarme was behind that. M. de B. L. uneasy followed, running on foot after the carriage. The gendarme gained upon the barouche and was about to catch it up when M. de B. L. rushed to the door saying, "Here comes the gendarme, God protect you." Madame looked through the glass placed in the back of the carriage, and saw indeed that the gendarme was only a few yards away, regulating his horse's pace to that of the princess's horses. What could they think except that this man, having seen a carriage stopped and surrounded by several individuals, and that at 11 o'clock at night, had conceived suspicions and not daring to attack so numerous a company alone, wished to give the alarm to the first brigade he should meet on the road. M. de B. L. could not run on foot the whole stage, so he stopped and sat by the roadside, waiting for news when the coachman should return. When the Duchesse reached the posting in where she had to take fresh horses, she looked anxiously around her. The gendarme had disappeared. No doubt he had gone to warn the brigade. They hurried the livery stable keeper as much as they could, and set off with only 2 horses in order to allay suspicions, but they were scarcely out of the village before they found the gendarme again. He looked like a fairy knight sprung out of the ground. The general opinion was that there was no gendarmerie station in the village which they had just passed through, and that they would be arrested at the next village. A few yards from the posting inn, the gendarme took a side road, and they never saw him again. When they reached the other side of the village where they expected to be arrested, and saw that the road was free, they breathed again. "Well, what does your Highness think about our gendarme?" asked M. de Villeneuve. "Either he is a precious simpleton who does not know how to mind his own business," said the Duchesse, "or he is a cunning blade who has recognized me, and who, if I succeed, has in his pocket already in advance his brevetter's officer and some few hundred louis to equip himself with. In any case, he can brag of having put me in a great fright." M. de B. L. learnt these details upon the return of the coachman, and went back home somewhat reassured. On 4 May, they continued on the way towards Toulouse, via Nimes, Montpellier and Narbonne, travelling night and day and only stopping early in the mornings for breakfast, to make her toilette, and to give time for the stableman to oil the carriage. They changed horses at Lunel. "Where are we?" asked the princess. "At Lunel, madame," replied M. de Villeneuve. "My dear Monsieur de Lorge," said madame, whilst the horses were being changed, "go and bring me a hat which will shade my face more." M. de Lorge leapt from his seat and made his way to a milliner's shop. The curious spectator followed him, entered the shop with him, came out with him, and touching him on the shoulder, he said, "My dear de Lorge, Madame la Duchesse de Berry is here." "Well, yes, my dear Jules," replied the person whom he interrogated. "Where is she going?" "Into La Vendée." "La Vendée is overrun with troops." "We know it." "Then why go there? The provinces she is now travelling through afford more favourable chances. Madame can stay in Toulouse in all safety. In a moment's time I will have proved everything. I absolutely must speak to her." "Very well, so be it, speak to her." "Not at this moment, that would be imprudent. I will come in the carriage in your seat, and when out of the town we will confer together." M. de Lorge returned to the carriage, handed the new hat to the Duchesse, climbed up nimbly to his seat. The person he had designated by the name of Jules took his place by him, to Madame's great astonishment, and the carriage set off again at a gallop. When outside the town, the newcomer leant towards Madame. Monsieur de Pileroque," she exclaimed, "is it indeed you? Ah, now I know it is you, I am at peace, I am happy. How has it come about that we have met? It is Providence who has sent you, for I badly wanted to talk to you. I have lost half my skill, you will give it back to me." "Whatever your Highness wills. She knows that I am entirely devoted to her, but above all I entreat you, madame, not to go into Vendée." "Where would you have me go?" "Remain in Toulouse, there you will find rest and safety." "I do not want either the one or the other. I am seeking for conflict. As regards what you say of La Vendée, nothing annoying will happen to me there. La Vendée, you say, is overrun with soldiers. So much the better. I knew a good number of those who were in the barracks. They will also know me and will not fire upon me, I will answer for it. I have promised my faithful Vendines to go and visit them. I will fulfill my word. If circumstances which I cannot foresee compel me to make myself scarce, come and look for me and I will return to the south with you. But as I am here in France, do not let us talk of going out of it." When Madame had made up her mind, it was a foregone conclusion that she would stick to it. M. de Pileroque was, therefore, obliged to give up his plan. He left the carriage and returned to Toulouse. A week later, he started to rejoin Madame in La Vendée. When she left Toulouse, Madame went by Moissac and Agen. Then she left the Bordeaux road to follow that via Villeneuve d'Agen, Bergerac, Sainte-Foy, Libourne and Blaye, which, when it watched her pass through, kept dumb as to the future. They made for the chateau of the Marquis de Dampierre, who had not been forewarned of the visit he was about to receive. But he was an intimate friend of M. de Lorge, who took upon him to answer for his devotion. From this chateau, situated halfway between Blaye and Saintes, the Duchesse intended to give notice to her friends in Paris of her arrival, to confer with the leaders of the future insurrection, and to issue her proclamations throughout La Vendée. But before reaching the Marquis de Dampierre's chateau, they had to pass that of a relative of his, which was only separated from the road by the river. There was a ferryboat to tempt the travellers. The adventurous spirit of Madame could not withstand the desire to pay a visit to the unknown friend. Besides, M. de Villeneuve urged it. It was necessary to inquire there if M. le Marquis de Dampierre was at home. They got down and crossed the ferry. M. de Villeneuve introduced himself, and presented the princess to the master of the chateau as his wife. They were just going to sit down to table, and proposed that M. and Madame de Villeneuve should share the breakfast. The proposal was acceded to. It was a Sunday. The master of the chateau, whilst waiting for breakfast, proposed to his guests to go to Mass. Dangerous as this was to Madame's incognito, it was impossible to refuse such a proposition. Madame went to church on foot, on her host's arm, passing through the crowd boldly, holding her head high. It is true that, when at church, the heat and fatigue overcame her, and the princess took advantage of the cure's sermon, which lasted an hour, to sleep for that hour. The sound of chairs which follows the peroration of a sermon woke Madame, and she heard the Domen salvum fac regem Ludovicum Philippum for the first time. After breakfast, they started on their journey again. In the evening of 7 May, the Duchesse de Berry arrived at the gate of the Chateau de Dampierre. M. de Lorge got down and rang. In England, they know who is demanding entrance by the manner in which the visitor knocks. M. de Lorge rang in the aristocratic manner, as one who has no time to wait. M. de Dampierre himself appeared. "Who is there?" he asked. "I, de Lorge, open quickly. I have brought Madame la Duchesse de Berry to you." The master of the house took a jump backwards. "The Duchesse de Berry," he exclaimed. "What, madame?" "Yes, she herself, open." But M. de Dampierre continued, "You are unaware that I have a score of people staying with me, that they are in the salon and—" "Monsieur," said the Duchesse de Berry, putting her head out of the door, "I think I have heard it said somewhere that you have a cousin who lives 50 leagues from here." "Madame de Lormeyer, yes, madame." "Then open your door, monsieur, and present me to the personages in your society under the name of Madame de Lormeyer." "Madame, pray believe," exclaimed M. de Dampierre, "that I have only raised these objections in your own interest, but if you do me the honor of insisting—" "I do insist." M. de Dampierre hastened to open the wicket. Madame jumped out of the carriage, put her arm within that of the master of the house and made her way to the salon. It was empty. During the absence of M. de Dampierre, everyone had retired to his own room. When the Duchesse de Berry entered the salon, followed by M. de Memoirs, M. de Villeneuve and M. de Lorge, who had divested himself of his suit of livery, and resumed that of a gentleman once more, she found no one there but the mistress of the house, and 2 or 3 persons to whom the Duchesse and M. de Lorge were presented under the name of M. and Madame de Lormeyer. Next evening, M. de Villeneuve, knowing Madame was in safety, again departed for Provence. The following day also, Madame underwent the second introduction at breakfast. No sort of doubt arose as to the identity of the counterfeit Madame de Lormeyer. On the following Sunday, the cure of the parish to which the chateau belonged came, as usual, to dine with M. le Marquis de Dampierre, who presented Madame under his cousin's name as he had done to his other guests. The cure came towards the Duchesse with the intention of bowing, but when halfway across the intervening interval, he fixed his eyes on her, stopped, and his face assumed so comic an air of stupefaction that the Duchesse could not refrain from bursting out laughing. When Madame had visited Rochefort in 1828, the good man had been presented to her, and he recognized her. "My dear cure," M. de Dampierre said to him, "excuse me, but I really cannot refrain from asking you what there is in my cousin's face which attracts your gaze to it." "Because, Monsieur le Marquis," said the cure, "because Madame your cousin—" "Oh, but it is amazing, yet it is impossible, for in fact—" The rest of the good cure's sentence was lost in a confused and unintelligible murmur. "Monsieur," Madame said in her turn, addressing the worthy cure, "allow me to associate myself with my cousin in asking what is the matter." "It is like," replied the cure, "like a leaf out of a vaudeville of Scribe or one of Alexandre Duval's comedies. Your Royal Highness resembles the cousin of M. le Marquis like—" "No, I am wrong. M. le Marquis's cousin resembles your Royal Highness. That is not what I mean. Oh, but I could swear." The Duchesse lapsed into fits of laughter, but at this moment the dinner bell rang. M. de Dampierre, who saw what delight the good cure's surprise caused the Duchesse, placed him opposite to her. The result was that instead of dining, the cure never ceased looking at Madame and repeating, "Oh, but it is incredible. In truth I could have sworn it, but yet it is impossible." Rash and inconsequent as a child, Madame spent 9 days at the chateau, and no one except the cure had any notion of questioning her identity as to name and cousinship. On the second day, a messenger set off for La Vendée with 3 notes. In the first, the Duchesse asked a man who was in her confidence to find her an undiscoverable hiding place. The second was addressed to one of the principal vending leaders, and was couched in these terms: "In spite of the check which we have just met, I am far from looking upon my cause as lost. I have infinite confidence in its justice. My intention, therefore, is to go on pleading unceasingly, and I beg my advocates to hold themselves in readiness to plead." On the first day. The third note was addressed to M. Guiberg, and was specially remarkable for its laconicism. This is it: "You will be told where I am. Come without a moment's loss of time. Not a word to a single soul." 30 hours later, M. Guiberg was with the princess. Madame's first words were, "Where is M. le Marechal de Beaumont?" No one knew. M. Guiberg knew no more than the rest. The Marechal was not at Nantes, and they did not know either the route he had taken or the retreat in which he was hidden. Nothing could be done without M. de Beaumont, who was the soul of the enterprise. He was the only person who, by the influence of his name, could make La Vendée rise, and, in virtue of his office of Marechal de France, exact the obedience of officers of all ranks. Madame had not heard a word of M. de Beaumont since the day she had parted from him. "Come," she said cheerfully to M. Gibbog, "do not let us be cast down by small hindrances, we do not allow ourselves to be discouraged by reverses. Nevertheless, what is to be done?" "As Madame has persisted in burning her boats," replied M. Gibbog, "since she has made up her mind to come into La Vendée where she is expected, I would counsel her to leave this chateau as quickly and secretly as possible. The principal leaders from the two banks of the Loire can be rallied round Madame within 48 hours' time. Madame can make her purposes known to them, and assisted by their advice, she can come to a decision." "Very good," said the Duchesse. "You shall start tomorrow and I will start the day after. Upon my arrival there, I will take counsel with the leaders you have informed." But next day Madame called M. Gibbog to her. "I have changed my mind," she said, "and do not intend to consult anyone. The majority will be for an adjournment, and all risings in La Vendée must take place, I am told, during the first fortnight in May, the time when country pursuits give a holiday in some measure to the farmers. We are, then, late. Besides, in their interests upon whose faith I have come, all the chiefs told me they were ready to act. To ask them if they are will be to doubt their word. I am going, therefore, to make my intentions known to the whole of France. Here is the letter addressed to M. de Coislin. Let my friends be reassured, I am in France and soon I shall be in La Vendée. From there my definite orders will come to you. You will receive them before the 25th of this month. Prepare, therefore. That was only a blunder and a mistake in the south. I am satisfied with their intentions, they will keep their promises. My faithful province of the West will never fail in theirs. In a short time, the whole of France will be called upon to resume its ancient dignity and happiness." M.C.R. 15 May 1832. Added to this letter was the note containing the noms de guerre under which the conspirators were to hide themselves, and to correspond, as follows: Gibbog Pascal the Marechal Laurent Madame Mathurin Macquil, Bertrand Terrien Coeur de Lion Clouet Saint-Amand Charles Antoine Cadoudal Bras de Fer Cathalino Lejeune or Achille Charette Gaspard Hebert Doinville Dottichamp Marchand de Coislin Louis Renaud. The same day, Madame la Duchesse de Berry had a few hundred copies of the following proclamation distributed, printed by a portable hand press. Proclamation of Madame la Duchesse de Berry, Regent de France. Vendines, Bretons, and all inhabitants of the faithful provinces of the West. Having landed in the south, I have no fear of travelling in the midst of dangers through France to fulfil a sacred promise to come among my brave friends, and to share their perils and their labours. I am at last among this nation of heroes. Make an opening for the fortune of France. I place myself at your head, sure of victory when with such men as you. Henry V appeals to you. His mother, Regent of France, dedicates herself to your happiness. Some day Henry V will be your brother at arms if the enemy threaten our faithful country. Let us re-echo our old and our new cry. Vive le Roi, vive Henry V. Marie Caroline's Royal Printing House of Henry V. Preceded by this proclamation, Madame again started on her journey, 16 May 1832. She was accompanied by M. and Madame de Dampierre, by M. de Menars and M. de Lorge, who had resumed his disguise of a servant's livery. M. de Dampierre's horses drove Madame as far as the first posting stage, where she took fresh ones and continued her journey by Saints, Saint-Jean d'Angely, Niort, Fontenay, Lucan, Bourbon and Montaigu. The Duchesse de Berry travelled in broad day and in an open carriage through the country over which 4 years before she had passed on horseback, going from chateau to chateau, and surrounded by the people who collected during her progress. It was a miracle that M. de Menars, landowner in the country, accustomed to all the electors both as elector and candidate, past president of the great College of Bourbon, was not recognized at every step. No doubt, both were protected by their very imprudence. It is true Madame wore a brown wig, but she had kept her own blonde eyelashes with the brown wig. All at once her travelling companions noticed this and pointed it out to her. Such a discrepancy must be remedied as soon as possible. Madame moistened a corner of her handkerchief with saliva, rubbed it on M. de Menars' boot, and thanks to the boot blacking, obtained a suitable black wherewith to harmonize the colour of her eyebrows with that of her wig. At Montaigu, where they relayed horses, M. de Lorge, dressed as a servant, was obliged, in order not to belie his costume, to eat with the servants, and to help to harness the horses. M. de Lorge got through his part, as though he had been playing in amateur theatricals. "I want," she said, laughing at her situation the next day, "to be painted as soon as I can manage it. tete-a-tete with the fat ox which came so pleasantly to puff in my face. Another ox had directed his affections towards M. de Menars, and had spent the night licking his face, but M. de Menars was so tired that he had received the animal's caresses without waking. In the midst of a terrible storm and beating rain, at 1 o'clock in the morning of 20 May, Madame left the farm to go to 50 an occupied country house belonging to the family of Larare, situated in the commune of Saint Philibert. The roads were fearful, and a deep bog intersected the way. They could only advance across the miry marsh by sounding the way step by step. M. Charette had committed Madame to the care of his young comrade de Larare, to whose home they were going, so in order to cross the dangerous passage, the young man wished to trust to his own devices. He took Madame on his shoulders, and when risking his first step in the marsh, he said, "Madame, it is possible that I may sink and disappear in some peat bog, but directly you see me about to disappear, throw yourself to one side with as quick and strong a movement as you can. The dangerous spots are not usually large. I shall be lost, but you will be saved." Twice this nearly happened. Twice Madame felt M. de Larare sink up to his waist, but each time, happily, he succeeded in extricating himself from the predicament. Madame arrived at daybreak, and tired out as she was, she set out in the evening after having had lunch and some sleep, to receive some persons from the countryside, and to have much joking over the two unprincely kinds of death to which she had nearly succumbed. This new stage took her to a sister of M. de Larare. Her hostess did not in the least expect the visit, and was not overjoyed at receiving her. On the night of the 21st the Duchesse set off again. She had to reach the 1000 commune of Lay. She stayed there until Monday the 31st, that is to say for 10 days. The house was inconvenient, and it was not a safe retreat. Moving columns were constantly passing by the door, and it was evident that suspicions were aroused. But still the rendezvous was given to M. de Beaumont, M. Berryer and M.R. They were obliged to attend. The letter written by the Duchesse to the Royalists had reached its destination, only Madame had forgotten to give the key of the cipher note which accompanied it. M. Berryer set to work to discover it, and found it. It was the sentence Le Gouvernement Provisoire, substituted by the 24 letters of the alphabet. Madame's letter had caused great trouble among the idle Royalists planted in the central rays of light in Paris. They knew public opinion more clearly than the Royalists of Maine and La Vendée and the Loire Inférieure. Though it was true that the government of King Louis-Philippe was becoming more and more unpopular, yet that was a reason for waiting, and not for hurrying things on. As to hoping for anything from Madame's attempt, nobody was blind enough to flatter himself on that score. Accordingly, the Parisian Royalists met together on the evening of the 19th, to consider the best means of making Madame acquainted with the true situation of matters in France. It was a serious and almost depressing meeting. They looked upon the danger as imminent, and consequently agreed that one of the principal leaders should go to La Vendée to the princess. De Chateaubriand, Hyde de Neuville and Berryer were the three heads. De Chateaubriand and Hyde de Neuville were the objects of a surveillance which it was difficult to baffle. It would be guessed where they were going before they could reach Orleans, and they would be arrested or followed. M. Berryer offered to execute the commission. A lawsuit called him to the assizes at Vannes early in June. A note drawn up by M. de Chateaubriand, giving an epitome of the opinion, if not of the majority, yet of the bulk of the meeting, was put in his hands. The rest was left to his devotion and his eloquence. His business was to make Madame leave La Vendée. He left Paris on the morning of 20 May, and reached Nantes on the 22nd. Let us be permitted to follow the famous orator in his picturesque journey through by lanes, in the heart of thickets and hedges. We will answer for the accuracy of the details, which were given to us in 1833 by M. Berryer himself. Chapter 4. Interview between Berryer and de Beaumont, the messenger's guides, the movable column M. Charles, Madame's hiding place. Madame refuses to leave La Vendée. She rallies her followers to arms. Death of General Lamarck. The deputies of the opposition meet together at Laffitte's house. They decide to publish a statement to the nation. Odelin Barrett and de Cormenin are commissioned to draw up this report. 133 deputies sign it. Hardly had M. Berryer reached Nantes before he learnt that M. de Beaumont had been there a couple of days. He went to see him immediately. M. de Beaumont had received the order of 15 May, relative to the taking up of arms, fixed for the 24th, but he agreed with M. Berryer, after what he had seen and heard during his short stay at Nantes, that there was no hope to be placed on that insurrection, which he regarded as a deplorable affray. It was so much his own opinion that he had taken upon himself to send almost a counter-order to the Vendée chiefs, hoping that when he saw Madame he should succeed in inducing her to give up her plans. The counterorder had been transmitted by M. Giberg to M. de Coislin Peer, who in his turn was to tell those whom it concerned. This is the letter from M. Giberg, and the copy of the order of M. de Beaumont. Monsieur le Marquis, I have the honour to send you a copy of the order that I am deputed to hand you on behalf of M. le Marechal. Delay the execution of the orders you have received for the 24th May for a few days, and do not let anything visible be seen until you have fresh news, but continue your preparations. Le Marechal Comte de Beaumont. 22 May noon. M. de Beaumont, therefore, approved of M. Berrier's reason for going to Madame, and all was prepared the same day for his departure. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon M. Berrier got into a little hired trap, and as he did so he asked the confidential person whom the Duchesse had at Nantes what route he should take, and where Madame was living, whereupon the man pointed with his finger to a peasant hanging about at the end of the street on a dapple grey horse, and said merely, "You see that man, you only have to follow him." Indeed, hardly had the man on the grey horse seen M. Berrier's carriage start before he put his mount to a trot, which allowed the former to follow him without losing sight of him. In this way they crossed the bridges and entered the country. The peasant did not even turn his head, and seemed to trouble so very little about the carriage to which he served as guide, that there were moments when M. Berrier thought himself the dupe of some mystification or other. As for the driver, who was not in his confidence, he could give no other directions when he asked, "Where are we going, master?" "Then, follow that man." The driver obeyed this injunction strictly, not busying himself henceforth any more over the guide than the guide troubled himself over him. After a journey of 2.5 hours, which were not without disquiet for M. Berrier, they reached a little hamlet. The man on the grey horse stopped before the inn. M. Berrier did the same. One got down from his horse, the other from his carriage, to continue the road on foot. M. Berrier told his driver to wait until o'clock in the evening of the next day, and then he followed his strange guide. After going 100 yards he entered a house, and as, during the journey, M. Berrier had gained upon him, the former entered it almost at the same time. The man opened the door of the kitchen, where the mistress of the house was alone, and pointing to M. Berrier, who walked behind him, he only said the words, "Here is a gentleman who must be guided." "He shall be guided," replied the mistress of the house. Scarcely had she uttered these words before the guide opened the door and left, without giving M. Berrier time to thank him, or to exchange a word or to pay him. The mistress of the house signed to the traveller to be seated, and without addressing a single word to him, continued to apply herself to her household affairs, as though no stranger was present. A silence of 3/4 of an hour went by after the strict politeness of M. Berrier's reception, and it was only broken by the arrival of the master of the house. He bowed to the stranger without displaying either surprise or curiosity. Only he looked at his wife, who repeated to him from where she stood, and without interrupting what she was doing, the same words that the guide had used, "Here is a gentleman who must be guided." Whereupon the master of the house threw at his guest one of those uneasy, sharp, quick glances which are characteristic of the Vendine peasantry. Then his face resumed the expression of good nature and simplicity which was native to it. He advanced towards M. Berrier, hat in hand. "Monsieur desires to travel in our country," he said to him. "Yes, I want to go further." "Monsieur no doubt has his papers." "Yes." "In order." "Perfectly." "And in his own name, I presume?" "In my own names." "If monsieur will show them to me, I will tell him if he can travel quietly in our country." "Here they are." The peasant took them and ran his eye over them. He had no sooner caught the name of M. Berrier than he folded them up again, saying, "Oh, that is all right. Monsieur can go anywhere with those papers." "You will take upon you to provide me with a guide?" "Yes, monsieur." "I want one as soon as possible." "I will go and saddle the horses." At these words the master of the house went out, and 10 minutes later re-entered. "The horses are ready." "And the guide?" "He waits for monsieur." And as a matter of fact, M. Berrier found a farm lad at the door already mounted, and holding a horse by the hand. Scarcely had he put his foot into the stirrups before his new conductor started as silently as his predecessor had done. After 2 hours' riding, during which no word was exchanged between M. Berrier and his guide, They arrived towards nightfall at the door of one of the farmsteads which are honoured with the name of a chateau. It was 8:30 in the evening. Berrier and his guide got down from their horses, and both went inside. The farm lad addressed a servant and said to him, "This gentleman wishes to speak to monsieur." The master was asleep. He had spent the previous night at a rendezvous and the day on horseback. He was too tired to get up. One of his relatives came down in his stead. He welcomed Berrier, and directly he had learnt his name and the object of his journey, he gave orders for departure. He himself undertook to serve as guide to the traveller, and 10 minutes later both left on horseback. In a quarter of an hour's time, a cry sounded 100 yards in front of them. Berrier trembled and asked what it was. "It is our scout," replied the vending chief. "He is asking in his own fashion if the way is clear. Listen and you will hear the reply." At these words he stretched out his hand and put it on Berrier's arm to make him pull his horse up. A second cry then went up, coming from a greater distance off. It seemed like the echo of the first, so like was it. "We can go forward, the road is free," replied the chief, putting his horse to the spur. "Then we are preceded by a scout." "Yes, we have one man 200 yards ahead of us, and another the same distance behind." "But who are the people who answer?" "The peasants whose cottages lie along the road. Pay attention when you pass by one of them, and you will see a little dormer window open and a man's head slip out. Stay motionless for an instant as if he were a stone, and only disappear when we are out of sight. If we were soldiers from some neighbouring cantonment, the man who will only look at us as we pass would immediately come out by a back door. Then, if there were any gathering in the district, he would soon warn it of the approach of the column, which believed it was about to take it by surprise." At this moment the vending chief interrupted himself. "Listen," he whispered, stopping his horse. "What is it?" said Berrier. "I only heard the usual cry of our scout." "Yes, but no other cry has replied to it. There are soldiers in the neighbourhood." He put his horse into a trot upon these words, and Berrier did the same. Almost at the same instant, the man who formed the rearguard caught them up at a gallop. They found their guide motionless and undecided at the forking of the two roads. The path dissected, and as no one had answered his cry from either side, he did not know which of the footpaths he must take. Both would lead the travellers to their destination. After a minute's deliberation in low tones between the chief and the guide, the latter plunged out of sight into the dark alley to the right. 5 minutes afterwards, Berrier and the chief started at a walk along the same path, leaving their fourth companion motionless at the place they left, and 5 minutes later he also followed them. 300 yards further on, Berrier and the chief found that their scout had stopped. He signed to them to command silence and said in a whisper, "A patrol." They could, indeed, hear the regular step of a troop on the march. It was a moving column which was making its nightly round. The noise soon came nearer to them, and they saw against the sky the outline of the soldiers' bayonets, who, in order to avoid the water which collected in the deep paths, had followed neither of the two roads, the bifurcation of which had caused the guide a momentary hesitation, but had climbed the slope, and were walking between the two hedges, on the ground which overlooked the two sunk footpaths by which it was enclosed. Had a single one of the 4 horses neighed, the little troop would have been taken prisoners, but they seemed to understand the position of their masters and kept silence like them, so the soldiers went on unsuspecting whom they had closely passed by. When the sound of their steps was lost in the distance, the travellers resumed their march. At 10:30, they turned off the road and entered a wood. The little band got down and left the horses under the care of the 2 peasants, while Berrier and the chief went on their way alone. They were not very far distant from the farmhouse where Madame was, but as they wanted to enter by a back door, they had to make a detour, and to cross through some marshes where they sank almost up to their knees. At last the dark little mass of buildings which formed the farmstead, surrounded with trees, appeared, and soon they reached the door. The chief knocked in a particular way. Steps approached and a voice asked, "Who is there?" The chief replied with the agreed-upon word, and the door was opened. An old woman performed the office of concierge, but she was accompanied, for greater security, by a tall, robust fellow armed with a stick, which in such hands as his would have proved as formidable as any other weapon. "We want Charles," said the chief. "He is asleep," replied the old woman, "but he told us to inform him if anyone came. Go into the kitchen while I wake him." "Tell him it is Berrier who has come from Paris," added the latter. The old woman left them in the kitchen and went away. The travellers went close up to the huge fireplace, where a few embers left of the day's fire still remained. One end of a beam was fixed into the chimney place, whilst the other end was held tight in a kind of claw made by a crack. It was one of those pieces of inflammable firwood, used in vending cottages instead of a lamp or candle. In 10 minutes' time, the old woman came in and told Emberia that M. Charles was ready to receive him, and that she had come to lead him to him. He thereupon followed her, and ascended behind her a wretched staircase which was outside the house, and seemed to be fixed along the wall till he reached a small room on the first floor, the only one indeed which was at all habitable in the miserable farmhouse. This room was occupied by the Duchesse de Berry. The old woman opened the door, and remaining outside, shut it after Emberia. His attention was at first entirely taken up by Madame. She was lying on a poor, coarsely carved, worm-eaten wooden bedstead, in very fine linen sheets, covered with a Scotch shawl of red and green plaid. She had on one of those muslin nightcaps worn by the women of the country, with lappets falling on the shoulders. The walls were bare. A miserable whitewashed fireplace warmed the room, which in the way of furniture only contained a table covered with papers, upon which rested 2 brace of pistols. In one corner of the apartment there was a chair on which had been flung the complete dress of a young peasant, and a black wig. We have said that the object of the interview between M. Berryer and the Duchesse was to persuade the latter to leave France, but as we cannot report the details of that conversation concerning general interests without compromising private interests, we will pass it over in silence. As we have made our readers well acquainted with the men and things of this period, they will easily fill them in for themselves. Only by 3 o'clock in the morning did Madame give in to the arguments which M. Berryer had taken upon his own responsibility to convey to her. Although the Duchesse could see for herself that there was but little chance of success attending an armed insurrection, it was not without crying and despair that she yielded. "Very well, it is settled," she said. "I am to quit France, but I shall not come back to it again, take heed, for I do not wish to return with foreigners. They are but waiting for a chance, as you well know, and the moment will come. They will come and ask for my son, not that they will trouble themselves much more over him than they did over Louis Roman XVIII in 1813, but it will be a means for them to have a share in Paris. Very well then, they shall not have my son. For nothing in this world shall they have him. I will rather carry him away into the mountains of Calabria. Look here, Monsieur Berryer, if it is necessary to buy the throne of France by the cession of a province, a town, a fortress or a cottage, like that in which I am, I give you my word, as regent and as mother, he shall never be king." Finally, Madame made up her mind. M. Berryer took leave of her at 4 in the morning, taking with him her promise to rejoin him at noon in the second house he had put up at, which was situated 4 country leagues from the place where he had left his coachman. When the Duchesse arrived there, she was to get into the little hired conveyance, and to return to Nantes in the company of M. Berryer, there to take coach with her fictitious passport, and travelling right through France to go out of it by the Mont-Cenis route. M. Berryer stopped at the place agreed upon, and waited there for Madame from noon until 6 o'clock. Only then did he receive a message from her. The Duchesse had changed her decision. She wrote to him that she had linked too many interests to hers, drawn too many lives to her own lot, to escape alone from the consequences of her descent into France, and to leave them pressing upon others. That, therefore, she had decided to share to the end the fate of those whom she had implicated. Only the taking up of arms, at first fixed for 24 May, was put off till the night of the 3rd to the 4th of June. M. Berryer returned to Nantes in consternation. On the 25th, M. de Beaumont received a letter from the Duchesse confirming what she had written to M. Berryer, as follows: "Having resolutely determined not to leave the western provinces, and to entrust myself to fidelity of long standing, I count on you, my good friend, to take all the necessary measures for the taking up of arms, which will take place during the night of 3rd to 4th June. I call to my aid all courageous people. God will help us to save our country. No danger, no fatigue will dishearten me. I shall put in my appearance at the first rallying. Marie Caroline, Regent of France. Vendée, 25 May 1832. Immediately upon receipt of this letter, M. de Beaumont wrote a note to M. de Coislin in the following terms: "As Madame has courageously resolved not to abandon the country, and is rallying round her all who wish to preserve France from the misfortunes which threaten her, make known to all that they are to hold themselves ready on Sunday, 3 June, and that they arrange throughout the following night to act together, according to the directions we have given. Make very certain your orders are conveyed to everybody and to all points. Marechal Comte de Beaumont." This then was how things were in La Vendée when the report of the death of General Lamarck ran through Paris. It followed that of Casimir Piria by only a few days. The two strong athletes were rudely strangled during their struggles in the tribune, which seemed to have killed them both. But the soldier survived the tribune by a few days. The impression produced by these two deaths was very different. Nothing could be compared with the unpopularity of the one and the popularity of the other. This death coincided with the famous affair of the Comte Rendu. We live so fast, and the gravest events pass over so quickly, that oblivion comes as rapidly as nightfall. Not one young man of 30 knows definitely today what the affair of the Comte Rendu was that we indicate was of so grave a nature. After M. Laffitte gave up the seals of power, he returned to the opposition. This was simple enough, since it was in order to bring about an easy reaction that Louis-Philippe had banished his prime minister and his old friend. M. Laffitte's opposition was the most conservative imaginable from the standpoint of enlightened politics. If anything could add to the duration of the reign, condemned in advance, it was the plan expounded by him to his co-religionists on the left. This theory, of which M. Laffitte was the high priest, and M. Odelin Barrett the apostle, consisted in recovering possession of power by the help of a parliamentary majority, to make the infusion of political clemency triumphant, and to make the monarchy definitively. The word is Louis Blanc's, guardian over liberty. A narrow but honest dream which, compelled to tread between reaction and insurrection, could never become a reality. As for the radical deputies, they were divided into two representative shades of opinion, the most advanced led by Garnier Pages, the other by M. Mognin. Their object was to renew a sort of league after the type of those of the Guises, with the object of leading the Bourbon monarchy unconsciously, in 1836 or 1837, to be what the Valois monarchy of 1585 or 1586 had been. To sum up, with the exception of those who have since been called the centriers, the ventress and the satisfates, that is to say, that ruminant kind of being which looks in all times towards the trough of the budget and the rack of the civil list, everybody was dissatisfied, all the malcontents desirous of a change whether of system or of persons, but who only desired to reach such changes by constitutional means, gathered together during the month of May at M. Laffitte's to attempt a last supreme effort. Pure republicans who, on the contrary, only admitted insurrectionist methods, and marched separately in their strength and liberty, sleeping on their arms, took no part whatever in this meeting, the leaders of which were Laffitte, Odelin Barrett, Cormenin, Charles Comte, Mauguin, Lamarck, Garnier Pages and Lafayette. The last three sailed by the limits of constitutional and republican opposition, quite closely, not indeed so near as to belong to our camp, that of militant republicanism, but near enough to let themselves be drawn along with it. The meeting at Laffitte's was composed of upwards of 40 deputies. M. Laffitte spoke and summed up the situation with the threefold clearness of the orator, the financier and man of honour, and he suggested an address to the king. It was the old method, always repulsed, but always returning to the charge, under the name of parliamentary remonstrances in the time of absolute monarchy, and by the title of an address in the time of constitutional monarchy. Garnier Pages, a just, incisive character, had but two words to say with which to fight the proposition victoriously. Could anyone not mad conceive the illusion that royalty would consent to admit itself guilty, to recognize its errors, and to make honorable amends to the nation? No, the monarchy and the nation were in a complete state of rupture. The nation must be appealed to concerning the errors of the monarchy. Garnier Pages would go so far as to term those errors treasons, and this sent a shudder down the spines of certain deputies of the opposition. The upshot of the meeting was that the opposition put its grievances before the nation under the form of a report. A commission was appointed, consisting of Lafayette, Laffitte, Cormenin, Odelin Barrett, Charles Comte and Mauguin. De Cormenin and Odelin Barrett were given the task of each drawing up the report separately. They would decide finally whether to choose either report or to destroy both reports. The work of each of the two editors bore signs of his own individual characteristics. M. de Cormenin too much recalled the bold pamphleteer who signed himself Timon le Misanthrope. M. Odelin Barrett, on the contrary, seemed too exclusively to bind up the future of France with the monarchical form of government. Neither of the two plans was adopted. It was decided to unite de Cormenin and Barrett's two reports into one, or rather, to draw up the manifesto in common, and it strongly resembled a declaration of war. Both left for St. Cloud in the morning and returned with the manifesto in the evening. It was in M. de Cormenin's handwriting, but it was easily seen that Odelin Barrett had had a great deal to do in the drawing up. However, whatever the share M. Barrett had in this work, the report assumed the character, if not exactly of a threat, at least of a severe and solemn warning. It appeared on 28 May 1832. 133 deputies had signed it. It made a profound impression, and the death of General Lamarck, one of the principal signatories to the manifesto, threw a dark and almost mysterious shade upon the situation, such as the hand of death seems to cast over certain fatal days. Chapter 5. Last moments of General Lamarck. What his life had been. One of my interviews with him. I am appointed one of the stewards of the funeral cortege. The procession, symptoms of popular agitation. The marching past across the Place Vendôme, the Duc Fitzjames, conflicts provoked by the town police. The students of the École Polytechnique join the cortege. Arrival of the funeral procession at the Pont d'Austerlitz. Speeches, first shots, the man with the red flag, allocution of Etienne Arago. On 1 June, at 11:30 in the evening, General Lamarck had breathed his last. His death was a great event. At that period the Republican Party used Napoleon's name as a weapon, now General Lamarck, a thing which would be much more difficult to define now than in those days, when people judged much more by instinct than by education. General Lamarck was at that time a supporter of the Empire and also of liberty, a soldier of Napoleon and a friend of Lafayette. Napoleon, it will be remembered, had made him Marshal de France at St. Helena. Neither the Bourbons of the elder branch nor those of the younger had had sufficient intelligence to ratify the appointment, but in the eyes of France, it was, indeed, one of her marshals who had just died. Then, too, there was really something grand about his death, by reason of the circumstances under which it happened and the particular incidents which had accompanied it. A multitude of sayings after the style of Cato and Leonidas were quoted that General Lamarck had said on his deathbed. He died heroically and yet regretting life. The thought which had dwelt in his heart as long as it beat was, "I have not done enough for France." The illness of which the general died seemed to deceive the doctors. Sometimes the invalid appeared to be on the high way to convalescence, and the bulletin of his health would announce the good news to his friends. Sometimes a fatal crisis put the sick man further back than the improvement had carried him. He himself was never deceived by these passing improvements. His friends, doctors, Lisfranc and Broussais, attended him with the devotion both of science and of friendship. "My friends," the general invariably said to them, "I am grateful for your care, I am touched by it, but you will not vanquish the disease. You have hope and you want me to hope. In vain I feel I shall succumb." Then, a minute later, he added with a sigh, "Ah, I am sorry to die. I should have liked to serve France still longer. And, too, I am specially disappointed not to be able to measure swords with Wellington, who made his reputation by the defeat he inflicted at Waterloo. I have made a study of him. I knew his tactics and I am quite sure I should have beaten him." Lafayette went to see him as often as his busy life allowed. At the last visit he paid him, France alone was the leading topic of conversation. "Oh, my friend," the invalid said as he said goodbye to him, "reserve your strength for France, she alone is great, we are all small. But," he added, weighed down by a never-ceasing idea, "I depart still full of regret that I have not been able to avenge my country for the infamous treaties of 1814 and—" It was General Lamarck who uttered the sublime phrase that was flung at an orator who was boasting of the peace, which had been brought about with the return of the Bourbons. "The peace of 1815 is no peace. It is a halt in the mud." General Exelmans, the other old war comrade who was to survive him by 20 years to die from a fall off his horse, came also to see him, and to try to restore hope, which, as we have said, had long before died in the heart of the invalid. "What matter," he exclaimed in a kind of impatience, "what matter that I die, provided my country lives?" In a moment of discouragement, when he saw open before him the grave which had swallowed up much patriotism, he had the sword of honour brought to him which had been given him by the officers of the 100 Days, whose cause he had pleaded with much fervour and great success. Then, sitting up in bed, he drew the sword from its scabbard, looked at it a long time, laid it across his knees, and finally carried it to his lips, saying, "My dear officers of the 100 Days, they gave it me to be used and I have not used it." Once overcome by grief, in the presence of Dr. Lisfranc, he made an onslaught against the impotent art which we call medicine. Suddenly, perceiving before whom he was speaking, he said, "I curse medicine, but I bless doctors, who do a lot with the small amount of knowledge which science places in their hands. Embrace me, Lisfranc, and do not forget that I loved you very much." His last moments were, as we see, worthy of a soldier. He had struggled against death as Leonidas against Xerxes. His bed had been the battlefield. An hour before he died, in the agony which his sufferings betrayed by his starts and shudderings, He opened his eyes, which had been closed for 36 hours, and 3 times he uttered the 2 words, "Honor, country," the 2 words engraved on the cross of the Legion of Honor. He breathed his last an hour after he had uttered the cry which had been that of his whole lifetime. It is said that a dying man achieves greatness. It is true, both morally as well as physically. General Lamarck increased enormously in greatness in everybody's eyes. They remembered the boy volunteer of 19, the young captain of the famous infernal column, bringing to the convention a strip of flag taken from the enemy, and winning from that great and terrible assembly a vote pronouncing Captain Lamarck to have deserved well from his country. How splendid his military life had been through the 30 years that had passed since then. They remembered Capri, Calabria, the Tyrol and Wagram, where he broke the Austrian army 3 times. They recalled and extolled his struggles each day in Catalogne, against Wellington, who never conquered him and whom he hoped to conquer. Then too, his political life as a member of the Tribune was none the less fine. His presence in all the struggles in the chamber, his voice always raised on behalf of the honor and defense of France, his entreaties in favor of liberty when it was threatened, his cries of alarm each time he saw the revolution compromise. Ill and weak as he was up to the day he took to his bed, he never kept silence or yielded when any question of national honor arose. When General Foy died, he at least left us Lamarck, as Miltiades left Themistocles. When General Lamarck died, he left behind him the heritage of a race of warriors which has given generals to the battlefield and tribunes to the chamber. In spite of all the right he had to public recognition, the government of Louis Philippe, who only regarded General Lamarck as an enemy, and rejoiced at the fall of an enemy, only accorded to his obsequies the tribute of honor strictly due to the political and military position of a general. All the funeral arrangements were left to the pious care and to the responsibility of his friends and family. I was made a steward by the family, and had the charge of seeing that the artillery took its proper place behind the funeral car. This honor was, in a way, a souvenir which the dead bequeathed to the living. In common with General Foy and General Lafayette, General Lamarck had been very friendly to me, due, indeed, more to memory of my father than to my own personal valor. But still, when he knew about the close of 1830, that I had returned from La Vendée, where I had been sent by General Lafayette, he begged me to go and see him. We talked for long of the Vendée as he had known it in 1815, when he was going on a mission from a fresh government. I told him all I thought about it, namely that some day or other it threatened to rise in revolt. Every word of mine answered to some foresight of his own. I traced out my journey for him with black-headed pins and indicated the probable places where there would be gatherings. He left for Nantes on the following day, but they did not let him reach his destination. At Angers he was stopped by an order recalling him. We believe this measure was the result of those niggardly schemes which the Ministry of Casimir Perier labelled with the title of wide political vision, and I believe I am not wrong in applying to him the same explanation that I did not hesitate to apply to Louis Philippe. After the interview, I had the honor to have with him upon our return from Vendée. The revolution of 1830 had been so sudden that, for a moment, we Republicans thought it was complete. The report of its arms and its cries of liberty had reverberated throughout Belgium, Italy and Poland. 3 nations rose and cried, "France, come to our aid." An appeal like this France always listens to, and General Lafayette replied in the name of France. The most lively and popular sympathy had, moreover, burst forth in our towns and countrysides in favor of revolutions carried out on our own lines, partial and distant eruptions of that great volcano whose crater is in Paris, and which seems at times extinct like Etna, but as deceptive as Etna is always burning. Shouts of Vivent l'Italie, La Belgique et la Pologne filled our streets and entered everywhere through the windows and doors of royal and ministerial palaces. It was scarcely 3 months after the revolution. At that period all still glowed with the sun of the 3 days, the grand voice of the people was still listened to, and the government only had to promise through General Lafayette, as we have said above, for the nations of Belgium, Italy and Poland to be kept from perishing. And we heard the cries of joy of these foreign patriots in less than 4 months change to cries of distress. But what other could we expect? Let them succor Italy by sending one of the old generals, who would have shown them the way to make a new army, and Poland by diverting the Tsar's plans by inciting, an easy task for us, Turkey on one side and Persia on the other. Thus caught in a triangle of fire, we should leave Russia to contend, and we should divide between our 2 neighbor nations the most effective aid of our presence and of our arms. The people, true and profound of instinct, would thus feel, without being able to account for the means, the 3 probable results, and they would receive with shouts of joy the proclamation of the ministerial system of non-intervention, and the royal promise that the Polish nationality should not perish. Advanced as were the ministers of Louis Philippe's kingdom, they must either go to war or forswear it. By making war they would get into trouble with kings, by forswearing it they would get into trouble with the people. One way only remained, to prove to the country that it had too much to do in respect of its own affairs to busy itself in meddling with those of others. It was like giving to France an internal fever, as we have already said. Through being taken up with its own sufferings it would have more sympathy for those of others. A small civil war in La Vendée would help its outlook wonderfully. It was therefore necessary to send far out of that country, upon which they wished to experiment, all strong men who might compromise movements from their beginnings, and all shrewd men who might guess the real cause of those movements. Now, Lamarck was both a strong man and a farseeing one, so they did not give him time to arrive on the scene of civil war. It was to these circumstances I owed the honor of coming in contact with General Lamarck, and of not being forgotten by the family at the time of rendering the last honors to the conqueror of Capri. I went to tell my friends Bastide and Godfrey Cavaignac of my appointment, and asked them if they had arranged anything for the morrow. They had a meeting at Etienne Arago's for the same evening, who, as I have previously said, was lieutenant in the 12th Legion of Artillery, and who, in case of a triumphant insurrection, was designed by a secret organization to be mayor of the 1st arrondissement. The son of the noted barrister Bernard of Rents was his associate. Arago lived in Bernard's house, which was at the corner of the place and Rue des Pyramids. Nothing was settled at this meeting. No sort of plan was drawn up or scheme fixed upon. Each one was left to his own devices to act according to circumstances. Nevertheless, the detachment of artillery commanded for the funeral cortege appeared armed at the house of mourning, and provided themselves with cartridges. On 5 June, the day fixed for the funeral, I went at 8 in the morning to the general's house in the Faubourg Saint-Honor. In my capacity as steward I had no rifle, nor consequently any cartridges. There were already by 8 o'clock over 3,000 persons in front of the house. I saw a group of young people who were preparing a kind of ammunition wagon with ropes. I went up to them and asked them what they were busy with. They were arranging the ropes, they replied, with which to draw the funeral car. At the same time, they informed me that General Lamarck's body was lying in state in his sleeping room, and that people were defiling past the bed of state. I went and put myself in the queue, and filed past in my turn. The general in full uniform was laid on his bed, with his gloved hand on his bare sword. He had a fine head, and his dignity was increased by the majesty of death. Those who passed by did so in silence and veneration, stooping as they reached the foot of the bed, and sprinkling holy water on the corpse with a bough of laurel. I passed by as the rest did, and went back into the street again. I was extremely weak from the effect of the cholera. I had lost all my appetite and scarcely ate an ounce of bread a day. The day promised to be a fatiguing one, so I went into my friend Herrox's, whose café was, as we know, at the corner of the Rues Real and Saint-Honor, and I waited until the time for departure, trying to take a cup of chocolate. At 11, a rolling of drums called me to my post. They had just brought down the coffin under the great gate, shrouded with black. All the various elements which go to the formation of a funeral procession rolled along the Rue and Faubourg Saint-Honor. National Guards, workmen, artillerymen, students, old soldiers, refugees of all countries, citizens from every town, leaving, like a twin lake, their waves rolling across the Place de la Madeleine and the Place Louis Roman 15. At the roll of the drums, all this crowd disentangled itself, and every one rallied round his own leader, flag and banner. Many only had laurel or oak branches for banners and flags. All this passed before the eyes of the 4 squadrons of carabineers who occupied the Place Louis Roman 15. The 12th Light Infantry waited at the other end of Paris on the very Place de la Bastille. The municipal guard, on its side, was placed at intervals along the route, which extended from the Prefecture de Police to the Pantheon. A detachment of the same guard protected the Jardin des Plantes. A squadron of dragoons covered the Place de Grève with a battalion of the 3rd Light. Finally, a detachment of soldiers of the same troop stood ready to mount their horses at the Celestins' barracks. The remaining troops were confined in their respective barracks, and orders were given that regiments from Rueil, Saint-Denis and Courbevoie should be sent if needed. There were then in Paris on the morning of that terrible day nearly 18,000 men of the line and light infantry, 4,400 cavalry, 2,000 of the Garde Municipale infantry and cavalry, nearly 80,000 men in all. We had been told of this increase of troops, for we had friends even in the War Office, an increase due indisputably to the circumstances under which they found themselves. They had added that the government only waited an excuse for showing its strength. This meant that instead of fearing a riot, they desired one, but there was so much ardor in the young political head which constituted the Republican Party, that directly the match touched the flint, the spark flashed forth which was to fire the powder magazine, the very powder magazine which was to blow us all up. We were congregated on the place Louis Roman 15, with all the heads of the secret societies. Only one of these societies, the Societe Gauloise, was in favor of fighting. The previous day, the Societe des Armies du Peuple had met in the Boulevard Bonneuvelle, and had decided, as we had done on our part, that firing was not to be begun, but that it should be answered if it were begun by the soldiers. As will be seen, it needed only a single shot to lead to a general slaughter. In addition to this state of things, the heat was stifling, the atmosphere charged with electricity, and huge black clouds rolled over Paris, as though the sky were in mourning and wanted to take part in the funeral ceremony by the rolling of its thunder. It is quite impossible today, at this distance of time, 22 years later, to give any idea of the degree of excitement to which the crowd had reached, when it received from its leaders the order to take the place assigned to each corps, corporation, society and nation in the funeral procession. It was not a cortege, it was a federation round a funeral bier. At 11:30, under a driving rain, the state carriage moved forward drawn by 30 young men. The corners of the pole were held by General Lafayette, who had a working man by his side wearing the July decoration, on whose arm the general leant from time to time when the paving became too slippery. By Lafayette, Issy and Chatelain of the Courier Francais, by the Marechal Clausel and by General Pellet, and lastly by M. Morguin and a student from the École Polytechnique. Behind the bier walked M. de Laborde, quaestor to the chamber, preceded by 2 ushers accompanied by M. Cabot and Labussière, stewards of the cortege, and followed by a number of deputies and generals. The principal deputies were Chapter 2000, Le Maréchal Gerard, Tardieu, Chevandier, Vatout de Courcelles, Allier, Tailandier, de las Cases Fils, Nicard, Odelin, Barrett, Lafayette, Georges, de Béranger, Larabit, de Cormenin, de Briers, de Gouve, de Nunx, Charles Cant, Le General Subervie, Le Colonel Lamy, Le Comte Lariboisière, Charles Dupin, Viennet, Sapie, Le Bet, Pacheral, Bavou, Baud, Marmier, Jouffry, Duchefout, Poret, Peder Lacaze, Berard, François Rago, de Girardin, Gauthier de Hauteserve, Le General Tibber Sebastiani, Garnier Pages, Leyrod, Cordier, Vigier. The principal generals were Chapter 2000, Matthew Dumas, Emmanuel Ray, Laostein, Hulot, Burkham, Saldanha, Raminsky, Saraski. Of these 3 latter, the one was a Portuguese and the 2 others were Poles. With them were the Marechals de Camp Rubel, Schmitz, Mayotte and Sauard. After the deputies and generals came the exiles of all countries, each group carrying its own national banner. 2 battalions formed the escorting troop, and marched in echelon on each side. Then, just as in the midst of its quays the flowing river overflows its banks after a storm, rolled by nearly 600 artillerymen with loaded rifles and cartridges in their cartridge boxes and pockets, then 10,000 of the National Guard without guns, but armed with sabres, then groups of working men intermingled with members of secret societies, then 30, perhaps 40 or 50,000 citizens. All these moved past in the rain. The cortege turned at the Madeleine along the boulevard, crowded on both sides with women and men, forming a variegated carpet, which the citizens at their doors or windows, men, women and children, took part in as though on a tapestry pattern. Not one of the ordinary sounds men make at great gatherings issued from that crowd. Only from time to time a signal was given, and with incredible cohesion, the cry was uttered by 100,000 voices whilst flags, banners, pennons, branches of laurel and of oak were waved. Honor au General Lamarck. Then all lips were silent, and the branches of oak and laurel, pennons, banners and flags expressed no more motion than as before a brief and hot squall during a tempest. All was as silent and nearly as still as death, but in the air there floated an invisible something, whispering low, "Misfortune." All eyes were fastened on us, the artillerymen. They knew well that if anything burst forth it would be from among the ranks of the men in that severe uniform, who marched side by side, with gloomy looks and clenched teeth, who, like impatient horses shaking their plumes, shook the red streamers on their shakos. I could the better judge of these arrangements, as under instruction from the family, I did not walk in the ranks but by the side of the artillery. From time to time, men of the people whom I did not know broke through the hedge and shook me by the left hand. I held my sabre in my right, and said to me, "The artillery need not be anxious, we are here." It took nearly 3/4 of an hour to get to the Rue de la Paix. There, a movement was all at once set on foot which no one at first understood. It was not in the programme. The head of the cortege was drawn in the midst of unintelligible shoutings in the direction of the Place Vendôme. I ran to make inquiries. Thanks to my uniform and to a certain popularity which it had already acquired, and especially to the gold-fringed tricoloured scarf which I wore on my left arm, everybody made way for me. I therefore gained with more ease than I should have expected the head of the column, which was already moving into the Rue de la Paix. And this is what had happened. At the top of the Rue de la Paix, a man dressed as an operative, but who it was easy to recognize belonged to a higher class, had broken away from the boulevards and was exchanging a few words with the young people attached to the hearse. Soon, a cry went up. Yes, yes, the soldier of Napoleon round the column, to the column, to the column. And without consulting either generals or deputies or police, whether in uniform or without, a unanimous impulse made the catafalque deviate from the straight line, and it was hurried into the Rue de la Paix. This was episode the first of that day's journey. I ran and resumed my place. What is the matter? They asked me. The hearse is going to be taken round the column. Will the post present arms? A voice asked. Pardieu, said another voice, if they do not present arms of their own accord they shall be made to do so by force. Honour to General Lamarck, shouted 100,000 voices. Then as before all returned to silence. The head of the cortege reached the Place Vendôme. Suddenly a great shudder went through the crowd. That serpent with its 1,000 coils trembled at the least shock from head to the tail. At the sight of the cortege coming out on the Place Vendôme, the picket of the staff officers remained shut inside the guardhouse. The sentinel alone paced up and down before the door. A shout sounded. Honour to General Lamarck! Honour to General Lamarck! At the same time, a fiery crowd rushed upon the staff officers' guardhouse. The commandant did not even attempt to offer resistance. After a moment of parleying, he ordered his soldiers out, took the field and presented arms. This first episode prepared for the struggle by showing that the most lukewarm spirits were ready for an outburst. This successful issue was looked upon as a victory. It is, moreover, probable that the head of the guardhouse had had no orders of any kind. The procession round the column had no connection whatever with the programme. The officer yielded, not from fear, but from the sympathy which, no doubt, his soldierly heart felt towards the remains of the great general and the famous member of the Tribune. He did wisely, for a terrible collision would else have taken place, and as it was so close to the Tuileries, who knows what would have happened. The cortege regained the Rue de la Paix and resumed its sombre and silent march along the boulevards. It reached the club in the Rue de Choiseul, now the Cercle des Arts. The balcony was filled with members of the club. Only one had his hat on his head. He was Duke Fitzjames. I guessed what would happen, and I confess I trembled. I knew Duke Fitzjames very well indeed, and he, on his side, returned my friendship heartily. I knew that, if forced, he would rather be torn to pieces than take off his hat. I was therefore most anxious that he should raise it of his own accord. Just at that moment, whether by chance or by preconcerted provocation, the insistent phrase, "Honor au General Lamarck," was echoed, followed by the cry, "Take off your hat, off with your hats." At the same time a hailstorm of stones broke the windows of the house. The Duke was obliged to withdraw. 3 days later I asked him for an explanation of this show of bravado, as it was very much out of harmony with his courteous manners. "I cannot answer you as to this," said the Duke. "The explanation of the riddle will reach you from La Vendée." Indeed, a letter from the noble Duke was found among the papers of Madame la Duchesse de Berry, giving the explanation of the keeping on of the hat. It was a signal to which no one responded, or rather, to which only those replied who could not understand it. This incident stopped the procession for nearly 10 minutes. The National Guards appeared upon the terrace, and asserted that what had been taken for an insult from the ex-peer of France was only an aberration, and the catafalque resumed its route through the crowd, as a heavy-laden vessel, which, has the wind against it, painfully cleaves through the waves of the sea. From that moment all doubt ceased in my mind, and I was convinced that the journey would not be done without resort to firearms. The 600 artillerymen with their pale faces and frowning brows were also convinced of it. However, no other incident occurred during the course from the Choiseul Club to the St. Martin Gate. After passing the Gymnase, the rain had stopped falling, but thunder rumbled incessantly, intermingling with the rolling of the drums. The presence of the police placed at intervals along the sides of the procession put the finishing touch to the irritation in people's minds. Their aggressive air caused the feeling that they were there to get up a quarrel, or, much more likely, instead of being inclined to alienate quarrels, to stir them up with all their might. Opposite the theatre, a woman observed to a man of the people who carried a flag that the Golwokok was a bad emblem of democracy. The bearer of the standard, in all probability sharing this opinion, reversed the flag, broke the Golwokok underfoot and put in its place a branch of willow, the tree of mourning and friend of the tomb. A policeman saw this substitution and the conditions under which it was made. He sprang forward and snatched the standard from the hands of the man who carried it. The latter resisted, and the policeman drew his sword and struck him in the throat. At the sight of blood, a cry of rage went forth from every mouth. 20 swords, sabres and daggers came out of their scabbards. The policeman, recognizing that I was a steward, sprang to my side, crying, "Save me!" I pushed him in among the ranks of the artillerymen. Some were of a mind to protect him, others to tear him to pieces. For 5 minutes he stood as pale as a corpse between life and death. The more generous feeling carried the day, and he was saved. At the same moment, all looks were attracted towards the same direction. An insult was offered by another policeman to a veteran captain, who drew his sword and attacked him. The policeman, on his side, drew his sword from its sheath and defended himself furiously. When he attained the pavement, he buried himself out of sight in the density of the crowd, where his flight could be noted by the imprecations which rose as he passed through. The young man wounded by the first policeman had been able to continue on his way, leaning on the arms of 2 friends. Only he had taken off his collar, and the blood from his gaping wound flowed on to his shirt and down his coat. His July decoration, I remember that it was a July ribbon, had become as red as the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. From this moment the conviction went through all minds that a bloody affray was approaching. Everything, in fact, seemed to suggest the use of arms. The rolling of drums, the noise of the tam-tams, the fluttering of the flags of all countries, the constant struggle between liberty and slavery, the cries of Honoro General Lamarck, becoming more and more frequent and every time assuming a more distinctly threatening character, the earth beneath and the skies above, and all that rent the air, combined to incite people's minds to a pitch of excitement filled with danger. "Where are they leading us?" a terrified voice cried from the midst of a group of students. "To the Republic," replied a strong, sonorous voice, "and we invite you to suffer with us tonight in the Tuileries." A kind of groan of joy greeted this invitation, which in a different sense recalled that of Leonidas to those of Thermopylae, and I saw men who had no arms tear up the stakes which were used as props for the young trees that had just been planted on the boulevard, in place of the old ones knocked down on 28 July 1830. Others broke the trees themselves to make into clubs. The 12th Light were, as I have said, drawn up in line on the Place de la Bastille. For an instant it was thought the conflict would begin there, but all at once an officer came out from the front line, and advancing towards Etienne Arago, with whom he talked for a moment, he said to him, "I am a Republican, I have pistols in my pockets, you can rely upon us." Several artillerymen who, like myself, had heard these words shouted, "Vive la ligne!" The cry uttered by us was taken up with enthusiasm. They knew we should not give such a cry without reason. The line replied by a shout nearly as unanimous of, "Honoro General Lamarck." These words, "The line is on our side," repeated from rank to rank, ran through the whole length of the cortege like lightning. At the same time loud shouts were heard of 50 École Polytechnique, "Vive l'École, vive la République." These were inspired by the sight of some 60 students running with disordered raiment, bareheaded, some with swords in their hands. They had been consigned to their quarters and had broken out, overturning General Thalos, who had tried to oppose their coming out. They had come to throw their popular name and their uniform, still blackened with the powder of July, into the insurrection. The artillery received them with open arms. They knew that, few though they were in number, they were a powerful support. Their arrival produced so much effect that, at sight of them, the band which preceded the hearse spontaneously played the Marseillaise. No idea can be formed of the enthusiasm with which the crowd greeted that electrifying air, forbidden for over a year. 50,000 voices repeated in chorus, "Citizens, to arms!" To this chant, the cortege crossed the Place de la Bastille and traversed the Boulevard Bourdon, advancing between the Saint Martin Canal and the public granaries. A platform was put up at the entrance to the bridge of Austerlitz. From it the farewell orations were to be given. After these were pronounced, the body of General Lamarck continued its route towards the Departement des Landes, where it was to be interred, whilst the procession returned to Paris. It was after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I had had nothing since the previous night, except the cup of chocolate from my friend Horrocks. I was literally dropping from exhaustion. The speeches bade fair to be long and, naturally, tedious, so I proposed to 2 or 3 of the artillerymen to come and dine at the Gros Mariniers, and they accepted. "Will anything happen?" I asked Bastide before I went off. "I think not," he said, looking round him, "and yet do not be deceived, the 29 July is in the air." "In any case I shall not go far away," I said, and I went. "Are you going away?" Etienne Arago said to me. "I will return in a quarter of an hour." "Make haste if you wish to take part." "How can I have neither rifle nor cartridges." "You must do as I have done, put pistols in your pockets." He showed me the butt end of a pistol sticking out of his pocket. "Diable," I exclaimed, "if I thought anything would happen I would dispense with dinner." "Oh, don't be anxious, if there is anything it will last long enough for you to come back before dessert." That was probable, so we went off without scruples. I was so weak that I was obliged to lean on the arm of my 2 companions, and I very nearly fainted before entering the restaurant. They made me drink iced water and I revived. Everything was topsy-turvy, and we had great difficulty in getting waited on. We were engrossed in a huge fish pie, the main dish always served in a dinner à la rapide, when we heard a volley of firing, but so peculiar in sound that we never doubted but that it was the discharge over the hearse in honor of the illustrious dead. "To the memory of General Lamarck," I said, raising my glass. My 2 companions pledged me. Then we heard 4 or 5 single shots. Oh, I exclaimed, that is another tale altogether. Those shots sound like sport." I ran on to the quay, where I climbed up on a railing. Nothing could be made out except that there was a great commotion about the Pont d'Austerlitz. "Pay quick and come and see what that music is," I said to my 2 companions. We flung 10 francs on the table, but as the firing increased we did not ask for our change, we started running towards the barrier. The sound of firing had given me back my strength. When we reached the barrier, we found it guarded by men in blouses who, on perceiving us, shouted, "Vivent les artilleurs!" We ran up to them. "What has been happening?" we asked. "Only that they are firing on the people, and the artillery has returned the fire. Pierre Louis-Philippe is at his last gasp and the Republic is proclaimed. Vive la République!" We looked at one another. The triumph seemed to us too complete for the short time it had taken to happen in. But this is what had actually happened, and the stage things had reached. I said that, as we left, they were about to begin the orations. Banners of every nation had been taken up onto the platform. Polish, Italian, Spanish and Portuguese waved their standards of every color above the catafalque, and amongst them was the flag of the German Union seen floating for the first time, black and red and gold. General Lafayette had begun by saying a few lofty, calm and serene words, in keeping with the grand old man who uttered them. Then came Maugwin, less restrained, Clausel, more military, then the Portuguese General Saldanha. Whilst the orators were speaking, the young men went from group to group disseminating news such as, "They are fighting at the Hôtel de Ville," or, "A general has just declared himself against Louis-Philippe others, the troops have revolted," or, "They are marching upon the Tuileries." No one believed such rumors seriously, and yet they warmed and stirred people's spirits and hearts. After our battery had passed through the boulevard, it took up its position near the platform. There were gathered Etienne Arago, Guinard Savary, corresponding by means of signs with Bastide and Thomas, who were on the boulevard Bourdon. In the middle of General Saldanha's speech, attention seemed suddenly distracted. Cries, commotion and rumors drew all eyes towards the boulevards. A man clad in black, tall, thin and as pale as a ghost, with dark moustaches, holding in his hand a red flag edged with black fringe, and mounted upon a horse which he had difficulty in steering through the crowd, waved his blood-coloured flag, on which was written in black letters, "Liberty or Death." Where did the man come from? Neither at the trial or sentence was this told. All that was known was that his name was Jean-Baptiste Péron, and that he came from the Basses Alps. He was condemned to 1 month's imprisonment. We none of us knew him. Was he excited, as he said himself, by a feeling of enthusiasm bordering on madness? Was he a seditious agent? The mystery has never been elucidated. But wherever he came from and whatever the motive by which he was animated, his appearance was greeted with unanimous disapproval. General Exelmans shouted in a voice which dominated every other, "Not the red flag, the flag of terror. We only want the tricolour, which is that of glory and liberty." Two men then sprang on General Exelmans and tried to drag him towards the canal. It was never known who they were. He shook them off and came across to the Comte de Flahaut. "What is to be done?" General Exelmans asked. "Run to the Tuileries and warn the king of what is going on." They both rushed off to the Tuileries. At that moment, two young men unharnessed General Lafayette's carriage and led it towards the Hôtel de Ville. Simultaneously, and as though the impulse had been associated with the appearance of the man with the red flag, a column of dragoons came out of the Celestins' barracks. Gisquet had sent the order, which ought to have been given by General Pajol, commander of the 1st Military Division. The appearance of the dragoons, which at first, however, meant nothing hostile, as their pistols were in their holsters and their rifles hung at their saddle-bows, yet produced a certain amount of commotion along the Boulevard Bourdon. Etienne Arago saw the effect and leant over towards Guinard's ear. "I think it is time to begin," he said. "Begin," Guinard answered laconically. Arago did not wait to hear it twice. He rushed on to the platform. A student had followed after General Saldanha. Arago took his place and shouted, "We have had enough of that kind of speech. Few words are needed and they are Vive la République." It was to that cry General Lamarck began his military career. It is to that cry we should follow his remains. Vive la République, follow me those who agree with me. Not one word of the allocution was lost. Scarcely was it seen that a lieutenant of the artillery was going to speak, before everybody kept silence. Besides, the name of Arago, which was very popular, had circulated in a whisper below the tremendous shout of Vive la République. At the last words of his speech, Arago took possession of one of the flags from the platform, and flag in hand with Guinard and Savary by his side, he rushed to our battery. But in the commotion which had followed the speech, the crowd had broken the ranks of the artillerymen in such a way that the three leaders, followed only by about 30 men, had disappeared from the sight of their other companions. At this moment, some shots were heard in the Boulevard Bourdon. Let us follow the fortunes of Arago, Guinard and Savary. We will return presently to the other portion of the struggle. Chapter 6. The artillerymen Carrel and Le National barricades of the Boulevard Bourdon and in the Rue de Ménilmontant, the carriage of General Lafayette, a bad shot from my friends, despair of hell, the pistols in Richard, the women are against us, I distribute arms to the insurgents, change of uniform, the meeting at Lafitte's, progress of the insurrection, M. Thiers, barricade Saint Mary, Jean Rossignol, barricade of the Passage du Somme, morning of 6 June. The group of artillerymen who guided the three leaders we have just mentioned went down at double quick pace, shouting, Vive la République! Along the right bank of the canal, some fled before them, others rallied round. There was a frightful tumult. At the Place de la Bastille they rejoined the 12th Light, after what the officer had said they were sure of these. So the soldiers let the artillery go by. The major saluted them and nodded his approval. At the Boulevard Saint-Antoine, a cuirassier, whose name I have forgotten, joined the artillerymen. There was a cuirassier on 5 June as there was a fireman on 15 May when the cuirassier reached the guardhouse of the boulevard. At the corner of the Rue de Ménilmontant, he rushed into the guardroom, sword in hand. The people followed him. In an instant the guardhouse was taken and the soldiers disarmed. They continued along the boulevard to shouts of Vive la République, cries which were almost everywhere received with cheers. At the top of the Rue de Lancry, they met Carrel on horseback. He came, like a general, to find out the state of things for himself. "Have you a regiment with you?" he asked. "We have them all with us," he was told. "That is too much, I only want one," he said, laughing, as he resumed at a gallop his way along the Bastille Road. The artillerymen took the Rue Bourbon-Villeneuve. At sight of them, the guard at the bank ran for their rifles, but to the great astonishment of the insurgents they presented arms. They could not, however, go through the whole of Paris in this fashion. They were a few yards from the Vaudeville where they deposited the flag. They rapidly ate a few bites of food and made for the National in the Rue du Croissant. The Republicans flocked there, and in the midst of them, men who held intermediary opinions, like Hippolyte Royer-Collard, for example. Meanwhile Carrel arrived, and his opinion was awaited impatiently. "I have not great faith in the barricade," he said. "We succeeded in 1830 by an accident. Those who are of different opinion from me may move the paving stones. I shall not persuade them to do it, nor shall I disapprove. But in saving Le National and in preventing them from compromising it as a newspaper, I shall keep a bodyguard round until tomorrow. Believe me, it takes more courage to say to my friends what I am saying than to attempt with them that in which they are going to engage." As Carol uttered these words, Thomas arrived from the Boulevard Bourdon. "There is nothing for us to do here," said Thomas. "Let us go away." At the same instant, the enthusiasts came out from the national offices and went to consult together at Ambert's in the Rue Gaudet de Moor. We will now relate what had happened in the Boulevard Bourdon, from whence Thomas had come. As we said before, the dragoons had issued from the Celestins' barracks, and after advancing rapidly, had stopped 200 yards from the bridge. The multitude confronted them in terror. At this moment, the carriage of General Lafayette came out of the crowd drawn by young men. Those who marched before it shouted, "Make room for Lafayette." The dragoons opened their ranks to let the general and the youths and the carriage pass. Scarcely had the general gone by before several shots rang out. Who fired those shots? Impossible to state, we did not ourselves know. It is the eternal question which history puts over and over again, without truth ever being able to formulate a reply. It was the enigma of 10 August, of 5 June and of 24 February. Instantly, the dragoons were beaten down with stones. Children slipped even underneath the horses' bodies and ripped up the animals under the men. The conduct of the dragoons and of their commandant, M. Desailly, was admirable. They sustained everything without either charging or firing. The attack was to come from another side. A sub-officer was dispatched at a gallop to tell the colonel, who remained in the Celestins. The sub-officer reported, and the colonel decided not only to extricate his men by making a diversion, but, better still, to catch the insurgents between two fires. He came at the head of a second detachment, which, with trumpeters at its head, issued forth from the Place de l'Arsenal. But scarcely had it proceeded 100 yards before a discharge of musketry burst forth, and 2 dragoons fell. Then the dragoons broke into a gallop, and to avenge themselves for the attempted fusillade, charged the crowd along the Boulevard Bourdon. A second discharge went off and Commandant Collett fell dead. Then resounded the cry, "To arms!" Bastide and Thomas were at the opposite end of the Boulevard Bourdon. They had not begun the attack, but on the contrary were attacked. They resolved not to recede by a single yard. A barricade was put up in a few minutes. It was defended by 3 principal leaders, Bastide, Thomas and Setchen. A dozen of the students of the École Polytechnique, a score of artillerymen, and as many more of the populace rallied round them. As though his tall figure did not run double the danger of the other, Thomas mounted on top of the barricade. Setchen took hold of him from behind, put his arms round him and made him come down. They kept their position unmoved. The firing came from the arsenal, from the Pavillon de Sully, and from the public granaries all at the same time. The colonel of dragoons had had his horse killed under him. The lieutenant was mortally wounded. A bullet had just hit Captain Briqueville. The order to retire was given to the dragoons who doubled back along the Rues de la Cerisaie and Petit Musc. The barricade was cleared. It was futile to continue the struggle on the outskirts of Paris. It was in the heart of it that fires must be lit. Thomas, Bastide and Setchen flew along the Boulevard Contrescarpe and re-entered Paris, shouting, "To arms!" Thomas ran to confer with the National. Bastide, Setchen, Dussart, Péchu de Herbenville erected a barricade across the entrance to the Rue de Ménilmontant, where Bastide and Thomas lived, and had a shed full of wood for burning. Meanwhile, the students, the pupils of the École and the populace had taken possession of the hearse. Shouts of "to the Pantheon" were heard. "Yes, yes, to the Pantheon," all voices repeated. The hearse was drawn up before the Pantheon. The municipal cavalry barred the way. It was attacked and offered resistance, but was driven back towards the Barrière d'Enfer. 2 squadrons of carabineers came to its aid, and thanks to this reinforcement it kept the mastery of the convoy. The insurgents dispersed down the Faubourg Saint-Germain shouting, "To arms!" Paris was on fire from the Barrière d'Enfer to the Rue de Ménilmontant. Meanwhile, the young men who had taken out Lafayette's horses and were drawing his carriage heard the firing and cries of aux armes, and the fusillade which increased on all sides. They were tired of remaining inactive. The person sitting on the back seat leant forward towards the person on the seat opposite. "An idea," he said. "What is it?" "Suppose we fling General Lafayette into the river and say that Louis-Philippe has drowned him." The youths began to laugh. Fortunately, it was merely a joke. That evening at Lafitte's, the noble old man related the anecdote to me. Ah, he said. After all, it was not a bad idea, and I do not know whether I should have had the courage to oppose it, supposing they had tried to put it into execution. To this state, then, had Paris reached when we appeared at the Barrière de Bercy, and when the populace on guard informed us that Louis-Philippe was at his last gasp and that the Republic was proclaimed. We went along the Boulevard Contrescarpe in hot haste. At the Place de la Bastille we found the 12th light who let us pass. The boulevards were nearly deserted. When we got to the Rue de Menilmontant I saw a barricade. It was guarded by a single artilleryman. I went up to him and recognized Setchen, rifle on shoulder, the same rifle of which I have already spoken in connection with the famous night at the Louvre. I stopped. I knew nothing positively, so I asked him for news and begged him to explain why he was alone. The rest were famished with hunger and were eating a hasty meal in Bastide's woodshed. They must run at the first sound of firing. I learnt from Setchen what had passed in the Boulevard Bourdon and I went on my way. My two companions of the route rushed down the Rue de Bondy. I followed the boulevard. It was intersected at the top of the street, and the Faubourg Saint-Martin by a detachment of the line. The men were drawn up in 3 rows. I was asking myself how I could go through that triple line alone, in my hostile uniform, when I discovered among the ranks an old battery comrade. True, I nearly fought a duel with him at the time over a difference of opinion. He was dressed in a round jacket, a policeman's helmet, and a pair of the buttoned knickerbockers called charivaris. He had a double-barreled gun in his hand, and had joined the troops as an amateur. Having recognized him, I thought I might feel easy and continued to advance, making signs with my hand. He lowered his gun. I thought he had recognized me, and was joking or wanted to frighten me, so I still went forward. Suddenly he disappeared in a cloud of fire and smoke, and a bullet whistled in my ears. I saw things were serious. I was by the Café de la Porte Saint-Martin. I wanted to run into the theatre passage, but it was closed. I thrust the door of the theatre open with one kick. The 4th or 5th performance of La Tour de Nesle was put up on the bills. I ran to the property stores. I came across Harold on the stage. He tore his hair at seeing his successful run interrupted. As he perceived that I was turning away from him, he said, "Where are you going?" "To the property stores." "What do you want there?" "Have you such a thing as a rifle?" "Pardieu, I have 100. You know very well we have just been playing. That is to say, unfortunately not I but Crosmer, Napoleon Escambron." "All right, I want a rifle." "What for?" "To return one of my friends a bullet he has just sent at me. Only I hope to be more adroit than he was." "Oh, my friend," exclaimed Harold, "you are going to get the theatre burnt down," and he placed himself in front of the door leading to the property stores. "Pardon, my friend," I said to him, "I will give up the rifles as they are yours, but give me the pistols that I presented for the second representation of Richard. Not only are they valuable ones, but also they were a present." "Hide the pistols," cried Harold to the man who had charge of the properties. They hid them so well that I never saw them again. Furious, I went up to the second story. Through the small windows of the theatre, forming a long square, I could see all that was happening on the boulevard. The soldiers were still at their post, and my friend, the man with the double-barreled gun, policeman's helmet and charivari, was with them yet. I was mad that I had not even the smallest pea-shooter. Whilst I was looking through this aperture, so narrow that it permitted me to see without being seen, an act of great signification was taking place opposite the theatre. A dragoon rushed up at full speed, bringing an order. A child was hidden behind a tree on the boulevard with a stone in his hand. Just as the dragoon passed by, the child hurled the stone and it struck the soldier's helmet. The dragoon hesitated but did not stop to pursue the child and went his way at full gallop. But a woman, the child's mother probably, came out stealthily behind him, seized him by the collar and gave him a good hiding. I lowered my head. "The women are not with us this time," I said. "We are lost." At that moment I heard Harold calling me in a pitiful voice. I went down. By the door which I had burst open in order to get into the theatre, a score of men had entered and were demanding arms. They too had bethought themselves of Napoleon Escambron. Harold already saw his theatre being pillaged from top to bottom and called me to help him, relying on my name already popular and upon my uniform as an artilleryman. I went and faced the crowd, which stopped when it caught sight of me. "Friends," I said to them, "you are honest men." One of them recognized me. "Stop," he said, "it is M. Dumas, the commissioner of the artillerymen." "Precisely, so you see we can understand one another." "Why, yes, since you are on our side." "Then listen to me, I beg." "We will." "You do not want to ruin a man who is of your own opinions, an exile of 1815, a prefect of the empire." We only want arms." "Very well then, M. Harold, the manager, was prefect during the 100 Days, and was exiled by the Bourbons in 1815. Then vive M. Harold, let him give us his rifles and put himself at our head." A manager of a theatre is not master of his opinions, he is dependent on the government. If he will let us take his rifles, we will not ask anything further from him. Be patient and we shall have them, but I will give them to you. Bravo. How many of you are there? About a score. Here'll have 20 rifles brought out, my friend. Then, turning towards the good fellows, I said, You must understand clearly that it is I, Alexandre Dumas, who lend you these guns. Those who get killed I will not bother, but those who survive shall bring back their arms. Is that agreed to? On our word of honor. Here are 20 rifles. Thanks. That is not all, you must write upon the doors, no arms left. Who has got any chalk? I will call the head carpenter, Darnault a piece of chalk. Here it is. Go and write, I said to my men. And one of them, rifle in hand in sight of the detachment of the line, went and wrote on the 3 doors of the theatre, no arms left, and signed it. Then the 20 men shook hands with me and went away shouting, Vive la République, and flourishing their rifles. Now, I said to Darnault, barricade the door. Upon my word, said Harrel, the theatre is your own from this moment, my dear friend, and you can do what you please in it. You have saved it. Let us go and see Georges, and tell her she and the theatre are saved. We went upstairs. Georges was nearly dead with fright. On seeing me enter, dressed as an artilleryman, she cried aloud, Are you going out in that costume? Of course. But you will be killed before you reach the Faubourg Poissonnière. Well, that is quite possible, and if my friend G. de B. had not taken such bad aim, it would already have happened. Harrel, lend him some clothes. Ah, yes, why not, Tom? Well, at any rate, send for some of your own. I will not let you go out in that wretched uniform. Well, we will see. Harrel called Darnault. Darnault, have you any of your men here? Yes, I think so, said Darnault. There is Guérin. Send him to fetch some clothes from Dumas. Give me a note, said Darnault to me. Lend me your pencil. I wrote a few pencil lines on a scrap of paper and he ran off. A quarter of an hour later, Guérin returned safely. For that matter, the road was perfectly cleared. I rapidly dressed myself in my ordinary clothes and put my uniform under the care of Darnault, not wishing to entrust it to Georges, who would certainly have had it burnt, and I reached M. Laffitte's house by the Faubourg Saint-Martin, the Passage de l'Industrie, the Rue d'Enghien and the Rue Berger. I did not get there till 7 in the evening. Lafayette came to it by the boulevard. It was here he related to me the anecdote about the river. We went into Laffitte's house together, which I had not entered since the month of July 1830. The news that from all sides of Paris had reached this centre of opposition, almost of insurrection, was as follows. On the right bank they were masters of the Arsenal, of La Galiote guardhouse, of that of the Château d'Eau and of the Mairie of the 8th arrondissement. The Republicans had control of the Marais. The firearms factory at Popincourt had been carried by assault, and 1,200 rifles were given up to them. They had got to the Place des Victories, and were preparing to attack the bank and the Hôtel des Postes, but the Rue Saint-Martin and its neighbouring streets was where the insurrection was concentrated, and the whole of that quarter was busy transforming itself into an impregnable fortress. The troop, still very disturbed by the events of 1830, did not know with whom it ought to side. Should it stand by the government, or should it turn to the people? 1830 pointed to the latter course. With regard to the National Guard, the appearance of the man with the red flag had flung it into a state of consternation. It saw nothing in the insurrection of 5 June and the shouts of Vive la République, but a return to the terror. It rallied rather for defence than for attack, and it was said that a whole battalion, massed on the Pont Notre Dame, had opened way to let 8 insurgents pass through. So the government, aware that the troops would do nothing except in concert with the Garde Nationale, had concentrated the control of all the military forces in the capital in the hands of Marshal Lobau. It was at this moment, when all this news was being bandied about, that we entered M. Laffitte's salon. The sight of General Lafayette produced an outcry, and people rose and went up to him. Well, General, they all called from all quarters, what have you been doing? Messieurs, he said, brave young fellows came to my house and appealed to my patriotism. What did you say to them? I replied, "The more riddled with holes the flag is, the more glorious it is. Find a spot for me where a chair can be put, and I will sit in it and get myself killed there." The deputies gathered at Lafitte's looked at one another. "Now, messieurs," said Laffitte to them, with that sweet smile which never left him, even in times of greatest danger, "what do you say to that?" "What did Marechal Clausel say?" asked a voice. "I can tell you," replied Savary, who had just entered and had heard the question. "I have just come from him." "Oh." I urged him to join us, and he replied, "I will join you if you are sure of a regiment." Monsieur," I said to him, "if we had a regiment we should have no need of you," whereupon I left him. "Messieurs," said Laffitte, "if we are going to throw ourselves into the insurrection, there is no time to lose. We must instantly proclaim the deposition of the king, and appoint a provisional government, so that Paris may wake up tomorrow to find a proclamation on all the walls." "Will you sign it, General?" continued Laffitte, addressing himself to Lafayette. "Yes," Lafayette replied simply. "I will too," said Laffitte. "We must have a third." The general and the banker looked round, nobody offered. "Ah, if only Arago were here," said Laffitte. "You know that you can count upon him," I hazarded. "He will not deny you. I have just left his brother, who is in the very thick of the insurrection." "We can risk our own heads," said Laffitte, "but not those of our friends." "Was it not done in 1830 for the Comte de Choiseul?" "Yes, but the situation is more serious than in 1830. "It is the same," I ventured to say. "Excuse me, in 1830 we had the Duc d'Orléans with us." "Behind us." "Still, he was there, and the proof of it is that today he is king." "If he is the king, General Lafayette will recollect that it was no fault of ours." Yes, wisdom lay in the young heads. I saw nothing was going to be done in this direction, and that the night would be spent in discussion. I went out. This was the easier to manage, as I was a personage of but little importance, and probably no one noticed my absence. It was my intention to go either to the National or to Ambert, but when I regained the boulevard, I learnt that they were fighting in the Rue du Croissant. I had no arms. Furthermore, I could scarcely stand, for I was consumed with fever. I took a cab and drove home. I fainted as I was going upstairs, and they found me unconscious halfway up between the first and second landing. Whilst I was being discovered on my staircase, and being undressed and put to bed, the insurrection pursued its course. Let us follow it behind the scenes at the barricade of the Rue Sainte-Mary. We had left Setchen guarding the barricade in the Rue de Ménilmontant by himself. As soon as his comrades had done their meal, they rejoined him. At 9 o'clock in the evening they had not yet been disturbed. The more advanced positions of the troops did not exceed the Rue de Clery. There was a great perturbation at the headquarters, where a certain number of generals and ministers had collected. Marechal Soult, by virtue of his age and experience, found himself the natural president of this gathering. But he was perhaps the most undecided amongst them all. He remembered July 1830, and the anathemas attached to the name of the Duc de Ragueus. One general proposed to give the troops the order to withdraw, to draw them up on the Champ de Mars, and from thence to re-enter Paris sword in hand. This strange strategical idea might have been adopted, but the prefect of police, M. Gisquet, opposed it with all his might. The collision, it will be remembered, had started upon an order of his given to the dragoons, and during the 3 days the struggle lasted, he was more earnest in the fight and bolder in making extreme proposals than the boldest of the generals. The discussion went on until they were obliged to act. The danger assumed formidable proportions. The insurgents had successively carried the positions at the Bastille, La Lingerie, Blancs-Manteaux, and the Marquis Saint-Martin, and repulsed the municipal guard with great losses. At 8 at night the news arrived at headquarters that a barricade had just been constructed by the little bridge of El Hoteldia, that the municipal guard, forced to beat a retreat, had surrendered the Quai aux Fleurs to them, that they had completely surrounded the prefecture of police. Next, they issued orders to recall the troops into the town. A battalion of the 12th Light left Saint-Denis at the same time as the 14th came up from Courbevoie. The battery of the École Militaire had been summoned to the Carrousel. A battalion of the 3rd Light and a detachment of the 6th Legion cleared the Boulevard de la Madeleine. At the Saint-Martin Gate, 2 squadrons of carabineers were stationed opposite the theatre, and General Schramm had taken up his position with 4 companies at the top of the Ambigue. At 6 o'clock p.m. only, and after repeated charges, the dragoons succeeded in making themselves masters of the Place des Victoires, and it was in the presence of M. de Lemit and passing through a double hedge of the National Guard that the runners set off. About 9:15 p.m., Etienne Arago commanded in the uniform of an artillery lieutenant, a night patrol of a score of men, completely armed, amongst whom were Bernard de Rents, Fils Thomas and Ambert. It joined forces with Bastide, Dussart, Peshu de Herbenville and Sechen. The barricade behind which I had seen Sechen alone with his rifle then numbered nearly 40 defenders. They spent the night making fortifications. M. Thiers had arrived about the same hour at the headquarters. He had seen the fire nearby. By chance, he dined that day at the Rocher de Cancale with Mignet and Haubersaert. They had been surrounded for a moment by the insurgents, who were concentrated in the environs of the Cloitre Saint Mary, and had not the faintest idea that 3 of the hottest partisans for Louis-Philippe were near to them. M. Thiers had recounted so many battles in his Histoire de la Révolution that he was something of a general himself. Arrived at the Place du Carrousel, he made his staff out of Beranger, Carrotry, Madier de Montchau and Voisin de Gartempe, who were there, and distributed cartridges whilst telling the deputies who were so inclined to come and join him where he was. Only 9 answered to the invitation. They knew the king was to come, and waited for him with great impatience. They would know what he would do by the expression of his face. The king arrived, calm and even smiling. As we have said with reference to the manner in which he possessed himself of the throne, he was by no means audacious, but he had great courage. It was only then that the defence was organised. The insurrection was really situated at the heart of Paris. The Rue Saint-Martin was occupied by 2 barricades, one to the north at the top of the Rue Maubuée, the other to the south, powerfully fortified, almost impregnable at the top of the Rue Saint-Mary. In the space between these 2 barricades, a house had been selected by the insurgents for use both as fortress and general quarters and ambulance. It was number 30. The position had been chosen by almost as clever a strategist as M. Thiers. It looked on the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher. Consequently, if people came along by that street, they fell under a 4-fold fire. If they attacked in the rear, they had to deal with the men on the barricades. A man named Jean, wearing the July decoration, who had earned a 2-fold celebrity by his courage in the conflict and his steadfastness before the judges, commanded this dangerous post. 2 or 3 old soldiers were making bullets with lead torn from the gutters. Children went and tore down the advertisements from the walls and brought them to make wads. We will presently publish the narrative of one of the children in its simplicity. Suddenly someone came to tell the Republicans, half of whom were without arms, that in the courtyard of that very house, number 30, an armourer's shop was to be found. This was marvellous news indeed. The shop was open, and without disorder or confusion, all the rifles it contained were distributed, and all the powder was portioned out in equal measures. The distribution was just completed when several shots were heard and the cry, "To arms!" This is what had happened. A column of the National Guard, which was reconnoitring in the Rue Saint-Martin, had come to give help to the barricade. "Qui vive?" cried the sentinel. "Friends," the commander of the column hastened to reply. "Are you Republicans?" "Yes, and we have come to help you." "Vive la République!" the defenders of the barricade shouted in chorus. A friend of mine, called Rossignol, could not resist the pleasure of being the first to shake hands with his co-religionists. He leapt over the barricade and went towards the National Guards shouting, "You are welcome," but at the same instant a cry went forth from the ranks of the National Guard. "Ah, brigands, we have got you at last." "Fire, friends," cried Rossignol, "they are Philippists," and a discharge was fired from inside the barricade, killing 5 men of the National Guard. It was the counterpart of "A moi d'Auvergne, c'est l'ennemi." Only, more luckily than the Chevalier d'Asses, Rossignol re-entered the barricade safe and sound through a hailstorm of bullets. After a terrible struggle, and after returning to the charge 3 times, the National Guard was repulsed, and old men who had left off making their bullet casts, children who had stopped making wads to take up arms, laid their guns down and resumed their task. A lad of 12 had been wounded in the head by the first discharge. Jean could not make him leave the barricade, either in his capacity as leader or as a friend. The National Guard went away and left their dead and wounded, but as soon as the field of battle was cleared, Jean and his men cleared the barricade and picked up the wounded, whom they carried to their ambulances. A medical student who was one of the insurgents dressed their wounds, aided by 2 women. About 100 yards from the barricade of the Rue Saint-Mary, one was erected in the Passage du Saumon, which had its sentinels spread out all along the Rue Montmartre. At 8 at night, Maître Lobau gave orders to take it, no matter at what cost. He meant by daybreak the next day to clear the Rue Montmartre. They fought all night long. Those who guarded the barricade made this oath over the bodies of the comrades who had fallen. We will either go out conquerors or be carried away dead. The ground floor or entresol of a café which no longer exists was used as an ambulance, whilst, from the windows of the first and second stories, from time to time, there rained into an extended sheet cartridges thrown by unknown hands. There were only 20 defenders of the barricade when, after a fight lasting 9 hours, the soldiers at last cleared the barricade. They found 8 dead men lying on the pavement, 7 wounded and disabled lying on beds on the ground floor of the café, and a pupil of the École Polytechnique dying on the billiard table. The 4 other insurgents had succeeded in escaping. On the morning of the 6th, the insurrection had receded and concentrated itself in 2 quarters, on the Place de la Bastille, and at the entrance to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and in the Rues Saint-Martin, Saint-Mary, Aubry-le-Boucher, Planchemibray and Arcis. The government united its whole efforts to carry these last positions. From the next day the Place de la Concorde was crowded with artillery. 2 battalions hurried from St. Cloud, and 3 regiments of cavalry entered Paris from Versailles, drawing their guns with them. As to the barricade in the Rue de Ménilmontant, it held out until daybreak, but as it was too exposed on all sides, it could not hold out longer. Those who guarded it took refuge with Bastide and Thomas, and escaped by a little window that looked out on a small street. At 4 o'clock in the morning it was rumoured that everything had quietened down. After a feverish night I got up to find out the news, but not being able to walk I took a carriage. I drove to the Rue des Pyramids. I hoped to see Arago there and learn the news from him, but neither he nor Bernard, Fils of Rents, had returned. Bernard of Rents and his charming daughters, whom I have not seen again I believe since that day, were very anxious, but whilst I was there a vigorous ringing of the bell announced with certainty some news either good or bad. They ran to the door and uttered a cry of joy. The father had his son back again, and the sisters beheld their brother again. I left the excellent family fondling their prodigal child, and went upstairs to Arago's rooms. He had taken off his artillery uniform. "What barricade have you been behind all night?" he asked me, when he saw I was as pale as death. "In my bed, unluckily, and you?" He related the story of the barricade in the Rue de Ménilmontant. "Is that all you know?" I asked. "What more do you think I know? I left my rifle, but come to the National with me where we shall find news." We went down, and on the stairs we met Charles Test, who was going to Bernard de Rents. "Ah, there you are, deserter," he said to Arago. "How a deserter?" exclaimed the latter. "I have just come from fighting." "It is just that I mean, but there are various ways of deserting. You were the mayor, and your place was not behind a barricade but at your own offices. When one is the head, one must not make oneself a branch." Parbleu, I too would have liked to take up my gun. It would not have been a very wicked thing to do, but I said to myself, "Stay, Charles. You are the head, and you must not take the part of an arm too." To those who knew Charles Test, these words summed up the man himself in the one word, duty. We reached the National. It was very difficult to get into the offices as they were very crowded. There we learned of the dispersion of the barricade au Saumon, but at the same time we also learned that the one in the Rue Saint-Mary still held its ground. Latouche entered at this moment in great perturbation. "It is all over," he said. "What, quite over?" "Yes, quite." "Have you come from it?" "No, but I have just met someone who has." "Good," said Arago, "there is hope left yet. Who will come with me?" I yearned to go, but I could scarcely walk. A capital young fellow, a friend of ours, Howelt, wearing the July decoration, whom I still come across from time to time, came forward. "Go to Lafitte's," Arago said to me, "and tell Francois if he is there that I have gone to find out the news." I went to Lafitte's. The whole gathering was in a frightful state of confusion. They proposed to send a deputation to Louis-Philippe to protest against the revolt of the previous day, but let it be said that the proposition was rejected with horror and scorn. I recollect a saying of Briar's which was superb in its indignation. His son, a pupil at the École Polytechnique, was among the insurgents. Lafayette also refused to take a step towards the king. "Why this aversion?" cried a voice. "Is not the Duc d'Orléans the best of republicans?" "Ah, as the opportunity presents itself of denying the proposal erroneously attributed to me," exclaimed the noble old man, "I deny it." Finally, they appointed 3 representatives, not to make apologies in the name of the insurrection, but to implore the clemency of the king in favor of those who were still held. These three representatives were Francois Arago, Maître Clausel and Laffitte. Clausel declined, and Odelin Barrett was substituted. We other young men had not been able to get into the committee room, but I had met Savary in the courtyard. Savary, a member of the Institut, the great geometrician and physicist and astronomer and scientist of means, of whom death has since deprived his country before he had lived half an ordinary life. We were very harmonious in opinions, and as our republic was not one shared by everybody, we at once seized upon one another to thresh out our ideas of a utopia. So we had met and thus were occupied whilst waiting there together. Arago came out first and we ran to him. Louis Blanc, who in his capital Histoire de Dix-Ans has not let a single detail of that great period escape unnoticed, mentions our interview in these terms. As M. Arago came out, he met Savary and Alexandre Dumas in the courtyard, a savant and a poet, both very excited. They had no sooner learnt what had passed at M. Laffitte's than they broke into passionate and bitter speech, saying that Paris had only waited for one signal to rise in revolt, and that the deputies who were so ready to disclaim the efforts of the people were grossly culpable towards their country. "But is not everything at an end now?" asked Francois Arago. "No," said a man of the people who was present, listening to our conversation. "They are waiting for the tocsin from the Church of St. Mary, for so long as a sick man's death rattle can be heard he is alive." I was struck with the expression, and, as will be seen, I did not forget it. Chapter 7. Inside the barricade St. Mary, according to a Parisian child's account, General Thibaut Sebastiani, Louis-Philippe during the insurrection M. Guizot, Francois Arago, Laffitte and Odelin Barrett at the Tuileries, the last argument of kings, Etienne Arago and Howelt, denunciation against me M. Binet's report. Whilst M. Laffitte, Francois Arago and Odelin Barrett were on their way to see the king, let us see what was going on behind the St. Mary barricade. One of those strokes of good luck which at times happens to us enables us to take the reader behind the scenes. A child of 14 who was there, and who has since become a very distinguished man, sent me the following details 3 years after the cessation of the insurrection, written in his own hand, which I will reproduce in all its native simplicity. After a lapse of 19 years I have discovered the paper creased and the ink turned yellow, but the story exact and faithful. The barricade St. Mary. On the morning of 5 June 1832, my father sent me on an errand along the Boulevard du Temple. It was the day of the funeral of the famous General Lamarck, and there were large crowds in the Place de la Bastille and along the boulevards. Like the true child of Paris that I am, eager to know everything, I stopped at each crowd. They were talking hotly about politics. Several persons were so exasperated that they broke the little trees newly planted in place of those which had been sawed down in 1830 to make the barricades. "We are well aware," they said, "that they will not be of much use against rifles and cannons, but they are first-rate against spies and policemen." There was nothing for it but for me to play truant. Instead, then, of returning home promptly, urged on by my insatiable curiosity, I soon reached the Porte Saint-Martin. Then I caught sight of General Lamarck's procession in the distance. The hearse came on slowly and stopped from time to time. I was surprised to see so few troops at a general's funeral cortege. There were at the most only enough soldiers to keep some order during the march. At my age one judges the magnificence of a funeral procession by the number of troops which accompany it. And as a few weeks before I had seen at Casimir Peria's splendid cortege long and wide columns of soldiers marching on both sides of the carriage, I was at first astonished that they did not pay the same military honours to a general as to a banker. There were no soldiers, but an immense crowd flooded the boulevards, pushing and squeezing to get near the hearse. People were attached to it and drew the catafalque, shouting from time to time, "Honour to General Lamarck." That cry went all through me each time I heard it. They were quarrelling to get hands on the ropes. Every one wanted the honour of drawing the precious burden. It was then, for the first time, that I heard men call each other by the name of citizens. Every face was stamped with an indefinable electrical enthusiasm, which was communicated through the whole of the crowd. A strong emotional feeling, which was neither of grief nor of reflection, lit up every face. I was only 14 then, and I felt the enthusiasm to the bottom of my heart, and an emotion which no language could possibly express. "Bah," I said, "my father will scold me, but never mind that. I must pull that rope. Some day, if I have any children, I will tell them. I too helped to draw General Lamarck's hearse. Just as my grandfather is always telling us, I too belong to the Federation." Hardly had I hold of the rope, and that was not in a hurry, I can tell you, when they stood in file, and I realized that the number of soldiers more or less had nothing to do with the matter, but that it was worth more to be a general of one's country than a minister of Louis Philippe. At the end of 100 yards I had to give up my place to others. They would have killed me, I believe, to take the rope from me, so I let go and planted myself in front of one of the hedges, which the people formed all along the boulevard. But I was violently pushed by the surging of the crowd against a dragoon's horse, and I had one of my big toes nearly broken. It was horribly painful, but upon my word it seemed as though enthusiasm could give me courage to bear the pain, if not actually make me forget it, for hopping along I followed the cortege as far as the place d'Austerlitz. The vast crowds which were gathering there became more and more menacing. A man with a long beard was haranguing the citizens. He held a red flag and wore a Phrygian cap. They were discussing preparations for a fight. I listened to it all without understanding much of what it meant. Suddenly a squadron of cavalry rushed full tilt at the people in a terrible charge. Several shots were fired at the same time. Although wounded in the foot, as I have said, I did not stay to be the last on the square. As I was running away, I recognized a friend of mine called Auguste. "Where are you going?" I asked him. "With the Republicans, of course," he replied. "What to do?" "To attack all the guardhouses at the barriers. Are you coming?" "Rather, yes," and I went. A few of the guardhouses made resistance, but nearly all surrendered without firing. I had no arms, to my disgust. Fortunately, during the attack on one of the positions, a young man, well dressed and with refined manners, fired a pistol. It was overloaded. The butt end went one way and the muzzle another, and the young man fell backwards. I leapt upon the muzzle, picked it up and put it in my pocket, intending to cock it on the sly. "Good, the Republicans have artillery," said Auguste. Meanwhile the young man of the pistol picked himself up. He was hurt in the hand, and blood was flowing copiously. "Where is there a piece of rag?" he said. "Who has a bit of linen?" A boy in a blouse tore his shirt, and gave strips of it to the injured man, who kissed him. "How funny it is," I said to Auguste. "I have never cried at a play, and yet I am crying now." In less than 3 hours, all the guardhouses were taken and disarmed on the Place de la Bastille. At that moment, I thought seriously of going back to my father, but 2 artillerymen of the National Guard asked me if I would do them a kindness. I agreed, of course. They told me to go to the top of the Faubourg Saint-Jacques to tell their mother, Madame Ormin, that her sons were all right, that they would probably return home a little later, but that meantime she must not be uneasy. I went with Auguste, looking upon it as a sacred duty to give a mother news of her children, and forgetting that my own mother might be just as uneasy as the mother to whom I was going. I should also add that, fearing my father's anger, I delayed as long as I could the moment for returning. We found Madame Ormin at the address given. The lady asked us eagerly how long it was since we had left her sons, and where we had left them. Then she put a host of questions to us about the events of the day. She seemed to take the greatest interest in the success of the Republicans. A rather tall girl of exquisite beauty, probably the sister of the 2 artillerymen, was there, listening and questioning. Delighted with the importance bestowed on us by our errand, Auguste and I bragged like true children of Paris. When the ladies had learned all they wished to know, and they took over an hour in doing so, they urged us to return to our respective parents promptly. In spite of our fears of being severely scolded on our return, we decided to follow their advice and left Madame Ormin, resolved not to stay on our way. Unfortunately, the traffic was stopped. When we reached the bridges, no use. It was impossible to go over. Then we retreated under a doorway with other individuals, similarly stopped short. But the concierge turned us out at 11 o'clock. Not being able to cross the river and afraid of being taken up by the patrols, we returned to Madame Ormin, who received us as a mother would her own children, and we improvised a bed in the dining room. Next day at 4 in the morning Madame Ormin woke us and told us to go quickly home so as not to leave our mothers in anxiety any longer. It was easy to say, "Go home," but to return from the Faubourg Saint-Jacques to the Faubourg Saint-Anton, you must pass the Hôtel de Ville. More than 2,000 men were stationed on the Place de Grève. There was no way of passing through, and we stopped for 2 or 3 hours to watch the soldiers going and coming. Every moment big detachments were arriving, and succeeding one another all along the quays. About 7, an officer ran up scared and shouted to arms. Then, all inquisitive people rushed towards the Rue des Arcis. We ran in common with everyone else to see what was going on in that district. A strong barricade was supported on one side against the corner of the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher, and on the other, against number 30 Rue Saint-Martin. They could see well enough that Auguste and I were not enemies, so the Republicans allowed us to pass the barricade. At some distance from the first there was a second at the top of the Rue Maubuée. In the intervening space were 60 armed men. Old men and children were making cartridges. Women were dealing out lint. Over each barricade a red flag floated. One citizen held it up in his left hand, whilst brandishing a sword in his right. One of two men shouted out to the soldiers, "Come on, you sluggards, we are waiting for you." A detachment of soldiers appeared in the Rue des Arcis at that moment. A young girl whose lover was among the insurgents and who stood watching from a window, saw them before anybody else did and cried, "To arms!" At the cry of "To arms!" uttered by the girl, the Republicans took their places and prepared to repulse the soldiers. The standard-bearers remained motionless on their barricades, ready to sustain the fire. It did not keep them waiting long, and a standard-bearer fell dead. The place was not long vacant. Another sprang on the barricade, re-erected the flag, and 10 minutes later also fell. But it seemed they had agreed to see to it that the red flag should still stand, for a third Republican took the place of the second, and again the flag floated. The third was killed like the two others. A fourth took his place and fell near the three others. Then a fifth. The sixth was a working man, a house painter. He seemed to be protected by a charm. For more than an hour he waved the flag, shouting, "Vive la République!" At last, at the end of an hour, he slowly got down and leant near the door of the house number, against which Auguste and I were standing. Then he fell heavily, heaving a sigh. He had said nothing, but he had been hit close to the heart. His brother, who saw him fall, dropped his gun for an instant to come and look after him. But seeing he was nearly dead, and sure that his efforts would be useless, he kissed him repeatedly, took up his rifle again, climbed up on the barricade, and slowly took aim each time that he fired, shouting, "Vive la République!" Each time the 60 men who defended the barricade repeated the same cry, and the cry of 60 men, surrounded by 20,000 soldiers, made the throne of Louis-Philippe totter. Finally, both the soldiers and the National Guard at the outskirts of the city were forced to beat a retreat, after 3 hours' struggle. Meanwhile, Auguste and I, who had not been able to fight, climbed onto the railings of the shop of a wine merchant, and shouted with all the strength of our lungs, "A bars Louis-Philippe." The truce was not for long. In an hour's time, soldiers and National Guards returned to the charge. Then the fight began again. Meanwhile, Auguste and I returned to our doorway, and at times we made lint while at others we cast bullets. I often put my head out of the alley to see what was going on when the firing was hottest. Then Auguste dragged me back with all his might. "Come, look here, do you want to get killed?" he cried. Then he would look out in his turn, and it became my turn to grab hold of him. Once, when I had pulled him back more roughly than was permissible, he was angry, and whilst the people outside were fighting with guns, we fought with our fists. We were both in the right. Death was speedy, and the whistling of the bullets so continuous that it sounded like the noise of the wind through a badly fitting door. No one had yet eaten anything from morning until 3 in the afternoon. At 3, a distribution of brown bread was announced from the house opposite that where we were hiding. Then we ran across the street to fetch our rations in the thick of the bullets. We were just about to bite into our loaves as quickly as possible, when suddenly we heard the cry, "We are lost!" Then we saw that, whilst the defenders of the barricade still kept possession of it, a dozen people as curious as ourselves rushed into the house to seek hiding places. Auguste and I, who were there already, took the lead, and climbing the stairs 4 at a time, soon reached the attic. There was a way out of the attic through a narrow dormer window, and a man sat astride the roof, holding a strong arm to those who wished to cross to the other side, and who were not afraid of attempting that aerial route. Auguste and I did not hesitate for one moment. From roof to roof we gained a window, and found ourselves inside the garrets of another house. The inhabitants of the attic helped us to enter, to the great anguish of the landlord, who shouted on the staircase, "Be off with you, you scamps, you will burn my house down." But, as you may well imagine, nobody took any notice of the landlord. All installed themselves as best they could. Things were much worse when he saw 2 or 3 combatants, black with powder, arrive in their turn, rifles in hand. "At least fling away your weapons," he cried, tearing his hair. "Throw our rifles away," replied the fighters. "Never." "But what do you mean to do?" "To defend ourselves unto death." And as they had no more bullets but some powder left, they tore the rods from the curtains and slipped them up the muzzles of their guns. As for us who had no arms, and whom the struggle had not transported to such a degree of heroic exaltation as this, we went down to the cellars, which were full of packing cases and vegetables, and we hid ourselves as well as we could. A dozen people descended after us, and also hid themselves to the best of their ability. On the cellar stairs, several Republicans planted themselves, standing ready to defend themselves to the last extremity. At that moment we heard the roar of cannon, which shook the house to its base. The paving stones of the barricade flew into splinters and rebounded on the pavement. Then only was it that I realized the extent of the danger we were running. My first idea was that the house was going to fall, and that we should be buried under its ruins. Then I sank on my knees and, weeping, said all the prayers I could remember. I asked my father and mother's forgiveness for having disobeyed them, and for having left them in trouble. I fervently called upon God, and beat my breast with all my might. August showed less despair, and waited death with more courage than I. From time to time, we pressed one another tightly in our arms. During one of these embraces he noticed that I still had the barrel of the pistol in my pocket, and he made me throw it to a corner of the yard. Several voices shouted, "Shoot him if he will not speak." It was the concierge that was being threatened thus because he refused to tell where we were hidden. 5 minutes later the door of the cellar was violently broken in, and 3 or 4 soldiers sprang on the stairs. Some shots exploded, which lit up the cellar strangely and filled it with smoke. Then, whilst other voices shouted, "Lights!" 30 to 40 soldiers rushed into the cellar. From that moment I saw no more. I only heard cries of pain, a clashing of steel, and I felt a hand take me by the neck and shake me violently. Then the hand lifted me 2 feet from the ground and flung me against the wall. I fell in a faint on the bottom of the cellar steps. Yet from the depths of my unconsciousness, whilst unable to shake myself free from it, I felt those who went up and down the cellar steps pass over my body. At last I succeeded in rousing myself by a violent effort of will. I first got up on one knee with my head bent as though it were so heavy that I could not hold it. Then at last, by the assistance of the wall, I got onto my feet. At that moment an officer caught sight of me and sprang at me, kicking and cuffing me. "What?" he exclaimed, "are there even street urchins here?" At the same time a soldier gave me a blow with the butt end of his gun. This flung me against the wall, and instinctively I put up my hands, otherwise my skull would have been broken. August, who followed me, was more lucky. Whilst they were mauling me, he slipped rapidly up the stairs and escaped a portion of the ill treatment that those met with who were found in the cellar. At last, with hard cuffs, they made me go up into the yard, and like all the other prisoners, I was kept in sight under the carriage gateway of number 5. Our guard was made up of a sergeant and 2 soldiers. I had been crying so long and been so badly handled that I could scarcely stand on my legs, so in a few minutes I felt I was going to faint again. I held out my arms and called for help. The sergeant sprang forward and caught me. Whilst I was fainting, I did not hear plainly what the good man was saying. I gathered, however, that he was sorry for me and gave me into the soldier's care. That brought me back to my senses in a few minutes, and I opened my eyes again. Then I told him how I came to be there, and the circumstances which had brought August and me to this. My story bore the stamp of such truthfulness that he was touched, and promised he would do us no harm. We remained over half an hour under this doorway, and during that time I was present at all the atrocities which could be committed during a civil war. The victorious soldiers, irritated by their losses, wanted to shed blood in compensation for shed blood. They fired on everybody without troubling whether they were Republicans or inoffensive citizens. From time to time a dull thud was heard. We did not even seek to ascertain the causes of the noise. It was the wounded being pitched out of the windows, and as they fell they slid down the roofs and fell on the pavement. They brought a Republican, taken with arms in his hand, opposite the door and crushed him with blows from the butt end of their guns, spitting him with bayonet thrusts. "Wretches," he cried, "respect the conquered and prisoners, or give me some sort of weapon and let me defend myself." They loosed him, knocked him over with their rifle butts and shot him point blank. Oh, monsieur, I swear that, when a child of 14 sees such things, he prays to God all his life he may not see them again. In number 30 on the 3rd floor, some soldiers seized a wounded man by his legs and arms and threatened to throw him out of the window. His body was already half in space and about to be flung on the pavement, when other soldiers below, who were firing on the roofs and through the windows, were horrified at this action, and threatened to fire on their comrades. The man was not thrown down, but was he saved for all that? I have no idea. Soon the sergeant with whom I had made friends received orders to take us to the guardhouse des Innocents. We went through the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher and by the front of the markets. As it rained at the time, a great number of soldiers stood under the arcades. As we passed they reviled us, shouting to their comrades, "Knock the ruffians down, kill them." I never took my eyes off the good and kind sergeant, and whilst a crowd of curious spectators watched us pass and the crowd made a sort of block, he made me a sign. I slipped between the 2 soldiers, August following me. The crowd made way for us and closed in after us. The soldiers let fly a big oath as though they were furious, though really at heart they were delighted. Our sergeant seemed to have endowed each of his men with some of his own kindliness of heart. I ran home without stopping and fell like a bomb into the midst of my family. My mother fainted, my father stood speechless. They had been told that I had been flung over the Pont d'Austerlitz into the Seine. They thought I had died the day before. I was very ill. My father sent me to bed and I nearly had brain fever. I am told, Monsieur Dumas, that this story will interest you, and I send it you. Ah, you whose voice is powerful, say clearly and say often. Anything rather than civil war. What the poor child said is only too true. There were terrible acts of vengeance done on that 4th June, by both the troops and the National Guard. It is a happiness to mention here the name of General Tiber Sebastiani, whose unending kindness has made us forget, and even worse than forget, the welcome his eldest brother gave us on our arrival in Paris. General Tiber Sebastiani, better than anyone, could raise the blood-stained veil which we throw over those atrocities, for he was a providence to the wounded whom they finished off slowly, and to the prisoners whom they meant to shoot. Not being able to stand, I had sat down in a chair in the Café de Paris, I think it was, and there I waited for news when all at once cries resounded of Vive le Roi, uttered by the National Guard, and the king appeared on horseback accompanied by the Minister of the Interior, for War and for Commerce. At the club in the Rue de Choiseul, he stopped and held out his hand to a group of armed National Guards. Even those who, 16 years later, were to overthrow him, uttered cries of savage joy at the honor he was paying them. He then continued on his way. When I saw him pass, calm and smiling and unconcerned about the danger he was incurring, I felt a sort of moral vertigo, and I asked myself if the man who saluted to these many cheers was not verily a man elect, and if one had the right to strike a blow at a power with which God himself, by declaring for him, seemed to side, and at each fresh attempt at assassination made against him, from which he escaped safe and sound, I put the same question to myself, and each time my conviction got the better of the doubt, and I said, no, things cannot remain as they are. The traces of this conviction will be discovered all through my works, in the epilogue to Gaulle, France, in my letter addressed from Reichenau to the Duc d'Orléans, in my visit to Arenenberg, in my articles on the death of the Duc d'Orléans. This ride seemed to open the series of attempted assassinations of Louis Philippe, for the attempt at M. Berthier de Sauvigny's cabriolet, on the Place du Carrousel, cannot seriously be regarded as an attempt on the king. On the quay not far from the Place de Grève, a young woman lay with her wounded husband's rifle to her cheek, but the weapon was too heavy and her hand too weak. The weight of the gun lowered her hand and the shot was not sent. The king returned about 2 o'clock. M. Guizot awaited him in his cabinet. The statesman and the king remained together for an hour. No one knows what was decided during that tete-a-tete, but we may be sure that M. Guizot, according to the character we know of him, would not be for conciliatory measures. As M. Guizot left by one door, an open carriage brought M. François Arago, Laffitte and Odelin Barrett. I take the following details from the lips of our famous savant himself. He reminded me of them as he leant on my arm during the walk of 26 or 27 February 1848 to the Bastille. He was then a member of the Provisional Government, which reigned for a brief space over the kingdom of Louis Philippe. An open carriage, as we said, containing Arago, Laffitte and Odelin Barrett entered the Tuileries courtyard. Scarcely had it turned the corner of the gateway when a stranger stopped the horses and ran excitedly to the window. "Do not enter," he said. "Why not?" asked Odelin Barrett. "Guizot is leaving." "Very well, what then?" "Guizot is your personal enemy, and perhaps is giving the order to arrest you at this very moment, as in the case of Cabot and Armand Carrel." The 3 commissioners thanked the unknown person, but not believing there was any danger, or at least not any imminent, they went on their way, got out of the carriage and had themselves announced to the king. The king soon gave orders for them to go in. At the moment when he was just passing through the door, M. Laffitte turned round to his 2 colleagues and whispered to them, "Let us be on our guard, gentlemen, he is going to try to make us laugh." It was a strange moment to choose for fearing such a means of controversy, but M. Laffitte boasted he knew the king better than anybody else. It was an assumption allowable to the man who had given him his popularity and sold the forest of Bretuil. The king, in fact, received the 3 deputies with a tranquil face, almost smiling. He told them to be seated, which indicated that the audience would be long, or at all events, would be as long as the gentleman wished it to be. Louis Blanc, who was informed by all three actors in that scene, has related it in full detail. I will not add anything, therefore, to it, but put it in dialogue form, which makes it perhaps more vivid. The situation was a grave one. Insurrection at Lyon, insurrection at Grenoble, insurrection in La Vendée, riots or revolution everywhere. But there remained the question as to what were the causes of these bloody troubles and terrible collisions. According to the opinion of the three deputies, it was the reaction brought about by getting farther day by day from the programme of July. The king said it was the spirit of Jacobinism, not properly extinguished under the Convention, the Directory and the Empire, which strove to revive the days of the Terror. He instanced the appearance of the man with the red flag, whom the Republicans sent back to the Rue de Jerusalem, whence he made out he had come. A conversation based on such lines between a barrister and a king threatened to be of long duration. A sinister sound which was to be heard in the streets of Paris more than once under the reign of Louis Philippe now made itself heard, and cut the conversation in half, as a blow from a scythe cuts a snake in two. "Sire, do I hear wrongly?" asked Laffitte, trembling. "Is that cannon?" "Yes, they have pushed on," said the king, "to take the monastery of Saint Mary without too great loss of life." "Sire," Laffitte continued, "you are less severe with respect to the Legitimists than towards the Republicans. In what way?" "Your Majesty employs strange dealings towards them." "Listen, Monsieur Laffitte," said the king, "I always remember the saying of Kersaint. Charles I was beheaded and his son ascended the throne, James Roman II was only exiled and his race died out on the continent." "Sire," said Arago, "we had hoped, however, that when Casimir Perier died, this system of reaction and of persecution would stop." "So," replied the king, laughing, "they attribute this system to a minister." "No, but at least we hoped it was his work." "You are mistaken, monsieur," said the king, frowning. "The system is mine. Casimir Perier was but an instrument in my hands, strong and yet pliant like steel. My will has always been, is now, and ever shall be immovable. Once only it gave way, as you very well know," added the king. "As M. de Salvandy has said, at my fête du Palais Royal we marched over a volcano, the revolution, which has spread its principles through every nation in Europe, but every nation has not an Orleans on the throne to suppress them." It was a very differently specified programme than that of the Hôtel de Ville. Then M. Arago rose. "Sire," he said, "after hearing the expression of such opinions as that, do not ever count on my cooperation." "What do you mean by that, Monsieur Arago?" "That never, under any capacity, will I serve a king who binds the hands of progress, for, in my opinion, progress is only another name for a well-conducted revolution." "Neither more nor less, sire," said Odelin Barrett. But the king, touching him on the knee, said, "Monsieur Barrett, recollect that I have not accepted your resignation." In fact, on 24 February 1848, at 7 in the morning, M. Barrett was appointed minister. True, at noon he was so no longer. The revolution, which the king boasted to have suppressed, carried him away as a hurricane carries off a dead leaf. The three deputies got up. As nothing could be done, there was nothing to be said. They were accompanied on their return to the Hôtel Laffitte by the report of cannon. We have related, or rather, a child of 14, an eyewitness, has related the end of the terrible scene. One of our friends, Etienne Arago, was among the Republicans while his brother was with the king. We saw him setting off with Howelt. The same night, thinking I was ill, he wrote to me as follows: "My dear Dumas, all is over for today at any rate. The men at the Cloitre Saint Mary fell, but as they should, like heroes. In a word, this is what we saw with our own eyes. We left, as you know, with Howelt. We went along the boulevards and down the Rue du Petit Carreau. Having gone through the zone of fire which swept the adjacent streets, we saw at the end of the Rue Aubry-le-Boucher, where number 30 Rue Saint-Martin is visible, that approach was possible. We had just arrived between two attacks. We took advantage of it to proceed as far as the barricade. It had just been deserted. All was concentrated at number 30, both attack and defence. We went to a herbalist's, and behind the bunches of herbs hung in his window, we saw the taking of number 30. The artillery arrived. Can you not imagine my state? I trembled lest my brother Victor, a captain at Vincennes, were among the artillerymen. When I meet you, I will tell you what we saw. Finally, we only left the street at 6:30. I returned to the Vaudeville, where I came across Savary. He had met you, he told me, at Laffitte's, and there you had both spoken with my brother Francois. I received word from Germain Sarrat to warn me that a warrant had been issued against me. Yours, Etienne Arago." I was not too easy on my own account. I had been seen and recognized in artillery dress by everybody on the boulevard. I had distributed arms at the Porte Saint-Martin. Finally, I knew that, in the December of the preceding year, a denunciatory epistle against me had been addressed to the king. It was a strange document. It was discovered in 1848 among Louis Philippe's papers, and fell into the hands of one of the unknown friends of whom I often speak, and for whose friendship I am grateful. That friend sent it to me. It is a report date December 1831, bearing the number 1034. I will transcribe it exactly, although I truly hold a secondary and episodic place in it. It will prove that what I say of my opinions, which are always the same, is not exaggerated. Besides, I think the moment is not very opportunely chosen to brag of being a Republican. It is an authentic report, and bears M. Bennett's signature. I need hardly say that I had not the honor of that gentleman's acquaintance. See Appendix. Book 5. Chapter 1. Le Fils de l'Émigré. I learn the news of my premature death. I am advised to take a voyage for prudence and health's sake. I choose Switzerland. Gosselin's literary opinion on that country. First effect of change of air. From Chalon to Lyon by a low train. The ascent of Cerdan. Arrival at Geneva. On the morning of 7 June, Harold came to my house. "Come," he said, "dear friend, you must lose no time. Peace is re-established. As is the case after all great upheavals, there is going to be a reaction in favor of the theaters. People must forget the cholera and the riotings. The cholera has died a natural death, the insurrection is killed, which proves that Louis Philippe is stronger than Braussis. Where have you got to in Le Fils de l'Émigré? My dear friend, 3 acts are done. Done, written out. Done and written out, but I declare to you that for the moment I am unequal to set to it again. I am broken down with fatigue, consumed with fever, and have lost all appetite. Finish Le Fils de l'Émigré and then go a journey. You will make prodigious sums of money this summer. You can very well take a little rest. Have you any money to give me? How much do you want? 1,000 francs or so, 2 perhaps, and authority to draw upon you for as much. Give me my 2 last acts, and I will give you the money and a draft. You know I think it execrable. What? Le Fils de l'Émigré. Bah, you told us the same about La Tour de Nesle. Georges is delighted with the prologue, and Provost also. All right, when you go, ask Anicet to come and see me. I will try to do my best. Anicet came to me in a quarter of an hour's time. He is a conscientious worker and an indefatigable hunter-up of things. No one could do his part more generously in a collaboration. I have already said that he brought me the plan of Teresa almost entirely done. I gave him the idea of Angel, and at the same time it was he who discovered not Muller medicine but Muller mallet de la poitrine, namely, the profoundly melancholy side of the work. The idea of Le Fils de l'Émigré was his, the execution, specially in the 3 first acts, was entirely mine. We did the 2 last acts together during 7 and June. On 9 June I read in a legitimist newspaper that I had been taken with arms upon me in the affair at the Cloître Sainte Mary, judged by court-martial during the night, and shot at 3 in the morning. They deplored the premature death of a young author of such hopeful promise. The news wore such a stamp of truth. The details of my execution that I had, by the way, borne with the greatest courage were so circumstantial. The information was derived from such a good source that, for the moment, I had my doubts and felt myself all over. For the first time the newspaper said something nice of me, but then the editor believed I was dead. I sent him my card and wrote on it, "Avec tous mes remerciements." As my messenger went out, another came in bringing a letter from Charles Nodier. It was couched in these terms. My dear Alexander, I have at this moment read in a newspaper that you were shot on 6 June at 3 in the morning. Be so good as to tell me if it will prevent you from coming to dine tomorrow at the Arsenal, with Dawsats, Taylor, Bixio, and in fact our usual friends. Your very good friend, Charles Nodier, who will be delighted at the opportunity to ask you for news of the other world. I made answer to my beloved Charles that I had just read the same news in the same paper, that I was not sure myself whether I was alive, but that, body or shade, I would be with him next day at the hour named. However, as I had not eaten much for the last 6 weeks, I added that it would be more a question of my shadow than my body. I was not dead, but distinctly very ill. Moreover, I had been warned by an aide-de-camp of the king that the possibility of my arrest had been seriously discussed. I was advised to go and spend a month or 2 abroad, then to return to Paris, and on my return no more would be said. My doctor gave me the same advice in hygiene as His Majesty's aide-de-camp gave me in politics. I had always had a great desire to visit Switzerland. It is a magnificent country, the backbone of Europe, the source of 3 great rivers which flow to the north, east and south of our continent. Further, it is a republic, and small as it was, I was not at all sorry to see a republic. Moreover, I had a notion I should be able to turn my travels to account. I went in search of Gosselin, to whom I offered to write a couple of volumes on Switzerland. Gosselin shook his head. According to him, Switzerland was a played-out country about which there was no more to write. Everybody had been there. It was in vain I told him that if everybody had been there everybody would go, and that, supposing those who had been there would not read my book, I should at all events be read by those who were going. But I could not succeed in convincing him. I therefore decided to regard the 2 or 3 months I was to spend in Switzerland as time wasted. I sent Harold the last 2 acts of the Fils de l'Emigre. He gave me the 3,000 francs promised, and I received a draft to draw upon him for another 2,000 francs. At last, provided with a proper passport, I started on the night of 21 July. As will be well understood, I have no intentions of beginning over again here my impressions de voyage. I will only tell in my memoirs what has not found a place in my first narrative. It will not be much, for frankness is one of my qualities. It has made me many enemies, but I do not thank God any the less for having given me this virtue. The reader may then make himself easy. I am going to take him as rapidly as possible over the route on which, in my impressions de voyage, I was obliged to stop at every step. The day after my departure from Paris I arrived at Auxerre. The change of air began to produce its effect upon my health. At Auxerre, seated at the table where the diligence dinner was served, I regained a little appetite. An enormous dish of crayfish drove away all my doubts. I ate, so I should not be long before I was better. I slept at Auxerre, wishful to give the good fairy we call sleep time to complete his work. The ancients called sleep the brother of death. But exact as they were in their definitions, in my opinion they are ungrateful to sleep. It is the restorer of strength, the source whence youth derives its energy and health conceals its treasury. Ah, good gentle sleep of youth, how well one feels that thou art life. Lose love, lose fortune, even hope, if only sleep comes. For the time being it will return to you all that you have lost. For the moment, I say indeed, but it is exactly by means of the sorrow you take up again, directly you open your eyes, that you understand how sweet and potent sleep is. We stopped afresh at Chalon. A friend who was there suggested to me that instead of the urban curiosities, the great cellars like catacombs, we should visit a freak of nature and a ruin made by time, the Rochignan and the Château de la Rochepart. I have described the one and told about the other. It will all be found in my impressions de voyage. The drought had interrupted the service of steamboats for some time. However, on returning to Chalon, we learnt that a boat drawing 18 inches of water only was going to attempt the voyage. We embarked next day about noon, and reached Macon indeed, but it was impossible to go further. It was too much to expect 18 inches of water of the Saône. Places in the carriages had been reserved for 3 days past. I was very simple-minded at that period. Alas, I must say I have kept that silly characteristic intact. Boatmen came seeing my predicament, and as the wind was favourable proposed to row me to Lyon in 6 hours. I allowed them 8. They deemed there was no need for such an addition of time, and that I had been too generous. Consequently we settled the fare, and they took me to a big boat in which a dozen innocents like myself were packed together. Among them were 3 or 4 who had a double right to this title, some poor babies of 5 or 6 months old, accompanied by their nurses. I made a grimace when I saw the company into which I was brought, but 6 hours are soon past. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. By 7 we should be at Lyon. But instead of starting at 1 we did not leave till 3. Our boatmen thought us too comfortable, seated on top of one another as we were, and they probably counted on putting a second row across us. Luckily they did not succeed. After 2 hours of fruitless waiting, they at last unmoored. The wind kept the promise it had made us on starting pretty much for an hour, and during that hour we made a league or a league and a half. Then the wind fell. I had thought that, should occasion arise, our boatmen would apply themselves to the oars. But no, we descended the Saône at the same rate as a drowned dog which floated 20 paces from us. Next day at 3 in the afternoon, just at the same time as our drowned dog which kept us company faithfully, we recognized the Isle Barbe. We reached Lyon 50 minutes later. My health must have been already much stronger to withstand the night I had just passed on the Saône. We stayed 3 days in Lyon, and on the 3rd at 3 in the afternoon we took carriage for Geneva. At 6 in the morning the conductor opened the carriage door, saying, If the gentlemen would like to do a bit of the way on foot, they will have time. It was an invitation offered us by our horses, who found that the carriage was quite heavy enough to pull up the incline of Cerdan without us. This climb begins the first slopes of the Alps. It leads to the Fort de l'Écluse, posted astride the road, under the arch of which they scrutinize passports. After 3 hours' walk, on coming from St. Jean's, the conductor, whom I had begged to tell me the exact moment when I got into Switzerland, turned round towards me and said, "Monsieur, you are no longer in France." "How far are we from Geneva?" "An hour and a half's walk." "Then let me get out, and I will walk the remainder of the way." The conductor complied with my request, and at the end of an hour and a half's walk, I entered the birthplace of Jean-Jacques Rousseau and of Pradier. Chapter 2. Great explanations about the bear steak, jacquetot, an ill-sounding epithet, a seditious felt hat, the carabineers who were too clever, I quarrel with King Charles Albert over the dent du chat, princes and men of intellect. I returned to Florence in 1842 for a very sad and distressing ceremony. I returned to attend the funeral of the Duc d'Orléans. It is one of the singular features of my life to have known all the princes, and with the most republican ideas imaginable to have been attached to them with the deepest affection of my heart. Now, who informed me at Florence of the death of the Duc d'Orléans, Prince Jerome Napoleon? I had just dined at Quarto, a charming country house 4 miles from Florence, with the father of the ex-king of Westphalia, when, taking me aside, he said, "My dear Dumas, I am going to tell you news which will cause you much pain." I looked at him with anxiety. "Monseigneur," I said to him, "I have received news of my 2 children this morning. They are well. Except for accidents which may have happened to them, I am prepared for anything." "Well, the Duc d'Orléans is dead." I confess this came upon me like a thunderbolt. Uttering an exclamation and bursting into tears, I threw myself into the prince's arms. "Oh, Monseigneur," I said to him, "I have cared for but 2 princes, for him and for you. For him more than for you, I frankly admit. Now I have but you to care for." Was it not a strange thing to see a man weeping for a Duke of Orleans in the arms of a Bonaparte? I left for Livorno that same night, and next day I went on board the steamer at Genoa. The sea was rough and landed me quite done up in the city of palaces. I found at table d'hôte a friend who had arrived from Naples more tired even than myself. He offered to return with me by postchaise, but on condition we crossed by the Simplon, which he had never seen. I accepted. We hired a sort of carriole and started. When we had crossed the Simplon and got clear of the valley, we pulled up at the door of the post inn at Martigny. The host, hat in hand, politely came and invited us to take a meal in his house in passing. We thanked him and said we had dined at Sion, so he retired as politely as he had come. "What a delightful innkeeper," my friend said to me. "You think so?" "Why, yes. If I told him my name, I think I should probably be obliged to give him a drubbing while we waited for our relay of horses." "Why?" "Because instead of making capital out of a joke I played on him, he had the silliness to be vexed at it and to wish I was dead." "You?" "Oh yes, me. But just recall it to him, and tell him that we will stay a little time if perchance he can give us a beef steak of bear flesh." "Hi, monsieur le maître de l'hôtel," exclaimed my friend before I had had time to stop him. The maître de l'hôtel turned round. "My companion here says he will stop for dinner with you if you have by chance a steak of bear flesh." I have seen many faces express agitation in my life, in consequence of terrible news, unexpected accidents, serious wounds. But I never saw any face more concerned than that of the unfortunate maître de poste at Martigny. "Ah," he exclaimed, seizing his hair with both hands, "again, always the same cry. Is no traveller to pass by without making the same joke?" "Yes," resumed my companion, "I read about it in M. Alexandre Dumas' Impressions de Voyage." "The Impressions de Voyage by M. Alexandre Dumas," shrieked the wretched innkeeper. "Are there still people who read it?" "Why should they not read it?" I ventured to ask. "Because it is an atrocious book, full of lies. People have been burned at the stake who did not deserve it as much as that man. Oh, M. Alexandre Dumas," went on the unlucky vendor of soup, passing from rage to exasperation, "if only I ever get hold of him in private one of these days. But I shall have to go to Paris to get even with him. He will not go through Switzerland again, he dare not. He knows I am waiting to strangle him, I have told him so. All right, if you see him, if you know him, tell him once more from me, tell him every time you meet him, tell it him over and over again. He went into his house like a madman, like one furious and driven to despair. What is the matter with your master? I asked the postilion. Ah, people say he has been infected with a sort of craze, which a gentleman from Paris caused him when he passed by here. And so he wishes to kill the gentleman from Paris. Yes, he wishes to kill him. Outright. Without mercy. Suppose the gentleman from Paris suddenly said to him, "Here I am," what would he do? Oh, he would fall down dead in a fit without a doubt. All right, postilion. When you return, you tell your master that Alexandre Dumas has passed by, that he wishes him long life and all kinds of prosperity. Now start. Ah, that's a good joke, said the postilion, setting off at a gallop. Ah, yes, I'll tell him indeed, he shall know it, and how he will tear his hair at not having recognized you. Come, Grise, come G up. My companion was very thoughtful. Well, I asked him, a penny for your thoughts. I am trying to discover the reason for that man's hatred against you. You do not understand it. No. You remember the bear beefsteak in my Impressions de Voyage? Of course, it is the first thing that I read in it. Well, it was at that good fellow's house that the incident of Alexandre Dumas eating a bear steak in 1832 happened. Well, many others like you read of the bear steak. So one fine day a traveller more curious or with less appetite than others said, when he looked at the menu, "Have you any bear?" "Excuse me," the host replied. "I asked if you had any bear." "No, monsieur, none." And for the moment the incident was closed. Then 2 days or a week later, a second traveller puts his alpenstock in the cummer behind the door, flings his hat on a chair, shakes the dust from his shoes and says to the maître d'hôtel, "Ah, I am at Martigny, surely." "Yes, monsieur." "At the Hôtel de la Poste." "This is the Hôtel de la Poste." "It is here one can get bear to eat then." "I do not understand." "I say that this is where one can taste bear." The maître d'hôtel looked at the traveller in amazement. "Why here more than anywhere else?" he asked. "Because it was here that Dumas had it." Dumas? Yes, Alexandre Dumas. Do you not know Alexandre Dumas? No. The author of Henry Roman III, of Antony and of La Tour de Nesle. I have not the pleasure of his acquaintance. Ah, he says in his Impressions de Voyage that he ate bear at your inn, but, as you have none in the house at the moment, we will not trouble about it, we will have it some other time. Come, what have you got? Monsieur can choose for himself, here is the menu. Oh, I cannot be bothered. Give me what you like, since you have no bear I don't care what it is. And with a disgusted air, finding it all very poor, the second traveller ate the dinner they served him. Next day or the day after or the following week, a traveller came in who, without saying anything, put his knapsack down, seated himself at the first table he came to and knocked against a glass with a knife, shouting, "Garcon." The waiter came. "What can I do for you, monsieur?" "A bear steak." "Be quick and let it be underdone." The waiter never budged. "Well, don't you understand me, donkey?" "Only too well." "All right then, order my steak." "But monsieur seems to want a special sort of steak." "A steak of bear's flesh." "Yes, we haven't it." "What, you haven't any?" "No." "Go and fetch your master." "But monsieur, my master." "Go and fetch your master." "But monsieur." "I tell you to go and fetch your master." The traveller rose with such imperiousness that the waiter saw there was only one thing for him to do to obey. He disappeared saying, "I am going to fetch him, I am going." "You asked to see me, monsieur," said the maître d'hôtel in 5 minutes' time. "Ah, that is all right." "Had I only known monsieur specially wished to speak to me." I wish to see you because your waiter is such a fool. That is possible, monsieur. An impertinent fellow. Has he had the impudence to neglect monsieur? He is an idiot, and he will ruin your establishment. Oh, this is becoming serious. If monsieur will tell me what he has to complain of. Well, I ask him for a bear steak, and he pretends not to understand. It is. Have you bear or have you not? Monsieur, allow me. Have you bear? Really, monsieur? Bear or death, have you bear? Really, monsieur, no. You should have admitted it at once then, said the traveller, reloading his knapsack. What is the matter, monsieur? I am going. Why are you going? Because I am going. But why? Because I only came to your cookshop to taste bear. As I find you haven't any, I am going to look for it elsewhere. Still, monsieur. Come forth, and out the traveller went, saying, It seems you show special favour to Alexandre Dumas, but it also seems to me that a traveller in Burgundy wines is worth much more attention than a man of letters. The innkeeper stands dumbfounded. Now you know, my dear fellow, that Blessed Impressions de Voyage has been widely read, printed and reprinted. Not a day passed but some eccentric traveller would ask for a bear steak. French and English appear to have gone to the Hôtel de la Poste to drive the unlucky innkeeper to distraction. Never was pipelet, when he refuses to give his hair to Cabrian's friends and acquaintances, more unhappy, tormented or desperate than the unhappy, tormented and desperate Maître de Poste of Martigny. A French innkeeper would have taken the bull by the horns and changed his signboard. Instead of the words Hôtel de la Poste, he would have put Hôtel du Biftec d'Ours. He would have bought up all the bears in the surrounding mountains, and when they fell short, he would have provided beef, wild boar, horse, anything, so long as it was flavoured with some unknown sauce or other. He would have made his fortune in 3 years' time and retired at the end of it, buying his stocks to the extent of 100,000 francs, and he would have blessed my name. The present man made his fortune all the same, but more slowly, and through such incessant fits of anger that he ruined his health, and cursed my name. What harm has that done you? It is always disagreeable to be cursed, my friend. But after all, what truth is there in your bear steak story? Some and none. What do you mean by some and none? 3 days before I went by, a man had been on the hunt for a bear and had wounded it mortally, but before it died, it had killed the man and devoured part of his head. In my capacity of dramatic poet, I put the thing into a scene, that is all. The same thing happened to me as did to Werner at the Inn of Schwarzbach, to his drama of Vingt Quater Février. What happened to Werner? Upon my word, my dear friend, you ought to buy my Impressions de Voyage, and open the first volume and you will know. Whereupon we continued on our way. That, dear readers, is the pure truth, revealed for the first time, concerning the bear steak which made such a stir in the world 20 years ago. Well, I have never been fortunate with my strokes of fame. One of my creations, which had almost as European a celebrity as the bear steak, was Jacquetot, not the inventor of the famous method of orthography, but a Jacquetot of my own, the Jacquetot of my Impressions de Voyage. Yes, the waiter in the café at Aix. Precisely, dear readers, you see indeed how celebrated Jacquetot is since you remember his name. Who doesn't remember the name of Jacquetot? I can then say openly that I made Jacquetot's fortune, for he is rich and has retired. Jacquetot has a town house in Aix and a country house on the Lake of Burget. Yet, like the master of the posting inn at Martigny, Jacquetot holds me in execration. He loathes me and curses me. The reason for such ingratitude: I wounded his amour propre, again because of putting him in my book. The number of enemies my dramatic talent has made me is incalculable. Any man who is not, like myself, overcome with a passion for the picturesque, any writer who does not feel compelled to paint when he writes, who had occasion to bring Jacquetot upon the scenes for the first time, would have said simply, Jacquetot comes on. He would not have thought it necessary to state whether Jacquetot was beautiful or ugly, well dressed or ill, young or old. But to me, Jacquetot enters seemed insufficient, and I had the misfortune to say, Jacquetot entered. He was nothing but a coffee-house waiter. This was the first wounding epithet for Jacquetot, who, it is true, was a coffee-house waiter, but who, no doubt, desired to be taken for a solicitor's clerk. I went on. He stopped in front of us, a stereotyped smile on his fat, stupid face, which must have been seen to have been appreciated. That was what really embroiled me with Jaquetat, the physical portrait I drew of him. All the good I was able to say of him, which has immortalized him, has not effaced from his memory the unhappy epithet I applied to his face. In the year of grace 1854, nearly a quarter of a century after the publication of the unlucky Impressions de Voyage which fell foul of many susceptibilities, there was a traveller on the road to Aix who had a desire to know Jaquetat. He went to the café and did as I had done. He called Jaquetat. The maître du café came to him. "Monsieur," he said, "the person for whom you are inquiring has made his fortune and retired." "Ah, diable," said the traveller, "I wanted to see him." "Oh, you can see him." "Where?" "At his home." "Oh, but to disturb him, solely and simply to say that I have a desire to see him, is perhaps really a little too inquisitive." Stay though, you can see him without disturbing him." "How?" "That is he over there against his door, with his hands in his pockets and his body in the sun." "Thanks." The traveller got up, went across to the other side of the square and passed 2 or 3 times in front of Jaquetat. Jaquetat perceived that it was he whom the traveller wanted, and as he was a capital fellow, when his amour-propre is not overexcited, he smiled at the traveller. The traveller was emboldened by the smile. "You are M. Jaquetat, I believe?" he asked him. "Yes, monsieur, at your service." "So you have retired?" "2 years since, as you see. I am a good citizen now," and he struck his stomach with the palms of his 2 hands. "I offer you my congratulations, Monsieur Jaquetat. You are indeed good. I know someone who has not been injured by your bit of good fortune." "Who, monsieur?" "Alexandre Dumas, the author of the Impressions de Voyage." Jaquetat's face became discomposed. "Alexandre Dumas," he repeated. "Yes." "Is it because he said I had a stupid face?" exclaimed Jaquetat, slamming the door violently as he went into his house. The traveller had paid his farewell call on Jaquetat, for from that moment if Jaquetat caught sight of him on one side, he turned away in another direction. In the same country I have a third enemy, very much more serious than the 2 others, and for a thing of almost as little importance, and he is His Majesty Charles Albert, King of Sardinia. During my sojourn at Aix I made 2 excursions, one to Chambéry and the other to the Dent du Chat. Both were made noteworthy, one by an act of great imprudence, the other by a serious accident. Imprudence and accident would probably have passed over unnoticed had I not pointed them out in those fatal Impressions de Voyage. The imprudence was to go into the capital of Savoy wearing grey hats, as my companions and I did. You will ask, dear readers, what imprudence there was in wearing grey hats instead of black felt ones. There would have been none in 1833, but it was very unwise in 1832, and here is an extract of a few lines from my Impressions de Voyage. At 4 p.m. of the same day we reached Chambéry. I will say nothing about the public monuments of the capital of Savoy. I was not able to enter into any of them because I wore a grey hat. It seems that a dispatch from the Tuileries had called forth the strictest measures against the seditious felt, and that the King of Sardinia did not wish to be exposed to a war against his beloved brother Louis-Philippe d'Orléans over such a futile matter. As I insisted, and declaimed energetically against the injustice of such a proceeding, the royal carabineers who were on guard at the palace gate said facetiously to me that, if I absolutely persisted, there was at Chambéry a building inside which they were allowed to take me, namely, the prison, as the King of France in his turn would probably not wish to be exposed to a war against his dear brother Charles Albert, over so unimportant a personage as his ex-librarian. I replied to my interlocutors that they were doubtless very charming for Savoyards and very witty for carabineers, but I would insist no longer. Savoy is a singular country. Jaquetat was angry because I said an injurious thing about him. The carabineers were angry because I paid them a compliment. So much for the imprudence. Let us now pass to the accident. After supper, a dozen bathers, joyous companions, 4 of whom, alas, are now dead, proposed, in order not to leave one another, to go and see the sun rise from the top of the Dent du Chat. It is a sharp-pointed mountain peak which owes its name to its shape, and its bare, verdureless cone looks down upon Aix. The suggestion was acceded to. They put on their boots and dressed for the journey, then they set out. I did the same as the others, although I have not much taste for making ascents. I suffer from giddiness, and to be high up, even if there is no danger, is more painful to me than actual danger which may present itself under quite another form. As in the case of Chambery, let me be permitted to quote a few passages from my Impressions de Voyage. It will absolve the reader from turning back to it. We began to climb at 12:30 midnight. It was a strange sight, that march by torchlight. At 2¾ of our way were done, but the remaining part was so dangerous and difficult that our guides made us halt to wait for the first rays of dawn. When this appeared, we continued our way, which soon became so steep that our breasts nearly touched the slope on which we were walking in single file. Each one displayed his skill and strength, clinging with his hands to the heath and little shrubs, and with his feet to the roughness of the rock and to the inequalities in the ground. We heard the stones which we loosened roll down the slope of the mountain, which was as steep as a roof, and then we followed them with our eyes till we saw them fall into the lake, with its blue sheet, which lay stretched out 1/4 of a league below us. Our guides themselves could not help us, as they were busy trying to discover the best way, but from time to time they advised us not to look behind us for fear of turning faint or giddy, and their admonitions, made in short, concise tones, told us the danger was very real. Suddenly, one of our comrades who followed immediately after them uttered a cry which made our flesh creep. As a means of support, he had tried to place his foot on a stone already shaken by the weight of those who had preceded him. The stone broke away, and the branches to which he had also clung, not being strong enough to bear the weight of his body alone, broke between his hands. "Catch hold of him," shouted the guides. But this was easier said than done. Each one of us had already great difficulty in holding himself up, so he passed by us without a single one of us being able to stop him. We thought he was lost, and with the perspiration of terror on our brows, we watched him breathlessly until he was close to Montaigu, the last of us all, and he stretched out a hand and seized him by the hair. For one moment it was doubtful if both would not fall. It was a short but awful moment, and I will answer for it that none of those who were there will forget the length of the second, while we watched the two men swaying over a precipice of 2,000 feet depth, not knowing whether they were going to be precipitated over, or succeed in catching hold of the ground again. We reached at last a little fir wood which, without making the path less steep, made it more comfortable because of the facility the trees offered us of catching hold of their branches or leaning against their trunks. The opposite border of the little forest almost touched the base of bare rock, whose shape has given its name to the mountain. Holes irregularly hollowed out in the stone afforded us a sort of staircase which led to the summit. Only 2 of us attempted this last climb. Not that the journey was more difficult than that we have just accomplished, but it did not promise us a more extended view, and the one we had in front of us was far from compensating us for our fatigue and bruises. We therefore left them to climb up their steeple, and we sat down to extract stones and thorns from ourselves. Meanwhile the climbers reached the top of the mountain, and as proof of having captured it, they lit a fire and smoked their cigars round it. They came down in 1/4 of an hour, taking good care to put out the fire they had lit, curious though they were to know if the smoke had been noticed down below. We ate a small meal, then our guides asked us if we wanted to return by the same route, or to take another and a longer one but much easier. We unanimously chose the latter. By 3 o'clock we were in Aix, and in the centre of the square, the gentlemen had the proud pleasure of still seeing the smoke of their beacon fire. I asked them if, now that I had had so much enjoyment, I might be allowed to go to bed. As everyone probably felt the need of doing the same, they told me there was no objection. I believe I should have slept for 36 hours on end if I had not been awakened by a great noise. I opened my eyes, it was dark. I went to the window, and I saw all the town of Aix in a commotion. The population, including children and old people, had come out on the public square, as in former times they did during riotings in Rome. Everyone was talking at once, and snatching at glasses, and looking up into the air fit to break their spines. I thought there must be an eclipse of the moon. I dressed quickly to go and see my share of the phenomenon, and went down armed with my spy glasses. The whole atmosphere was coloured with a red reflection, the sky seemed inflamed, the Dent du Chat was on fire. The fire lasted for 3 days. On the 4th they brought our smokers in a bill of 37,500 francs odd. The smokers thought the sum a little too strong for a dozen arpents of wood, the situation of which made it impossible to get at. Consequently, they wrote to our ambassador at Turin to try to get something cut down in the bill. He must have managed it very well, because the bill returned to them in a week's time to be paid, was reduced to 780 francs. Thanks to my grey hat, which had aroused the susceptibilities of the Chambery carabineers, and to the part I had taken in the excursion and the firing of the Dent du Chat, the states of King Charles Albert were shut against me for 6 years. I told in due place how, in 1835, I was shamefully driven out of Genoa, and how triumphantly I returned there in 1838. May I be permitted a slight digression here on princes and ship captains? I have noticed that in general neither of them like men of intellect. Indeed, if a man of cultivated mind find himself at a prince's table, at the end of 10 minutes without complete dumbness on his part, it is the man of mind who will be the true prince, to whom people will address their conversation. It is he who will be made to speak. It is he to whom they will listen. The prince by birth is completely annihilated. He no longer exists as such and is only distinguishable from other guests in 2 ways. Whilst other guests are talking he is silent, whilst they laugh he sulks. You will say in such a case, if the cultured man is really clever he will keep silence in order to let the prince assert his princehood. But then the clever man will be no longer such, he will be a courtier. Numbers of clever men have been disgraced because of their abilities. Cite me one instance of a fool disgraced for his folly. It is the same with ship captains as with princes. Whenever a clever man is on board and the weather is fine, the captain is nowhere. People crowd round the man of intellect, whilst the captain paces alone on the poop. It is true that, if there is a storm the captain becomes captain once more, but only so long as the storm lasts. You tell me there are princes who have intellect. Of course I have known and still know some, but their estate compels them to hide it. It was impossible to have a more charming, delicate or graceful mind than that of M. le Duc d'Orléans, and yet no one could hide it better than he could. One day, when he had made one of those delightful repartees with which his conversation abounded when he had to do with artists, I asked him, "Mon dear Monseigneur, how is it that you, who are one of the wittiest men I know, have so little reputation for being a wit?" He began to laugh. "How delicious you are," he said. "Do you suppose I allow myself to show wit to everybody?" "But, Monseigneur, you show it to me, and at your very best too." "Parbleu, because I know you are equally witty, you are always as witty as if not more than I, but with imbeciles, my dear Monsieur Dumas. I have enough to do to make them forgive me for being a prince, without giving them more to forgive by being a man of wit. So it is agreed that when you wish, not so much to give me pleasure as to do me a service, you must say that I am an imbecile." Poor dear prince. Chapter 3. 22 July 1832. The day after the magnificent fire, one of our bathers, who had returned from Chambery, entered the room where we met together, saying, "Messieurs, have you heard the news?" "No. The Duc de Reichstadt is dead." The Duc de Reichstadt had indeed died on 22 July, at 8 minutes past 5 in the morning, the anniversary day on which letters patent from the Emperor had appointed him Duc de Reichstadt, and on which he had learnt of the death of his father, the Emperor Napoleon. His last words had been, "Ich gehe unter, Mutter, Mutter, I am sinking, Mother, Mother." Thus it was that, in a foreign language, the child of 1811 bid adieu to the world. The inquiries we made concerning the young prince, that pale historic figure which faded from day to day, whilst the phantom figure of his father grew bigger and bigger, enable us to give a few details about his brief life and sad death that are perhaps not known. Victor Hugo, the man to whom one must always turn when it is a question of measuring the giant Napoleon, wrote the poetic history of the young prince in a few strophes. Let us be permitted to quote them. To say we love the exile poet comforts our heart, to say that we admire him assuages our regrets. The tomb is deaf, but perhaps exile is even still more dear. Our voice is one that our friends will hear in the grave and in exile. Yesterday the Duc d'Orléans, today Hugo. Mille Hewitt Saint Ans, o temps o des pupils sans nombre. Attendient, prostern sous un nuage sombre. Quella ciel ut dit oui. Sentient trembler sous you les etat centenaires. Et regardient le Louvre entour de tonnerres. Comme un mont Sinai. Curbs comme un cheval qui sent venir son maître. Ils si descendent entre you, quelqu'un de grand vanité. 50 immense empire attend un héritier domain. Questi que le Seigneur va donner à cet homme. Qui plus grand que César, plus grand même que Rome. absorbe dans son, sorte la sorte du genre humain. Comme ils parlent, la nu éclatante et profonde. Et s'entr'ouvrit, et elle en vit si dresser sur le monde. 50 hommes predestin. Et les pupils bints ni purent quaesiter. Car ces du bras leaves presentant à la terre. Un enfant nouveau-né. The child was the king of Rome, the one who had just died, when his father had shown him on the Tuileries balcony as Louis Roman XIV, had shown Louis Roman XIV from the balcony of Saint-Germain. He was the heir to the most powerful crown in existence. At that period, the emperor drew after him in his orbit 1/2 of the Christian population. His orders extended and were obeyed over a space which included 19 degrees of latitude, and 80 millions of men cried "Vive Napoleon!" in 8 different tongues. But let us return to the poet. O revere o lekens, quand l'enfant de cet homme, but recu pour hatchit la couronne de Rome. Lorsqu'on eut revêtu d'un nom qui retentit, lorsqu'on eut bien monter son front royal qui tremble. O pupil immerveille quan puist tout ensemble, etre si grand et si petit. Quand son père eut pour lui gagné bien des battles, lorsqu'il eut épaissi de vivantes murales. Autour du nouveau-né riant sur son chevet. Quand si grand ouvrier qui savait comme on fond. But à cause de cogni, a pu prise fate le monde. Selon le songe quil revait. Quand tout fut prépare par les mains paternelles. Pour d'autres el humble infant de splendeurs éternelles. Lorsqu'on eut de sa vie sur les relais. Quand pour l'autre un jour si maître héréditaire. On eut en racine bien avant dans la terre. Le pied de marbre des palais. Lorsqu'on eut pour sa soif pose devant la France. Un vase tout rempli du vin de l'espérance. Avant quil eut gout de si poison d'or. Avant que de sa lèvre il eut touché la coupe. Un Cossack servant qui prit l'enfant en croupe. Et l'emporta tout affaire. The story of the poor child can only be made up out of contradictory evidence. Let us borrow from M. de Montbel a letter which tells of the impatience with which the announcement of his birth was waited for in the imperial city of Vienna. Vienna, 26 March. It would be difficult to do justice to the impatience with which they here expected the news of the delivery of Her Majesty, the Empress of the French, on Sunday the 24th at 10 in the morning. Uncertainty was at an end. The telegraphic dispatch which announced the happy news was transmitted to the ambassador of France 4 days and 1 hour after that event, by Major Robillot, first aide-de-camp to General Desbureau, commandant of the 5th Military Division. The report of it soon spread abroad and caused general joy. M. de Tettenborn, aide-de-camp to Prince de Schwarzenberg, left Paris by day, and arriving 14 hours after Chevalier Robillot, confirmed the happy news. Finally, a courier from the French cabinet arrived on the morning of the 25th, bearing the official letter by which the Emperor Napoleon announced the birth to his august father-in-law. His Majesty's satisfaction was extremely great, and was shared by the whole court. The ambassador of France being at home indisposed, the first secretary to the embassy went to the palace, was taken to the Emperor's cabinet, and had the honour of handing to His Majesty his master the Emperor's letter. On that same Sunday, the day Chamberlain was sent by the Emperor to the ambassador of France to congratulate him. The ambassador received the congratulations equally of M. le Comte de Metternich and of the whole diplomatic corps. Tomorrow there will be a grand drawing-room at the court on the occasion of the birth of the King of Rome. Everyone says it will be a very brilliant gathering. Perhaps it will be interesting to compare the congratulation of M. le Comte de Metternich to the ambassador to France, date March 1811, with the information given on 31 October 1815 by the same Comte de Metternich, to M. le Baron de Sturmer, commissary to His Imperial and Apostolic Majesty at the Isle of St. Helena. The Allied powers having agreed to take the most particular measures to render any enterprise on the part of Napoleon Bonaparte impossible, it has been concluded and decided between them that he shall be taken to the Isle of St. Helena, that he shall there be entrusted to the care of the British government, that the courts of Austria, of Russia and of Prussia shall send their agents to reside there, to make sure of his presence but without being charged with the responsibility of guarding him, and that His Most Christian Majesty shall also be invited to send a French agent to the place of Napoleon Bonaparte's detention. In consequence of this decision, sanctioned by special agreement between the courts of Austria and Russia, and Great Britain and Prussia, dated from Paris, 2 August 1815, His Majesty the Emperor, our august master, has condescended to appoint you to reside at St. Helena in the capacity of his representative. The guarding of Napoleon Bonaparte being specially entrusted to the British government, you are not charged with any responsibility on that head, but you can make sure of his presence by what means, and in what manner you like in concert with the governor. You must be careful to be convinced of his existence by the evidence of your own eyes, and you must draw up an official report, which must be signed by you and your colleagues, and countersigned by the governor. Each of the agents will be expected to submit a copy of this report every month to his court, furnished with their signatures and a countersign from the governor. You will take the greatest care to avoid any sort of communication with Napoleon Bonaparte and the individuals of his suite. You will positively refuse any overtures they might seek to set up with you, and in case they allow direct approaches, you will immediately report such to the governor. Although you will not be at all responsible for the guarding of Bonaparte, nor of the persons comprising his suite, if it comes to your knowledge that they are employing means to evade or to keep up communications outside, you will warn the governor without delay. Your functions will be confined to those indicated in the present instructions. You will abstain with most scrupulous punctiliousness from all solitary action, our positive intention being that you act in concert with your colleagues, and always in accord with them, and with the governor. You will make use of every opportunity that may present itself to convey your reports direct to us. Metternich. Paris, 31 October 1815. So much for the political view, now let us look at the poetic. Oui, l'égal un soir, planète aux voûtes éternelles. L'orquin grand que devant lui casse les duels. Sa chute fit dans l'air un foudroyant sillon. Tous alors sur son nid fondurent avec joie. Chacun selon ses dents si partage la proie. 50 Angleterre prit l'égal, et l'autriche l'aiglon. Vous savez si quan fit du gent historique. Pendant 6 ans en vit, loin derrière l'Afrique. Sous les veris des rois prudence. O en excellence person, o l'excel estime pie. Cette grande figure en sa cage accroupi. Ploy et les genoux aux dents. Encore si banni enut rien aime sur terre. Mais les cœurs de lion sont les vrais cœurs de pierre. Chapter 49, Aimate son fils si vainqueur. Du choses lui restant dans sa cage infecond. Le portrait d'un enfant et la carte du monde. Tout son génie et tout son cœur. Le soir, quand son regard si perdait dans l'alcôve. Si qui si remuait dans cette petite chauve. Si que son old churchate dans le passe profonde. Tandis que ses geoliers, sentinels places. Pour guetter nuit et jour le val de ses pensies. En regardient passer les ombres sur son front. Si en edate partaugers sire cette épopée. Que vous aviez nègre écrit avec l'épi. Arcul Austerlitz Montmirail. Ni l'apparition des vieilles pyramides. Ni le patch du caire et ses chevaux numides. Qui mordient le vater au poitrail. Si en edate par si brute de bombe et de mitrail. Que vington sous ses pides avait fait la bataille. De cheney en noirs turbulence. Quand son souffle pausate sur cette mer troublée. Les drapox frissonnants penches dans la mêlée. Comme les mats des battalions. Si en edate par Madrid, le Kremlin et le fer. La Diane au matin fredonnant sa fanfare. Les bivacs somnolent dans les few étoiles. Les dragons chevelous les grenadiers épiques. Et les rouges lanciers formulent dans les peaks. Comme des fleurs de pourpre en l'épaisseur des blés. Non si qui elle occupate, c'est l'ambre blonde et rose. 500 un bel enfant qui dort la bouche demi-close. Gracia Khmer el Orient. Tandis quavuk amor sa nuris enchanti. 500 yun gout de late o bout du sain risti. Age sa lever en riant. Le pire allures passate les caud sur sa chaise. Sun cur plein de sanglots si de gonflater LAs. 49 plerate de mor epidu. Sois bini pauvre enfant, tit odred hui glacis. Sur le trait qui pouvait distraire sa pensée. Du trône du monde perdu. Tous du sont morts, Seigneur votre droit est terrible. Vous avez commencé par le maître invincible. Par elham triumphant. Puis vous avez enfin complete l'ossuaire. Chapter 509, Ans vous out suffi pour filer le soir. Du pire et de l'enfant. Gloire junis orgil biens quel autam import. 50 ham vaudrate laeser quelque chose la port. Mais la mort lui dit, non. Chaque element retourne au tout doit redescender. 50 air reprend la fumée et la terre la sender. 50 oubli reprend le nom. I decidedly prefer poetry to politics. Do you not agree with me, dear reader? Now, how did the poor exiled child live and die, the poor eaglet that fell out of its nest? That is what we are going to tell in the following chapters. Chapter 4. Edict Unbaptizing the King of Rome, Anecdotes of the Childhood of the Duc de Reichstadt, Letter of Sir Hudson Lowe announcing the death of Napoleon. It was at Schönbrunn, in the same palace in which the Emperor lived during 1805, after Austerlitz, and in 1809, after Wagram, that Marie-Louise and her son were received by the imperial family of Austria. As the first care of England had been to despoil Napoleon of his title of emperor, so the first care of Francis Roman II was to take away the name of Napoleon from his grandson. On 22 July 1818, the Emperor of Austria published the following edict. We Francis Roman II, by the grace of God, Emperor of Austria, King of Jerusalem, Hungary, Bohemia, of Lombardy and of Venice, of Dalmatia, Croatia, Esclavonia, Galicia, Lodomeria and Illyria, Archduke of Austria, Duke of Lorraine, of Salzburg, Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, the High and Low Silesia, Grand Prince of Transylvania, Margrave of Moravia, Count Prince of Habsburg and of the Tyrol, etc., etc., would have it known that, as we find that, in consequence of the act of the Vienna Congress and the negotiations which have since taken place in Paris with our principal allies, in putting into execution in the matter of determining the title, rank and personal relations of Prince Francois Joseph Charles, son of our beloved daughter Marie-Louise, Archduchess of Austria, Duchess of Parma, of Plaisance and of Guastalla, we have accordingly decreed as follows. 1. We give to Prince Francois Joseph Charles, son of our beloved daughter the Archduchess Marie-Louise, the title of Duc de Reichstadt, and we at the same time command that in future all our authorities and every private person shall give him, when addressing him either by word of mouth or in writing, at the beginning of the speech or heading of a letter, the title of Most Serene Duke, and in the text that of Most Serene Highness. 2. We permit him to have and to make use of special armorial bearings, to wit, gules with fess of gold, 2 lions passant with their backs turned to the right, one in chief the other in point, one oval placed on a ducal mantle and stamped with a ducal crown, for support 2 griffins, sable-armed, picked out and crowned with gold, holding banners on which the ducal arms shall be repeated. 3. Prince Francois Joseph Charles, Duc de Reichstadt, will take rank in the court and throughout the whole extent of our empire, immediately after the princes of our family and the archdukes of Austria. 2 identical copies of the present declaration and ordinance signed by us have been dispatched to inform everyone whose business it is to conform to them. 1 copy has been deposited in our private family archives of court and state. Issued in our capital and residence of Vienna, the 22nd of July of the year 1818, the 27th of our reign. Francois. It was, as one can see, impossible better to conceal this poor intruder, of which the family was ashamed. There was no more mention of his being a Frenchman, or his name of Napoleon, than if France had not existed or than if it had never had an empire. He will no longer have any family name, he will have the name of a duchy, he will not have that of majesty or sire, he is to be Most Serene Highness, of the French eagle, the eagle which in 1804 flew from the pyramids to Vienna, which in 1814 flew from steeple to steeple as far as the towers of Notre Dame. There is no more question than of the name of the nationality. The Duke of Reichstadt will have 2 lions d'or passant upon gules, like a count of the Holy Empire. Not even the Buonaparte star, not even the bees of the Isle of Elba. He will take rank at court after the princes of the imperial family. Thus he is not even a prince of the imperial family in his own right through his mother. Silence as to his father. He has no father and never had. Moreover, the father he might have had calls himself simply, or is so called by Sir Hudson Lowe, General Bonaparte. True, there is a future for the poor disinherited one in the love of his grandfather who worships him. If he behaves himself well, he will be a colonel in an Austrian or a Hungarian regiment. There was also the future of Marcellus and the one that Providence is keeping for him out of its profound pity. And yet the poor child remembered, and that was his martyrdom. One day, he was scarcely 6 years old, he came up to the emperor, leant against his knees and said, "Dear grandfather, is it not true that when I was in Paris I had pages?" "Yes," replied the emperor, "I believe you had." "Is it not true, too, that they called me the King of Rome?" "Yes, you were called King of Rome." "Well then, grandpapa, what does being King of Rome mean?" "It is useless to explain it to you, as you are no longer it." "But why am I not?" "My child," replied the emperor, "when you are grown up, it will be easy to instruct you on that point. For the moment, I will just tell you that in addition to my title of Emperor of Austria, I join that of King of Jerusalem, without having any sort of power over the city. Very well, you are King of Rome as I am King of Jerusalem." Another time the young prince was playing with lead soldiers, amongst which were a good number of irregular Cossacks. A painter, M. Hummel, who was painting his portrait, came to him. "Have you ever seen Cossacks, Monseigneur?" he asked. "Yes, certainly I have seen them," replied the child. "They were Cossacks who escorted us when we left France." The painter asked M. Dietrichstein, his tutor, when the prince's portrait was finished, "With what order ought I to decorate his highness, Monsieur le Comte?" "With the order of Saint Stephen, which His Majesty the Emperor of Austria sent him in his infancy." "But, Monsieur le Comte," said the child, "I have many others besides that." "Yes, Monseigneur, but you do not wear them any longer." "Why?" "Because they have been abolished." Poor child, it was not the orders that had been abolished, but his fortune which had fallen. At that age the Duc de Reichstadt was perfectly beautiful, with great blue eyes and rose-leaf complexion, and long, fair, curly hair falling on to his shoulders. All his movements were full of grace and prettiness. He spoke French with the accent peculiar to Parisians. He had to learn German, and it was a great business and a daily and hourly struggle and difficulty. "If I speak German," he said, "I shall not be French any more." However, the Duc de Reichstadt was obliged to resign himself to learn M. de Metternich's tongue, and it was the one he constantly spoke, when he had learned it with the princes of the imperial family. One day a courier from M. de Rothschild arrived in Vienna. He brought great news which in former times would have been announced by comets and earthquakes. Napoleon had died on May 1821. The news reached Vienna on 22 July, the day on which, 3 years previously, the Duc de Reichstadt had lost his name, the day on which 11 years later he was to lose his life. The Comte de Dietrichstein was absent, and the Emperor charged M. Forresty with the telling of the fatal news to the young Duke, who had just reached his 10th birthday. M. Forresty adored the prince. He had been with him since 1815. He broke the news with all kinds of circumlocution, but at the first words he uttered the prince said, "My father is dead, is he not?" "Monseigneur." "He is dead." "Indeed, yes." "How could one want him to live, over there?" exclaimed the child, bursting into tears. Contrary to the custom of imperial etiquette, he wore mourning for a year. He insisted on it when they tried to make him give it up. They appealed to the emperor, who replied, "Leave it to the child's own heart." If you wish to know in what fashion the news was officially announced to the court of Vienna, see the original letter of Sir Hudson Lowe to Baron Sturmer. St. Helena, 27 May 1821. Monsieur le Baron, he is no more. A disease which, according to the opinion current in his family, was hereditary, carried him to the grave on the 5th of this month, tumour and cancer of the stomach near the pylorus. On opening the body with the consent of the persons of his entourage, they discovered an ulcer close to the pylorus which caused adherence to the liver. and on opening the stomach they could trace the progress of the disease. The interior of the stomach was almost entirely a mass of cancerous disease, or of serous portions advancing the cancer. His father died of the same disease at the age of 36. It should have struck him down when he was on the throne of France at the hour fixed by fate, according to his own way of thinking on the subject. He was not confined to his room unt March, but a change had been noticeable in him since last November, an unusual pallor and a peculiar way of walking. He, however, took exercise twice a day, generally in a little carriage, but his paleness and weakness seemed always to persist. He was offered the advice of English doctors, but he would not receive any visit from them unt April, the month before his death. It was Professor Antimarchi who attended him before this period, and continued to do so to his decease. It was he, too, who opened the body in the presence of nearly every doctor on the island. Dr. Arnott of the 20th Regiment, a very clever and experienced man, was called in to see him on 1 April, and continued to attend him to the last. He has notified his gratitude to him by bequeathing him a gold snuff-box, the last he used, on which he engraved with his own hand the letter N. He has also left him a sum of money, £500. Count Muntharlin is the principal depositary of his last wishes. Count Bertrand only came second. He had strongly urged Count Bertrand to do his utmost to make peace with me, saving always his sense of honor. I was not even told of this. He made advances, and, as I have no rancor in my disposition, as far as a person can judge of himself, I did not repulse them. It was, however, all along more on account of the pretensions of the great marshal and his wounded pride, rather than those of the emperor, that caused matters to go wrong here from the very first. And from information received, it is evident that towards the end the emperor began to see this. There is a codicil to his will by which all the effects here are left to Counts Bertrand and Muntharlin, and to Marchand. Muntharlin is the principal executor. They knew nothing, or they said they knew nothing, of the will. In view of the time you spent here, I am induced to think that these few details will be specially interesting to you, and I will not make excuses for intruding them upon you. Give my compliments and those of Lady Lowe to Madame la Baronne de Sturmer, and believe me always, your faithful and obedient servant, H. Lowe, MP. P.S. Bonaparte had himself guessed the cause of his illness. Some time before his death, he desired that his body should be opened, in order, as he told Bertrand and Muntharlin, to discover if there were any means of saving his son from the malady. Excuse my scrawl. H.L. Do you notice that in no part of the letter is the name of the dead man used? It is only in the postscript that it falls from the pen of the herald of death. Was it not because the jailer was ashamed to pronounce the name of his captive? The executioner felt remorse in pronouncing the name of the sufferer. When Napoleon was dead, the whole world turned its attention, which had been divided between Scanbrun and St. Helena, solely towards Scanbrun. Chapter 5. Prince Metternich is appointed to teach the history of Napoleon to the Duc de Reichstadt, the Duke's plan of political conduct, the poet Barthélemy at Vienna, his interviews with Count Dietrichstein, opinion of the Duc de Reichstadt on the poem Napoleon en Egypt. Prince Metternich, says M. de Montbel, was expressly charged to teach the Duc de Reichstadt the exact and complete history of Napoleon. What irony! To charge the man who signed the instructions of M. de Sturmer, the representative of Austria St. Helena, to teach the son the exact and complete story of the father whose name the son no longer bore, whose title and arms he no longer carried. Poor prisoner, could they but have added this torture to thy agony by saying to thee, thy son only knows thee through the appreciation and according to the narrative of M. de Metternich. I desire, said the Emperor Francis to the Prime Minister, that the Duke should respect the memory of his father, take example from his great qualities, and learn to know his faults in order to avoid them, and be warned against their fatal influence. Speak to the Prince about his father as you would like people to speak of you to your own son. Do not, because of that, hide the truth from him, but instruct him, I repeat, to honor his memory. Henceforth, says M. de Montbel, with an artlessness which might very well be intended more for sarcasm than duplicity, M. de Metternich directed the Duc de Reichstadt in his superior historical studies. By putting before him unexceptionable documents, he accustomed him to know the good faith of factions and the justice of party spirit. He tried to form his mind to habits of sane criticism, to enlighten his reason by teaching him to appraise actions and events from their causes, as well as judge them from results. The Duc de Reichstadt received this advanced education with great enthusiasm. the justice and penetration of his mind made him fully appreciate its importance. In proportion as he read works relative to the history of our days, he consulted the Prince Metternich in all his doubts. He loved to question his experience and his recognized cleverness in many great events in which he had taken an active part. From this time, the young Duke displayed habitual eagerness to be near M. de Metternich. The poor child's whole life was henceforth to be contained in the few lines we have just quoted. Once, when he met the Emperor and the Prince together, he went up to them and said, "The chief object of my life ought to be that I should not be unworthy of my father's renown. I shall attain this noble end, as far as it is in my power. I shall some day succeed in making one of his high qualities my own, by avoiding the rocks they made him encounter. I shall fail in the duties his memory lays upon me if I become the plaything of factions, and the tool of intrigues. The son of Napoleon can never descend to the despicable role of an adventurer." From the moment the Duc de Reichstadt showed such reasonableness, M. de Metternich and the Emperor of Austria had henceforth nothing more to fear. It was about this time, and when the political education of the young prince had been finished by M. de Metternich, that Murray and Barthélemy published on 10 November 1828 their poem Napoleon en Egypt. The tremendous success of the poem is well known. Henceforward one pious idea sprang up in their hearts and in their minds. One of them would go to Vienna and offer to the young Duke the epic poem, the hero of which is his father. Barthélemy went. We will let him describe his pilgrimage, and will afterwards relate the effect his presence produced in Vienna. The object of my journey being to be presented to the Duc de Reichstadt, and to offer our poem to him, you may imagine I neglected no possible means of attaining it. Among the numbers of people who testified some interest in the matter, some were entirely without influence. Others, with some reason, feared to mix themselves up in an affair of this nature, so I found myself reduced to being my own adviser and protector. I thought that, instead of making use of roundabout ways, which would have drawn down serious suspicions as to my peaceful intentions, it would be better to approach the object of my journey at Vienna. Accordingly, I presented myself to the Count de Czernin, who is the Emperor's Oberhofmeister, an office which I believe answers to that of Grand Chamberlain. The venerable old man received me with a kindness and complacency which touched me much, and when I propounded to him the object of my visit, he did not seem at all surprised at it. Only he told me to address myself to Count Dietrichstein, who was specially responsible for the young prince's education, and he even wished me to introduce myself under his auspices. I did not lose a moment, on quitting Count de Czernin, but presented myself immediately to M. Dietrichstein. It gave me genuine pleasure to be in the company of one of the most amiable and highly accomplished lords of the court of Vienna. To the office of first tutor to the Duc de Reichstadt, he added the office of director of the library, and in view of this latter title, I could boldly put forward my condition as a man of letters. He indeed told me that our names and works were known to him, that he had even taken the trouble to send to France for all the brochures which we had published up to that time, and that he was impatiently awaiting our last poem. As I had armed myself with a copy ready for any opportunity, I hastened to offer him one, and even to write and sign a dedication to him inside it, which appeared to please him much. Encouraged by this reception, I thought it a propitious moment to make a decisive overture. "Monsieur le Comte," I said to him, "as you have shown such great kindness to me, I will venture to pray you to help me in the business that has brought me to Vienna. I have come with the sole object of presenting this book to the Duc de Reichstadt. No one can second me better in my design than his head tutor. I hope that you will indeed accede to my request." At the first words of this humble verbal request, the Count's face assumed an expression not so much of displeasure as of uneasiness and constraint. He seemed to be amiable enough to have emboldened me to make the demand, and no doubt he would have preferred not to be under the necessity of answering me. After a few minutes' silence, he said to me, "Is it really true that you have come to Vienna to see the young prince? Who can have encouraged you in such a proceeding? Is it possible that you have reckoned on your journey being successful? They must indeed have false, and even ridiculous, notions in France about what goes on here. Do you not know that the politics of France and those of Austria are equally opposed to it, and that no stranger whatever, especially not a Frenchman, can be presented to the prince? What you ask is, therefore, totally impossible. I am truly sorry that you have taken such a long and troublesome journey without any chance of success," etc., etc. I replied that I had no commission from anybody to come to Austria, that it was my own action, and that I had decided on the journey without outside pressure, that in France it was generally thought not to be difficult to be presented to the Duc de Reichstadt, and that they had even been assured that he received the French with most particular kindliness. That besides, the precautionary measures which kept foreigners away did not seem to me to apply to me, simply a man of letters, or to an inconspicuous citizen, who had never filled any political role or office. I perceive, I added, that my zeal may seem exaggerated to you, yet reflect that we have just published a poem on Napoleon. Is it then strange that we should wish to present it to his son? Do you think a literary man has a hidden object? You only have to convince yourself to the contrary. I do not ask an interview with the prince without witnesses. It shall be before you, before 10 persons if you like, and if a single word escapes from me which can alarm the most suspicious political feeling, I consent to end my days in an Austrian prison. The tutor replied that all the rumours spread abroad through France on the subject of persons presented to the Duc de Reichstadt were completely false, that he was persuaded that the object of my journey was purely literary and detached from all political thought, but that, nevertheless, it was impossible for him to go beyond his orders, that the strictest guard prevented this kind of interview, that the measures taken were not the result of momentary caprice, but of a constant system adopted by both the courts, that it was not applicable to me alone, but to all who attempted to approach the prince, and that I should be wrong to feel myself especially hurt on account of it. In fact, he added, these rigorous measures should be excused on the ground of fear of an attempt upon his person. But, I said to him, an attempt of that nature is always to be apprehended on behalf of the Duc de Reichstadt, for the Duke is not surrounded by guards. A resolute man could always gain access to him, and 1 second would suffice to commit a crime. Your watchfulness is, therefore, at fault in this respect. Now you perhaps fear that too free conversation with foreigners may reveal secrets to him, or inspire him with dangerous hopes. But with all your power, Monsieur le Comte, is it possible for you to prevent a letter, a petition, some warning being transmitted to him, openly or clandestinely, whether during a walk or at the theatre or in any other place? For instance, if instead of having frankly applied to you I had posted myself in his way, if I had boldly gone up to him and in your very presence had handed him a copy of Napoleon in Egypt, you can very well see how I could have ruined all your precautions, and I could have fulfilled my object, though I confess it would have been by violent means. But then, it is none the less true that the prince would have received my copy, and would have read it, or at least would have known the title of it. M. Dietrichstein made me a reply which froze me with astonishment. Listen, monsieur, be very sure that the prince only hears or sees or reads what we wish him to read or see or hear. If he received a letter, an envelope, a book, which had evaded our vigilance, and it came to him without passing through our hands, believe me, his first care would be to hand it to us before opening it. He would not decide to look at it until we had pronounced he could do so safely. After that, Monsieur le Comte, it seems to me that the son of Napoleon is very far from being as free as in France he is supposed to be. Answer: the prince is not a prisoner, but he is in a quite peculiar position. Please do not press me any further with your questions. I cannot satisfy you thoroughly. Give up the plan which brought you here. I repeat, it is an absolute impossibility. Very well, you take away all hope from me. I can certainly not apply to anyone else after your decision, and I feel it is useless to renew my entreaties. But at all events you cannot refuse to give him this copy in the name of the authors. He has no doubt a library, and the book is not dangerous enough to be placed on the index. M. Dietrichstein shook his head irresolutely. I saw it was painful to him to overwhelm me with 2 refusals on the same day, so not wishing to compel him to be too explicit, I bade him goodbye, begging him to read the poem, to convince himself that it contained nothing seditious, and hoping that, being convinced, he would consent to favour my second request. About a fortnight later, I returned to the head tutor and resumed my former importunities. He was amazed at my persistency. I really do not understand you, he said to me. You place too much importance on seeing the prince. Be satisfied to know that he is happy, that he is without ambition. His career is all mapped out. He will never go near France, he will not even think of doing it. Repeat all this to your compatriots, disabuse their minds if it be possible. I do not ask you to keep what I have told you secret, quite the reverse. I beg you on your return to France to announce it and even to write of it if you like. As for the placing of your copy, do not count on it. Your book is extremely beautiful as poetry, but it is dangerous for the son of Napoleon. Your style is full of imagination and vivacity of description. These qualities and the colouring you give to history all might excite enthusiasm in his young head and vivify the germs of ambition, and these, not being able to produce any result, would only serve to disgust him with his actual position. He knows all he ought to know about history, that is to say, dates and names. You must see after this that your book cannot be suitable for him. I still insisted for some time, but I soon saw that the head tutor only listened to me out of civility. I did not wish to exhaust myself over useless prayers, and therefore, disabused of my innocent chimera, I looked upon the visit as a farewell audience and only thought of returning to France. Up to the moment of my departure, I continued to visit the persons who had testified to so much interest in me. At one of these peaceful gatherings, they repeated to me a suggestion of the Duc de Reichstadt, which struck me particularly. I had it from a reliable source, and if I were not afraid of damaging the fortune of that person, I would mention her here. But we will content ourselves with the statement that she saw the prince in familiar intercourse every day. Latterly, the odd youth seemed absorbed by one rooted idea. He was entirely distracted during his lessons. Suddenly he struck his forehead impatiently and let slip these words. "But what do they wish to do with me then? Do they think I have a head like my father's?" One must conclude, therefore, that the living rampart which surrounded him had been cleared, that a letter or an indiscreet envelope had been sprung upon him, and for once he had violated the orders which they prescribed him, of not reading anything without the consent of his teachers. The poet, not being able to see the Duc de Reichstadt privately, at least did not mean to leave Vienna without seeing him in public. He learnt, one day, that the prince was to go that night to the theatre. He took a stall and seated himself opposite the court box. His lines will tell better than my prose what effect that appearance made upon him. By entat dans une loge au nul flambeau ni brille. Arrivant gravement César et sa famille. De princes d'archiducs inépuisable cœur. Comme l'air d'un aigle au le nid d'un vautour. On lissait sur leurs fronts, dans leur morne attitude. Les ennuis d'un plaisir usent par el habitude. Un lustre aux fumerants descendu du plafond. Mêlait sa lueur triste au silence profond. Sûrement par séquence à l'angle de la salle. Résonnate quelquefois la toux impériale. Alors un léger brute révèle mon esprit. Dans la loge voisin, une porte est ouverte. Et dans la profondeur de cette enceinte obscure. Apparat tout à coup une pale figure. Et dans si cadre au milieu d'un fond noir. Elle était immobile, et elle en aurait cru voir. Un tableau de Rembrandt chargé de teintes sombres. Au la blancheur des chairs si détache des ombres. J'y sentis dans mes os un étrange frisson. Dans ma tête siffle le tintement d'un son. 50 oil fix, le coup roid et la bouche entrouverte. J'y n'y vis plus qu'un point dans la salle déserte. Acteurs, pupil empereur tout semblait avoir fui. Et croyant très seul j'y écriai, 100 est lui. 100 et lui, tout à coup la figure isolée. 500 un coup d'oil vif, et prompt parcourut l'assemblée. Tel en éclairs de feu, jet un reflet péril. Une lame désir quan agit au solil. Puis, comme reprimand un geste involontaire. Chapter 49, rendit assez traits leur habitude austere. Et essacit, sependant mes regards curia. Designant a loisir eleter mysterieux. Voyant si oil rapide au brille la pensée. Si teint blanc de Louise et sauté la lancy. Ces vifs tressellements, ces movements nerveux. Si front salient et large, orne de blondes cheveux. Oui si corps set tit au la tristesse est paint. Du sang qui les forme portent la double imprint. Genie size toutefois, genie puis sans douleur. Contempler si visage éclatant de pâleur. On dirait que la vie et la mort essai mélange. Voyez-vous comme moi cette couleur étrange? Quel germe destructeur, sous l'écorce adjacent. Accident de fleur si fruit adolescent. Essayez malgré moi d'un effroi salutaire. Gnos pour moi-même éclaircir si mister. Le noir conseil des cœurs au pupil défendu. Est un profond abîme au nul en est descendu. invisible depot, il est, dans chaque empire. Un enigme, unsecret qui jamais ni transpire. 100 est si secret dedet que, sur le crucifix. Les rois en experiment revelant à leurs fils. Faut-il vous répéter un effroyable doubt? Ecautes au plus dot que person en ecout. Est-il est vrai quatocker, malheureux nerison? La moderne locust est transmis sarlecan. Cette horrible pallure, sinister character. Annonce de ton, sang le mal héréditaire. Et puditre aujourd'hui méthodique assassin. Le cancer politique est déjà dans ton sein. Mais non, mon aim en vain de terrors obsedi. Repose en frissonnant, une infernal idée. J'ai mir accuser l'étude aux longs nuits. Des souvenirs amers ou de vagues ennuis. Comme une june plante à la teigledger. Que pause est l'ouragan sur la terre étranger. Loin du sol paternal languit et ni produit. Que des fleurs sans parfum et des boutons sans fruit. Sans doubt est l'orphelin que la grande tempête. Importa vers le nord dans son berceau de fate. Aujourd'hui comprimant de cuisantes douleurs. Tourne vers l'Occident des charges de pleurs. The poet had collected as much as he could during his voyage. He had seen the poor imperial child from afar at the back of a box. He went away predicting, as we see, a precocious and early death. If we believe M. de Montbel, after the departure of Barthélemy Napoleon en Egypt was read by the imperial family in the presence of the Duc de Reichstadt, who listened to the reading with the profoundest indifference. He merely contented himself with saying that they had done right not to let the author of such a work have access to him. Was he really so indifferent, so deceitful and ungrateful? Chapter 6. Journey of the Duc de Reichstadt, M. le Chevalier de Proch, questions concerning the recollections left by Napoleon en Egypt, the ambition of the Duc de Reichstadt, the Comtesse Camerata, the prince is appointed lieutenant colonel. He becomes hoarse when holding a review, he falls ill, report upon his health by Dr. Malfatti. In the month of June 1830, the Emperor of Austria left Vienna, as was his custom every year, to visit some of his provinces. This year it was Styria's turn to be honoured with the Emperor's tour. His Majesty took with him Marie-Louise and her son, and they arrived at Graz. There they found Lieutenant Colonel Proch of Austin, who had just been travelling in Greece, Asia Minor, the Holy Land, Egypt and Nubia. He was a distinguished man both by birth and by personal qualities. He had published several military treatises, among others one on the campaign of 1812 and one on that of 1815. The Emperor invited him to dinner, and he was placed at table next to the Duc de Reichstadt. The prince addressed him first. I have known you for a long while, he said to him, and I am very much interested in you. How have I managed to deserve such interest on your part, Monseigneur? Asked the Chevalier de Proch. I have read and studied your work on the Battle of Waterloo, and I was so pleased with it that I have translated it into French and Italian. After dinner, the prince addressed numerous questions about the East to the traveller, about its actual condition and the character of its inhabitants. What do they remember of my father in Egypt? He asked. They remember him as a meteor which passed dazzlingly through their country. You are talking, monsieur, the Duke replied, of men of superior ideas like Mohammed Ali, Ibrahim Pacha, but I am speaking of the people, the Turks and Arabs and fellahs. I ask you what all those folk think of General Bonaparte. Having had to bear the evil effects of the wax, do they not harbour a deep resentment? Yes, doubtless. At first there was unfriendly feeling, but later it gave place to other sentiments, and there now only remains a great admiration for the memory of your illustrious father. The hatred which exists between the Turks and the Arabs is so great that today, present evils have totally effaced the memory of the evils they had to endure at another period. I am aware of that explanation, said the Duke, but the multitude generally considers a great man after the manner in which it looks at a beautiful picture, without the power to account for what goes to constitute its merit, so the impression he leaves in their memories must be but ephemeral. Only superior minds can appreciate great men and preserve the memory of them. You are mistaken in this case, Monseigneur. The people are faithful to their religion. Great men are gods who do not permit other divinities, or who discuss them before admitting them. The people judge by their feelings and not by mental appreciation, and they worship the immortals from enthusiasm. The Duc de Reichstadt often spoke of the captains of antiquity, preferring Caesar to Alexander and Hannibal to Caesar. The following is the eulogium which, according to the Chevalier de Proches, he gave on the conqueror of the Trebia, Trasimene and of Cannes. He is the finest military genius of antiquity, the cleverest man in strategy of his age. He has been reproached, by whom? By academic pedants and library strategists, for not knowing how to take advantage of the success he had obtained. But conceive the difference there existed between Hannibal, chief of an empire, freely disposing of his resources, and the simple general of a jealous republic, of a senate made up of those who envied him, and of narrow minds which, by shameful schemings, refused the means of assuring the triumph of his arms. Hannibal has the merit of having trained Scipio for his victories, and one of the greatest phenomena of ancient times is to see this general, by his genius, make a nation of shopkeepers successful for so long as a military people. We will not criticize these ideas beyond saying that they are a little stilted, after the classical style. Did the son of the man whose incoherent style strode with giant steps or with lion-like leaps, bursting ever into images, talk thus? M. de Montbel and M. le Chevalier de Proches will reply, and then the style of the lines we have just read will explain what follows. You have a noble aim before you, Monseigneur, said M. de Proches to the young Duke. Austria has become your adopted country. Poor child, he remembered the Cossacks because they had brought him out of France. Austria has become your adopted country, and with your talents you can prepare yourself to do it immense services in the future. I feel it as you do, monsieur, replied the Duc de Reichstadt. My ideas must not demean themselves by disturbing France. I do not wish to be an adventurer. I do not particularly wish to serve as the instrument and laughingstock of liberal views. It will be a sufficiently noble ambition for me to try some day to walk in the footprints of Prince Eugene de Sèvres. But how am I to prepare myself for so great a role? How am I to attain to such a height? I want to find round me men whose talents and experience will facilitate the means, if possible, of providing this honourable career. Is this in the very least the style you would have supposed the son of the man of the proclamations of Marengo, of the pyramids and of Austerlitz to have used? True, when we borrow from Reichstadt through M. de Montbel, it is translated from Carlism, and when he borrows from M. de Proches it is translated from the Austrian. The Revolution of July came and made itself heard throughout the whole world. This time the eyes of a whole party turned towards Napoleon Roman II, and strange to say, it was M. de Talleyrand who took upon himself to be the organ of that party at Vienna. Needless to say, all proposals were rejected. Then a woman of sturdy courage of the Napoleon family, both in spirit and in face, tried to arouse in the young prince's mind something of what Ulysses meant to demand from Achilles, lost amongst the daughters of Deidamia. This woman was the Comtesse Camrata, daughter of Elissa Baxiacchi. She arrived in Vienna one day and lodged at the Hotel du Cygne in the Rue de Corinthia. It was about the beginning of November 1830. One night when returning to the house of M. Dobnaus, his tutor, the Duc de Reichstadt found a young woman, wrapped in a Scotch plaid, waiting for him on the staircase landing. When she caught sight of the Duc, she moved quickly towards him, took his hand, pressed it and then carried it to her lips with an expression of the liveliest tenderness. The prince stopped, amazed. Madame, M. Dobnaus asked, who accompanied the Duc de Reichstadt, "What are you doing and what do you want?" "Who shall prevent me from kissing the hand of the son of my sovereign?" Then she vanished. A few days later the Duke found a letter in an unknown writing on his table, and opened it. It was date November, and contained the following lines. "Prince, I write to you for the third time. Tell me if you have received my letters, and whether you mean to act as an Austrian archduke or as a French prince. In the first case, deliver up my letters. By destroying me you will acquire a more lofty position, and this act of devotion will redound to your glory. But if, on the contrary, you take advantage of my advice, if you play the man, you shall see how obstacles will give way before a calm and strong will. You will find 1,000 means of speaking to me, which I cannot compass alone. You can only have hope in yourself. Do not let the thought of putting confidence in someone else even enter your mind. You know that if I asked to see you even before 100 witnesses, my request would be refused. You know that you are dead to all that is French and to your family, in the name of the horrible tortures to which the King of Europe has condemned your father, in thinking of that anguish of banishment by which they have made him expiate the crime of being too generous towards them. Remember that you are his son, that his dying looks were settled on your face. Steep yourself in these horrors, and impose upon them the punishment of seeing you seated on the throne of France. Take advantage of this chance, Prince. I have perhaps said too much. My fate is in your hands, and I can tell you that if you make use of my letters to destroy me, the thought of your cowardice will give me more suffering than anything they may make me endure. The man who hands you this letter is commissioned also to bring back your reply. If you are honorable, you will not refuse me one. Napoleon Camerater. This letter frightened the young prince dreadfully. It was an appeal straight, clear and positive. Are you an Austrian archduke or a French prince? That was the question. The duke opened his heart to the Chevalier de Proches concerning this incident and the uneasiness it caused him. You know very well, he said to him, that I shall not take as guide of my conduct, and as guarantors of my future, persons of so exalted a character. But I find myself in a genuinely embarrassing position. It is due to my feelings towards the Emperor. When the Duc de Reichstadt talks of the Emperor, he always means the Emperor Francis Roman II, as also to the dignity of my situation, that I should not hide either my troubles or my doings. It would seem acting wrongly to him to be silent about this circumstance. On the other hand, I do not wish to injure the Countess. She is wanting in prudence, but she has a right to my consideration. Besides, she is a woman. Yet my first duty is towards the Emperor. Could you not go to the Comte de Dietrichstein for me, and confide to him what has happened, and ask him to settle matters so that the Comtesse Camerater shall not be put to any persecution or any unpleasantness, and not be compelled to go away from Vienna? After looking carefully into the affair, the Chevalier de Proches approved of the prince's resolution, and willingly undertook the mission His Highness had confided to him. Next day he received a note as follows. Since I saw you, I have received a fresh letter from the Comtesse Camerater. It was Dobnau's valet de chamber who put the first one on my table, which I confided to your care. Send it me back. It is expedient and necessary for me to speak of it to Dobnaus. I will arrange things so as to avoid all mischief-making and scandal, but I will not reply. Let there be no further question about that. I hope to see you at 6 o'clock to resume our reading. François de Reichstadt. Although the Comtesse Camerater had received no reply, she did not look upon herself as beaten. At the risk of what might happen to her, she still remained for 3 weeks in Vienna, putting herself everywhere in the prince's path, at the theatre, at Prater and at Schönbrunn, but the Duc de Reichstadt showed no signs of knowing her. Tired of this silence, she finally went away to Prague. The prince's conduct met with its reward. That same month the Emperor Francis Roman II, of course made him a lieutenant colonel, but as though fate wished to make him understand that he must be CSR or nothing, out CSR out Nile, at the first words of command he tried to utter his voice became hoarse, and he was obliged to discontinue his duty. A frequent cough followed the hoarseness. The prince fell ill of the disease which was to cause his death. Let us hear what his own doctor said about it. Dr. Malfatti. I was called in by the Duc de Reichstadt as his regular doctor in the month of May 1830. I succeeded 3 men of high reputation, the celebrated Frank and doctors, Golis and Standenheimer. M. de Herbeck had filled the office of surgeon in ordinary to the prince. These doctors had not left any diary of the young duke's health. M. le Comte de Dietrichstein was good enough to supply this deficiency by informing me of many particulars which it was indispensable to know. The prince ate very little, and without appetite. His stomach seemed too weak to bear the nourishment which his singularly rapid and even alarming rate of growth required. At the age of 17, he had attained the height of 5 feet 3 inches. He suffered from slight throat ailments from time to time. He was subject to a habitual cough and a daily discharge of mucus. Dr. Standenheimer had already manifested great anxiety about the prince's predisposition towards phthisis of the trachea. I made note of the prescriptions that had been used against these disquieting symptoms. I was guided in my early research by the personal knowledge that I possessed of a morbid hereditary disposition in the Napoleon family, and I ascertained the existence of a cutaneous affection, herpes farinaceum. I could not approve the use of cold baths and swimming, which the surgeon M. de Herbeck had also fought against, probably solely because of the knowledge he had discovered of the weak constitution of the prince's chest. With the object of acting on the cutaneous system, I made use of muriatic baths and seltzer water mixed with milk. The prince was to go into the army the following autumn. There lay all his hopes and desires. He had obtained the much-solicited leave. I did not commend myself to his good graces, as you may imagine, when I positively opposed this change of living. I disclosed my reasons to his august parents in a memorandum, which I addressed to them on 15 July 1830. I stated that in his excessive rate of growth, out of proportion to the development of the various organs and the general disposition to weakness, especially of the chest. Any additional illness might be extremely dangerous, whether now or in the future, and that, consequently, it was imperative to protect the prince from every possible atmospheric influence and any effort of voice, to which he would be continually exposed in military service. My memorandum was well received by the emperor, and the entrance upon military service was adjourned for 6 months. By means of assiduous care and artificial methods of diverting the disease, the alarming symptoms visibly subsided. The winter passed by happily, but he still continued to grow. In the spring of the year 1831 the prince entered upon his military career. From that moment he threw aside all my advice. I was merely a spectator of an uncontrolled enthusiasm and an unbridled excitement over his new duties. He would henceforth not listen to anything but his passion, which led his feeble body into privations and fatigues absolutely beyond his strength. He looked upon it as a shame and cowardly to complain when under arms. Besides, in his eyes I had committed the grave offence of delaying his military career. He seemed to fear my professional observations might yet stop it. So, although he treated me with extreme kindness in social relations, as a doctor he did not tell me a single word of the truth. It was impossible for me to make him continue the use of seawater baths and mineral waters which had been very valuable to him during the previous year. He said he hadn't time. Several times I caught him by surprise at the barracks, in a state of extreme fatigue. One day, especially, I found him lying on a sofa, exhausted and worn out. Not able to deny, then, the painful condition to which I saw he was reduced, he said to me, "I am annoyed with my wretched body, which cannot keep up with my mental energies." "It is indeed trying," I replied, "that your highness has not the power of changing your body as you change your horses when they are tired. But I entreat you, monseigneur, to take heed that you have an iron spirit in a body of crystal, and that the abuse of your will can only be disastrous to you." His life was then indeed like a consuming fire. He scarcely slept for 4 hours, although naturally he needed much sleep. He ate hardly anything. His life was wholly concentrated on tactical maneuvers and all kinds of military exercises. He took no rest. His growing tallness did not stop him. He gradually became thinner and his complexion became livid in color. To all my questions he always replied, "I am perfectly well." In the month of August, he was attacked by a violently feverish catarrh, and the only thing I could get him to do was to keep to his bed and room for 1 day. We conferred with General Count Hartmann upon the necessity of putting a stop to a regime that was very dangerous for his frail existence. You will remember the dire period of the invasion of cholera in Vienna, the misfortunes which followed upon the first outbreak of that scourge, the generous conduct of the inhabitants of Vienna, the wise precautions of those in authority, the help and example the emperor and the members of the imperial family gave, impervious to the fear to which the disease gave rise on its appearance. The Duc de Reichstadt would not be separated from his soldiers or leave their barracks. The emperor could not but appreciate this sentiment, which was but compatible with the duties of a prince. But we had a sacred and urgent duty on our side, to rescue this young man from a position which evidently tended to his destruction. I put to him the imminent dangers he could allay by a speedy change of his way of living and absolute rest, in a situation so critical as the least attack of the prevailing disease would be fatal. Count Hartmann undertook to present this report to the emperor, who sent orders I was to come and repeat it verbally in the presence of the Duc de Reichstadt. At the end of the military review, he was to conduct next day at Schmalz near Vienna. I went punctually at the appointed hour to the field where the maneuvers were held, where the emperor, wishful to reassure people against their terror of contagion, was mingling with his troops and subjects. When the review was over, I went to His Majesty and repeated my report. The emperor then addressed the young prince. "You have heard what Dr. Malfatti says. You will immediately go to Schönbrunn." The Duke bowed respectfully in token of obedience, but when he stood up again, he flung me an indignant glance. "It is you then who have had me put under arrest," he said angrily, and he walked rapidly away. But he was obliged to obey the emperor's commands all the same, and that was what Dr. Malfatti desired. Chapter 7. The Duc de Reichstadt at Schönbrunn, progress of his disease, the Archduchess Sophia, the prince's last moments, his death, effect produced by the news at Paris, article of the Constitutional upon this event. The Duc de Reichstadt's stay at Schönbrunn was favourable to his health. The prince went on horseback daily to the great manoeuvres, but with the commander-general. This was the emperor's expedient for saving his grandson from using his voice and tiring his lungs. Once only, when the emperor was present at the review, the duke urged to be allowed to take the command of his battalion and obtained leave to do so. The hunting season came, and the emperor expressed a desire that his grandson should not be exposed to the fatigue of long chases and to the inclemency of the chilly autumn days, but the Duc de Reichstadt insisted and followed the hounds. At the second, he was obliged to return without being present at the gone away, and the old symptoms again appeared. These were an irritating cough, principally from the trachea and bronchial tubes, weakness which led to constant desire to sleep, and dyscrasia of the whole cutaneous system. Henceforward Dr. Malfatti advised the prince most carefully to avoid all efforts of any nature, and principally those of the vocal organs. This advice meant a complete breaking off of all the prince's military habits, so he hid his sufferings as much as possible, and had, at least, strength of will enough not to show it if he could not prevent being ill. Several times the duke urged the emperor to let him take up his military service again, but the emperor always opposed it. 3 important men died at Vienna towards the end of the year: Count de Giaulet, Baron de Fremont and Baron de Siegenthal. The young prince, who for some days had pretended to be much better, begged the emperor's leave to follow Baron de Fremont's funeral cortege with the troops. The emperor yielded, and a fresh indisposition was the result of this condescension. Finally, for the last time, it was at General de Siegenthal's funeral service. The prince appeared with his troops on the Place Joseph. The temperature was very cold. In the middle of the commands he was giving to his battalion he lost his voice. When he returned home, he felt ill enough to allow the doctor to be called in, and confessed that he had gone out that morning when he was in a high state of feverishness. It was found to be rheumatic, bilious and catarrhal fever, and soon took an acute form. It reached its crisis on the 7th day, after which it passed from the nature of subcontinuous fever to that of intermittent quotidian fever. Dr. Malfatti decreed that, as soon as the season allowed, the prince should go to the waters of Ischl. At last once more they succeeded in arresting the fever, but fresh imprudent actions revived the disease. It seemed, said the doctor in despair, as though this unfortunate young man was possessed of a fatal obsession which compelled him towards suicide. The spring was still more disastrous to the invalid than the winter had been. It was impossible to stop him from going out. Overtaken 2 or 3 times by rain, he was taken with shivering fits, which led to fever and congestion of the liver. In the month of April his pulse quickened, shiverings came on and he grew visibly thinner and thinner. Doctors, Raymond and Vicra, who were called in to take the place of Dr. Malfatti, who was ill with gout, were frightened. In concert with the prince's ordinary physician, they prescribed baths of soup. The wasting away on account of the failure of the digestive powers compelled them to this method, which was to feed the invalid by means of absorption. Again signs of improvement showed themselves, and after a while the duke was well enough for the emperor to allow him, on the advice of the doctors, to take the air on horseback and in a carriage, but only on condition these exercises should be indulged in most moderately. He submitted to these orders for some days. Then, having persisted in going out in cold and damp weather, he was tempted by the invigorating air to put his horse to the gallop instead of returning home. That same night, when he should have gone to bed and kept warm, he drove to the Prater in an open carriage. The Prater is situated on an island in the Danube, and is extremely damp, but that did not prevent the prince from staying there until after sunset. This imprudence resulted in such weakness on his return that, when a wheel of his carriage broke and he sprang out on the road, he had not strength enough to hold himself up and fell on his knees. Next day inflammation of the lungs set in, and the prince became deaf with the left ear. The situation was so serious that Dr. Malfatti asked that doctors, Vivenot, Vicra and Turcan might be called in for consultation. He was charged from the emperor to tell them that, without troubling themselves about political considerations, which until then had restricted the Duc de Reichstadt's journeying to Austria, they might order him a voyage to any country which they might deem suitable to restore his health except France. They prescribed a journey to Italy and a stay at Naples. The invalid could not believe such a favour had been granted him, and sent Dr. Malfatti to M. de Metternich to make certain from the lips of the minister that no embargo would be put upon his travels. Tell the prince, replied M. de Metternich, that with the exception of France, the gates of which it does not depend on me to open, he can go into whatever country he likes, the emperor putting the restoration of his grandson's health before all other considerations. The invalid had cause for fear. Soon he grew so weak that there could not even reasonably be any question of travelling for him. They informed the Archduchess Marie-Louise of the state of her son, and told him that the moment for receiving the viaticum had come. The etiquette of the court of Vienna decreed that the princes of the imperial family should take part in this sad ceremony, in the presence of the whole court. No one dared speak of it to the Duke, not even Mitchell Wagner, the palace chaplain who had been his religious director in his youth, so strict a matter was it at the court of Vienna. A woman it was who undertook both to warn the invalid and also to put the news in a form which should hide part of the horrible truth from the prince. This woman was the Archduchess Sophia. She told the prince that, as she was soon going to communicate, she wished to do so by his bedside, in hope that her prayers to heaven for his cure might be more efficacious when made during the mysterious act of the Eucharist, and she begged the sick man to take the sacrament at the same time as she did, so that their prayers might go up to heaven together. The Duc de Reichstadt acceded. It can be imagined how profound was the meditation and how sad the ceremony. The prince prayed for the safe delivery of the Archduchess Sophia, who was near her accouchement. She prayed for the cure of the Duc de Reichstadt, who was near his death. The invalid, who was then at Vienna, desired to be moved to Schönbrunn, and the return of spring having warmed the air, the doctor supported the prince's wish. The removal took place without serious accident, and the prince even seemed a little better after it. Unfortunately, one day, in spite of all the entreaties that could be made to prevent him, he wanted to drive to Laxenburg, 2 leagues from Schönbrunn, and in an open carriage. He stayed out an hour, and received the respectful greeting of the officers, talked much, and came back through a violent storm. During the night following this day of imprudent acts he was seized by a feverish attack, accompanied with a burning thirst, obstinate coughing brought on expectoration, almost a vomiting of blood, and for the first time the prince complained of sharp pain in his side. A fresh consultation was held, and the doctors looked upon the invalid's condition as hopeless. The Archduchess Marie-Louise arrived. She had passed through Trieste in order to see the emperor who was there at the time. She there fell ill herself and had been obliged to stay for 15 long days. Still ill, her anxiety, however, overcame her weakness. She continued her journey and arrived on the evening of 24 June. The prince wished to go to his mother, but at the first attempt at locomotion he realized his strength was inadequate. Nevertheless, the joy of seeing his mother once more had a happy effect upon him. There had been a sensible improvement in the disease for the last 3 weeks. At any rate, there was an arrest of the malady. The fever lessened, the nights passed over without very great perspirations, and the prince could lie on either side without pain. But the crafty and deceptive course of disease of the lungs is well known, usually fastening upon young and vigorous constitutions who do not want to die. The disease seems at times, like the invalid himself, to have need of rest and to stop fatigued. But nearly always this moment of stoppage is made use of by the direful miner to dig fresh sap, and the subterranean work is revealed suddenly by fresh symptoms, which show that, during the feigned halt, the disease has made cruel progress. The heat had become very great and the fever redoubled its efforts. The cough became more obstinate than ever. A second hemorrhage happened, and the prince threw up blood in quantity. The population of Vienna took a very lively interest in the fate of this unhappy lad. They stopped anyone in the streets whom they knew belonged to his household. From all parts letters arrived pointing out remedies. These innocent empirics at least showed anxious sympathy, though they were deficient in scientific knowledge. A terrible storm broke out during the night of 27 June, one of those storms which the pride of kings believed to have been let loose by the hand of the Lord because of them. The lightning struck one of the eagles on the palace of Schönbrunn. From this time the people's opinion coincided with that of the doctors, and they gave up hope. As the lightning had struck an eagle, the son of Napoleon was going to die. The prince went out no more. Only when the fighting for breath, which was almost continuous, made him think that he would find some relief in the outer air, did they carry him out on the balcony. Soon it was impossible for him to leave his bed. At the least movement of his body he fainted away. Then he began to talk of his approaching death, and to show the distaste he had always had for an existence which had opened out with a vast horizon, whilst fate had forced him to vegetate in a narrow circle. Was it actual disgust with life, or was it a desire to comfort those around him? Only on 21 July did he confess that he was suffering dreadfully, and murmured several times, "Oh my God, when shall I die?" His mother entered when one of these outcries was escaping him, and he at once repressed the expression of pain which had spread over his face, received her with a smile, and, to her questions about his health, replied that he was doing well, and made plans with her for the journey to the north of Italy. That evening Dr. Malfatti announced that he feared a mortal crisis would take place during the night. Baron de Mal watched in a neighbouring room, unknown to the prince, who had never allowed anyone to sit up with him. About 1 o'clock in the morning he seemed to be dozing, but at 3:30 he sat up suddenly, and after violent and vain efforts for breath he exclaimed, "Mutter, mutter, ich gehe, mother, mother, I am dying." At this cry the Baron de Mal and the valet de chambre entered and seized him in their arms, trying to quieten him, but he was battling with death. "Mutter, mutter," he repeated. Then he fell back. He had not expired, but he was in that twilight state which separates life from death. They hastened to tell the Archduchess Marie-Louise and the Archduke Francois, in whose arms the Duc de Reichstadt had expressed a desire to die. All the princes came hurriedly. Marie-Louise had not strength to stand, nor even to reach him. She fell on her knees and crawled the few steps between herself and her son. The sick man could not speak any more, but his nearly closed eyes could still settle on his mother, and he showed her by a look that he recognized her. 5 o'clock in the morning struck. He seemed to hear the vibrations of the pendulum and to count the strokes. Eternity had just sounded for him on the bronze. He soon made a sound of farewell. The priest who was present showed him heaven opening before him, and at 5 minutes, without a convulsion or a struggle, without even any pain, he gave up his last sigh. He had lived for 21 years, 4 months and 2 days. His life had been obscure. His death made a less vivid sensation in France than might have been expected. To the French, and in the eyes of the French, the prince was an Austrian. Our nation is a proud one. Not even at the cost of its throne would it have let the Emperor Maximilian, even if he had been the son of God, give it to his eldest son. It did not at all like such a prince to show no expression of regret, and preferred the man who, to reconquer it, made almost mad efforts, to the one who lay down quietly in resignation to the decrees of Providence. By a singular freak of fate, the Duc de Reichstadt, as we have already mentioned, died in the same bed that Napoleon as conqueror had slept in twice, the first time after Austerlitz, the second after Wagram. The father and son slept their last sleep in it with a space of 11 years between them, and now they slept on the bosom of their common mother. Only the ocean rolled between their 2 dead bodies. Perhaps our readers will be curious to know how, after the lapse of 22 years, the French press appreciated this event, which contained something both fatal and providential in it, and happened at the moment when a new king was trying to found a new dynasty on the soil of France, a country ever rebellious against dynasties. The news was only known in Paris on 1 August. We will open a newspaper which we had sent for another purpose, and we there read the article we are about to place before our readers. The paper is the Constitutional. We do not know by whom the article is written, but it seems a good one. Paris, 1 August. The son of Napoleon is dead. This news, which had been long expected, has produced in Paris a sorrowful but calm sensation. So obscure an end to a life which gave promise of a splendid destiny, a pale, last ray of vast glory, such as that which has just died out, affords a melancholy subject for meditation. The people will mourn deeply and seriously, for it is in the people especially that the memories of imperial glory have left enduring traces. The details of the last moments of Napoleon's son are still wanting to us. His death has been surrounded by mystery, as was his life. We are, however, assured that he saw the approach of death with a fortitude worthy of his father. When he realized that the fatal hour had come, he disposed of the few remaining worldly goods which he had left, in conformity with the wishes previously expressed by the Emperor of the French, in favor of young Louis Napoleon, son of the ex-king of Holland, who fought in the ranks of the last defenders of Italian liberty. We understand that a letter written by the illustrious dying man to inform his cousin of the bequest contains evidence of the troubles which poisoned, and no doubt, shortened his existence. It must indeed have been a bitter one, torn away from the cradle, from his country and his family, to be confined in a sumptuous prison, deprived of guidance at the age when his mind had much need of direction, submitted to tyrannical etiquette, a stranger in the midst of a court, which beset him with doubtful loyalty, to whom could he confide if not in the watchful attendants commissioned to deceive him, perhaps to corrupt him? From whom could he obtain information of what he most wanted to know, of his fate, his future, his duties? His tutors, we are assured, left him for a long time in ignorance of his father's history. If the few friends he had been allowed to meet are to be believed, the young Napoleon had been endowed by nature with an upright mind and a generous heart. Barren gifts, which only served to make his loneliness more crushing and death a welcome boon. His life has ended opportunely for the honor of the name he bore. He will not have dragged that great name through a long time of inaction. He will not have dishonored it in the service of politics, of courts, or of party intrigues. He will not have played the ridiculous and odious role of a pretender, and history will not have to reproach him with having been a scourge to his country. The young Napoleon has, in the hands of Austria, been both an object of terror to herself and a bugbear to the France of the Restoration. His name alone, uttered by M. de Metternich, would have made Louis Roman 18, and Charles X. tremble and been sufficient to repulse every attempt that was contrary to Austrian politics, and yet prudence would never have let them realize the menace contained in such a name. Such menace would, perhaps, not have been without effect, even after the Revolution of 1830, on the statesmen who have controlled our politics, although it would not have been more serious now than at any other period. Austria, therefore, is delivered from her fears, and robbed of the instrument of trouble which she had at her disposal against us. Napoleon Roman II had in France at least a number of partisans, if not exactly a party. It is a heritage factions will dispute over amongst themselves, and with the government, a heritage which will remain to those who know best how to rally the popular masses to a sense of the true interests of the country. The rest of the paper contained a manifesto from the English press, telegraphic dispatches about Don Pedro's expedition, and an analysis of Mademoiselle de Lyons, a novel by M. E. J. Delechausse. Book 6. Chapter 1. Lucerne, the Lion of August 10. M. de Chateaubriand's Fowls. Reichenau, a picture by Candid. Letter to M. le Duc d'Orléans. A walk in the park of Arenenberg. I have already said that I have no intention of beginning over again my account of my peregrinations through Switzerland. However, I will ask my readers leave to place before him 3 small extracts from my impressions de voyage, which are indispensable to the course of these memoirs. They were published in 1834, and concern M. de Chateaubriand, Monseigneur le Duc d'Orléans and Her Majesty Queen Hortense. They contain my own independent opinions, and some strange light will be shed now and then on the future of the poet. If a statesman had written what I am about to quote, he would have been looked upon as a prophet. Let us follow the order of my visits to Lucerne, to Reichenau and to Arenenberg, and begin by M. de Chateaubriand. A tout seigneur tout honneur. M. de Chateaubriand's Fowls. The first news I learned on arriving at the Hôtel du Cheval Blanc was that M. de Chateaubriand was living in Lucerne. It will be recollected that, after the Revolution of July, our great poet, who had dedicated his pen to the defense of the fallen dynasty, voluntarily exiled himself, and did not return to Paris until he was recalled to it by the arrest of the Duchesse de Berry. He lived at the Hôtel de l'Aigle. I soon dressed myself with the intention of going to pay him a call. I did not know him personally. At Paris I had not dared to present myself, but out of France at Lucerne, isolated as he was, I thought it might be some pleasure to him to see a compatriot. I therefore boldly presented myself at the Hôtel de l'Aigle. I asked the hotel waiter for M. de Chateaubriand. He replied that he had just gone out to feed his fowls. I made him repeat it, thinking I had heard wrongly, but he made me the same reply the second time. I left my name, at the same time asking the favor of being received the next day. Next morning a letter was handed to me from M. de Chateaubriand, sent the previous evening. It was an invitation to breakfast at 10 o'clock. It was 9 then, so I had no time to lose. I leapt out of bed and dressed. For a very long time I had wanted to see M. de Chateaubriand. My admiration for him was the religion of my childhood. He was the man whose genius had been the first to stray out of the beaten paths to mark out for our young literature the road it has since followed. He had alone excited more hatred than all the vernacular put together. He was the rock against which the jealous waves, still stirring against us, had beaten in vain for 50 years. He was the file on which the teeth were used which had tried to bite us. So when I put foot on the first step of the staircase, my heart nearly failed me. Entirely unknown, I felt that I should be at least crushed under such immense superiority, for at that time the point of comparison was wanting by which to measure our respective heights, and I had not resource enough to say, as Stromboli might to Monte Rosa, I am only a hill but I contain a volcano. When I reached the landing I stopped. I believe I should have hesitated less to knock at the door of a conclave. Perhaps at that moment M. de Chateaubriand thought I was keeping him waiting out of politeness, while I dared not go in from feelings of veneration. Finally I heard the waiter coming up the stairs. I could not stay any longer outside the door, so I knocked. M. de Chateaubriand himself came and opened it. He must have formed a strange opinion of my manners if he did not attribute my embarrassment to its true cause. I stuttered like a country bumpkin. I did not know whether I ought to go in front of him or behind. I think that, like M. Parsifal before Napoleon, if he had asked me my name, I should not have known what to reply. But he did better than that. He held out his hand to me. During breakfast we talked. One after the other he reviewed all the political questions which were being discussed at that period, from the Tribune to the club, with the lucidity of a man of genius who went to the bottom of things, and like a man who estimates principles and interests at their right value, and has no illusions about anything. I was convinced that M. de Chateaubriand looked upon the party to which he belonged as henceforth lost, believing that the whole future rested in a socialistic republicanism, and that he remained attached to his cause more because he saw it was unfortunate than because he thought it good. It is thus with all great souls. They must devote themselves to something. When it is not to women, it is to kings. When not to kings, then to God. I could not resist remarking to M. de Chateaubriand that his theories, though royalist in form, were fundamentally republican. "Does that surprise you?" he said, smiling. "It surprises me still more. I have progressed without willing it like a rock rolled along by the torrent, and now, behold, I find I am nearer to you than you are to me. Have you seen the Lion of Lucerne?" "Not yet." "Well, let us go and see it. It is the most important monument in the town. You know upon what occasion it was erected?" "In memory of 10 August. "That was it." "Is it a beautiful thing?" "It is better than that. It is a beautiful idea." "There is but one drawback. The blood shed for the monarchy was bought from a republic, and the dead Swiss guards were but the strict payment of a bill of exchange. That is no less remarkable in a time when there were many people who let their bills be protested. As will be seen, we differed in our ideas on that point. That is the misfortune of opinions which are divided into two opposite principles. Every time necessity brings them together, they understand one another in theory, but they separate over facts. We reached the monument, which is situated at some distance from the town, in General Pfiffer's garden. It is a rock cut perpendicularly, with its base bathed by a circular pool. A grotto 44 feet long by 48 feet high has been hollowed out in the rock, and in this grotto a young sculptor from Constance named Aroth has carved a colossal lion after a plaster model by Thorwaldsen. Pierced through by a spear with the broken fragment left in the wound, the lion is dying, covering with its body the fleur-de-lis emblazoned shield which it can no longer defend. Above the grotto are the words, Helvetirum fidei ac virtudi, and below this inscription, the names of the officers and soldiers who perished on 10 August. The officers numbered 26 and the soldiers 760. This monument, moreover, acquired a greater interest from the fresh revolution which had just taken place, and from the renewed fidelity displayed by the Swiss. Yet it was an odd thing. The disabled soldier who watches over the lion spoke much to us of 10 August, but did not say a word of 29 July. The more recent of the two catastrophes was that which he had already forgotten. It is quite simple. 1830 had but driven a king away, 1792 had driven out royalty. I pointed out to M. de Chateaubriand the names of those men who had done honour to their signature, and I asked him which names would be inscribed on the gravestone of royalty to balance these popular names if a similar monument were raised in France. "Not one," he replied. "Do you really mean that?" "Perfectly. The dead do not get themselves killed." The history of the July Revolution lay entirely in those words. Nobility is loyalty's true buckler. So long as she has worn it on her arm, she has driven back foreign warfare and smothered civil war. But from the day when, in anger, she imprudently breaks it, she is defenceless. Louis I had slain the great vassals, Louis Roman XIII, the grand seigneurs and Louis Roman XIV, the aristocrats, so that when Charles X called to his aid the D'Armagnacs, the Montmorencys and the Lauzons, his voice only called up shades and phantoms. "Now," said M. de Chateaubriand, "if you have seen all you want to see, we will go and feed my fowls. By the way, that reminds me of something. When I called yesterday at your hotel, the waiter told me you had gone out to fulfill that country occupation. Does your scheme of retirement go so far as make you a farmer?" "Why not? A man whose life has been like mine, driven by caprice, poetry, revolutions and exile over the 4 quarters of the globe, will be happy, I think, to possess, if not a chalet among the mountains, I do not like the Alps, a meadow in Normandy or a farm in Brittany. I am decidedly of opinion that this is the vocation for my old age." "Allow me to doubt it. You remember Charles Quint at St. Just. You are not one of the emperors who abdicate or one of the kings whom people dethrone. You are one of those princes who die under a canopy and are interred like Charlemagne, with his feet on a shield, his sword by his side, a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand. Take care, it is so long since I have been flattered, and I am quite capable of letting myself be carried away by it. Come, let us go and give the chickens their food. Upon my honor, I could have fallen on my knees before this man, so simple and yet at the same time so great was he. We went by the bridge of Lochur, which crosses an arm of the lake. After Rapperswale's bridge, it is the longest covered one in Switzerland. We stopped about 2/3 of the way across, at some distance from a spot covered with reeds. M. de Chateaubriand drew a piece of bread from his pocket which he had put there after breakfast, and began to crumble it in the lake. Soon a dozen waterfowls came out from a kind of isle formed by the reeds, and began hastily to fight over the repast prepared for them by the hand that had written the Genie du Christianisme, Les Martyrs and Le Dernier des Abencerrages. For a long while, without saying anything, I watched the singular spectacle of this man leaning over the bridge, his lips curved in smiles, but with sad, grave eyes. Gradually his occupation became mechanical, his face assumed an expression of deep melancholy, his thoughts passed across his broad brow as clouds across a sky. Among them were memories of country, family and tender friendships more gloomy than others. I guessed that this moment was reserved by him wherein to meditate on France, and I respected his meditation as long as it lasted. In the end he made a movement and heaved a sigh. I went nearer, and he remembered I was there and held out his hand. But if you regret Paris so much, I said to him, why not go back to it? Nothing exiles you from it and everything calls you back. What would you have me do? He replied. I was at Cauteretz when the July Revolution took place. I returned to Paris, I behold one thrown in blood and another in the mud, lawyers drawing up a charter and a king shaking hands with rag and bone men. It was sad unto death, especially when, as in my case, one is filled with great traditions of the monarchy. I went away from it all. From some words you let drop this morning, I believe you recognize popular sovereignty. Yes, there is no doubt it is good from time to time for royalty to be tempered again at its source, which is election. But this time they knocked off a bough of the tree, a link of the chain. It was Henry V they should have elected and not Louis Philippe. You are wishing but a sad wish for the poor child, I replied. Kings of the name of Henry are unlucky in France. Henry I was poisoned, Henry Roman II. Killed in a tournament, Henrys Roman III, and Roman IV were assassinated. Very well, but at all events it is better to die by poison than in exile. It is sooner over and one suffers less. But shall you not return to France? If the Duchesse de Berry, after having committed the madness of returning to La Vendée, commits the foolishness of letting herself be captured there, I shall return to Paris to defend her before her judges, if my advice has not prevented her from appearing there. If not, pursued M. de Chateaubriand, crumbling up a second piece of bread, I shall continue to feed my birds. 2 hours after this conversation, I left Lucerne in a boat rowed by 2 rowers. Some time afterwards I was at the Grisons, not far from the little town of Reichenau, whose name awakened in my memory a singular recollection. During my term in the offices of the Duc d'Orléans, I had been for a long time instructed to give tickets to persons desirous of visiting the apartments of the Palais Royal, or of walking in the park at Monceau. They could see the rooms on Saturdays and walk in the park on Thursdays and Sundays. On the days when the apartments were visited, the Duke and Duchess and Madame Adelaide and the rest of the princely family kept themselves to 1 or 2 rooms, where they lived in retirement from 10 in the morning till 4 in the evening. And yet it often happened that some inquisitive visitor, whilst the footman was engaged in another direction, would turn a key, half open the door, stretch out his head and plunge into the ducal retreat. The first thing people went to see above everything else was the picture gallery. Not that all the pictures were good, far from it indeed, but there were several which were the cause of talk at the time. These were the battle pictures by Horace Vernet, 4 masterpieces, marvellous productions, to which I have already referred, the battles of Montmirail, Hanau, Jemmapes and of Valmy. There was one point particularly in the Battle of Montmirail which attracted attention. In the background, under a grove of trees, hidden in the mist, was a horseman trotting on a white horse. Horse and rider between them were only 4 inches in breadth by 2 in height, and yet that little white and grey spot had been enough to exclude the picture from the Salon of 1821. The microscopic cavalier was, as we said when we were specially occupied with Horace Vernet, no other than the Emperor Napoleon. When they had looked well at these 4 battle pictures, for which they had come on purpose to the Palais Royal, the footman said, "Messieurs et mesdames, will you come this way, please?" They followed him, and he took the inquisitive ones to a little genre painting, representing a handsome young man in a blue coat and leather breeches, with his eyes raised to heaven, pointing out, to a dozen children who surrounded him, the word France written on a terrestrial globe. This fine youth was the exiled Duc d'Orléans, giving geography and mathematical lessons at the Reichenau College. I saw that small picture by Cowder once again. I was, as I have said, a few miles from Reichenau, and I decided to go and see the room in which the actual King of France had spent one of the most honourable years of his life, earning 5 francs per day. I have often heard it said that, in spite of his 16 millions from the civil list, and his Château des Tuileries, perhaps even because of these, he at times would murmur, "Oh, Reichenau, Reichenau." I therefore did those few miles. 2 or 3 followed the banks of the Rhine, which is slate colour at this spot, and yet blue in Germany, and I reached Reichenau. I wrote the following letter the same day to the Duc d'Orléans, which will be found produced in its entirety in my Impressions de Voyage. Monseigneur, the date of this letter and the place from whence it is sent will readily explain the sentiment to which I am yielding in addressing your Highness. I am not speaking to the royal hereditary Prince of the Crown of France, of His Majesty King Louis Philippe, now reigning, but to the Duc de Chartres, pupil of Henry Roman IV, of the Duc d'Orléans, teacher at Reichenau. I write to your Highness from the very room in which your exiled father taught arithmetic and geography, or rather from that same room pressed by the post-time. I send to your Highness the page I have just torn from my album. Reichenau. The little Grisons village is in no way remarkable, except for the strange story with which its name is associated. Towards the end of last century, Burgomaster T. Scharner from Coire had set up a school at Reichenau. They were looking out in the canton for a teacher in French, when a young man presented himself to M. Bowell, headmaster of the establishment, bearing a letter of recommendation signed by Bailly Aloys Toost of Zeisers. The young man was French, spoke his mother tongue, English and German, and besides these 3 languages, could teach mathematics, physics and geography. The find was too marvellous and too rare for the headmaster of the college to let him escape. Besides, the youth was modest in his claims. M. Bowell settled with him to come at 1,400 francs per annum, so the new professor was immediately installed and entered upon his duties. This young professor was Louis-Philippe d'Orléans, Duc de Chartres, today King of France. It was, I admit, with emotion intermingled with pride that, in this very place in the room situated in the middle of the corridor, with its folding door, its flower-painted side doors, its corner chimney-places, its pictures of Louis Roman XV, surrounded with gilt arabesques and its decorated ceiling, it was, I say with keen emotion, that in this room where the Duc de Chartres had taught, I gathered information concerning the strange vicissitudes of a royal personage who, not wishing to beg the bread of exile, worthily bought it with his work. One single teacher, a colleague of the Duc d'Orléans, and a single scholar, one of his pupils, still lived in 1832, the period at which I visited Reichenau. The teacher was the novel writer Zieskak, and the scholar was Burgomaster T. Scharner, son of the man who had founded the school. The worthy Bailly Aloys Toost died in 1827, and was buried at Zeisers, his native village. Now there remains nothing more of the college where a future King of France had taught save the schoolroom we have described, and the chapel adjoining the corridor with its reading desk, an altar surmounted by a crucifix painted in fresco. The rest of the buildings have been turned into a kind of villa belonging to Colonel Pastaluzzi, and this memorial, so honourable for every Frenchman that it deserves to rank among our national memorials, threatens to disappear with the generation of old men who are dying out. Were there not living a man of artistic feeling, who is noble and great, who will not, we hope, let anything be forgotten which is honourable for himself and for France? That man is yourself, Monseigneur Ferdinand d'Orléans, who, having been our schoolfellow, will also be our king. You who, from the throne which you will one day ascend, will lay one hand on the old monarchy and the other on the young republic, will inherit the galleries which contain pictures of the battles of Tolleberg, Fleurus, Bouvines and of Aboukir, of Agincourt and of Marengo, you who are ignorant that the fleur-de-lis of Louis Roman XIV are the lance-heads of Clovis, you who know so well that all the glories of a country are glorious no matter when they saw birth, or what sun made them flourish, you in fact, who by your royal fillet can bind together 1,000 years of memories, and assume the consular dignity of the lictors who will march in front of you. So it will be a delight to you, Monseigneur, to recall the little lonely port, the voyager beaten by the sea of exile, the sailor driven by the wind of proscription, where your father found a noble shelter against the tempest. It will be worthy of you, Monseigneur, to give orders that the hospitable roof shall be again raised for hospitality, and on the very site where the old building fell in ruins shall be erected a new one, destined to receive every son of exile who shall come, staff of exile in hand, to knock at its doors as your father came, irrespective of his opinions and country, whether he be threatened by the anger of peoples or pursued by the hatred of kings. For Monseigneur, the future, though serene and blue for France, which has accomplished its revolutionary work, is big with storms for the rest of the world. We have sowed the seeds of liberty so broadcast in our excursions through Europe that, on all sides, they spring up like corn in May, so well that it only needs a ray of sunshine to ripen the most distant harvests. Throw your glance back over the past, Monseigneur, and then concentrate it upon the present. Have you ever felt more shaking of thrones, or encountered more discrowned travellers on the highways? You see indeed that it will be necessary some day to found an asylum, were it but for the sons of kings whose fathers cannot, like yours, be teachers at Reichenau. I wish to return from Reichenau by way of Arenenburg. The comparison of a teacher of mathematics king of France with an exiled queen of Holland pleases the imagination of poets. Besides, indeed, when quite a child, I had heard much ill spoken of Napoleon and much good of Josephine. Now what did I see in Queen Hortense but Josephine's case over again? I persisted therefore in seeing Queen Hortense, and any detour, however long, was but nothing compared with that desire. But, since I do not wish these lines to be taken for tardy flattery, I insist on being thought incapable of flattering anyone but exiles or dead people. I will write here what I wrote about Queen Hortense in 1832. I copy the following passage from my Impressions de Voyage. As the Château d'Arenenburg is only a league's distance from Constance, I was seized by a great desire to pay my homage at the feet of fallen majesty, and to see what remained of a queen in a woman when fate has torn the crown from her head, the sceptre from her hand, and the robes from her shoulders. From that queen, moreover, who was the gracious daughter of Josephine Beauharnais, sister of Eugene, and the diamond in Napoleon's crown. I had heard so much of her in my youth as a beauteous and good fairy, most gracious and charitable, from the daughters to whom she had given a dowry, the mothers whose children she had redeemed, and the prisoners for whom she had obtained pardon, that I worshipped her. Add to this the remembrance of the romances which my sister sang about the Queen, which was so impressed on my heart by memory that even now, although it is 20 years since I heard these lines and music, I could repeat both without forgetting a word, and I could jot down the music without transposing a note. These romances about a queen are sung by a queen, a combination which can only be seen in the 1001 Nights, and which has remained in my mind like a glad surprise. I had no letter of introduction to the Comtesse de Saint-Leu, but I hoped that my name was not entirely unknown to her. I had already written at that time Henry Roman III, Christine, Antony, Richard Darlington, Charles Roman III, and La Tour de Nesle. When I reached Arenenburg, it was too early in the morning to present myself to the Queen. I left my card with Madame Parquin, reader to the Comtesse de Saint-Leu, and sister of the noted barrister of that name, and I took advantage of a fine storm which had just risen to go for a sail on the lake. On my return, I found an invitation to dinner awaiting me at the hotel. Then a letter from France had found me out there, an act of cleverness which was a great achievement on the part of the Swiss post. It contained the manuscript ode by Victor Hugo on the death of the King of Rome. I went on foot to the Queen's residence and read the letter as I went. All the details of that gracious hospitality, which the Queen made me accept for 3 days, can be seen in my Impressions de Voyage. I merely wish to reproduce here a conversation which revealed an odd profession of faith in the present, if it be borne in mind that the present of that time corresponded with September 1832, and a singular forecast of the future. A walk in the park at Arenenburg. The Queen and I took about 100 steps in silence. I was the first to interrupt it. "I believe you have something to tell me, Madame la Comtesse," I asked. "True," she said, looking at me. "I wanted to talk to you of Paris. What news was there when you left it?" "Much bloodshed in the streets, many wounded in the hospitals, too few prisons and too many prisoners." "You saw the 5th of June?" "Yes, Madame." "Pardon, I am perhaps going to be inquisitive, but from some words which you said yesterday, I believe you are a Republican." I smiled. "You are not mistaken, Madame, and yet, thanks to the sense and to the colour which the papers representing the party to which I belong and am in sympathy with, though not with all its methods, have given to that word, before accepting the qualification which you give me, I will ask your permission to lay bare my principles before you. To any other woman such a profession would be absurd. But you, Madame la Comtesse, as queen, must have heard so many serious speeches, and as woman, so many frivolous ones, that I shall not hesitate to tell you at what point I join myself to Republican socialism, and where I am at variance with revolutionary republicanism. You are not, then, agreed among yourselves? We have the same hopes, Madame, but the means by which each one of us wishes to act are different. Some talk of chopping off heads and dividing properties. These are ignorant and insane. You are surprised that I do not employ a stronger term by which to designate them. It is unnecessary. They are neither afraid nor to be feared. They think themselves strongly in advance and are totally behind the times. They date fro, and we are in 1832. Louis Philippe's government makes a show of being in great fear of them, and would be much vexed if they did not exist, for their theories are the quiver from whence they derive their weapons. These are not republicans, they are believers in a commonwealth. Others there are who forget that France is the oldest sister among the nations, who do not remember that her past is rich with traditions, and go searching about among the constitutions of Switzerland and England and America for that one which shall be most applicable to our country. They are dreamers and utopians. Wrapped up in their cabinet theories, they do not perceive in their imaginary applications that the constitution of a people can only last so long, that it is born but of its geographical situation, that it springs from its nationality, and that it is in unison with its customs. The result is that as no two people under heaven have the same geographical position or have identical national characteristics and habits, the more perfect a constitution is, the more individual it is, and the less, consequently, is it applicable to another locality than that which gave it birth. These people are not any longer republicans but republicists. Others there are who think that an opinion only means a light blue silk coat, a large lapelled waistcoat and a flowing tie and pointed hat. They are the parodists and the brayers. These excite riots but take good care to keep out of them. They erect barricades and leave others to get killed behind them. They compromise their friends, and hide themselves thoroughly as though they themselves were the compromised. These are not republicans, they are republicaes, but there are others, Madame, to whom the honour of France is sacred, and not to be touched, to whom a promise is a sacred engagement which they will not suffer to be broken by either king or people. A noble and immense fraternity which extends to every country that is suffering, every nation that is waking up. These have shed their blood in Belgium, Italy and Poland, and returned to be killed or captured at the Cloister St. Mary. They, Madame, are Puritans and martyrs. A day will come when not only will the captives be released from prisons, but when the bodies of the dead will be looked for in order to raise tombstones above them. The only wrong they can be accused of is of having been in advance of their age, and been born 30 years too soon. These, Madame, are the true republicans. I have no need to ask you, the Queen said to me. You belong to that party. Alas, Madame, I replied, I cannot wholly boast of that honour. Certainly all my sympathies are with them, but instead of letting myself be carried away by my feelings, I have appealed to my reason. I want to do for politics what Faust did for science, go down and touch the bottom. I was for a year plunged in the depths of the past. I entered it with instinctive opinion, I left it from reasoned-out conviction. I saw that the revolution of 1830 had brought us a step forward. It is true, but that it had simply led us from the aristocratic monarchy to the bourgeois monarchy, and this bourgeois monarchy was an error which must be exhausted before it could arrive at popular magistracy. Henceforth, Madame, without doing anything to bring myself nearer to the government from which I had parted company, I have ceased to be an enemy to it. I watch it tranquilly running its period, and I shall probably see the end of it. I applaud what good it does, I protest against the evil, but at the same time without either enthusiasm or hatred. I neither accept nor reject it, I submit. I do not look on this as good fortune, but I believe it to be a necessity. But to hear you talk, there will be no chance for it to change. No, Madame, not for long years at least. Suppose, however, the Duc de Reichstadt had not died, and that he had made an attempt. I believe he would have failed. True, I forgot that, with your republican opinions, Napoleon must appear to you a tyrant. I beg your pardon, Madame, I look at it from another point of view. In my opinion, Napoleon was one of those men who were elected from the beginning of time, and have received a providential mission from God. One judges such men not according to their own will-power, which has made them act as they did, but according to the degree of divine wisdom which has inspired them. Not according to the work they have done, but according to the result it has produced. When this mission is accomplished, God recalls them, and they believe they are dying, but they really go to render their account. And according to you, what was the emperor's mission? One of liberty. Do you know that others quite different from me will ask you for proof of your statement? Even to you will I give it. Proceed, you have no idea how deeply I am interested in all this. When Napoleon, or rather Bonaparte, appeared before our fathers, Madame, France was emerging from a revolution, not from a republic. In one of its fits of political fever, it was flung so much in advance of other nations that it had disturbed the world's equilibrium. It needed an Alexander to deal with this Bucephalus, an Androcles with this lion. The 13 Vendémiaires brought them face to face, and the revolution was beaten. The kings, who should have recognized a brother in the cannon of the Rue Saint-Honor, thought they had an enemy in the dictator of 18 Brumaire. They mistook the consul of a republic in him who was already the head of a monarchy. And insane as they were, instead of keeping him prisoner in a general peace, they made European war upon him. Then Napoleon rallied round him all the youth, courage and intellect of France, and spread them abroad over the world. A reactionist as far as we were concerned, wherever he passed among other nations he was in a state of advance, and flung the seeds of revolution broadcast. Italy, Prussia, Spain, Portugal, Poland, Belgium, Russia herself, turn by turn, called their sons to the sacred harvest, and he, like a tired laborer after his day's work, folded his arms and watched them gathering it in, from the top of his rock at St. Helena. Then it was that he had a revelation of his divine mission, and there dropped from his lips a prophecy of a future republican Europe. Do you believe, then, that, if the Duc de Reichstadt had not died, he would have continued his father's work? In my opinion, Madame, men like Napoleon have neither fathers nor sons. They are born like meteors in the twilight of the dawn, and light up the sky from one horizon to the other as they cross it before they are lost in the twilight of the night. What you are saying is not consoling to those of his family who preserve some hope. It is as I say, Madame, for we have only given him a place in our heavens on condition that he did not leave any heir on the earth. But he bequeathed his sword to his son. The gift was fatal, Madame, and God broke the bequest. You terrify me, for his son in turn bequeathed it to mine. It will be heavy for a simple officer of the Swiss Confederation to bear. Yes, you are right, for the sword is a scepter. Take care lest you go astray, Madame. I am indeed afraid that you only live in the deceptive and intoxicating atmosphere which exiles carry away with them. The times which continue to march for the rest of the world seem to stand still to outlaws. They still see men and things as they left them. Yet men's faces change, and so do the aspect of things. The generation which saw Napoleon pass as he returned from the Isle of Elba is dying out daily, Madame, and that miraculous march is already more than a memory. It is a historical fact. So you think it is hopeless for the Napoleon family to return to France? If I were king, I would recall it tomorrow. That is not what I meant. Otherwise there is very little chance. What advice would you give to a member of that family, who should dream of the resurrection of the glory and power of the Napoleons? I would counsel him to wake up. If he persisted in spite of that first advice, which in my opinion is the best, and asked you for a second piece of advice, then, Madame, I would tell him to obtain the cancelling of his exile, to buy a plot of ground in France, and to make use of the immense popularity of his name to get himself elected a deputy, to try by his talent to win over the majority of the chamber, and to use it to depose Louis Philippe and become elected king in his stead. You think, said the Comtesse de Saint-Leu with a melancholy smile, that all other methods would fail. I am convinced of it. The Comtesse sighed. At that moment the breakfast bell rang and we took our way back to the chateau, pensive and silent. The Comtesse did not address a single word to me as we returned, but when we reached the door she stopped, and looking at me with an indefinable expression of anguish said, "Oh, I wish my son were here and could have heard what you have been saying." Chapter 2. News of France, first performance of Le Fils de l'Émigré, what Le Constitutional thought of it, effect produced by that play on the Parisian population in general and on M. Véron in particular, death of Walter Scott, Perinet Leclerc, sic vos non vobis. As I have said, I stayed 3 days at Arenenberg. I had found French newspapers there, which I had missed since my departure from Aix, and I posted myself up in the News of France. M.J. had replaced M. de Montesquieu at the Academy. faithful to its traditions, the Academy, having a choice between M.J., a mediocre political writer, and M. Thiers, an eminent historian, had chosen M.J. The Institute had done pretty much the same thing. M. Lethier, that dear good friend of my father, author of Brutus Condamnat Says Fils, having died, Paul de Laroche, Schnetz and Blandel were put on the list to succeed him. You would have betted, would you not, dear readers, on Schnetz or on de Laroche? Well, you would have lost. M. Schnetz and de Laroche each had 3 votes, and M. Blandel had 18.